Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Brain Depository. Hand over your brains. Hunter World, Bartokia Republic, Sky Arena. This is a paradise for fighting fans all over the world. It has 251 floors and is 991 meters high, making it the fourth tallest building in the world. And in the vicinity of the Sky Arena, in an alley on a busy commercial street, a variety of shops are located here. In a corner of the alley, noisy sounds came from a small shop with a sign called Wanja Blind Box Store. What a joke, this crappy box costs 1 million yuan, why don't you go and grab it? Pa! A black box was smashed heavily to the ground, and an angry middle-aged man walked out of the blind box shop, cursing non-stop. A slender figure bent down and picked up the black blind box on the ground. This is the fifth one. When will it end? System. What can I do? I am also desperate. Emolin sat in the chair, staring at the black box in front of him and sighed. He is a time traveler. 3 days ago, he was still at home reading the works of the old thief Togashi. After watching the president election episode, he watched the commentary of the Dark Continent over and over again, and still felt unsatisfied. When imagining what is in the Dark Continent, suddenly, everything went dark and I traveled to the Hunter World. Like all time travelers, he also has his own golden finger blind box store of all worlds. It's this little shabby shop in front of you. Wanja Blind Box Store. All the blind box items in the store come from the myriad universes. Anyone who buys a blind box has the opportunity to get anything from the myriad universes. It could be as small as a pack of Wolong spicy strips or as big as a two-dimensional foil that could destroy the universe. Blind Box Store Rules. 1. In order to protect the safety of the bookstore and the owner is absolutely invincible in the blind box store. Even if the world is destroyed, the blind box store cannot be destroyed. 2. The blind box store owner can go out at any time, but when he is out, the owner will not have the support of the blind box store and everything depends on his own cultivation. 3. The strength of the store owner can be improved by using blind box points, and you can check the specific prices yourself. Currently, Wanja Blind Box Store has 3 levels of blind boxes. More advanced blind boxes require Wanja Blind Box Store to upgrade before they can be opened. Primary Blind Box, 1 million yuan. Intermediate Blind Box, 1000 WGNI. Premium Blind Box, 100 million genie. The higher the level of the blind box, the greater the possibility of getting high-level items. Of course, there is also a chance of getting high-level items in the primary blind box, but the probability can be referred to from Tencent. P.S. Buyers can use items of equal value to purchase blind boxes. The above is all the information about Wanja Blind Box Store at present. The Golden Finger can be said to be very powerful, but Emolin is currently in a dilemma. The system gives a mandatory task at the beginning, and you can only leave the blind box store after selling the first blind box. However, the initial location of the blind box store was very bad. Standing in the store, Emolin looked out the door and learned from passers-by that this was a sparsely populated, remote alley around the Sky Arena. The Sky Arena is a place where all kinds of people mix together, and most of the people who come here are short of money. To earn it, enter the Sky Arena and participate in the fighting competition. In addition, the blind box store is located in a very remote area. In 3 days, only 5 customers came to the store, and when they learned that the lowest level blind box cost 1 million yuan, they all left angrily. I think the blind box merchant Emolin is a liar. Depend on. Here a bottle of juice costs only 152 yuan, but the small black box on the table that is the size of a palm costs 1 million yuan. What a joke! Spend 1 million to buy a broken box? Only a fool could do such a thing. No matter how wonderful Emolin's words are, anything can be revealed from this box, but still no one is willing to buy his account. Ah, Emolin sighed softly. He also wanted to go out, to see this hunter world and experience the mysterious dark continent. What hurts every hunter fan's heart is probably the unknown dark continent. However, after leaving the blind box store, I am just an ordinary person who is powerless. System, open the host panel. With a ding sound, Emolin stared into the void, and the system template that only he could see appeared before him. There are only two sections on the virtual page, one is personal information and the other is the blind box mall. He clicked into his personal information window. Suddenly, a new window popped up. Owner of Wanja Blind Box Store, Emolin. None. Personal skills, none. Own blind box, no. Owned items, none. Blind box point, none. It's really empty. When Emolin has nothing to do every day, he will open his system panel, take a sad look at it, and then close it sadly. After 3 days of research, Emolin had a good understanding of the system. For me, the most useful thing in the system is blind box points. Only by obtaining data points can I buy blind boxes or designated items from all worlds and improve my strength. The method of obtaining blind box points is also very simple. Every time a customer purchases a blind box, Emolin can get blind box points as cash back based on the level of the blind box. Primary blind box, 1. Intermediate blind box, 10. Premium blind box, 100. The price at which Emolin buys the blind box is the corresponding number of points, but he can only purchase it with blind box points. The designated items in the blind box mall require more blind box points. The 3-day wait made Emolin feel a little impatient. Not only was he unable to leave the blind box store, but more importantly, there was not much food left at home. Starvation, this kind of thing is actually about to happen to a systematic traverser. It's incredible. Emolin made up his mind, no matter who the next person to enter the blind box store is, I must use my eloquence to convince the other party to buy a blind box. Only when it opens will blind box stores have more possibilities. At noon, Emolin finished his last meal, lay down on a recliner in the store, and squinted his eyes. In the 3 days since I came to the hunter world, I still can't change the habit of taking a nap after meals. Being from Shaanxi province, he also brought his habit of consuming carbohydrates into the hunter world. Call. After a while, the sound of even breathing echoed in the small shop. Time passed by minute, and I didn't know how much time had passed. In a daze, Emolin was awakened by a voice. He opened his eyes, still sleepy and tired, and saw a half-grown child in green clothes appear in his sight. Hello, are you the boss here? The green-dressed kid asked politely. At this time, Emolin saw the person in front of him clearly and couldn't help but exclaimed. Gone. Chapter 2. A head of green spiky hair, paired with emerald green shorts and top. Plus the signs confusing big eyes and a polite greeting. Emolin felt dazed. It's too out of dimension. He is truly worthy of being the protagonist of the hunter world. When you get close to Gon, you can feel an inexplicable sense of intimacy from him. Hey? You know me? Emolin's exclamation made Gon alert and he couldn't help but take a small step back. The young man lying on the recliner in front of me seems to know me? Emolin then realized that he had spoken out of turn. However, in the blind box store, Emolin only needs to take a glance and the other party's information will appear in his mind. This is one of the insignificant little functions for the owner of a blind box store, which can detect the information of all customers coming to the blind box store. Name J Freaks. Race, human. Identity, permanent resident of Whale Island, Jin's son. Strength, average. Gon's information emerged in Emolin's mind. In the blind box store, Emolin is invincible. An invincible person must have a cool personality. Hello, Gon, I'm Emolin, the owner of the blind box store. I know all the information of all the customers who come to the blind box store. Emolin waved his hand gently, and a chair appeared in front of Gon. The sudden appearance of the chair made Gon exclaim and take 2 steps back. Ah! Why did a chair suddenly appear? Gon, please take a seat. You are here because you are about to have a decisive battle with Hisoka in the Sky Arena. You are suffering from your inability to improve your strength. Emolin has his own way of dealing with children, especially rough ones like Gon. Today is June 20th, and Gon is here too. If the plot doesn't change, it can only mean one thing: Gon will have a decisive battle with Hisoka next month. This will become a breakthrough for Emolin's blind box sales from 0 to 1. How does he know what I am going to do? Can he read my mind? Emolin saw the confusion on Gon's face and took the initiative to speak, taking the power of speech into his own hands. His top priority is to sell the first blind box first, and Gon in front of him is a very good customer. Gon, who is about to have a decisive battle with Hisoka, has now entered the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, and he must have a lot of rings on him. He, Emolin laughed secretly in his heart. Gon looked at Emolin's unfathomable look, and his vigilance gradually dropped. This person who could change objects at will and know his information must not be an ordinary person. I just came out to relax today, but I didn't expect to end up in this place. I was attracted by the sign of Wanja Blind Box Shop on the storefront and went in. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Thinking of this, Gon asked, "Boss, do you have anything here that can help me improve my strength?" Finally got to the point. This is what Emolin was waiting for. He smiled and said, "Of course, our store is called Wanja Blind Box Store. We specialize in selling blind boxes here. You can get anything from the blind boxes. These things come from all over the world, even items that can destroy the world. Can anything come out of a blind box? Things come from all the heavens and worlds? Are there any items that can destroy the world possible?" Gon looked at Emolin with a puzzled look. "Boss, do you want to listen to what you are saying?" "Boss Emolin, you won't take advantage of my young age to fool me, right?" Emolin chuckled. As expected, even children wouldn't believe such a thing. This is also the reason why Emolin didn't sell a single blind box. Which sucker is willing to spend 1 million yuan on a zenith to buy a small black box in the hands of a boss who looks like a liar? If it was another guest, Emolin might not be able to do anything, but the person in front of him, Emolin knew almost all his information. A good salesperson can always grasp the customer's inner weaknesses and take the initiative. Since my strength can't be improved quickly, why not give it a try? 1 million genie to gamble on a chance to become stronger, isn't that a good deal? Emolin was like a demon from hell, emitting seductive music and constantly attacking Gon's fragile psychological defenses. 1 million for a monk, you won't suffer any loss or be cheated, it's truly worth the money. Think about number 44. Don't you want to beat Hisoka and throw the number in his face? Try hard and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. Work hard and become a middle-class citizen. Emolin continuously fed Gon the few remaining words in his mind, grasping what the customer cares about most, brainwashing him with words in a loop, telling him that our products are what he needs most. This is the basic quality of an excellent salesperson. Emolin's words reminded Gon of the humiliating experience of having the number 44 number plate during the hunter competition. I have no strength, but was humiliated by Hisoka. That's enough. This is not what I want. I will defeat Hisoka fair and square. Pa! Gon took out his bank card from his pocket, slammed it heavily on the counter of the blind box shop, and shouted loudly. Boss, give me the blind box. Done. Children are really easy to coax. Emolin took the bank card with a smile on his face, and then introduced to Gon the 3 types of blind boxes on the table. Our store currently only sells 3 types of blind boxes, which are the 3 on the table. The prices are 1 million yuan for a primary blind box, 10 million yuan for a mid-level blind box, and 100 million yuan for a high-level blind box. It's impossible to predict what will come out of a blind box. It could be an everyday necessity, or it could be something earth-shattering. Everything is possible. The higher the level of the blind box, the greater the possibility of getting good stuff. Of course, you can also exchange blind boxes for items of equivalent value. After Emolin introduced the buying rules of blind boxes to Gon, he suddenly thought of something, his smile suddenly turned gloomy, and he stretched his head in front of Gon. In a somewhat cold and fierce tone, he said, "The most important thing in this store is that the purchased blind boxes cannot be refunded. You pay here, and the refund will be in the West." As he spoke, with the blessing of the Wanja blind box store, the invincible Emolin revealed a suffocating aura. This made Gon in front of him shudder all over. However, our store adheres to the principle that customers are God, and smiling service is always the most important. Then he pulled his body back, held up a blind box in each hand, and asked with a smile. "Okay, dear Gon, do you want to buy this 100 million high-level blind box, or this 10 million medium-level blind box?" Emolin's changes made Gon gasp. Just now when Emolin told him fiercely that there was no refund, he felt a suffocating sense of oppression coming from Emolin. It was as if I was going to die in the next second. This is a shady shop. However, his mind was now full of what Emolin had just said. What is a gamble? A bicycle becomes a motorcycle. What can't be bought at a loss? What can't be bought to be cheated? The boss is so powerful, I definitely won't suffer a loss. After thinking it over, Gon spoke. "A boss, give me a primary blind box first." "Okay, dear. Swipe card. Ding, spend 1 million to get a monk." Gon held the intermediate blind box in his hand and opened it according to Emolin's instructions. A burst of golden light burst out from the blind box. Seeing this, Emolin couldn't help but shout, "FK! Golden Legend, Platinum Star!" Chapter 3. The moment the blind box was opened, the black blind box disappeared, leaving only a card emitting purple light floating in the air. Waves of pressure came from the purple card. The whole room was filled with the faint sound of "Ola Ola." Gon stretched out his right hand and grabbed the fragments in the air. The moment his fingertips touched the purple card, the card glowed with silver light and a figure emerged from the card. A blue-purple body, golden shoulder pads, and a piece of white cloth fluttering in front of the crotch to cover the body. He kept muttering strange words like "Ola Ola." Emolin recognized him at first sight, Star Platinum. After the Platinum Star appeared for a moment, it once again drilled into the purple card. "Boss, what was that just now?" The pressure emanating from the Star Platinum frightened Gon. He had a feeling that he and this purple humanoid creature had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He is sure. This thing can make me stronger and able to defeat Hisoka. Gon held the purple card and looked at Emolin expectantly, wanting to know the answer from Emolin. Emolin looked at the purple card, and the information about its item immediately appeared in his mind. Purple item, Star Platinum Fragments, from the JoJo world. As long as you collect 3 pieces, you can summon the complete Star Platinum, which can be said to be a good partner in battle and a good wingman for picking up girls. Good news! The primary blind box opened a Platinum Star. Bad news! It's a fragment of Star Platinum. The worst news is that the randomness of opening blind boxes makes it extremely difficult to collect the fragments of Star Platinum. Although it is a golden item, it is almost useless. Ahem, ahem. Emolin coughed twice and thought quickly in his mind. As an excellent blind box store owner, making your customers willingly accept the opened items and continue to spend money to buy blind boxes is a basic skill. Congratulations! Gon, you got a gold item from a primary blind box. Gold items are the best items in a blind box. You've made a killing. To be honest, I'm a little jealous of you. After hearing what Emolin said, Gon showed an excitement that was hard to hide. Really? Boss Emolin, what is the use of this thing? This card is a power from another world called a stand, and the stand in this card is called Star Platinum. Star Platinum, a sturdy humanoid stand with a blue-purple body, a close-range power type, and super high precision movements. Not only can he possess the host to enhance the host's personal attributes, but your strength and speed will also be stronger. Plus, Star Platinum possesses overwhelming strength. He can smash a building with one punch. His speed is so fast that the enemy cannot react at all. His eyesight and precision beyond machinery can even catch a bullet that is 1 centimeter away from your forehead. What's more terrifying is that Star Platinum can grow. Are you moved? Every time Emolin mentioned one of Star Platinum's advantages, Gon's eyes lit up a little. Boss Emolin, then, how do we use it? Emolin paused and spoke. Let's not talk about the method of use first. Gon, do you think 1 million ringies can get such a strong Star Platinum? Gon shook his head. Yes. How could $1 million jeweler possess such a powerful Star Platinum? You wouldn't even dare to take it even if it was given to you. Yet. Gon nodded. Okay. After this, Emolin feels that the emotions are in place. Now it's time to get down to business. Induction? No. Guide your customers to buy more products that suit them. Gon, this is a fragment of Star Platinum. Only when you collect 3 such fragments can you get a complete Star Platinum. Once you have the complete Star Platinum, you can defeat Hisoka. Get your own face back. Therefore, I recommend to you our store's best-selling products: intermediate blind boxes and advanced blind boxes. The chances of getting a golden item are higher. You have to believe that the next blind box will contain Star Platinum. Wrong. Etc. Gon shook his head, trying to clear his head. Boss Emolin, I always feel like something is wrong. Emolin's words made Gon very excited, but he always felt that some information was missing. Oops. This guy seems to have turned a corner. In fact, what Emolin said reduced the most important information, which is to hide the probability of blind boxes and only talk about the benefits. Fortunately, Emolin still has a trump card in his hand. Gon, Star Platinum has another very scary ability: time stops. Buzz. When Gon heard that Star Platinum could stop time, his head felt like it was going to explode. Is it humanly possible to stop time? If I could stop time, then defeating Hisoka would be easy. Gon completely forgot the slight doubt in his mind at this moment, and was completely immersed in the fantasy of time stopping. He now had only one thought in his mind. Complete Star Platinum. Boss Emolin. Swipe the card. Give me 20 intermediate blind boxes. Without any preparation or hesitation, the naive Gon was fooled by Emolin. Emolin took the card and smiled even brighter. My Emolin is really too comprehensive. 3 sentences. A child spent 200 million on me. Okay, here are 20 intermediate blind boxes, totaling 200 million genie. Please sit here and take a rest. I'll go get the blind boxes for you. Emolin turned and walked into the empty storage room in the blind box store and took out 20 intermediate blind boxes. Until there was a ding sound. After spending 200 million on GNI, Emolin smiled even more brightly. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. As expected, blind boxes are really harmful to people. Look how obsessed a 12-year-old child has become with them. Please, I must get the Star Platinum fragment. Gon yelled, open it. As each blind box is opened, all kinds of things from all over the world appear in the blind box store. Ding, a pack of Garp's Senbei, from the world of pirates, eat 2 when you have nothing to do, and your life will be happy. Ding, Kakashi's collection of Intimate Paradise 1 to 5 volumes, from the Naruto world, the work of Master Jiraiya, good news for single men. Ding, a pack of Wolong spicy strips, from the Earth OL world, the more you eat, the more addictive you become, and you'll want to eat more. Ding, Universal Capsule, Youth Edition, from the Dragon Ball world, my god. Who needs to travel with a suitcase when you have this? Gon was completely addicted and opened the blind boxes like crazy. He opened 19 blind boxes in a row before stopping, leaving one blind box as suspense. 19. They are either white or purple items. Can the remaining 2 platinum star fragments really be opened? Gon first placed the 19 items in front of Emolin and asked for information about the items. Emolin glanced at it. Wow! There are a lot of good things. Intimate Paradise 1-5, a literary work. Very good, very good. The Empress's original underwear, you can buy 2 new mobile phones by hanging it up and spinning it around. C-rank ninjutsu, Earth style, Earth flow wall, my evaluation is not as good as the Empress's original underwear. Among the 19 items, only the Universal Capsule and the Earth Escape, Earth flow wall are really useful to Gon. Boss, are there any of these things that can enhance my strength? Gon began to worry because he found that among the 19 items opened, none of them had the golden glow of the stand fragment just now. The moment the blind box was opened, gold has become Gon's obsession. Emolin looked at Gon's bitter face and knew that the boy must be a little sad because he didn't get the golden item. At this time, the blind box store owner needs to comfort customers and let them understand that only the one that suits them is the best. Gon, congratulations, you got 2 good things. Emolin put the Universal Capsule, Youth version, in his hand and explained it to Gon. This thing is called the Universal Capsule, Youth Edition. As the name suggests, this thing is very versatile. Anyway, people in the hunter world don't know about this thing, so I won't be discovered if I make it up. What Emolin is doing now is to make the rewards in the blind box sound more impressive and exaggerate them so that buyers will think that this thing is very precious. Universal? What can such a small capsule do? Gon asked. Mortals of the hunter world. Let me show you the technology of the Dragon Ball world. Let me show you. Emolin gently pressed the button on the Universal Capsule and threw it onto the recliner beside him. The moment the Universal Capsule came into contact with the recliner disappeared instantly. The recliner is gone. Gon exclaimed subconsciously. Such a big lounge chair disappeared? Gon, don't be nervous, this is the Universal Capsule, Youth version, it can put any non-living thing into this little thing. There's about 5 cubic meters of space inside. When you want to take something out, just press this button and throw it to the ground. Emolin said as he took out the recliner. It's incredible. The function of the Universal Capsule, Youth version, opened Gon's eyes. However, at present, what he cares most about is improving his own strength. Boss, what about the other thing? The scroll held in Emolin's left hand made him very concerned. Although the Universal Capsule, Youth version, was good, it could not directly improve his strength. Emolin felt Gon's expectant gaze and handed the scroll of Earth style, Earth flow wall to Gon. Crush it and you will gain its power. Bang! Chapter 4. The moment the ninjutsu scroll was crushed, a large amount of information began to flood into Gon's mind. In just a few seconds, he had completely mastered the information about the ninjutsu, Earth style, Earth flow wall. Then, Gon subconsciously urged the thoughts in his body, and his hands began to form seals as if by reflex. Earth release, Earth flow wall. White telekinesis surged out from Gon's body and poured into the ground in front of him. With a bang, a wall of earth rose from the bumpy ground until it reached the same height as himself, and the influx of mental power stopped. Looking at the earthen wall that was as high as himself, Gon's clear eyes kept flashing, and his inner joy was written on his face. Great! This move can give the opponent a surprise during the game. The moment the earth wall rose, Gon had already constructed in his mind the scene of himself and Hisoka using the earth wall to surprise his opponent during the match. He was completely immersed in the joy of his improved strength. He was totally unaware of Emolin's face, which was already filled with black lines. It is forbidden to test any abilities in the store. Because of the rising earth wall, the already dirty and messy store had rubble scattered all over the floor, making it look even messy. Ah! Gon then realized his reckless behavior and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, boss. I'm sorry, boss." But, he was in trouble now. He knew how to raise the earth wall, but he didn't know how to withdraw it. Emolin looked at Gon, who looked apologetic and sighed. "After all, this is your first customer, so it would be better to write these rules on a signboard in the future." The messy scene in the store was a piece of cake for Emolin. As long as he is in the blind box store, he is invincible and everything in the store is under his control. Wow! Emolin waved his hand, and everything in the store seemed to go back in time. The erected earth wall retracted into the ground along the trajectory it had risen from, and the scattered rubble also flew back to its original position. Everything was restored in an instant, as if nothing had happened here just now. And all this, in Gon's eyes, is like a miracle. In his heart, Emolin's image immediately became taller. This was admiration for the strong. "Okay, you still have one blind box, open it now." "Oh, okay, okay. The last blind box. This is the last hope." Gon has no money now. All the 210 million genie has been spent. "Please, I must get the star platinum fragment." "Open." The moment the blind box was opened, golden light flashed, and a purple card floated into the air. Star platinum stand fragments. After spending all his money, Gon obtained 2 star platinum fragments, the universal capsule, youth edition, and the earth style, earth flow wall that can be used in actual combat. Today's experience in the blind box store was so magical. I really experienced how I become stronger by spending money. Standing at the door of the blind box shop and looking at the blind box shop, Gon said to himself, since he can get any item from the blind box, then what's the point of practicing? Just open the blind box. I'm going back to Sky Arena, playing 2 more games, making more money, and then I'll come back to buy blind boxes. Collect a complete set of Star Platinum before the match with Hisoka. Gon thought so, turned around and left happily. In the blind box store, Emolin smiled, "You are worthy of being the protagonist of the Hunter world. Your luck is incredible. I got 2 fragments of Star Platinum from only 20 intermediate blind boxes and 1 primary blind box. This is the strongest stand in close combat in the JoJo world, and it can also stop time. It can be said that Star Platinum is very suitable for Gon." Emolin whispered. When Gon obtains the complete Star Platinum and fights Hisoka, what expression will Hisoka have on her face? Emolin's mouth corners curled up slightly. This Hunter world has begun to be affected by the items in his own blind box store. It won't be long before everyone around Gon will come to the blind box store one by one. By then, the income of blind box stores will definitely increase. I can also improve my strength as quickly as possible, venture into the Hunter world, and experience the unknown dark continent. Sky Arena, 200th floor. Gon left the blind box store and rushed to Killua's residence without stopping. The experience just now left him in a trance. If Callie hadn't lost 201 million rings and the universal capsule, youth edition, tightly held in his hand, he would have thought he had just had a dream. Along the way, he kept thinking about what had just happened. There are so many unreasonable and magical things. Firstly, it is very unreasonable that such a magical storage capsule and a scroll that can master Earth Escape and Earth Flow Wall by just crushing it can be opened in the blind box. Second, the boss seemed to have mastered the ability to turn back time, and everything in the store that he had destroyed was restored to its original state bit by bit. Third, my strength has indeed improved. There are still 7 days before the match with Hisoka. Now the most urgent task is to earn money to buy blind boxes to get the platinum star. Fourth, the boss seems to be guiding me to buy blind boxes. What is the purpose of such a powerful person? With questions and thoughts in his mind, Gon returned to Killua's residence in the Sky Arena. With a bang, Gon pushed open Killua's door with brute force. Killua, Killua! Killua, who was performing practice on the water cup on the table, was interrupted by Gon's sudden visit. Nian's breath was disordered, and it shattered the cup directly. Gon, what's going on? Why are you so anxious? Putting aside the thought, Killua took out a rag from the table and wiped the water stains on the table. Killua, look! Gon slowly opened his palm, and in the center of his palm was the universal capsule, youth version, opened from the blind box store. Under Killua's puzzled gaze, the universal capsule was thrown to the ground. The large and small items in the capsule, which were taken out from the blind box shop, were spread out on the ground one by one. Intimate paradise, Empress's underwear, senbei. This scene, which seemed like a magic show, made Killua's eyes suddenly widen. Gon, what are you doing? With a boom, Killua rushed to the items on the ground and picked up the universal capsule. He saw with his own eyes that just after Gon threw the little thing to the ground, a pile of things appeared. What on earth is this? Gon, what is this? This thing is called the Universal Capsule, Youth Edition. This little thing has 5 cubic meters of storage space, but it can only store non-living things. 5 cubic meters of storage space? Non-living things. In an instant, with just 2 sentences, Killua realized that this Universal Church, Youth Edition, was really a good thing. Killing and robbing, a treasure for home and travel. Killua raised the universal capsule in his hand again, placed it in front of his eyes, and examined it carefully. The shock that the universal capsule, Youth Edition, brought to him was far greater than that of Gon. After all, Killua was born into the Zaldik family and had seen many more rare treasures since childhood than Gon. It is precisely because I have seen so much that I am even more shocked. What a magical universal capsule! Killua, stop looking. I called you here to talk about the universal capsule. Gon told everyone what happened to the blind box store this morning without missing a word. After hearing Gon's description, Killua exclaimed, "There is such a place. A shop selling blind boxes. The blind boxes can reveal things from all over the world. What kind of existence should the owner of a blind box store be?" After calming down from Gon's words, the careful Killua captured more useful information. First, the owner of a blind box store should be a powerful and terrifying person. Second, as long as you have money, you can buy blind boxes in a blind box store. The higher the level of the blind box, the greater the probability of getting good things. Third, items of equal value can also be exchanged for blind boxes. Killua fully believed Gon's words. An accurate plan immediately formed in his mind. There are still a few days before the match between Gon and Hisoka, and I still have nearly 300 million genie, so I can go to the blind box store to draw lots. If Gon can gather all the fragments of the Star Platinum stand, it would not be impossible to defeat Hisoka. Alright. Now the goal is clear, that is to make money. Buy blind boxes and win prizes. However, before that, Killua still wanted to try the Earth Escape Scroll that Gon mentioned. Is it really that magical? Killua grabbed Gon and ran towards the training room of the Sky Arena. Gon, come with me to the training room, let's have some fighting. Ah! Wait, Killua, the things on the floor haven't been cleaned up yet. Chapter 5 Sky Arena, Sand Training Room. This is a training ground specially prepared for players above the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Such a training room was specially built to simulate the combat environment of sandy and gravel ground. Gon, come on! Standing on the open gravel ground, Killua got ready for battle. This was the first time the two had a fight after practicing meditation. The content was simple: whoever smeared the paint in their hands on the opponent's body would be considered the winner. Besides, Killua is now very curious about the new moves Gon has learned. Okay, Killua, be careful. Gon activated his mind, wrapped his whole body, then jumped up and pounced on Killua. The movements were swift and quick, like a cheetah attacking its prey. However, in Killua's eyes, Gon's attack seemed too obvious, and he dodged Gon's attack with a light tap of his feet. The two have been good friends for a long time and they know each other's attacks and habits very well. However, Killua has been learning assassination techniques since he was a child. Dark Step activated. This is a movement skill that is based on the principles of silence and speed, and is also the most basic assassination technique of the Zaldiq family. Step lightly. Killua disappeared from Gon's sight. Not good. Gon said to himself as he felt Killua's presence coming from behind him, a murderous intent coming from behind him. Earth release, earth flow wall. Only a soft hum was heard coming from Gon's mouth, and out of Killua's sight, a pair of small hands quickly formed seals. Killua, who was behind him, raised the corners of his mouth when he saw Gon about to touch him. Boom! A wall of earth quickly rose from behind Gon, blocking Killua's attack. What? The sudden appearance of the earth wall made Killua unable to dodge, and his palm turned into a sharp blade and embedded into the thick earth wall. The loud noise behind him gave Gon time to react. He rubbed the ground with his left toe, drawing a semicircle, and his body turned along with his toes. Then he tapped the ground with his right toe and jumped up, seeing Killua with his palm embedded in the earth and stone wall. With a light tap of his right hand, he smeared the paint on his fingertips onto Killua's forehead. The battle is over. Gon wins. Bang! At this time, Killua pulled his hand out from the earth flow wall. Looking at the earth wall that had not been penetrated by his attack of mind, he smiled with the corners of his mouth raised. Gon, I still have 300 million yen here. Let's go to the blind box store tomorrow and spend all the 300 million yen. Inside the Wangkai blind box store, a large screen floating in the air appeared in front of Emolin, which was the exclusive privilege of blind box shop owners. As long as he is in the store, Emolin can check the current status of every customer who has bought a blind box at any time. Looking at Gon and Killua practicing the use of earth flow wall, and Killua's expression, he nodded slightly with a smile on his face. That's great. Gon-san, yes, let's shock Killua like this. These little guys are really rich. They're about to receive another 300 million gold coins. Emolin is looking forward to Killua's arrival. 300 million geni is a huge amount of income from blind box points. Emolin suddenly thought of something and asked the system. System, can the address of the blind box store be moved in the future? In Emolin's memory, after the Sky Arena, Gon and Killua will go to Yukiksen City. In this case, Gon and Killua may only come to buy a blind box once in a long time. No. In this situation, how can we grow bigger and stronger and create greater glory? Moreover, the current address of the blind box store is very remote. Once the two old customers leave, it is unknown how long it will take for new customers to come. Ding! Host, the address of the blind box store cannot be changed. However, when the blind box store sells 1 billion geni blind boxes, it will provide a purchase card for every user who spends more than 100 million geni. With this card, no matter where you are, you can go back and forth to the blind box store once a day. Good, good, good. Very Ginkgo-like. With the approval of the system, Emolin has already built a huge blind box empire in his mind. People all over the world will flock to my blind boxes. I, Emolin, will become the blind box king and usher in the big blind box era. The first step to realize the blind box empire is to buy a blind box yourself and have the strength. Emolin opened his host panel. System, open the host panel. With the sound of ding. Emolin's host panel appeared in front of him. Owner of Wanja Blind Box Store, Emolin. None. Personal skills, none. Own blind box, no. Owned items, none. Blind box .201. That's all Emolin has. 201 blind box points. It can be said to be a great harvest. Tomorrow I will think of a way to empty the 300 million unis in Killua's hands first, so that half of the task of getting 1 billion unis will be completed. Looking at the remaining 201 blind box points in his account, Missouri Lin also started his own box opening time. After a hard day's work, Master Emolin opened the purchase page and decided to spend 201 blind box points to buy a primary blind box and 20 intermediate blind boxes. Anyone who has ever drawn a lottery knows that before you decide to draw continuously, you should first draw a single lottery to serve as a base. System: buy a primary blind box first. Ding! Spend 1 blind box store. A primary blind box appeared in Emolin's hands. As we all know, there is a metaphysical formula in the lottery world. As long as you shout out the formula before the lottery, there is a high possibility of winning. Emolin shouted out the formula he often shouted in the past lottery draws. To find the dragon and divide the gold, look at the mountains. Each mountain is a hurdle. May I ask where the tavern is? The shepherd boy points to Xinghua village in the distance. Open it for me. A golden light burst out from the blind box. WC, Golden Legend. I am indeed the king of Europe. A scroll flew out of the blind box. Emolin held it in his hand, and the information about the scroll flooded into his mind. Ding! Get the basic 4 practices: entanglement, absolute, practice, and release, and their application. Emolin was ecstatic. This thing could be said to be the most suitable thing for him at the moment. Nen is the fundamental power of the hunter world, just like chakra is to the ninjas in the Naruto world. The energy emitted by human beings is called thoughts, and the ability to freely control and increase thoughts is called Nen. However, thoughts mainly rely on human life force, that is, the chi in the body. Everyone has chi in their body, but the amount varies from person to person. Those who can discover and use it are called Nen. In the hunter world, there are almost no people who can use Nen without any training. Now Emolin has obtained the admission ticket to Nen. As long as he practices well, he will be able to protect himself even if he leaves the blind box store. The first blind box gave Emolin a big surprise. This made him feel uneasy, and he wanted to take a big gamble. 200 blind box points go all Indiana. System: 2 advanced blind boxes. Ding! Consume 200 blind box points. 2 white boxes as smooth as jade appeared on the table of the blind box shop. The high-end blind box is indeed different. Even the box is more advanced than the mid-level blind box. Emolin knows very well that this is a huge risk, but as the owner of a blind box store, he must have the spirit of going all in. Open. Ding! Obtained. World Stand Complete Form, Dio's stand from the JoJo world. Do you think stopping time for 9 seconds is really amazing? The people of the island country have already mastered the technology of stopping time, and it is widely used in trains, schools, and other places. Ding! Get 3 senzu beans, from the Dragon Ball world, damn thing. Here's a senzu bean, sweep away the injuries, and be yourself again. Note: ineffective against diseases. Damn. Great harvest, great harvest. The usually polite Emolin couldn't help but swear. It really is worthy of being called a high-end blind box. The things that come out of it are 100 times better than those in a primary blind box. World Stand, a close-range power stand with the ability to stop time. In the JoJo world, Dio extended the world's stop time to 9 seconds. The corresponding stand for the complete form is the world stand that can stop time for 9 seconds. At this time, the world stand-in was extremely powerful, allowing Emolin to barely protect himself in the hunter world. Especially when you shout muta muta, your combat power will be doubled. However, the island country's time-stopping technology can stop time for 2 hours in a row. It's really powerful. Not to mention senzu beans, which are simply a must-have medicine when you go out. Having 3 senzu beans is like having 3 extra lives. As long as you have a breath left, you can be resurrected with full health. This is the kind of luck that a blind box store owner should have. Emolin narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking very comfortably. At present, the blind box store already has a repeat customer named Gon, and it is estimated that Killua is also a repeat customer of the blind box store. With the Sky Arena behind him, the two of them would send money to him continuously. I can become stronger just by lying down. It's so nice to think about it. Emolin doesn't want to be too high profile yet. In the early stage, he should focus on low-key development. Wouldn't it be nice for him to be a behind-the-scenes shop owner? When you become strong enough, explore the hunter world and conquering the Dark Continent will be just around the corner. Chapter 6. On the second day, Emolin got up early and got himself ready. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, he was intoxicated by the stunningly handsome face. The protagonist should be like a protagonist. Get out! This is the first time that Emolin has stepped out of the blind box store. Although I was standing at the door of the blind box store before, I could also see some of the surrounding scenes through the door. But only when you actually walk out of the store can you truly feel the shock of the 5 words Sky Arena. As soon as I walked out of the store, I looked up and saw the Sky Arena towering into the clouds. This 4th tallest building in the hunter world is shaped like a dead tree with a few pieces of Ganoderma hanging on it. Such a peculiar building opened Emolin's eyes. Walk along the street in the direction of the Sky Arena. The buildings are densely packed, people are gathered in groups of 2 or 3, and there are many vendors hawking their wares on the street. The closer you get to the Sky Arena, the more people there are. A seemingly endless line of people lined up at the entrance of the Sky Arena. Along the queued street, breakfast vendors have set up stalls. Although it was only 5:30 in the morning, the shouts of the vendors could already be heard throughout the street. Dumplings, dumpling, 1 for 100 yuan. Fresh vegetable porridge, 300 guinea a bowl. Steamed buns, 4 for 100 guinea, hee. All this made Emolin very curious. He went back and forth in front of the snack stalls, trying the food from the hunter world. After finishing his breakfast, he followed the vendor's instructions and headed towards a busy commercial street surrounding the Sky Arena. His main task today was to buy some daily necessities and food for the next few days. In the commercial street, rows of shops have already opened. Emolin was selecting daily necessities to buy in front of a store selling all kinds of things. We must fight quickly and decisively. Gon and Killua might go to the store at some point, they are big customers of the blind box store. 300 million GNI, we must get it today. Of course, the most important thing is that Emolin's strength is still relatively weak. It's better not to stay in a dangerous place like the Sky Arena for too long. Because, here you might run into Hisoka and Illumi. Whatever you wish for will come true. Emolin, who had just come out of the grocery store, wanted to take a shortcut through the alley next to the grocery store to the shop on the other side of the street. Then I saw 2 familiar figures standing next to a small stall in the alley. Fiery red flowing hair, a red star on the cheek, and a tear mark under the eye. That's right. It's just a hot man Hisoka. The man standing opposite Hisoka had a pair of hollow, dead fish eyes on his pale face, and his waist-length black hair was blown in the breeze and fluttered in the air. He is Killua's brother, Illumi Zaldik. If there were 2 people that Emolin least wanted to meet outside the blind box store in the Sky Arena, it would definitely be Hisoka and Illumi in front of him. These 2 guys are moody and will kill people without blinking an eye. It's the kind of thing that will make you explode if you look at it for 1 more second. Emolin quickly shifted his gaze away from the 2 of them and walked into the alley as if nothing had happened. At this stage, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for himself. It's important to earn blind box points. When Emolin passed by Hisoka and Ilmi, he couldn't help but glance at the two of them. And this slight movement was still captured by Hisoka and Illumi. Just as he was about to walk out of the alley, two figures appeared in front of him. "Excuse me, were you spying on us just now?" Emolin was frightened by the sudden appearance of Hisoka's gloomy face, and subconsciously stepped back. "I am so surprised. Don't you know to put some blush on your pale face?" Emolin's actions further confirmed Hisoka's guess that the person in front of him knew him and Ilmi. It's okay for him, after all, he is a player above the 200th floor in the Sky Arena, but Illumi's true face rarely appears in front of the world. Emolin didn't care about Hisoka's question. He just wanted to go back to the blind box store. Because it's almost 8 o'clock. As an excellent blind box store owner, opening the store on time every day is responsible to the customers. If we Golden Leaks see that there is no one in the store and go back, I swear I will stuff Illumi's head into your Hisoka's A. The two people in front of him are two great customers. Unfortunately, the rules of the blind box store do not allow the owner to actively solicit customers, otherwise, Emolin would definitely greet them with a smile now. Emolin, who didn't want to get entangled with the two, directly released the world in his body. The world is starting. Emolin thought to himself. A golden world stand emerged from behind him. It was a muscular humanoid stand. Time stands still. When Emolin instructed the world stand to activate time stop, a golden wave spread out in all directions with the world as the center. In Emolin's eyes, everything around him was still. During the 9 seconds of time stop, Emolin drew a big X on the foreheads of the two people with a newly bought pen and walked behind them. 9 seconds to go. When time began to flow again, Emolin had disappeared from Hisoka's sight. What? The person disappeared? Hisoka stood there in a daze, and Illumi didn't turn around. But the two of them could clearly feel, through telepathy, that an X was drawn on their foreheads, and Emolin was standing behind them and walking towards the exit of the alley. Everything happened in an instant. The sudden change made Hisoka realize that Emolin had the ability to take his life at any time. Have you hit a wall? It wasn't until Emolin left the alley that Hisoka turned to look at Ilmi and spoke. Time just stood still. Ilmi spoke first. The corner of his mouth, which had been expressionless until now, twitched. Born into a family of assassins, the Zaldik family, Illumi has been familiar with various assassination techniques since childhood and is also a master of Nen himself. In this series of actions, Emolin appeared from in front of Hisoka and behind him. He used a small bug that had just floated behind Hisoka as a reference and found that all this was done in an instant. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that it might not be a moment, and time might have stopped. The family once discussed the idea of assassination techniques. Does Nen have the ability to stop time? If there is, this would be the best assassination method. And just now, he personally felt the existence of this ability. Hisoka, let's go. Don't mess with people like this. The corner of Hisoka's mouth twitched. He glanced in the direction where Emolin left, then turned around and left with Ilmi. Emolin had no idea how much his teasing had shaken Hisoka and Ilmi's hearts. I'm Emolin, the owner of Wanja Blind Box Store, and I just want to focus on my business. The blind box store opened on time at 8:01 in the morning. After waiting for 10 minutes, two quarreling voices came from outside the blind box shop. Gone, slow down, why are you in such a hurry? Killua, there's no time left. The match with Hisoka is only a few days away. The most urgent thing is to become stronger. Bang! The glass door of the blind box shop was pushed open, and Gon dragged Killua straight to the counter of the blind box shop. Boss, give me another 20 intermediate blind boxes. Chapter 7. Pa. A fair little hand slammed the black bank card heavily on the counter of the blind box shop. Here we come! Here we come! Emolin, who was lying on a recliner reading a comic book, suddenly jumped up. His eyes lit up as if he had seen the god of wealth. Wrong! It's the god of wealth! Gone, Killua, hello! As soon as Killua entered Emolin's sight, information about him appeared in Emolin's mind. Name, Killua Zaldik. Race, human. Identity, the third son of the Zaldik family. Strength, newcomer. Hearing Emolin calling out his name, Killua took 2 steps backwards, a sign of his vigilance that he had developed over a long period of time. Gon, who was standing beside him, sensed Killua's vigilance and slapped his head. Killua, I forgot to tell you that Boss Emolin is a god. As long as a customer enters the blind box store, he knows all the other person's information. The first time I came to the store, owner Emolin recognized me. Are you omniscient and omnipotent? Killua looked at Gon in disbelief, and from Gon's determined eyes, he understood that this was probably true. What kind of person can know all the information about the other party? This boss Emolin is really unfathomable. After recovering from the shock, Killua responded to Emolin with a polite smile. Hello. Boss Emolin. Out of the killer instinct, Killua greeted Emolin. I scanned everything in the blind box store vigilantly. Is this the blind box store that Gon mentioned? The floor of the store is still bumpy dirt. Where the legs of the wooden counter are embedded in the dirt, a few small mushrooms have grown because of the long-term embedding. In the corner of the wall where the counter is against, moss is slowly climbing up. Simple. As soon as he entered the store, Killua's first impression of this place was that it was simple. For Killua, who grew up in the Zaldik family, this place is several times more shabby than his family's underground warehouse. However, the simple environment only attracted Killua's attention for a few seconds, and Emolin standing in front of him occupied his entire attention. The first time Killua entered a strange place, he activated his mind and was ready at all times. This was his habit as a killer. However, even though Emolin was standing in front of him, he could not feel his presence or breath. This is a horrible thing. Father Silva once told me that there are only 2 kinds of people in this world who can make my breath disappear. One is the dead. The other type is people whose strength has reached a certain level where they can hide their strength within their bodies. This type of person can even kill him easily. When Killua tried to retract his thoughts, a subtle mental force hit Killua's brain. Boom! He felt as if his head had been hit and it exploded. Killua, you can't use telekinesis in this store. Emolin smiled with narrowed eyes. Oh, okay. So strong. Terribly strong. Killua's heart couldn't stop beating fast because he had just offended a super powerful person. Such a being could even kill his father easily, yet he was blatantly using his thoughts to test the other party. The more Killua thought about it, the more nervous he felt. The strong should not be offended. This is a principle he learned since childhood. When a killer encounters someone he is no match for, he should just run away. But Gon is still here. Emolin didn't know that he didn't even realize that his little act of pretense almost scared Killua psychologically. After all, he could not have imagined that the Zaldik family, a family of assassins, would instill these ideas in their children since childhood. Even so, Emolin also saw Killua's nervousness and couldn't help but say, Killua, don't be nervous, this is just a blind box store. As long as you follow the rules of the store and come here to buy blind boxes, you are a customer. In the blind box store, Killua's extremely nervous mood was relieved after hearing Emolin's words. He also felt that the boss in front of him had no ill intentions, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. Of course, he still hadn't let go of the big stone in his heart. He had just offended and tested the other party. After all, this person could very likely kill his father easily. With Emolin's words, Killua stood obediently beside Gon, waiting for the next blind box purchase. Although he was still very nervous about Emolin's strength, he was now 100% sure that this place would definitely improve his and Gon's strength. I actually encountered the situation of becoming stronger by spending money. Unlike Killua, who was nervous, Gon felt relaxed when he came to the store for the second time. He skillfully handed the card in his hand to Emolin and spoke. "Boss, give me 20 intermediate blind boxes first." "Okay. Please wait." Emolin took the card and went into the store's storeroom. As expected of one of the protagonists of the Hunter world, the Zaldik family has trained Killua very well. From the moment the two entered the store, Killua's every move was under Emolin's surveillance. In the blind box store, he is invincible. This guy actually used the mental energy that he had just cultivated to test himself. But on the other hand, if you think about it the other way around, there will be many people who come to buy the blind box in the future who will offend Killua like this. What a headache! Picking up 20 intermediate blind boxes, Emolin walked out of the storage room and placed the blind boxes on the counter. The small counter was piled high with blind boxes. Take out the pose machine dedicated to the Hunter world and swipe the card handed over by Gon. Ding, spend 200 million to quit. As soon as 200 million genie were swiped, the system notification sounded in Emolin's mind. Ding, 200 blind box points have arrived. 200 blind box points. Emolin's eyelids twitched slightly. This was Gon's total consumption yesterday. Moreover, he just checked the balance on the card and found that there was still 100 million genie. As a good salesperson, it is a basic skill to sell the right products to your customers and make them empty their wallets. I, Emolin, am still too comprehensive. Your 20 intermediate blind boxes are all here. All blind boxes must be opened in the store. This is the rule of the blind box store. I will explain the functions and effects of the items I prescribe to you. I hope you can get good items. Emolin said calmly. Thank you, boss. Killua bowed politely, thanked the boss, and walked to the counter and carefully picked up a mid-level blind box, holding it in his hand to examine it. This black intermediate blind box is not even as big as his palm. How could it contain the treasures that Gon had yesterday? In fact, the existence of blind boxes is beyond Killua's understanding. However, Emolin's strength gave him more trust. According to the boss, treasures from all over the world can be found in the blind box. The higher the level of the blind box, the higher the probability of finding treasures. Yesterday, Gon's Star Platinum stand fragments were opened from a mid-level blind box. Judging from the functions of the items opened, a high-level blind box is likely to open a complete stand. Killua began his first journey of opening a blind box. He opened the buckle cover on the blind box. A burst of golden light poured out from the box, illuminating the entire room with golden splendor. This is... Killua, who saw this scene for the first time, was a little overwhelmed, but Gon beside him had already started exclaiming. Golden legend, Killua, you are so lucky. Emolin, standing in front of the counter, narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips to hide the rage in his heart. Depend on. Another withdrawal. This blind box must have a story. Maybe it has something to do with luck, otherwise Gon and Killua, the two protagonists of the Hunter world, would be able to make money frequently. This is not scientific. When the golden light faded, a 2-meter-high pink door appeared in front of Killua. A pink door? Chapter 8. A pink door. Killua learned from Gon's words yesterday that the appearance of golden light in the blind box means that what is opened is at least equivalent to the Star Platinum stand fragment from yesterday. This pink door in front of me must have magical effects. Boss, what's the use of this door? Gon asked, pointing at the pink door. Before touching the pink door and understanding the information, Emolin had already recognized it. Isn't this the fat blue guy's door? You can get anywhere you want to go as long as you think about where you want to go. Is this what can be found in a mid-level blind box? System, do you want to see how biased you are? Emolin stretched out his right hand and gently touched the Anywhere door with his fingertips. Information about the Anywhere door flooded into Emolin's mind. Ding Anywhere door, Youth Edition, whatever you want is where you go. However, young man, the Youth Edition can only be used 10 times. Really? The system is shit. The Youth version is a castrated version. However, Fat Blue's original door is too amazing. It can be used without restrictions and can even reach the moon directly. It is still not qualified for the intermediate blind box. Is it because the intermediate blind box is not working hard enough? Every time there is a mid-level blind box that doesn't work hard, the one selling the eyebrow pencils will be exposed online. Emolin now roughly understands the limit of the items that can be opened in the intermediate blind box. For concept-level treasures such as the Anywhere door and the Universal Capsule, the intermediate capsule can at most open a weakened version. This thing is called the Anywhere door. As long as you silently think of the place you want to go, you can reach your destination by opening the door. However, this thing can only be used 10 times. After 10 times, the door will disappear. Emolin explained to Gon and Killua. Ah! Then I can go back to Whale Island right away to visit Aunt Mito. And I can always go see Kurapika and Leorio. That's great, Killua. After learning about the function of the Anywhere door, Gon jumped up excitedly. In contrast to Gon's excitement, Killua was so shocked by the function of the Anywhere door that he was speechless. According to a killer's thinking, this thing can reach the assassination location at any time and come and go without a trace. Moreover, its functions can make people all over the world crazy. Fortunately, it can only be used 10 times, otherwise, Killua can imagine what kind of dangerous situation he and Gon will be in once this treasure is exposed. Gon, use the Universal Capsule to put away the portal. Good. Gon took out the Universal Capsule, Youth version, and put the door into it. There were still 19 blind boxes left, so Gon and Killua worked together to speed up the process of opening the remaining blind boxes. With bursts of light flashing, various items are opened from the blind box. Ding! A bottle of 1982 lay-by, from Earth OL World. Lay-by is more awesome than Sprite. Ding! A complete set of books on postpartum care for sows, from the captive world of gourmet food. After learning it, postpartum care for a 30,000 pound sow is no problem. Ding! Nami's bra, from the One Piece world, in my opinion, not as good as the Empress's bra. Ding! Airplane Memorial Cup, from the ultra-comprehensive universe world. Every male giant of light is a stumbling block on the road to growth. Ding! Boots of swiftness, from the King's world, run faster after leaving the battle. When Emolin saw this thing, his brows furrowed. Ultraman also uses this? Most of the items in the 19 blind boxes this time are useless. Killua and Gon were not interested in things like underwear and snacks, and their biggest gain this time was the Anywhere door and the boots of swiftness. Congratulations! Killua, these are the boots of swiftness. Wearing them will increase your movement speed by 15%. However, this effect can only be used when you are not in combat. The boots will automatically fit the shape of your feet once you put them on. Boss Emolin, is there a strength limit for this thing? After listening to Emolin's introduction, Killua immediately discovered the key point. No. Emolin replied. No? If not, then this pair of swiftness boots would be too amazing. Increasing the speed of a strong man with extremely fast movement speed by 15% is an extremely terrifying thing. Even if it can only be used out of combat, it is still extremely useful. It's a magical weapon. Is there anything else I can help you with? Emolin looked at Killua. You have spent 200 million genie today and bought 20 intermediate blind boxes, but you got a golden item Anywhere door, Youth Edition, and Swift Boots. You are very lucky. I dare not even think about it. If you strike while the iron is hot and open another high-end blind box, taking advantage of this luck, it will definitely be a golden legend. Emolin held up the high-end blind box and introduced it in front of Killua. He has a deep understanding of the psychology of these gamblers who open blind boxes. He only needs to induce or guide customers with words to make them buy satisfactory products. Golden legend, what comes out is either a divine weapon or a treasure that can improve your strength. 100 million genie will increase your strength. When you face your brother Ilmi, you will be able to fight him. Ilmi. When Emolin mentioned Ilmi, Killua's face gradually turned red. His relationship with Ilmi can be said to be incompatible, but his strength has always been weak, and when facing Ilmi, he is almost always the abused party. What could be more important than improving your strength? Emolin's words were like the devil's whisper. Killua reached into his pocket, took out the bank card and handed it to Emolin. Boss Emolin, give me another high-end blind box. Okay, I'll take out the premium blind box for you right away. Take the card, swipe the card, and take out the high-end blind box, all in one go. Thank you, 100 million. Now is the start-up stage, Emolin will not miss any opportunity to sell blind boxes. When it becomes bigger and stronger, it will limit the purchase. Gon looked at the high-end blind box in Killua's hand and was also very excited. The white jade shell of the box made his eyes shine. Open! Killua didn't hesitate and opened the box immediately after getting it. He was still muttering, withdraw money, withdraw money. I must withdraw money. Emolin looked at the funny scene with mixed feelings. Blind boxes are really harmful. Look how smart the child is. He has become an expert in opening boxes after just his first visit. But the gods cannot save the innocent, and money cannot change fate. If you can get gold, What? Golden legend. Emolin's thoughts were still at the stage of being unsure, and in the blink of an eye, a golden light flashed again. It's purer and more genuine than the gold color just now. The light faded, and a yellow fruit with a swirling pattern floated in the air, with lightning-like thorns protruding from the surface of the fruit. Devil fruit? The strange appearance of the yellow fruit immediately reminded Emolin of the devil fruit in the world of One Piece. Eating a devil fruit will give you special powers. This time it was not Gon and Killua's turn to ask. Emolin touched the fruit floating in the air to read the information. Ding! Thunder fruit, a natural devil fruit from the world of One Piece, a more comprehensive devil fruit than HxH. It has both attack and speed. This fruit does not have the weakness of losing power when touching sea water. The thunder fruit is one of the natural type devil fruits in One Piece, and it has almost no shortcomings. The elemental lightning itself possesses an extremely high movement speed and terrifying destructive power, and is simply synonymous with speed and power. Moreover, Anil also relies on the thunder fruit, through the fusion of the electric wave ability and the mind network observation haki, to achieve large-scale monitoring of the entire island of God. This time even Emolin was a little envious. The thunder fruit that was not affected by sea water was a bug. Boss, can you introduce this thing to us? After a few seconds of silence, Killua asked Emolin. He read the shock in Emolin's subtle expression, which proved that the fruit in front of him was really a good thing. It can surprise even the boss. This thing is called the thunder fruit. After eating it, you can transform into lightning. You can even transform your body elements into lightning and become immune to physical attacks. Great! Killua, your strength can also be enhanced. Eat him now. After listening to Emolin's explanation, Gon immediately grabbed Killua's arm and congratulated him. Compared to Gon's joy, Killua's head seemed to be about to explode. Emolin's short words, transform into lightning and be immune to physical attacks, made Killua feel an inexplicable feeling in his heart. There was joy mixed with the shock, and the power that was about to be gained in my consciousness dispelled a certain fear in my heart. It seems that my luck is a little too good. I can get such a treasure from the first high-end blind box. He let out a long sigh, grabbed the thunder fruit floating in the air with his right hand, and was about to put it into his mouth. Emolin seemed to have thought of something, and just as he was about to speak, he heard a scream of pain. Vomit. It was like an old rural dry toilet that had not been cleaned for 10 years, combined with the strange smell fermented by the scorching heat of August, exploding in the mouth. For power. Killua forced himself to swallow the entire thunder fruit into his mouth, chewed it quickly, and swallowed it directly. Everything was done within a few seconds, and Emolin's words just popped out of his mouth. The thunder fruit tastes very disgusting, but as long as you eat a little bit, the power will remain in your body. You don't have to eat it all. Boss, ugh. You, ugh. Chapter 9. After seeing off Gon and Killua, Emolin returned to his recliner. Today, 300 million blind boxes of GNI were traded, and 300 blind box points have been credited to the account. System, call up the host panel. Ding, open the host panel. Owner of Wanja Blind Box Store, Emolin. None. Personal skills, N's 4 basic skills, world stand-in. Own blind box? No. Owned items, 3 senzu beans. Blind box points 300. Emolin looked at the richer system panel and felt delighted. He had earned 500 blind box points in just 2 days. This speed was quite fast. Judging from the attitude of Gon and Killua, they will definitely come to the blind box store to shop in the next 2 days. By then, they will collect 1000 blind box points and do 10 consecutive draws. Emolin is no longer in a hurry to improve his strength. As long as he doesn't waste time in the next 2 days, he can still protect himself in the Sky Arena with his world stand and basic Nen practice. I wonder if 10 consecutive draws can increase the drop rate a bit. Emolin muttered to himself. Hey, we have to wait a little longer. I hope there will be more fat leaks like Gon and Killua. On the other side, in Wing's bedroom, he was asking his apprentices Zoisai, Gon and Killua about their whereabouts. Zoisai, you are not a child who can lie. Wing's expression was serious, with some questions in his tone. Zoisai, who was standing in front of Wing, tilted his head to the side, not daring to look his master in the eye. I don't know. Zoisai was trembling with nervousness as he spoke, and the cold sweat on his head betrayed him. According to Wing's request, Gon and Killua should be practicing in the room at this time. It started at 8 o'clock in the morning and it is already 12 o'clock. The two of them disappeared for 4 points. Wing was a little angry. The match with Hisoka was still a few days away, but the two of them disappeared for half a day. Wing didn't need to care about this kind of thing, but after getting along with her for a while. In his heart, he had completely regarded the two as his own disciples. When he asked Zoisai about their whereabouts, Zoisai's hesitancy made him suspicious. Now, he has been confronting Zoisai for half an hour. In the morning, Zoisai met Gon and Killua who were about to go out. Killua asked him to keep it a secret for them and said he would be back soon. Before leaving, Killua's words kept him going until now. Zoisai, we are friends. Thank you for keeping a secret for your friends. Zoisai, who was still very young, was fooled by Killua's words, we are friends. Bang! The door to Wing's bedroom was flung open, and the first to rush into the room were the green-haired and white-haired. Gon Killua. When Zoisai saw the two of them, his eyes suddenly turned red. If the two of them didn't come, he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. But, I, Zoisai, cannot betray my friends. Zoisai, get out first. I need to talk to Gon and Killua alone. Looking at Wing with a serious face, the two looked at each other and thought to themselves that something was not good. According to their plan, they should have returned before 10 o'clock, but Killua, who had just obtained new abilities, couldn't help but drag Gon to the nearby wasteland to test the new abilities. Finally, it turned into a flash of lightning and ran farther and farther, and then, it got lost. I didn't get back until noon. With a bang, the door of the room was closed. Zoisai's departure made the atmosphere in the house more tense. Wing had a serious expression and wanted to ask the two what they were doing. Unexpectedly, Killua beat him to it. I'm sorry, Master Wing. Gon and I encountered something regarding our training, Killua said sincerely. When Wing heard that it was about cultivation, his heart tightened and his serious expression turned into concerned tension. He quickly asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen while you were practicing? If there was such a situation, you should have told me immediately. The two children in front of me are both geniuses that only appear once in a million, and there is an imminent competition." Wing was very worried that the two of them would go astray in their practice because of their eagerness for quick success, which would be counterproductive. No, it's like this. Killua told Wing everything that had happened to him and Gon in the past 2 days, word for word. In just 2 days, the expression on Wing's face was more exciting than the face-changing performance in Sichuan opera. Exclamations continued. It was not until Killua transformed part of his body into elements that Wing completely believed everything Killua said. Looking at Killua's right arm transformed into a lightning element, Wing could feel a terrifying aura from it. It was thunder and lightning. It's incredible. You two, follow me to the training ground and have a competition. Wing planned to experiment himself to see to what extent the two people's strength improved, and if there was really a way to become stronger by spending money. Then the whole world will go crazy about it. If it is confirmed that Killua's strength has been greatly enhanced by eating the thunder fruit, then this matter must be reported to President Netero. 5 minutes later, at the 205th floor of the Sky Arena, the simulated forest training ground. Wing fought against Killua and Gon alone, and his disciple Zoisai was also brought over to serve as a spectator of the duel. The atmosphere in the venue was solemn, and both sides stared at each other closely. Although the two sides were dozens of meters apart, Wing could still feel Killua's tremendous life energy, which was the evolution caused by a qualitative leap in strength. Sizzle sizzle. Killua directly transformed into an element. Having just eaten the thunder fruit, he understood what Emolin meant by element transformation with his extraordinary talent and high IQ. However, now he can only elementalize part of his body. Killua, whose lower body elementalizes into lightning, moves extremely fast. With the sound of whoosh, he appeared behind Wing. So fast. Before Wing made his next move, Gon also formed a seal, earth-style, earth flow wall. His thoughts poured into the ground beneath Wing's feet, and the unusual movement under his feet made Wing feel the breath of danger. With a light tap of the sole of his foot, Wing leaped into the air. While he was in mid-air, Killua took the opportunity to attack. Discharge. A bolt of electricity shot out from Killua's fingertips and headed straight for Wing, who was flying in the air. The smell of the electric current made Wing feel dangerous. This electric current could not be connected head-on. Tangle. It is one of the 4 basic abilities of meditation and also the most basic skill of meditation. The usage of entangle tends to be reinforcement and defense. Wing in mid-air releases the Nen in his body, and the thick Nen wraps around Wing's body. Bang! The electric current hit Wing, knocking him back and smashing him to the ground. The dust on the ground was kicked up and obscured Killua and Gon's vision. Wing, who was hit, was shocked by Killua's attack. The entanglement launched by a practitioner like him who had practiced Nen for many years was actually broken by an electric current. It seems that I really need to go and check out this blind box store. But before that, I still have a good fight with the two kids. Chapter 10. Wing knew clearly that with the talents of Gon and Killua, he might be pinned to the ground and beaten by them in 2 years. Now is the time to exchange a few moves with the two of them and experience the feeling of being a master. Wing is indeed an old Nen practitioner, and he has mastered the 4 basic Nen practices to the core. Since he was not gifted, he could only practice according to the Nen practice method of heart source flow taught by his master Biski. While the dust was covering his figure, Wing used his ultimate move, Ju is also one of the four major elements, focusing on recovery and concealment. Wing used his mind to tighten and isolate the qi and breath in his body, making his presence felt weaker. However, this concealment method also had its disadvantages, which was that in the absolute state, his defense against Nen was almost zero. However, Wing's long years of practice allowed him to switch to entanglement for defense when facing an attack at the 0 point. Wing in the ZE state chose to attack Gon first. No matter how you look at it, Killua, who was crackling all over, didn't look like someone who was easy to mess with. The smoke cleared and Wing disappeared from Gon and Killua's sight. Oops! Gon, be careful! Killua yelled at Gon. Gon, who had no defense capabilities, would definitely become Wing's first target, while he himself was completely immersed in the power of thunder and lightning. I forgot to stay calm during the fight and carefully analyze the opponent's situation. Killua was secretly annoyed and rushed towards Gon. At this time, Wing had come behind Gon. He lifted Gon's collar with one hand and started practicing, generating extra qi all over his body. Together with entanglement, he focused his mind and released a stronger aura. He suppressed Gon's aura and threw him out of the field. Bang! Gon is eliminated. Zoisai, standing outside the competition venue, was completely stunned. The dazzling skills and fleeting opportunities made him feel like he was dreaming. Didn't you two just start practicing? What the hell is that rising earth wall and that crackling electric current? Didn't we say we were good friends? You mutated secretly without telling your best friend, right? Good, good, good. Zoisai, who was watching the game from the sidelines, was completely flushed. The fight on the field was still going on. Gon's elimination made Killua completely let go. The electric current in his body continued to increase, and lightning surged out of his body. All the surrounding trees were knocked down, and the small training ground was completely flattened by lightning. Thunder palm. The electric current surging out of the body began to gather towards the palms. He spread his hands out and the electric current as thick as his thighs blasted towards Wing. 1, 2, 3. Wing activated condensation, concentrating his energy on his feet, increasing his movement speed and dodging incoming lightning. Every time an electric current hit the ground, it created a large hole. Wing dodged and looked back at the charred soil struck by lightning, smacking his lips repeatedly. What a terrifying attack power! The battle ended with Wing's surrender. The lightning attack released by Killua was too powerful and destroyed the battlefield with just one strike. If the fight continued like this, Wing was afraid that the money in his pocket would not be enough to pay the compensation. In the battle with Killua, Wing also witnessed the power of the Thunder Fruit. It has strong attack power and extremely fast movement speed, but the elementalization that Killua mentioned is not invincible. When launching hard, Wing hit Killua, punching him away. Hard is an advanced applied skill that combines the 5 skills of entanglement, absolute, training, release and condensation, and is a means of comprehensively applying all the Nen. First, use the condensation technique to gather all the qi to a certain part of the body, such as the right hand, and then use the wrapping technique to wrap all the emitted qi in that part to increase the density of the qi. At this time, a small amount of qi will still escape from other parts of the body, so use Ju to eliminate the qi in other parts. At this time, the place where Ning is used will receive 100% of the thoughts from the body and be greatly strengthened. As long as you recite enough, you can hit Killua's elemental body. However, this was enough to shock Wing. Killua's ability was indeed enough to fight against him in just one day after obtaining the Thunder Fruit. If Wing hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed the setting that having money can make you stronger. However, from Killua's description of the blind box shop owner in person, Wing can feel that the owner of the blind box shop, Emolin, is a man of terrifying strength. Gon's description is even more outrageous. What it felt like to see everything in the store being destroyed, and then everything seemed to go back in time, with the destroyed facilities in the store restored to their original state. Gon, do you want to listen to what you are saying? That's going back in time. If all this is true, then the owner of the blind box store is in real danger. This matter must be reported to President Netero immediately. On the other side. After the battle, Zoisai stood in front of Gon and Killua, with a tearful tone in her voice. How did you become so powerful? What have you been doing behind my back these past 2 days? You said you were good friends, but I didn't expect you were secretly trying to get stronger behind my back. In just a simple competition, Zoisai found that the gap between himself and Gon and Killua was getting bigger and bigger, which was really hurtful to his self-esteem. Okay. Zoisai, let's go back first. The top priority now is to report the matter of the blind box store to the president as soon as possible. Although the matter is very bizarre, once President Netero arrives, he will believe everything. In Wing's room. As soon as the battle was over, Wing dragged the 3 children back to the room and informed them of the importance of the matter. Then reported to President Netero. Master Wing. With the support of Gon and Killua, Wing called Netero. Hello. Is this President Netero? Inside the World Blind Box Store. Emolin, who has nothing to do, is using the blind box store's authority to observe the current situation of Gon and Killua after they have acquired new abilities. After learning that Wing was involved in the matter and informed Netero of the existence of the blind box store, Emolin is ecstatic. Isaac Netero is the chairman of the Hunter Association and the review committee in the Hunter x Hunter world. The current ceiling of human combat power in the Hunter world. None of this matters. The important thing is, as the ceiling of the Hunter world, he must be very rich. Emolin is now eager to get a group of rich leaks to buy blind boxes. So, hello, I'm fine, everyone is fine. Because of the rules of the blind box store, Emolin cannot solicit customers on his own. This is too cheap for a time traveler with a system. Therefore, so far, the source of leaks for blind box stores can only be old customers bringing in new customers. Now that Netero is here, the disaster relief food from the Imperial Court has arrived. Chapter 11. Western Continent, Ancient Ganyu Kingdom, Hunter Association. In the office of President Netero. A short humanoid with a head shaped like a green bean stood in front of Netero's desk and answered the call from Wing. The old man with ponytail and white beard standing next to him was listening to Wing's report with great interest. Wing told President Netero everything he had taught Gon and Killua, as well as the experience they had in the blind box store. Okay, Wing, I'm at Hunter headquarters right now, and it'll take a day to get to the Sky Arena. Wing's description made Netero very interested in Emolin's blind box store. A fruit that grants you lightning powers if you eat it. Crush it to gain a skill scroll. And a universal capsule that can hold any inanimate object. The owner of that blind box store is very powerful and seems to have the ability to turn back time. Interesting, so interesting. I never thought that I would encounter things beyond common sense at my age. I must go to this blind box store. Bean-faced man, get ready, we're heading to the Sky Arena right away. President, didn't we just promise Mr. Zeno from the Zaldik family that we would go to the Kajin Empire together? As Netero's personal secretary, Dumianran's main job every day is to arrange Netero's itinerary, and his schedule for the past week has been full. Is that so? Just as Netero was thinking, a noisy voice came from the other end of the phone. Don't we have a portal? We can use it to go directly to President Netero. Gone, the Anywhere door can only be used 10 times. It's okay, Killua. You might find more magical and powerful items in the blind box store in the future. All right. Suddenly, a red door appeared in front of Netero, appearing out of nowhere without any warning. The bean-faced man was also frightened by the sudden appearance of the red door and hid behind Netero. This is... Before Netero could think any more, the door opened. We're here, President Netero, hello. Gon came out of the door with a bang, and then Killua, Wing, and Zoisai all walked out of the door. Netero looked through the door frame and saw that there was a room on the other side of the door. He asked curiously. Is this the magical item you got from the blind box store? Yes, President Netero, it's called Anywhere Door. You can get there just by saying where you want to go. But it can only be used 10 times. Gon explained. In just one sentence, Netero was shocked twice. Can you get to where you want to go just by saying the name of the place? Such a miraculous thing can actually be used 10 times. This made Netero even more determined to go to the blind box store. He wanted to see who opened this magical blind box store. Is this Nin, or something else? As the ceiling of human combat power, Netero's understanding of Nin may be better than anyone else, and there are many magical abilities among Nin. However, the more powerful the Nin, the higher the restrictions. While gaining powerful strength, the backlash from the constraints and oaths will be stronger. Could this boss's blind box be a type of Nin? The more he thought about this, the more curious Netero became. Bean-faced man, I'll be back soon. If anyone wants to see me, tell them I'm going to the Sky Arena and I'll be back soon. After saying that, Netero rolled up his long sleeves and swept Gon and the other 3 away, then went straight into the Anywhere Door and closed it with a bang. Only the bean-faced man was left alone, standing in front of Netero's desk, looking at the pile of documents on the table. My scalp tingles. Bang! Just as President Netero was leaving the office door was pushed open. The person who came was none other than Cheadle Yorkshire, the dog from the 12 earthly branches. President Netero, I have something to discuss with you. Secretary Demian. Where is the Netero venue? The bean-faced man sighed, raised his head from the documents, and spoke weakly. The president just went to the Sky Arena. If it's urgent, you can go directly to the Sky Arena. Ah? Wasn't the president here just now? Yorkshire asked back. The bean-faced man pointed in the direction of the arbitrary door and spoke. Yes, he just left. Northwest Continent, Mingbo Republic, Sky Arena. In Wing's room, an old man, a young man, and 3 children were sitting together. The old man is excited, the young man is serious, and the child is uncomfortable. What a strange picture! Netero looked at the decorations in the house in front of him and saw the sign of Sky Arena, and then he was sure that he had indeed arrived in another continent. The distance of thousands of kilometers was really crossed in an instant. It's amazing! It's amazing! Netero was now dancing around in excitement like a little kid. At the age of 120, he has been invincible in the human world for many years, so much so that even in his old age, he constantly seeks new excitement. Such an energetic, interesting, and sometimes seemingly absent-minded old man has lost all interest in this world that he has almost seen through. Unexpectedly. Today, a big surprise suddenly came to him. Blind box shop of all worlds, this shop that can open anything suddenly appears in Netero's life. He couldn't wait to see this magical shop that Gon and Killua had mentioned. Let's set off right away. Having said that, Netero dragged Wing and the others out of the house and ran towards the blind box shop. President, wait a minute. Wing interrupted Netero. You are too conspicuous, President. The Hunter Association's president appearing in the Sky Arena will attract the attention of countless eyes. Our plan to go to the blind box store may also be ruined. So we have to dress up in disguise. Wing found a piece of clothing from the closet nearby and asked Netero to change into it. Netero can be said to be one of the top figures in human society. Wherever he appears, he will cause a sensation. What's more, it's a place like the Sky Arena where all kinds of people mix together. After Wing and his friends packed up, they went straight to the blind box store. On the other side, Emolin, who was slacking off in the blind box store, saw from the surveillance footage of Gon and Killua. He was also very excited when he saw Netero and learned that Netero was coming. Netero can be said to be a more valuable golden leek than Gon and Killua. No, even the term golden leek cannot describe Netero. As the president of the Hunter Association, why shouldn't he have 18 billion ringgits on him? Maybe they are all few. Hunter itself is the most profitable profession in the world. The money from the sale of a Hunter Association card can allow an ordinary person's descendants to have no worries about food and drink for 7 generations. Netero, my upcoming super big leak. Chapter 12. Boss Emolin. Long time no see. With a clang, the door of the blind box store was pushed open, and Gon excitedly greeted Emolin, who was lying on the recliner. Here we come. Hearing the familiar voice, Emolin suppressed the joy in his heart, stood up and walked towards Gon and the others. In the first row of the crowd were 3 children, Gon, Killua, and Zoisai, with Wing and Netero standing behind them. Emolin fixed his gaze on Netero. Seeing with his own eyes the ceiling of human combat power in the hunter world, he felt a little excited. Information about Netero appeared in Emolin's mind. Name, Isaac Netero. Race, human. Occupation, Hunter Association and Chairman of the Review Committee. Strength, human peak. As expected of the president of Netero, his strength is so domineering. Welcome to the Wanja Blind Box Store. Here, you can open all kinds of things from all over the world. Everyone, the rules are on the whiteboard on the wall. Gon and Killua are old customers of the store, so I won't introduce them to the newcomers. Okay, thank you, boss. Gon and the others followed Emolin's instructions and looked at the whiteboard hanging on the wall. The first line of the whiteboard clearly read the rules of the Wanja Blind Box Store. Gon and Killua's purchases made Emolin realize that he should write down the store's rules to save himself from explaining them over and over again. Wanja Blind Box Store Rules. 1. There are currently 3 types of blind boxes in the store: Primary Blind Box, 1 million GNI, Intermediate Blind Box, 10 million GNI, Advanced Blind Box, 100 million GNI. Subsequent blind box updates will be put on the shelves simultaneously. 2. It is prohibited to damage any items in the blind box store. If you damage them once, you will be banned from entering the blind box store for life. 3. Returns are prohibited in blind box stores. Those who return products will receive a discount. 4. The owner of the blind box store will explain to you how to use the items you open. 5. The blind boxes in the blind box shop can be purchased by credit card, cash, or exchanged for items of equivalent value. P.S. The rules of the blind box store will be supplemented or deleted according to the situation. Emolin wrote the rules of the blind box store on the whiteboard very clearly, and Netero, Wing and Zoisai, who came to the store for the first time, understood them all after just one look. Pay the money to buy the goods. No returns or damage to the items in the store. Netero stroked his long grey beard, looked at Emolin and smiled. Boss, first give me 10 high-level blind boxes and 100 mid-level blind boxes. Oh shit! Emolin exclaimed in his heart. He really deserves to be the president of the Hunter Association. With a wave of his hand, the aura of a wealthy man comes to you. He is so handsome. Okay. President Netero, Chinjui, 2 billion rings. Byte. Transaction, card swipe, and pick up the goods. All done in one go. There are a total of 110 blind boxes, and so many blind boxes are piled on the counter, as high as a small mountain. President Netero, you are really rich. 2 billion genies is not a small number. It takes 200 million genies to defeat 200 consecutive levels of the Sky Arena, and these genies took Gon and Killua a long time to get. Netero spending 2 billion yens feels like spending 20 yens. Spending money is like breathing. Everyone, come together. Netero distributed 100 intermediate blind boxes to Gon and the other 3. If they hadn't told him about this place, it would have taken who knows how long it would have taken to discover it. Such fun things should of course be shared by everyone. Only under Netero's strong request did Gon and his other 3 accept the blind boxes. And 10 high-end blind boxes are Netero's goal today. Based on what Gon and Killua got from the blind boxes, it can be speculated that the things obtained from high-level blind boxes should be much more valuable than those from mid-level blind boxes. What you gain can be used by yourself. At this time, Emolin began to remind, 10 blind boxes can be opened at the same time. If you open them at the same time, the possibility of obtaining precious treasures will be greater. Just recite in your mind and open 10 blind boxes. Emolin learned this rule from the system in order to find out whether he could make 10 consecutive draws. This dog system hides everything and won't tell you everything all at once, just letting you explore and run into obstacles. Oh! Thank you, boss. Netero said to himself, open 10 high-end blind boxes. Then, the 10 high-end blind boxes on the counter began to glow one by one. White, white, and white. From Gon's draw, Netero learned that the white light represented the lowest quality items, followed by purple and gold. Useful items are purple and high quality, high value, and useful items are gold. Purple, white, 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 purple, white, gold. Withdrawal. Emolin thought secretly. At this moment, Emolin somewhat believed that the luck of the characters in the Hunter world had something to do with the chance of winning the blind box. Otherwise, it cannot explain why Gon, Killua, and Netero were able to withdraw money one after another. The probability of getting gold from the blind box itself is terribly low. However, everyone who has purchased the blind box has cashed out during their first purchase, including Emolin. Wow! Good stuff! Netero's eyes were attracted by the gold color that burst out of the blind box. Gold represents good products, and good products mean that this thing is quite good. The high-level blind box, the gold that exploded disappeared completely, and an emerald green pill was suspended in the air. The warm and crystal clear emerald green pill exuded a fatal attraction to Netero. This attraction reminded Netero of the time when he had not eaten for dozens of days in order to practice many years ago. At that time, the tempting aroma of a small apple aroused endless desire in his body. However, Netero, who had practiced for many years, suppressed this desire. He raised the pill and handed it to Emolin. Boss, please explain to me the effect of this thing. Emolin lightly touched the pill, and information flooded into his mind. Ding! Physical strength pill, a low-end pill from the world, also known as Tai Tai Le. Children will cry when they eat it, and husbands will cry when they eat it. The commentary given by the system is very unorthodox. However, Emolin still realized the horror of the physical strength pill. If an ordinary person took this pill, it would only allow them to run 10 kilometers without breathing. If someone like Netero were to eat it, he might be able to restore his physical strength to that of his youth. The combination of Netero's physical strength when he was young and Netero's experience when he was old is unimaginable. After a moment of shock, Emolin explained to Netero. You are so lucky. This thing is a great tonic. Netero was stunned by Emolin's first sentence, and Wing beside him also showed an O expression. A tonic! Netero exclaimed. No wonder my body had such a strong desire for this thing just now. It's not appropriate for me to replenish it at my age. Emolin realized that his words had caused Netero to misunderstand him, and he quickly changed his words. This pill is called the physical strength pill. After taking it, you can restore a certain amount of physical strength. After taking it, the elderly can restore their physical strength to the peak of their youth. It's especially suitable for elderly people like you who are big and strong. Buzz. Emolin's words made Netero's silent heart agitated again, and restored his peak physical strength when he was young. Chapter 13. When Netero heard this, a knowing smile appeared on his face. After my restless heart calmed down, waves of shock began to surge in my heart. I never expected that I would be able to return to the peak in my lifetime. It is truly a top-grade elixir. Boss Emolin, this little pill can actually restore my body to its peak strength. Can I try it myself? Netero was now curious about the effects of this pill. It's still a little hard to believe if you don't taste it yourself. Of course, this is what you prescribed. Emolin nodded. However, there is one thing, you cannot damage anything in the store, otherwise you will be banned from entering the blind box store for the rest of your life. Certainly. Netero's control over his body has reached perfection. No matter how much he increases his strength, not a single bit will overflow. Without saying a word, he swallowed the stamina pill into his mouth, closed his eyes tightly, and felt the effect of the pill. As the pill enters your mouth, you can smell a faint fragrance spreading in your mouth. The stamina pill melted in his mouth, turning into a warm current flowing through Netero's body. Feel it. Netero clearly felt the power surging in his body. A mountain on the surface of the body can't help but stand up. The bones all over his body crackled like exploding thunder, shocking the people around him. Then, Netero's eyes slowly opened, they were full of spirit, and Netero had not had such eyes for decades. Netero in his prime is back. Isaac Netero, who is in his prime and has the best telekinetic power in the world, is back. Netero, who has mastered the skill of Nen to the highest level, has tightly wrapped the power in his body on the surface of his skin, without letting any of it leak out. He really deserves to be the ceiling of the hunter world. Emolin said secretly. Even though he was invincible in the store, I was still surprised by Netero's practice to the ultimate state. It was a hazy state at the ceiling of this world. Boss, this physical strength pill is really a good thing. Netero looked at Emolin in amazement, his still crackling bones seemed to remind him that all this was thanks to the physical strength pill. Now Netero just wanted to find a place to vent the telekinesis that was about to surge out of his body. However, there are 2 purple items in front of me. The purple light items opened by the high-level blind box should also be very good. Boss, please help me take another look at these 2 items. Ding 3 Momotaro rice balls, from the Doraemon world, the perfect choice for the harmonious relationship between the Indian brother and the lizard sister-in-law. Ding shadow clone technique, from the Naruto world, don't tell me. Really don't tell me, if I, Child Emperor Yuuki, could learn this kid would not only eat well, but also eat deliciously. Emolin? System, do you want to take a look at what you are explaining? But it is indeed very appropriate. Fortunately, Emolin knew what these things were used for, and he explained them to Netero. These 3 pill-like things are called Momotaro rice balls. As long as you give them to the beast, they will be tamed. This scroll and the scroll used by Gon come from the same place. It requires telekinesis to activate. This technique uses telekinesis to create a physical clone, which evenly distributes the telekinesis of the original body. It has a consciousness independent of the caster's body and a certain ability to resist attacks. After the spell is lifted, the memory and experience of the clone will return to the body. Emolin explained. Netero looked at the Momotaro pill and the shadow clone technique scroll with great interest. It can be said that these 2 things are very suitable for him at the moment. If they are things that improve his strength, they are not suitable for Netero. Netero, who is now at his peak physical strength, can be said to have no rivals in human society. This Momotaro pill can actually tame wild beasts. This ability can be said to be very terrifying. Because Netero knew that in this world, there was a place called the Dark Continent, where ferocious beasts roamed. If you get a chance, maybe you can use it. He was even more interested in the shadow clone technique, which allowed him to create a physical and conscious clone, and the clone's experience could be fed back to the original owner. Netero, who has practiced martial arts for a lifetime, immediately realized that this thing can not only be used for reconnaissance, but also as a cheating device for practice. Netero's long-dormant heart for the Dark Continent has become hot again because of the existence of the blind box store. Great! Great! That's great! Netero smiled, stroking his grey beard. He really wants to find someone who knows his strength when he was young so he can show off. Wait, it seems that Zeno had seen me fight with that guy Maha when he was young. It just so happens that I remember the bean-faced man said that the boy asked me to go to the Kajin Empire together. Wing, I have something else to do. I have to leave first. Ah? President, you are not going to continue purchasing? Wing asked puzzledly. No. Today I came here mainly to see the magical blind box store. Now that I have seen it, if I buy more, the desire in my heart will be completely ignited. Let's stop here today. See you next time, kids. Netero really wants to continue opening blind boxes, but long-term practice has made him understand one thing: know when to stop. He is well aware of this truth. This is the training of Isaac Netero, the president of the Hunter Association and the ceiling of the Hunter world. When Netero was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly stopped, turned around and asked Emolin with a smile. Boss Emolin, if there is a chance, I would like to invite you to compete with me. If there's a chance? Emolin said with a smile. President Netero, please wait a moment. Netero was about to leave when he was stopped by Emolin. Oh? Boss Emolin, what's going on? Netero just spent 2 billion guineas, and the system prompted that the card purchase function has been enabled. When the blind box store sells 1 billion guinea blind boxes, the purchase card function will be automatically enabled. Emolin took out a golden card from his pocket, with 5 big words printed on it, Wanja Blind Box Store. This is? Netero asked as he took the purchase card. This is the latest purchase card launched by our store. With this card, you can go back and forth to the blind box store at any time. When you spend 100 million in the blind box store, you can get this card. No matter where you are in the world, when you hold the Wanja Blind Box Store purchase card, as long as you want to come to the Wanja Blind Box Store, you can come here instantly. The usage time is from 9 AM to 5 PM. This card has different levels. If you spend 100 million francs, you can make a round trip once a day. 1 billion francs, you can make a round trip twice a day. 10 billion francs, you can make a round trip 3 times a day. But there is one thing. You can only return to where you were when you came here in the blind box store. When you come to the blind box store and leave, you can't return to the original starting point. If I'm not in the store, the purchase card will remind you and you can't come to the blind box store. After listening to Emolin's story, Netero and the other 4 people present all stared at the purchase card in Netero's hand. This blind box store purchase card alone is an extremely powerful prop. Although it has some limitations, it can be a life-saving treasure if used properly. Okay, thank you, Boss Emolin. Netero took the purchase card and walked away. The remaining Gon and Killua looked at Emolin eagerly, as if to say, have you forgotten something? Gon, Killua, here are the purchase cards for both of you. Thank you, Boss Emolin X2. Netero left, leaving behind only 1 adult, 3 children and 100 intermediate blind boxes that Netero gave to them. As the manager of the blind box store, Emolin still has to continue serving the remaining customers. He looked at Gon and continued, everyone, the rule of the blind box store is that you can't take the blind boxes away. Please open the remaining blind boxes as soon as possible. Little Zoisai at the side couldn't wait any longer. He turned to look at Wing beside him and begged. Master, can I open these blind boxes now? All right. Gon, Killua, let's do it together. 100 blind boxes, opened one by one. In the entire blind box store, white and purple lights flash alternately. Exclamations, sighs, and groans rang out one after another. When everyone was immersed in the excitement of opening the blind box, Gon let out a cry that resounded through the sky. I opened it, I opened it. Killua, I got the fragments of Star Platinum. Now I have the complete Star Platinum. Gon hugged Killua beside him, holding his shoulders and shaking him excitedly. Congratulations, Gone, but stop shaking. Another star platinum fragment? This time, Emolin really couldn't hold it anymore. The items opened in the blind box should be random items from all over the world. Gon only needs to open more than 20 blind boxes to get the complete star platinum. Is it true that the probability of opening a blind box is determined by luck? Chapter 14. 100 blind boxes have been opened. Only Gon got a gold item, and the best that the others got was Killua, who got 2 purple items, while Zoisai and Wing each got 1 purple item. Emolin looked at all this with satisfaction. This is what is right. If anyone is a good person and buys a few blind boxes, he will make a fortune. The boss will lose a lot of money. Although these withdrawals have nothing to do with me, but seeing others withdrawing money, it seems like I lost a golden legend, which means I lost 2 golden legends. It is a huge trauma to the soul. This draw. Gone. Gold item X1, a fragment of star platinum, from the JoJo world. Collect 3 fragments to summon star platinum. Purple item X1, 3 Bingliang pills, from the Naruto world, pill-shaped compressed food. 1 pill is enough for 1 meal, 3 pills are enough for a whole day. Killua. Purple items times 2, exploding talismans times 10, from the Naruto world. If there are too few, they are useless, but if there are too many, Brother Tsuchiko will do the job. One of the 6 marine styles, Moon Step, from the world of pirates. Left foot steps on right foot steps on the air, 1 step at a time, fly to the top of the treetops. Wing. Purple item X1, Ghost Path, Broken Path 4, White Thunder, from the world of the God of Death. Lightning from the fingertips paralyzes the whole world. Zoisai. Purple item X1, one of the 6 types of the Navy, Iron Block, from the pirate world. As we all know, only Garp's Iron Block is the real Iron Block. Several people were very satisfied with the items they won in the lottery. They got 20 blind boxes for free and also improved their combat power. It was a wonderful day. After seeing off a few people, Emolin began to calculate the blind box points he had won in this lottery. System, call up the host panel. Byte. Owner of Wanja Blind Box Store, Emolin. None. Personal skills, Nan's 4 basic skills, world stand-in. Own blind box? No. Owned items, 3 senzu beans. Blind box point 2300. 2300 blind box points. Get rich. Get rich. A burning desire to open the box was rising in Emolin's heart. As we all know, once people have money, they can't help but want to spend, and the only consumption function of blind box points is to draw blind boxes and purchase items in the system mall. But the things in the system mall are too expensive. Emolin looked at the prices. The world substitute he got from the blind box last time cost 10,000 blind box points. Don't be too outrageous, okay? It has increased 100 times. 100 times. In line with the quality of an experienced box opener, all blind box points will be given priority for raffles in the future. As the saying goes, if you try hard, a bicycle can be turned into a motorcycle, and if you work hard, a motorcycle can be turned into a Mercedes. System, exchange 20 high-level blind boxes for me. Sorry, the exchange failed. Triggered new system rules? After spending some time with the system, Emolin also learned that the current blind box stores are at level 1 and there are only 3 types of blind boxes. The information displayed by the system at the beginning is basic information. More information can only be obtained by Emolin triggering, such as the current situation. After Emolin's inquiry, he learned from the system that the current blind box points are at level 1 and only 1000 blind box points can be consumed every day. Only when his blind box sales exceed 10,000, can the Wanja blind box store be upgraded to level 2 and increase consumption capacity. Host, please sell 10 billion blind boxes as soon as possible, so that the second level blind box store can open more new functions. Good, good, good. Trying hunger marketing, hey? The system has to be triggered every time to get more information, which makes Emolin often run into obstacles in the system. Okay. 1000 blind box points, let's just have 1000 blind box points. 10 high-end blind boxes first. Ding exchange for 10 advanced blind boxes, current consumption is 1000 blind box points, remaining is 1210 blind box points. Today's consumption limit has reached, please exchange tomorrow. 10 high-end blind boxes made of jade appeared in front of Emolin, and he thought to himself. Open 10 blind boxes. Buzz. Rays of light rose one after another, white, 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 purple, white, 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 white. WTF. Okay, okay, let's play it this way, eh? Learning from others will make you prosperous, right? This is the correct way to play this game. The drop rate is so low that I opened 10 high-level blind boxes and only got one purple one. Great job! Emolin finally felt the deep malice from the system, and the information about the purple item began to flood into his mind. Ding, get the bamboo dragonfly, from the world of Doraemon, fly and fly, my pride is unbridled, fly and fly, I fly to the dark continent, let it fly, let it fall, the one who can't fly far is me, the prospect at the end. Bamboo dragonfly, good stuff. This thing can be described as an all-terrain rapid advancer, and it can be used to great effect in some harsh terrain environments. After the lucky draw, Emolin returned to his recliner and began a long journey of slacking off. On the other side, Netero, who left the Wanja blind box store, immediately headed to Kukulu Mountain. Zeno of the Zaldik family invited him to go to the Kajin Empire 2 days ago. Fortunately, the location of Kukuru Mountain is on the same continent as the Sky Arena. It only takes 1 day to get from the Sky Arena to the Bartokia Republic on the other side of the continent. A day later, Netero arrived as promised and came to the gate of the Zaldik family, a famous scenic spot in the Dentora region of the Republic of Bartokia and the Kuru Mountain. Netero was among the tour group, looking at the main gate of the Zaldik family, the Gate of Trials, and felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. The tall and ancient stone gate in front of me has rectangular frames layered on top of each other, with spots of moss climbing up the stone gate. Combined with the gusts of cold wind, it feels like standing at the gate to hell. The female tour guide at the front of the team pointed in the direction of Kukulu Mountain and introduced it to the tourists. I will now introduce to you the famous assassination family in the Dentora area. Ladies and gentlemen, please look to your left. That is the Killua Mountain where the notorious Zaldik family lives. It is said that their nest is surrounded by a sea of trees and is located on a dead volcano at an altitude of 3,722 meters. No one has ever seen its true appearance. There are 10 members in the Zaldik family, namely the great-grandfather, grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, and 5 children. All of them are killers. It's still the same as it was decades ago. Netero sighed. Yes. You haven't been here for nearly 40 years. An old voice sounded in Netero's ears, and then a short old man who looked a bit like Killua appeared beside Netero with his hands behind his back. Oh! Long time no see, Zeno. Long time no see, President Netero. This is not the place to talk. Come to my house and have a seat. Call out. The 2 figures flashed and disappeared in the crowd. Chapter 15. Kuru Mountain, inside the Zaldik family villa. Zeno invited Netero into his study. It was several decades later that Netero came to Zaldik's house again. The last time he met the president, he was still a young man in his 20s. President Netero, I didn't expect you to come to Mount Kukuroku in person. Ha ha ha. This old man, I happen to be at the Sky Arena this time. If I go back to the Hunter Association to meet up, it will be a bit of a detour. Netero stroked his long beard and smiled. One more thing. I met your grandson, Killua Zaldik, in the sky arena. The little guy looks almost exactly like you when you were little. Killua? I haven't seen him in a long time. But I heard from Silva that he met some great friends. Yet. Little Zeno, Killua, and his friends opened my eyes to new and interesting things. To be honest, I have to thank him. Netaro's words made a big question mark appear in Zeno's head, and Netaro wanted to thank his grandson. Something new and exciting? President Netaro is already 120 years old. He can be said to be one of the longest-lived people in the human race, and is also the known ceiling of combat power. Is there anything that is new to him? Oh? President Netaro, what did Killua do that interested you? Finally got to the point. Since Netaro's strength has returned to the peak of his youth, the child in him can't help but rise up, and he wants to find someone to share it with. An old man who likes to play pranks, just wants to show off. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on Zeno's study door, and Silva's voice came from outside the door. Father, President Netaro, the tea is ready. Come in. Bang. The door opened and the tall and burly Silva Zaldik walked into the room carrying tea. Hello, President Netaro. Long time no see. Silva greeted Netaro politely. Long time no see, Silva. I was just about to show your father some new and interesting things I encountered these past 2 days. Netaro was a little impatient. A 120-year-old old man, he was showing his new gadget to his younger generation like a child. This is Netaro, an old kid who is always full of energy, fun, and a little childish. We can't perform here, let's go out. In the Zaldik family yard, at this moment, an old man over 100 years old, with a younger man over 60 years old, and a middle-aged man who didn't fit in stood in the middle of the yard. Zeno and Silva stood in a corner of the yard, leaving the most central position for Netaro. Father, President Netaro, what are you doing? Silva asked in confusion. Zeno shook his head. In terms of age, he and Netaro were 2 generations apart. President Netaro was a good friend of his grandfather, Maha Zaldik. As a junior, I can only stand here respectfully with my younger son. He didn't understand the old man, was he just having fun or was there something else going on? From what Netaro said, Zeno deduced that it was probably related to his grandson Killua and his new friends. I don't know either. We just need to stand here and watch. Netaro raised his hands and gestured in front of his chest. If there were a Konoha senior ninja standing here at this time, he would definitely be able to tell that this was a B-level ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Netaro formed the seals very quickly, completing them in almost an instant, and at the same time he began to mobilize the vast mental power in his body. The old man clasped his hands together, and a suffocating aura began to emanate from his body. A warm white light emanated from his body. The shadow clone technique seemed to have gained energy to activate and began to work, with Netaro appearing in the yard one after another. Soon, the entire courtyard was filled with Netaro's clones. Netaro looked at his increasing number of clones and continued to use his telekinesis. From the moment he crushed the scroll, all the information about the shadow clone technique appeared in his mind. As long as you have enough thoughts, you can create clones that fill the world. At this time, Netaro also wants to test his own limits. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. After a while, Mount Kurukulu, where the Zaldik family lived, was now occupied by Netaro all over the mountain. At this moment, other members of the Zaldik family also discovered the old man. Kikyo Zaldik, Killua's mother, sat at her bedroom window, sipping tea and admiring the view. In just a moment, many Netaro appeared before her eyes. Long time no see, Kikyo, you're still so beautiful. Hello, long time no see, President Netaro. Kikyo covered his mouth to stop himself from screaming. Mikey Zaldik, who was watching the surveillance video in his basement, spat out the potato chips in his mouth. President Netaro? President Netaro is everywhere. What's going on? The Zaldik family's housekeeper, Wutong, Canaria, and others stopped what they were doing, all opened their mouths wide, unable to believe what they saw. Netero, who was still creating clones, seemed to be in a state of obsession, thinking that the place chosen by the Zaldik family was good, it was large, and there were only a few people. It didn't cause panic. But all this shocked Zeno and Silva, who were standing in the corner of the yard, so much that they couldn't close their mouths. Father, this is President Netero, Nan. Nan? Maybe. But do you feel that each of these clones is a real entity? Listening to them talking, it seems that each clone has its own consciousness. If this is Nan, then it's a bit too outrageous. Zeno thought to himself that this was not Nan, as President Netero was the strongest Nan user he knew of. Moreover, he should be a pure enhancer Nan. Zeno had seen Netero's Nan, the 100th generation of Alakai Tesvara, with his own eyes, and it was so powerful that it could destroy the world. It has nothing to do with the clone in front of me. How's it going, little Zeno? A few minutes later, Netero stopped supplying telekinesis, and the constant clones also stopped. He looked at Zeno and demonstrated his previous abilities. Your place is really nice, the place is big enough. Although Zeno was still in confusion and shock, he immediately responded to Netero, President Netero, your new method is really eye-opening. And more. Netero shouted, collect. The clones all over the mountains and plains quickly disappeared, and the separated mental power began to return to the original body and continued to rise. Keep climbing. Buzz. All the mental power in the body lingered on the surface of the body. Zeno and Silva, the two people closest to Netero, could clearly feel this suffocating mental power. It was as if there were 100,000 mountains pressing down on their heads. Father, is this the strength of President Netero? How terrifying! Is President Netero using his strength to warn our Zaldik family? No, Silva, you are wrong. President Netero is showing us his strength at his peak. How many years? Zeno once again felt the tremendous telekinesis within Netero at his peak. That year, when he was 13, he witnessed the battle between Netero and his grandfather Maha Zaldik. President Netero's thoughts left an indelible mark on his mind. As he gets older, President Netero's physical strength is declining. But now, he actually went against the biological instinct of aging and restored his physical strength to its peak. How is this possible? Chapter 16. Sky Arena, Ring Battle Training Ground. Gon and Killua stood on the ring, both ready to go, waiting for the referee Wing's order. In this competition, whoever leaves the ring first will lose. The game begins. Sizzle, sizzle. As soon as the match was announced to start, Killua transformed his lower body into an element, and the crackling sound of the electricity made the eardrums of other people in the training ground buzz. Watch out, Gon! Call out! Killua's body turned into lightning and began to move quickly. His half-elemental body gave him a very fast movement speed. In the blink of an eye, Killua was behind Gon. Discharge! Several bolts of lightning shot out from Killua's body and headed straight for Gon from all directions, trying to defeat his opponent in one fell swoop. The lightning was getting closer and closer to Gon, but he showed no intention of dodging. Just when Killua thought he had won, the lightning was blocked 1 meter away from Gon, as if it hit something. After 2 crackling sounds, it disappeared. What a strong star platinum! Wing, who had been watching the match, focused his energy on his eyes, and was able to see the essence of the match. Just now, Killua shot lightning at Gon, but when it was still a few meters away from him, Star Platinum surged out of Gon's body, using its huge body to protect Gon and block the lightning for him. However, Killua in the field did not see all this. The application skills of practice and the skills of condensation are the advanced skills of the 4 major industries. Killua, who has just learned the technique of concentration, will find it difficult to maintain high-intensity combat if he concentrates his energy on his eyes. Therefore, he chose to use violent means and use lightning to attack Gon. However, Star Platinum's ability to withstand blows was beyond his expectations. Killua kept changing his position and released several lightning attacks in succession. Pa! Pa! Frontal, sideways, top of head. Killua tried to attack every place that seemed to have an opening, trying to take down Gon in one fell swoop. Discharge, transforming the lightning in the body into lightning bolts to strike the opponent. 500W volts, Thunder Beast, lightning continued to condense in the body, turning into thunder beasts, rushing towards the opponent. Killua's offensive strategy is to constantly rely on long-range lightning attacks, trying to find a gap in the opponent and deliver a heavy blow. However, Star Platinum's ability to withstand attacks seemed to be beyond Killua's imagination. After several attacks, it did not cause any harm to Gon. Next to the ring, Zoisai was a little confused. Master, why doesn't Killua attack at close range? The lightning released from a distance should be weakened. Zoisai, this is the wisdom of battle. Killua is now constantly testing the limits of Star Platinum, harassing the opponent from a distance, advancing to increase the intensity of the attack, and retreating to avoid the opponent's sudden attack. Killua's fighting talent surprised Wing. He knew that his training talent was very strong, but he didn't expect that his fighting skills were even stronger. Every attack is an attack with the brain. In the ring, Gon was still standing there, but while Killua was attacking, he was talking to Star Platinum. Star Platinum, why aren't we attacking yet? At the beginning of the match, when Gon tried to attack, he was stopped by Star Platinum and made to stand there and wait for the opportunity to attack. Gon, victory or defeat often happens in a split second. Killua's seemingly intensive attack is actually a test of us. Didn't you notice that he seems to be keeping a long distance from us? I'm a close combat strength stand. As long as we wait for him to get close to us, we can win. Besides, Killua's electric current can't cause any real harm to me. Good. Star Platinum is Gon's partner, and Gon chooses to believe Star Platinum's words completely. He continued to stand there and wait. Killua, who was attacking, couldn't hold back any longer. The continuous tests made him eager to make a move. Just now, he used condensation to take a look at the condition of Star Platinum. Where the lightning struck, a large area of charcoal appeared. Killua has not been idle during the days since he ate the thunder fruit. Electricity. He is very familiar with it. Having been electrocuted since childhood, this feeling is deeply rooted in his bones, so he collected some information and conducted experiments. Mastered the method of attaching lightning to the surface of the body to enhance destructive power. In other words, his melee attacks do more damage than his ranged discharges. Thunder Fist. Killua's lower body turned into an element and he quickly moved behind Gon. The lightning power in his body surged and he gathered the lightning power in his fists. The crackling fist of thunder and lightning exuded a terrifying aura, and even Zoisai, who was standing outside the field, was amazed. Master, Master, Killua is too strong. The first wave of attack begins. Killua still held back, and concentrated most of his lightning power into his elemental lower body. When he was only 1 meter away from Gon. Launch an attack, throw a punch. Boom. The sound of an explosion resounded throughout the entire training room. Killua's fist was grasped by an invisible hand. Oops. Killua subconsciously tried to retract his fist, but no matter how hard he tried, his fist seemed to be clamped tightly by something and could not move. Then he felt dizzy and was thrown into the air. Planet Platinum, the world. Gon issued the command, and a strange light burst out from Star Platinum's body. With him as the center, the entire world began to turn grey. This is when time stops. Star Platinum looked at Killua in his hand, threw it out of the field. 2 seconds are up. Time stop ends. Killua regained consciousness and found that he had been thrown out of the ring. He couldn't help feeling annoyed. I underestimated my enemy. Gon was waiting for the right moment to attack, and in the end I didn't even have time to transform my arm into an element. Also, what just happened? Why am I lying outside the ring? Everything happened so fast that Killua couldn't react at all. He looked at Gon in the ring and was very happy. The power of Star Platinum is beyond imagination. In the subsequent match with Hisoka, Gon will definitely defeat his opponent. Killua! Are you hurt? Gon shouted at Killua, somewhat worried. I'm fine. Wing, who was standing outside the ring and watching the match, was already feeling mixed emotions. He kept recalling the close combat between Gon and Killua. Killua swung his fist, but his fist was caught by Star Platinum and thrown into the air. And then, Killua fell outside the ring. What exactly happened in the meantime? Chapter 17. Gon finally didn't tell them about Star Platinum's ability to stop time. Firstly, this ability can serve as his greatest trump card, and secondly, this is also Star Platinum's request. Star Platinum saw that Gon was kind-hearted, but the world was dangerous, so she taught Gon to learn to hide himself. Killua and Wing didn't ask much, but they already had a guess in their minds about Gon's final move. What a terrifying strength! The time came to July 9th. On this night, Wing called Gon and Killua to his room. You two can graduate today. And, Gon, congratulations on passing the Hunter Secret Test. Wing then explained to the two confused people. Mastering Nen is the most basic requirement to become a hunter, because as a professional hunter, you must have a certain level of strength. The basic activity of a professional hunter is to arrest evil secret hunters or criminals who make a living by plundering, so the ability to stop crime is necessary. However, if the ability of Nen is mastered and used by evil forces, it will form a terrifying destructive force. It would be dangerous to use it as a public test condition. Therefore, only those who have passed the hunter test can learn. At this point, Wing paused. He had been Hunter's teacher for several years, but what happened this year was the most shocking to him. The two students in front of me might be able to defeat me if they join forces. Gon, Killua, you two have had an adventure in the blind box shop, and your strength has improved by leaps and bounds. I would like to ask you to keep the secret of the blind box shop and let fewer people know about its existence. This is a conscientious hunter who cares about ordinary people. If the existence of the blind box store is known to the evil people and they obtain powerful items, it will inevitably cause great damage to the entire society. After this conversation, Wing and Zoisai said their final goodbyes to Gon and Killua. They didn't know when they would see each other again. Day 2. Hunter Calendar, July 10, 1999. Today is the day that Gon and Hisoka agreed to have a final battle. In the arena of the Sky Arena, Gon and Hisoka slowly entered. This is a circular arena with a sandy and gravelly ground. The stands around the arena are already filled with spectators. This match is a battle between the two strongest fighters in the arena after the 200th floor. Every audience member was shouting at the top of their lungs. The atmosphere in the venue was pushed to its climax. Before the game even started, the blood in the audience had already begun to boil. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. The battle everyone has been eagerly awaiting is finally about to begin. Contestant Gon versus contestant Hisoka. The host in the venue stood on the stands in the center of the venue and explained the current status of the game to everyone. At the entrance of the Colosseum, a short green figure slowly entered the venue. Ah, the first player to go on stage is Gon. He didn't bring any weapons today. So far, his record is 3 wins and 1 loss. Immediately at the entrance of the arena opposite Gon, Hisoka was slowly entering with graceful steps. Hisoka's appearance caused huge cheers from the audience. Go to hell! Kill him! Kill with pleasure! Even the host's tone became excited when he was explaining Hisoka. Contestant Hisoka is here. So far, his record is 9 wins and 3 losses. As long as he wins this game, he will be promoted to the level master, so this battle is very important to him. Since he stood in this arena, Hisoka has never been truly defeated. Will he end his undefeated legend in this match? All the audience present hoped that Hisoka would kill Gon and witness the birth of the lair master. Before the duel started, Hisoka and Gon's eyes met. Gon's eyes were sharp and full of hostility towards Hisoka. He wanted to get back what he had lost from Hisoka. Hisoka looked at Gon with a hint of amusement. He couldn't help but want to pick this sweet and tempting apple. Buzz. Both parties released their own mental power, and the invisible aura generated by the collision of mental power made the referee on the side break out in a cold sweat. The referee stepped back and shouted, "This match will be by points and knockout. There is no time limit, victory or defeat is determined by one move. Start!" As the sound of start resounded throughout the venue, everyone's eyes turned to the two people on a square stone slab in the circular arena. Killua, Wing, and Zoisai's hearts were in their throats as the game began. Ha! Gon took the initiative, threw a horizontal punch, and leaped up from mid-air towards Hisoka. However, Gon's attack intention was too obvious, and Hisoka dodged Gon's punch with a quick move. According to the rules of the game, both sides can only score after knocking down their opponents, and the easiest way to knock down an opponent is to hit his face with your fist. Gon was extremely fast, punching Hisoka's head again and again. He was very fast, but in Hisoka's eyes, he was not to be feared at all. Gon continued to attack, applying all the techniques he had learned about Nen from Wing. Entangle strengthens the body, Absolute restrains the breath, Lien explodes the power, and Fight kills with one strike. Gon has used all the skills he knows. However, Hisoka seemed to have anticipated every one of his moves, dodged, and counterattacked. As Gon was moving left and right, jumping up and down, Hisoka seized the opportunity and hit Gon's chin with an elbow. Clean hit. Hisoka scores first. The first round of attacks from both sides ended within a minute, so fast that the audience in the venue couldn't react. Too fast, both in attack and defense. There's no chance to report it. Both veteran commentators were unable to commentate on the battle between Gon and Hisoka. Gon still lacks practical combat experience. His combat experience is far behind Hisoka's. Killua said. Wing beside him also agreed with his words and nodded in response. Hisoka is not without weaknesses. He is too arrogant and thinks he is much stronger than Gon. This is also one of his weaknesses. So, he didn't even dodge, which gave Gon some opportunities. But doesn't Gon still have Star Platinum? Zoisai asked back. Zoisai, Star Platinum is very powerful, but Hisoka's strength is far greater than Gon's. Even with Star Platinum, he can only catch him by surprise. Wing looked into the field. At this moment, Gon has already had a second fight with Hisoka, and Gon has already grasped Hisoka's arrogant weakness. Drink! The stone slab of the ring was lifted up by his palms and flew towards Hisoka, blocking Hisoka's sight. Then, he kicked it and the stone slab cracked. Gon disappeared from Hisoka's sight. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Chapter 18. Gon groaned, and began to make seals with his hands, and a wall of earth rose from under Hisoka's feet. Hisoka felt something moving under his feet and looked at the earth wall rising up from under his feet. At the same time, Gon hid behind a rubble and, using the earth flow wall, punched Hisoka in the face. Bang! In a flash, Gon completed the polar reversal. The referee raised his hand. Critical hit. 2 points for Gon. The commentator was also shocked by Gon's beautiful uppercut and his voice was broken. Oh my god! This is incredible! Gon actually hit a critical hit. The score is now 2-1. The score is now 2-1. Gon is leading for now. Gon on the field also gained confidence because of the 2 points he just got. The two sides distanced themselves again, and Hisoka still looked at Gon with a hint of amusement. Interesting, Gon. Is that a new trick you learned that just raised the earth wall under my feet? That's amazing! As he spoke, Hisoka licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. The little apple he had been paying attention to seemed to be growing in an unpredictable direction. Rustle. Hisoka took his first step since the start of the game with a slight smile on his face. Gon also stepped forward and took out a number plate with the number 44 printed on it from his pocket. Swish! The number 44 is Gon's shame and a hurdle in his heart. Hisoka took the number plate and put it in his pocket silently without saying anything. This was a secret between the two of them in the hunter competition. After the number plates were handed over, both parties took a step back in tacit agreement. Read. How far have you learned? Hisoka asked. I've learned the basics. Gon. Star Platinum's voice sounded in his mind, causing Gon to freeze, and Gon's reaction was caught by Hisoka. Gon, don't talk too much with your opponent during the match. And this guy called Hisoka just now stuck 3 lines made of mind on your body when he elbowed you and the referee called the score twice. Don't talk too much nonsense. Villains always die because of their talk. Do you understand? The innocent Gon chose to believe what Star Platinum said, and he spoke to Hisoka. Stop talking nonsense and continue the game. Hisoka was stunned. Gon's reaction was a little beyond his expectations. He had a method of using aura to analyze different people's personalities. Most of the enhancers were simple-minded, and Gon's previous behavior was within his expectations. But why did he suddenly calm down? Interesting, very interesting, Little Apple has actually started to change. Why on earth is that? Hisoka was very curious about Gon's changes. The prey he had set his eyes on was actually beyond his control. Gon, what exactly happened to you? Call out. Hisoka moves. This time he took the initiative to attack Gon, leaping forward and faking his left hand to cover up a right elbow. Gon was knocked into the air by Hisoka's attack, and was in a state of weightlessness. Then, Hisoka moved and came behind Gon, wanting to give him another two-handed punch. Oops! Gon thought. What the hell? After all, I am part of your strength. Before the game, you said you would fight Hisoka alone, but I pretended I didn't hear you. A light voice came out from Gon's body, and the purple muscle man, Star Platinum, made a brilliant appearance. Star Platinum flew out of Gon's body and floated in the air. It caught Gon's falling body with its left hand and blocked Hisoka's punches with its right hand. Hisoka exclaimed. He was usually calm, but he was completely confused by the sudden change. Something clamped my hands. Before Hisoka could react, he felt something hit his cheek hard and flew out of the field. Quiet. Very quiet. The originally noisy venue was affected by the sudden changes in the ring, and the whole place fell silent. Everyone clearly saw that Gon, who was hit into the air, seemed to be held up by an invisible hand. Then Hisoka was like being punched and fell out of the arena. After 2 or 3 seconds of silence, the first person to break the silence was the commentator in the venue. Oh my god! What just happened? Hisoka actually flew out of the field. What on earth did Gon do? A magical force lifted him up. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. Today's Gon has a good chance of defeating Hisoka and completing a great reversal. The commentator's words were like a fuse, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire arena. It's on fire. Gon. That's awesome. Defeat Hisoka for me. I've put 1 million yuan of money on you. Hisoka, seriously, is this all you have? Cheers, jumps for joy, insults, screams. Various sounds merged together and surged into the arena like a tide. Hisoka fell outside the ring and lay on the sandy bottom, squinting his eyes and replaying the details of the fight with Gon in his mind. The moment he flew out, he was sure that an invisible person must have punched him within a certain distance between him and Gon. Interesting, very interesting. The delicious fruit has finally grown to a sweet and tempting state. He he he. After lying on the ground for dozens of seconds, Hisoka, who had finished thinking about how to attack next, slowly walked towards the ring. Gon in the ring stared closely at Hisoka, who was walking towards him, and felt a thrilling sense of oppression from him. At this moment, Hisoka's telekinesis was more terrifying than all the beasts Gon had ever seen combined. Gon! Calm down, Hisoka is putting pressure on you. Star Platinum shouted coldly. He and Gon are now one and the same, although his improvement in strength is in tandem with Gon's improvement. However, as long as there are rules in the game, there will be loopholes to exploit. Gon, calm down and think carefully about the rules of the game. We just need to hit whatever hits the referee wants. And with the help of the world's time stop, we can definitely do this. Star Platinum's performance of knocking Hisoka out of the game just now allowed Gon to get 4 points. As long as Hisoka can be knocked out of the ring again, he can accumulate 10 points and eliminate Hisoka. Now, hold your breath and concentrate. The two of us need to coordinate with each other to surprise Hisoka. Good. During the time he spent with Star Platinum, Gon had already regarded her as a part of his life. Unconditional trust in each other is the most basic tacit understanding between Gon and Star Platinum. Gon, let's do it. Star Platinum followed Gon's steps and began to coordinate with his attack. The two men attacked from the front and back, punching Hisoka in the face repeatedly. While swinging his fist, Gon felt that he had a very strange feeling. There seemed to be a man's voice chanting in his ears. Gon was affected by the sound and blurted out while swinging his fist. Ola! 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 Chapter 19. Star Platinum, a sturdy humanoid stand with a blue-purple body, is a close-range power type with ultra-high precision movements. Compared with ordinary stands, it has overwhelming attack power and speed. As a 5A level stand, Star Platinum has his own pride. In the battle against Hisoka, he resonated with Gon for the first time. The two men attacked Hisoka from the front and back, punching him continuously, with dense fists raining down from both directions. Ola ola ola! Gon heard the voice in his head and hummed unconsciously as he threw his fist. He now only wants to defeat Hisoka and get back what he once lost. Gon, you feint and I'll attack. There is a special connection between Star Platinum and Gon, and they can communicate with each other through mental communication, which allows the two to be in complete sync and work together seamlessly during the battle. Good. Hisoka, who was caught in a double team, also realized at this moment that there was another invisible opponent on the field. This opponent's punches could cut my skin. If a punch hits me, I might. After realizing that Gon's growth had exceeded his imagination, Hisoka finally put away his frivolous expression, looked serious, and began to seriously consider his next course of action. Hisoka's Nen series belongs to Conjurer. Nen has two effects, one is called Stretchable Love, and the other is Flirtatious Illusion. Stretchable Love, you can turn your air into gum and stick it to your enemy, thereby restricting their movements. The longer the air is stretched, the greater the force of its retraction. However, if the air leaves Hisoka's body and stretches more than 10 meters, it will break. Elastic Love has the properties of both gum and rubber. The illusion of lightness, it can turn air into leather showing various textures. By adding imagination to one's chi, one can reproduce all textures, but one can only imitate something as thin as paper, that is, like a high-quality color photocopy, but it will be exposed once it is touched. From the beginning of the game, Hisoka was constantly planning, using Stretchable Love on Gon, and at the first clean hit, he stuck Stretchable Love on Gon. Just as he was about to take the next step, he discovered that his glue-like string had been torn apart. Let me see what's fighting. Hisoka turned sideways, used his chi to stick to the large piece of rubble on the ground, and was pulled away from Gon's attack. He immediately activated the condensation technique and gathered the energy into his eyes. Gradually, a humanoid giant floating in the air appeared in front of him. When he was in shock, the purple giant swung his big fist and punched Hisoka in the face. Bang! Hisoka was hit head-on by Star Platinum and was stunned for a moment. What a heavy punch! After spinning 2.5 times in the air, Hisoka fell directly outside the ring. Boom! Smashed heavily to the floor. Hisoka fell to the ground, lying on the ground, tilting his head to look at Star Platinum next to Gon, his eyes rolling, thinking about the next countermeasures. Gon! Gon! What on earth have you been through these days? The Gon now is completely different from the Gon in Hisoka's memory a month ago. First, in just 1 month, Gon's telekinesis improved greatly, and the speed of improvement was beyond Hisoka's imagination. Second, Gon has a strange means of attack. He can manipulate earth walls to defend and interrupt his own attacks. This ability is more like an emitter and is inconsistent with the positioning of Gon Enhancer. The third and most important point is that the purple giant floating in the air can only be seen by using condensation, and his strength and speed are impeccable. Just now, if Hisoka hadn't reacted quickly and used hardness to wrap the attacked part of his body, he would probably have lost consciousness right now. Jian is an advanced application skill that combines Chan and Lien. It uses more energy than usual to cover the body to strengthen one's own offensive and defensive capabilities. Because the referee couldn't see through Gon's method of attacking Hisoka, which was a very skillful attack, the referee gave it a 3-point rating. Hisoka returned to the ring again and walked towards Gon. Although his expression was serious, when he looked at Gon, a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Gon, I haven't seen you for a month. You've made rapid progress and your offensive methods have become more diverse. This purple giant is really powerful. Hisoka, this is a competition. Boom! Gon threw another punch, attacking first, and at Star Platinum's reminder, Gon didn't want to say anything more. At this moment, he just wanted to defeat Hisoka and win. Hisoka spun around to avoid Gon's fist and said, Gon, you've really grown a lot. Gon's change made Hisoka feel emotional. Little Apple is only 1 month old, but her combat skills have already matured. During a battle, the side that dies is often the one that talks the most. When you get rid of the habit of talking too much, you will be able to maintain a high level of concentration during the battle. And Gon did it in just 1 month. He stopped listening to his opponent's nonsense and devoted himself to the battle. Bang! 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 The airtight fist hit Hisoka's face directly. However, this time, Hisoka dodged faster and more agilely. The most important factor in the battle between Nen is the amount of Nen. No matter how strong your Nen is, if you don't have a huge amount of Qi to support it, it will be like a castle in the air and will shatter at the slightest touch. Hisoka's training thoughts are much longer than Gon's, and his IQ in battle is also far superior to Gon's. The battle began to turn around, and Hisoka's attacks began to land on Gon. Clean hit. Hisoka scores a point. Critical hit. Hisoka scores 2 points. Stretchable love combined with Hisoka's high combat IQ continuously tied the score. Even with the presence of Star Platinum, Hisoka was able to maintain the tie with his rich combat experience. Gon was once again at a disadvantage. In the stands, Killua and the others who had been watching the game felt their hearts rise to their throats again. Will Gon lose? Zoisai asked worriedly. No, we have to believe in Gon. Just 2 more points and Gon will win. 4. Killua believed in Gon, his tone was full of certainty. Gon will win, the game has rules, and he still has a move he hasn't used. Wing murmured. The fight on the ring has entered a white-hot stage, and Gon's fists have begun to slow down. Seeing Gon's physical strength being consumed, this made Hisoka feel a little relaxed. And it was this trace of emotion that was captured by Star Platinum. Gon, prepare your fists. Star Platinum whirled. Buzz. A strange light shot out from Star Platinum's body, radiating to the surroundings with him as the center, and the world became quiet at this moment. Gon saw this and knew that Star Platinum had stopped time, so he clenched his right fist and punched Hisoka in the face. "I'll smash Varado with one move and knock you flying." Chapter 20. Boom. The 2-second time stop ended, and the long river of time began to flow again. When everyone in the venue returned to the flow of time, they saw Hisoka lying outside the ring. What's going on? Why is Hisoka outside the venue? What did Gon do? What just happened? Did you know? The scene before their eyes caused a huge noise to erupt in the audience, and a big question arose in everyone's mind. How come Hisoka suddenly left the ring and fell to the ground? Gon has made a move. Killua in the audience looked at the familiar scene in front of him and recalled the first time he saw Star Platinum. Just like now, it feels like a fragment of déjà vu. Did time stop? Killua thought to himself. Wing had a serious expression on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking about. However, Zoisai stood up and cheered for Gon. "Gon, we win." Hisoka, who was at the center of everyone's confusion, remembered something. What had just happened was exactly the same as the situation he encountered a few days ago. Hisoka fell to the ground and simply lay down, looking at the sky. Time stops? What a miraculous ability! Gon also has it. Hisoka established a connection between Emolin's abilities and those displayed by Gon, and was certain that Gon was related to the person he met that day, as the abilities they now displayed were very similar. Ilmi said that the person he met before had the ability to stop time. That's time stop. This ability is something that no non-user can deny. Even if one can only stop for a second, it can determine the success or failure of a battle, or a person's life or death. Gon won, and at the referee's announcement, Hisoka stood up and walked to Gon. "Gon, you got your ability from that man. With the same ability as him, stopping time is really scary," Hisoka said tentatively. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Gon's expression changed, his eyes lowered and his eyebrows lowered, and he didn't say anything. Learning to be silent was the first lesson Star Platinum taught him. The process of learning to be silent is also learning to hide yourself. In this world, you cannot be sure that everyone you meet is well-intentioned. This Hisoka is really amazing. He figured out my ability in the first battle and discovered time stop. However, the man he was talking about should be the owner of the blind box store. The boss also has the ability to stop time? He is truly worthy of it. Hisoka's 2 sentences made Star Platinum understand some of Emolin's abilities. The items opened in the blind box have nothing to do with the owner of the blind box store. The two are completely independent individuals. Therefore, for everything about Emolin, everyone can only guess based on the abilities he demonstrated and what Emolin said in person. Even Emolin's name was not revealed until Netero asked him. "Hisoka, I will become stronger in the future and truly defeat you." Gon stood in front of Hisoka with a determined look on his face. The battle with Hisoka made him realize how weak he was. The strength of the chant, the amount of energy, the technique of chanting. He still has a long way to go. From Hisoka, he got a glimpse of the enormity of Nen, which further strengthened the path in his heart, to sanctify the body. Build a stronger body, believe in your fists, and smash your opponent with one punch. Gon, let's have our next duel in a world without limits. Let's bet on each other's lives. Hisoka turned and left. Now he was going to find the man he met in the alley with Ilmi before. Since Gon can gain power from him, then I should be able to do it too. On the other side, in a blind box store not far from the Sky Arena, the owner Emolin also watched the battle between Gon and Hisoka throughout. Okay. Great. Gon, just hit me like this. Gon's outstanding performance in the game made Emolin very happy. He used Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall and Star Platinum to directly stun Hisoka. You can't even beat Gon, why don't you come to the blind box store to spend some money and improve your strength? My future, Emolin, is to start the era of big blind boxes in the hunter world. Do you want my blind box? If you want, I can give you all of them. Go find them. The Dark Continent, that's where I put all the blind boxes. As customers of blind box stores began to use the opened blind boxes to show off in front of outsiders, Emolin compiled a list of customers who are likely to come to his store. All members of the Zaldik family are on the list, Hunter from the Hunter Association, and now Hisoka. Emolin's blind box points have now been used up. The day after Gon left, he once again participated in the high-level blind box 10 pull event. As expected, there were 8 white and 2 purple, and the explosion rate was distressingly low. As expected, there was a novice protection period for everything. He now seriously suspected that the initial withdrawals were all due to the novice protection. However, after 2 rounds of 10 consecutive draws of advanced blind boxes, Emolin exchanged all the remaining 210 blind box points for intermediate blind boxes, but 21 intermediate blind boxes gave him a golden legend. Advanced blind box. Purple item 1, Charmander, from the Pokemon world, a lizard-like Pokemon with fire attributes. Be careful not to let the flame of its tail go out. Purple item 2, Rainbow Fruit, from the captive world of gourmet food, it is a dream fruit whose taste changes into 7 colors depending on the temperature and humidity. It is said that 1 drop of juice can turn the water of a 25-meter swimming pool into a rich and mellow juice. The price of 1 fruit can make a person rich enough to eat for a lifetime. Intermediate blind box. Golden item, Primary Sage Body, from the Naruto world, also known as the electric motor, the telekinesis is constantly pouring out. This time's lucky draw brought a new member to the blind box store, Charmander, who likes to jump around in the store when he has nothing to do. The primary immortal body can be said to make up for the defect of insufficient energy in Emolin's body after leaving the blind box store. The source of power in this world is ultimately a kind of energy called thought. No matter how powerful the items opened in the blind box are, they can resonate with the thought in the user's body. The higher your own mind, the greater the benefit you will get from the items in the blind box. Wow! Wow! While Emolin was thinking, the little fire dragon took nimble little steps and leaped over to Emolin. Ah! Get down here! How disrespectful! You want to be an elegant little fire dragon? Wow! Wow! Are you hungry? Charmander nodded. Voila! Voila! Go cook 2 dishes for me. Wow! Wow! After playing with it for a while, Emolin picked up Charmander and called up his host panel. System, call up the host panel. Byte. Owner of Wanja Blind Box Store, Emolin. None. Personal skills, N's 4 basic skills, world stand-in. Own blind box? No. Items, 3 fairy beans, a bamboo dragonfly, a small fire dragon, a rainbow fruit, a primary fairy body. Blind box points 0. There are no more blind box orders. I'll buy you something delicious when there are blind box orders. Before that, let's go to the kitchen and find something to eat. Chapter 21. After the battle with Hisoka, Gon, and Killua chose not to leave the Sky Arena. The existence of Wanja Blind Box Store has allowed the two to discover a new opportunity. They plan to invest the 1 billion rings they obtained from the Sky Arena into the business of opening blind boxes again. Opening blind boxes can be addictive. Once a person gets a taste of the blind box, he or she will throw any money he or she has into the blind box. As the saying goes, a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle if you try hard, and a motorcycle can turn into a Mercedes if you try hard. Not everyone can reach Netero's level. Of course, not everyone can get as much money as Netero. Netero, I have no interest in money. After their brief trip to the Sky Arena to fight, both Gon and Killua experienced some changes in their hearts. Gon's original goal was to become a hunter and find his father. But now that he had seen the vast world and met Star Platinum, some changes had quietly taken place in his heart. He wanted to gain more power, defeat Hisoka fairly, see the world, find Jin and share his experiences with him. Killua simply wants to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can he protect himself and the people around him. If his strength is enough, then Aluka. There is no need to feel ashamed about relying on external forces to become stronger. What is sad is not having the ability to become stronger. After resting for a few days, the two went to the Wanja blind box store again, and this time, a red-haired man followed them quietly. Hisoka, after fighting Gon, began wandering around the sky arena. I want to try my luck and see if I can meet Emolin again. However, in one day, he walked around the area around the sky arena and went into almost every store to look for something. But I didn't see Emolin. How could he have imagined that Emolin, who could give Gon the ability to become stronger, was in a sparsely populated alley several kilometers away from the sky arena? Moreover, this small Wanja blind box store has a shabby appearance and is extremely inconspicuous. There was no other way, so Hisoka just kept waiting at the sky arena for Gon and Killua to come out, betting that they would definitely go look for that person again, Emolin. For 3 days, Hisoka waited in the room next to Gon for 3 whole days, fearing that he would miss the opportunity for the two to go out. Good job! The two of them ate and drank in the room, and the key point was that they spent 3 days playing games. Gon, who was only 12 years old, was taken by Star Platinum to play games for 3 days. Fortunately, the two of them finally went out. Hisoka followed the two and found that they were heading to the southwest of the sky arena, which was a place he had not explored. This time, maybe I can really find that person. On the way to Wanja blind box store. Killua, Star Platinum, you are so depraved. How could you take me to play games for 3 whole days? ×2. Hey, hey, hey. Gon, speak with your conscience. What do you mean by we take you to play games? Star Platinum expressed that he felt very aggrieved, and his existence was now more like that of an old man with a golden finger. Possessing independent thoughts and being able to exist independently without being bound by Gon's body. However, he and Gon complement each other and are inseparable. Gon, you've changed. You are no longer the simple and kind Gon you once were. Killua said, pretending to cry. No way. It's still the same. By the way, Killua, after the lucky draw at the blind box store, I plan to go home and visit Aunt Mito. Do you have anything to do later? Do you want to go home with me and see my hometown? Gon asked. Take me home? That couldn't be better. Okay. Okay. How do we get back? How about the Anywhere door? The Anywhere door is a treasure that can only be used less than 10 times. Let's go by boat. Amidst a burst of noisy laughter, several people came to the blind box shop. Gon and the other two pushed the door open and walked in, while Hisoka, who was following behind them, stopped and watched. Blind box store of all worlds. Hisoka stood at the corner of the alley, looking at the facade of the Wanja blind box shop, a shabby wooden sign covered with most of moss. With the words on the sign covered and the inconspicuous store door, Hisoka would never find the shop if he tried to look for it himself. Wait until Gon and the other two go in, then I'll go in. Hisoka looked at the small door curtain and smiled. In the blind box store on the other side. Ah, my goodness! It's been a long time since we last met, my golden leeks, no, my good customers. Gon, Killua, long time no see. Seeing that it was Gon and Killua who came, Emolin got up from the recliner and greeted them. The one who got up before him was the little fire dragon lying on Emolin. The little guy has been staying in the store with Emolin these days and has not seen anyone else except Emolin. Boss Emolin, what's this? Gon hugged the obedient Charmander and asked Emolin. Charmander felt the kindness from Gon and Emolyn, and buried its little head in Emolyn's chest and rubbed it. Wow! Wow! What a cute little guy! Killua reached out and touched Charmander's little head. Seeing the little Charmander jumping onto Gon, he felt helpless. Is the protagonist naturally attracted to other creatures? This little guy is called Charmander, and is called Pokemon. He is a new member of the Blind Box store. He stays in the Blind Box store with me every day. He has never seen anyone and is so bored that he is going crazy. It seems like he likes you too very much. Boss, can a creature like Charmander appear in the blind box? Killua looked at Emolyn and asked. Caress Charmander's hand, more gently. Of course, you can get anything from the blind box. It all depends on your luck. Bang! As they were talking, the door of the blind box shop was pushed open again, and several people in the store looked towards the door in unison. Hisoka! Gon exclaimed. Killua also took 2 small steps back. Hisoka, on the other hand, was all smiles and greeted everyone in the store enthusiastically. Hello! Gon, Killua, so this is where you get your magical powers. As he spoke, Hisoka looked at Emolyn who was standing at the counter. It turned out to be the person God met. He bowed to Emolyn with an apologetic look on his face and apologized, Boss Emolyn, I am deeply sorry for offending you in the alley. Emolyn expected Hisoka's arrival. Emolyn welcomes anyone to the blind box store as long as he abides by the rules of the blind box store. Hisoka, welcome to the Wanja blind box store. The rules of the store are written on the whiteboard on the wall. As long as you abide by the rules, the blind box store welcomes you. Emolyn pointed to the whiteboard on the wall. Boss Emolyn, he is a bad guy, blind boxes cannot be sold to him. Gon shouted. Gon, shut up. Killua realized that Gon had spoken out of turn and covered Gon's mouth, pulling him aside. Gon, this is a store. Boss Emolyn has the right to sell his products to anyone. We are just customers and have no right to interfere in this matter. Killua then walked in front of Emolyn. I'm sorry, Boss Emolyn, I apologize to you for Gon's reckless behavior just now. It's okay. Just call me when you buy blind boxes. Of course, remember to follow the store's rules. Killua's reaction was beyond Emolyn's expectations, which saved him from having to explain anything to Gon. If every customer was so sensible, the blind box store's business would surely prosper. Hisoka didn't care about the little incident just now. Gon's recklessness was within his expectations. He couldn't calm down for a long time after reading the store rules on the wall. Unbelievable. The effect of the last purchase card alone is enough to make him spend a lot of money to buy it. No matter where he is, as long as he holds the purchase card and silently recites the blind box store, he can instantly come to this place. Although there are still many limitations, it can definitely be called a magical artifact. Blind box, what a magical thing, is it Nin? Hisoka said softly. There is no shortage of Nin with incredible abilities in this world, such as his leader Crollo Lucilfer's Nin, the ultimate thief, which can steal the Nin of others. I don't want to think about it anymore, I'd better buy a blind box and take a look first. Chapter 22. Boss, give me 10 high-end blind boxes first. Emolyn, who was waiting for others to speak, had 2 rays of light in his eyes when he heard Hisoka start with 1 billion ringini. So handsome. Brother Suozi. If you have money, buy more blind boxes, don't be like Netero and spend money like that. From today on, I, Boss Emolyn, will give you the title of Golden Leak. Suozai-jun, your contribution to the blind box empire is obvious to all. For the Super Golden Leak customers, Emolyn always has the brightest smile on his face. Okay, Mr. Hisoka, pay this way. The bank card swiped across the POS machine, and a crisp and pleasant sound reached Emolyn's ears. Ding! Spend 1 billion ringgits. In Emolyn's mind, the system's prompt sounded at this moment, 1000 blind box points have arrived. Then he took out 10 high-end blind boxes from the warehouse and placed them on the counter. The high-end blind boxes, as smooth as jade, made Hisoka's eyes light up. What a high-end packaging! When Hisoka saw the blind box for the first time, she was attracted by its gorgeous packaging. Following the whiteboard rules, Hisoka silently recited "Open 10 blind boxes" in his mind. Buzz! Dazzling light burst out from the blind box on the table, and bright lights flashed one after another. White, 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 gold, white, 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 gold, white. When the golden light shone on Hisoka's face, a look of surprise appeared on his previously calm face. 2 golden legends? Isn't it said that this thing has a very low drop rate? Hisoka looked at Emolin in surprise, and the smile on Emolin's face was a little distorted at this moment. 2 golden legends in 10 consecutive draws. System, is Hisoka your biological son? The highest level reward currently available in the blind box store was just revealed. At this moment, Emolin was completely numb when he saw the golden light. Now he completely believed in his own guess that every important plot character has a novice protection period, and the gold explosion rate is extremely high. Gon and Killua both looked incredulous and exclaimed repeatedly. Hisoka's luck is too good. Does he have any special means? After a moment, the golden light dissipated, and a white pear-shaped fruit with linear texture floated in front of Hisoka's eyes. Gon and Killua standing nearby recognized what it was. It was a fruit very similar to the thunder fruit. Killua, this fruit is similar to the thunder fruit you opened before. Gon's exclamation made Hisoka realize that this thing should be a very good item. Boss Emolin, please explain its effects to me. Hisoka asked Emolin politely. Emolin nodded and looked at the devil fruit in front of him, and the information about it appeared in his mind. The string fruit, from the world of One Piece, it has no weakness to sea water. It's a complete waste of talent to use it in battle. The correct way to play is to tie it up with prey. Good, good, good. It turns out that the correct way to open the string fruit is to tie it up. Tying it up in 1 second will bring you to the peak of happiness, right? Emolin doesn't know how to start with such commentary. Brother Jaichin has the final say on this matter. However, as a professional blind box store owner, he must explain professional knowledge to customers. Emolin spoke slowly. This fruit is called the string fruit. Together with the thunder fruit that Killua opened earlier, they are collectively called devil fruits. As the name suggests, after eating them, you will gain the power of the devil. Devil fruits come in 3 categories. Nature type. After eating it, you can control the elements of nature, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The biggest feature is that it can be transformed into elements. Superhuman type. After eating it, you will gain superhuman abilities. The string fruit belongs to this category. You can manipulate the strings freely. Your body can transform into strings. The strength of the strings is determined by the output of telekinesis. You can control other people's bodies, and you can also cut people and objects. Devil fruits can be awakened through training. The awakening of the string fruit can affect all surrounding objects, turning buildings and mountains into strings. The last type is the animal devil fruit. After eating it, you will have the characteristics of the corresponding animal, and your physical strength and recovery ability will be greatly enhanced. This was the first time that Emolin told the others about the concept of devil fruits. The 3 people who heard about the devil fruit for the first time were also shocked by its power. A devil fruit can make an ordinary person become a strong person overnight. What world does this heaven-defying thing come from? Hisoka held the string fruit in his palm and examined it. Can I gain strength just by eating it? Boss Emolin. Yes. Emolin nodded. Emolin was about to remind Hisoka that the devil fruit only needs 1 bite. Wait. He hadn't finished speaking. Then you see. Hisoka swallowed the devil fruit without hesitation. Anyone who has eaten a devil fruit knows the taste of it. There is nothing more disgusting in the world than it. After eating the thunder fruit, Killua vomited for half a day and vomited out the acid in his stomach twice. And he will never forget that taste. However, when everyone wanted to see Hisoka's nauseous reaction, Hisoka just looked at them in confusion as if nothing had happened. Will you guys look at me? Don't you want to vomit? Killua asked puzzled. Vomiting? Why? Don't you think this tastes disgusting? It's even worse than shit. Killua continued to ask Hisoka, trying to see something from Hisoka's face. I think it's okay. Hisoka smiled. Hiss. The three of them gasped, and even Emolin gave Hisoka a thumbs up. Really amazing. Hisoka is the only ruthless person Emolin has ever seen who can eat shit without changing his expression. No wonder he is so popular. As for the taste, Hisoka actually couldn't taste it. His sense of taste had been failing recently, but of course he couldn't let anyone else know about it. Hisoka continued to pick up another golden item that had just been opened and asked Emolin. Pokemon Ball, contains a frog, from the Pokemon world, Frog from Team Rocket, what's Frog's name? Just call me Frog. My Jiao, it turns out to be the fruit god. One of the three mythical gods in Pokemon. The strongest shield that can distinguish between magic attacks and physical attacks, bounce back Pluto's dragon, and freely enter and exit the Pokeball, fruit god. No wonder it is the golden legend. But the combination of such a silly Quarren and Hisoka looks so weird. Boss Emolin, Boss Emolin! Hisoka shouted at Emolin. Emolin's expression had already made him realize that this golden legend was probably something extraordinary. As soon as Emolin opened his mouth, the Pokeball opened by itself, and the sky blue fruit god water appeared. The signature head patting move coupled with the eyes is so cute. Number. As expected, as soon as Wang appeared, he attracted everyone's attention, and even the little fire dragon resting on the side rushed to him. Charmander, wow, wow! Sure enough, Wang, Sona see. Hisoka. Looking at the goblin that was half his height, Hisoka narrowed his eyes and looked at it. Boss Emolin, what is this? Its name is Gurren Wang, it's a psychic-type Pokemon and a very powerful partner. Its detailed information is on the Pokeball. You can get it when you touch the Pokeball. This little guy doesn't seem to like being in the Pokeball. Hisoka looked at the white and red Pokeball, reached out and grasped it, and information about Gorilla and the Pokeball appeared in his mind. Name, sure enough, Wang. Attribute, Superpower. Classification, Patience Pokemon. Features, Shadow Stepping, Telepathy, Hidden Feature. Skills, Double Return, Mirror Reflection, Patience. Chapter 23. After learning all the information about Quarren Wang, Hisoka's smile became even bigger. What a reliable partner. Hello, my name is Hisoka. Hisoka walked up to the beast, half knelt down and stretched out his hand to greet it. Sure enough, OM also stretched out his little blue hand and said with a smile, Sana, Sana. The moment Hisoka came out of the blind box, he thought Hisoka was his trainer. Therefore, as for Hisoka, Wang is really enthusiastic. And. Haha. Sure enough, Wang is here. Hearing Hisoka's call, Wang moved his short blue legs and ran towards Hisoka. Duan. Hisoka picked up Ranran Wang, and the elastic touch and silky skin made him unable to help but caress Ranran Wang. The two people in front of him made Emolin, who was familiar with the original work, feel a chill. The fickle Hisoka was very fascinated by the cute Guo Shen and even rubbed his face against Guo Shen. After a while of sticking, Hisoka said goodbye to Emolin. Boss Emolin, I will visit your blind box store often. Goodbye first. And, gone, let's duel again next time we meet. After saying that, Hisoka turned and left. Looking at Hisoka's receding back, Gon clenched his fists and muttered, "The next time we meet will be a decisive battle." This trip to the blind box store brought Hisoka a lot of benefits, and the string fruit can be said to be something that is very suitable for him. It can be said that it is very similar to its own non-stretchable love, but the existence of the string fruit is not bound by none. Even if his telekinesis is sealed, he can still use the power of the string fruit. Hisoka's life goal has always been to find prey, and his interest is to cultivate strong enemies and then defeat them. He joined the Phantom Troop for only one purpose, which was to fight the leader Krollo. Unfortunately, there were always two members by the leader's side. He never had a chance. The appearance of the string fruit gave Hisoka hope, and the appearance of Ong gave Hisoka confidence. At the first sight of Quarren Wing, Hisoka felt a liking for this big blue guy. There seemed to be something extra in my heart. In the alley leading back to the Sky Arena, the tall Hisoka was walking on the side of the road, holding the Duan like Goranin. The two figures, one big and one small, attracted pedestrians on the roadside. "What is that? A pet?" Several strong men who came forward to snatch Quarren Wang away killed each other in the smile of Hisoka. After the incident, Hisoka squatted down and touched Quarren Wang's little head, and asked kindly. "Sure enough, Wang, what do you say? I will duel with that guy, the leader, when I get back this time." And. Okay, let's find a place to train first. And. After Hisoka left, only Gon, Killua and Emolin were left in the blind box store. Sure enough, the appearance of Wang made Gon and Killua's hearts burn with excitement. It was such a happy thing to have such a lovely little friend. Especially Killua, he doesn't have star platinum like Gon. After seeing Hisoka off, Emolin walked up to Gon and Killua and asked with his signature smile. "What blind boxes do you want to buy? My personal suggestion is to buy high-end blind boxes. Look at Hisoka. He got 2 golden legends in 10 consecutive shots. The blind box drop rate seems to be very high today. Would you like to consider it?" Emolin waved his hand to signal the two to think about it slowly. He was no longer the newly opened shop owner who urgently needed customers to buy blind boxes. There is no need to say anything more to stimulate customers to consume. The reputation of the blind box store is growing little by little, and old customers will bring more new customers. At that time, maybe we will start using hunger marketing. Killua glanced at Gon beside him. "Buy them all. Buy them all," Gon said firmly. The firm tone of the two attracted Emolin's attention. In just a few days, the addiction to opening blind boxes was so strong. Everyone has learned how to play all-in. Gambling is risky, so be careful when opening the box. Emolin kindly reminded. "Boss, give me 10 high-end blind boxes." Emolin. 2 minutes later, when Emolin swiped 1 billion ringgits on the pose machine, he was still looking at Gon and Killua in surprise. "Good boy. You have guts." With the presence of these two talented people, there is no doubt that blind box stores will be popular. Emolin took out 10 high-end blind boxes and placed them on the counter in the store. Gon and Killua had been waiting in front of the counter for a long time, staring at the 10 high-end blind boxes eagerly. "Killua, are you ready?" "Gon, I'm ready." "5 of us, ready, go." As the two people silently recited in their hearts that the 5 high-end blind boxes in front of them were opened, the light in the house began to flicker. In an instant, white light filled the entire room. "Red bean pancake, from Doraemon's world, just eat this pancake. Eat one without making a sound." "Bald Jiang's chainsaw, from the world of Boonie Bears. When the chainsaw makes a sound, any carbon-based creature will have to calm down." OPPOA5 battle damaged version, from the Earth OL world, C4 pretending to be a mobile phone. Saitama's red cape, from the One Punch Man world, it's just for show but not for use. Grass cake, from the world of high grey, this is the scent of grass, a delicious aroma. Until 9 white lights flashed, the last blind box finally showed golden light. Pikachu, from the Pokemon world, the Pikachu in Xiaoxi's hands, those who understand will understand. As the golden light faded, a chubby yellow mouse appeared in everyone's sight, accompanied by crackling sounds of electric current from time to time. Pikachu. Yellow electricity lingered around Pikachu. Before Emolin could speak, Killua touched Pikachu's forehead with his hand, and all the information about Pikachu appeared in his mind. Name, Pikachu. Attribute electricity. Category Mouse Pokemon. Features, static electricity, lightning rod, hidden feature. Skills, 100,000 volts, lightning flash, steel tail, high-speed movement, electric shock. After Killua read all of Pikachu's information, the two looked at each other, as if they were good friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. One man and one electric rat opened their arms at the same time and pounced on each other. Pikachu. Pika Pika. Gon saw the cute Pikachu and greeted it, hello. Pikachu. Pika Pika. The appearance of Pikachu made Gon and Killua very happy. In front of Emolin, the two men and the beast were communicating happily. Ahem. A cough broke the beautiful scene. Emolin pointed to the rules on the whiteboard on the wall and said, no noise in the store. After being reminded by Emolin, Gon and Killua realized that they had lost their composure. He apologized profusely with Pikachu in tow. Boss Emolin, we're not buying any more. We're leaving today. Killua and Gon had spent all of their 1 billion rings, and they wanted to buy it, but they were unable to afford it. After saying goodbye to Emolin, the two embarked on their journey home. Chapter 24. After seeing off Gon and Killua, the blind box store fell silent again, with only one man and one little fire dragon staring at each other. Emolin is full of anticipation for the departure of several people. Hisoka has gained new power, and with his restless personality, he will definitely attract more new customers. Gon and Killua are the protagonists of the Hunter world, and they will encounter various main characters in their subsequent journey. And his life after Emolin can only wait with Charmander. He now hopes that the revenue of the blind box store can quickly reach 10 billion yen. When it reaches 10 billion yen, the blind box store will be upgraded to the second level. By that time many new features will be enabled. The current first-tier blind box stores have many restrictions, which really prevents him from carrying out his far-reaching revenge. System, bring up the host panel. Emolin said. He now wants to see what he has gained during this period. Byte. Owner of Wanja Blind Box Store, Emolin. None. Personal skills, Nan's 4 basic skills, world stand-in. Own blind box? No. Items, 3 fairy beans, a bamboo dragonfly, a small fire dragon, a rainbow fruit, a primary fairy body. Blind box point 2000. Good. Another 2000 blind box points were credited to his account. Seeing the 2000 blind box points that had just been credited, Emolin hugged the little Charmander beside him. I can buy you something delicious. Hearing about the delicious food, the little fire dragon's tail suddenly lifted up and its eyes lit up. Wah. Happy. Oh, yes, there is one more thing. Emolin suddenly thought of something and continued to ask, System, so far, how many billion yuan has the blind box store earned? 4,501 million genie. So much! Emolin exclaimed when he heard the amount of money coming in. He had never paid attention to the total amount of money he received, but he didn't expect that it was almost half of the upgrade amount. It's only been a month. Emolin was even happier after hearing this information. He lifted the little dragon high in the air and spun it 2.5 circles. What do you want to eat, Charmander? Wow! Good! Canned herrings, hey! Uproar! On the other side, Gon and Killua were leaving the blind box shop and heading to Whale Island. Hisoka took the Gonjiro to a place in the Republic of Bartokya to train the coordination between the string fruit and the Gonjiro. At the foot of a mountain somewhere in the Republic of Patokya, Hisoka was sitting on a big rock holding Quarren. A large number of trees around had fallen down. Looking closely, the cuts of each fallen tree were very smooth. The cuts of the gravel scattered on the ground were as smooth as the cuts of the trees. This is the result of Hisoka's own training in using the string fruit over the past few days. Hisoka is indeed a genius. In just a few days, the thread he made was able to cut stones at will. And he followed the instructions given by Emolin. Develop the line fruit from 4 directions. 1. Develop the technology based on the sharpness of the wire. The wire is so thin that it is invisible to the naked eye, but its sharpness can be comparable to that of metals that are harder than steel. Cutting a human body is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. 2. Developing from the subtle manipulation of threads, Hisoka can now freely control threads that are so thin that they are invisible to the naked eye through the subtle manipulation of his fingers, and create nearly transparent thin silk threads from his hands. He can control the target by wrapping the threads around the target's body, similar to the effect of a puppet on a wire. 3. Nen strengthens the strength of the silk thread. While manufacturing the thread, it injects telekinesis into the thread to enhance the thread's toughness, sharpness, and control distance. 4. Use thread to sew up your own wounds. This trick combined with the illusion of lightness can create miraculous effects. If Ming Ji were here, he would definitely yell that Hisoka plagiarized his idea. After a week of practice, Hisoka realized that the string fruit was something that existed beyond the laws of the real world. Having been immersed in telekinesis for many years, Hisoka knew clearly that everything in this world has a price. The stronger the ability, the more restrictions there are and the greater the price. This is also where oaths and restrictions are the fairest. However, the items opened from the Omni-Realm Blind Box store do not seem to follow this rule, which makes Hisoka certain that Omni-Realm is an existence beyond this world. Perhaps, Boss Omni-Realm is from the Dark Continent. Hisoka said to himself. Sudden call out. A spike of thought cut through the air and flew straight to Hisoka's forehead. Hisoka sensed the danger and did not dodge. Instead, he smiled and stroked the little head of Quarren Wing. It's up to you, Guran Wing. Use the back fist. The end. After receiving the order from trainer Hisoka, sure enough, Ong broke free from Hisoka's arms, jumped up, and his whole body was glowing with colorful light. Stretch out your hands and block the nail in front of you. Return fist, rebound all physical attacks and cause double rebound damage. The moment the mind nail touched Quarren Wang's skin, it seemed to be affected by some kind of magic and flew back along the original path at twice the speed. The owner of the mind nail, Ilmi Zaldik, stood on the tree, looking at the returning mind nail with an incredible look on his face. What a fast speed! Ilmi turned sideways, but still couldn't dodge in time, and the mental nail scratched his cheek. Hisoka, sitting on a big rock, knew that Ilmi had arrived. He first stroked Quarren Wang's round head and praised, "Great!" Then, he looked up at the treetop where Ilmi was standing in the distance and shouted, "Ilmi, since you are here, show yourself." Today, Illumi, who was standing on the tree trunk, flashed and appeared in front of Hisoka the next moment. He squatted beside the gull and poked its bouncy face with his hand. "Hisoka, what is this? Was it this little fellow who just bounced off my mind spike?" Ilmi looked at the cute and adorable Ranran Wing. Just now, this big guy flashed, lit up with colorful light, and then bounced back his mind nail. It's really amazing. The mind spike is Illumi's usual weapon. As an emitter's mind power user, he knows very well that the explosive force of his mind spike can smash the big rock under Hisoka. And this blue thing actually bounced back his mental nails twice. Hisoka looked at Illumi's puzzled expression and explained, it's called Ren Ran, and it's a kind of Pokemon. The skill that bounced back the spike just now is called Return Fist, which can bounce back all physical attacks and cause double damage. Ilmi? The appearance of several new terms in Hisoka's explanation made Illumi's eyes flash with heat when he looked at Rango. Are elves a new type of mythical beast? Has any mythical beast hunter discovered a new mythical beast recently? As he spoke, Ilmi's hand had already rubbed Quarren Wang's head. Every time he touched it, his expression was, "Sona si." Ilmi thinks so because of the duties of a hunter. A hunter is someone who explores important cultural heritage and rare plants and animals and protects them, and also catches major suspects. It is both a profession and a class. He had also seen many mythical beasts like Quarren Wang, which possessed unique fighting abilities and were also human-like. However, Hisoka's next words opened up his worldview. Chapter 25. It's not the fantasy beast discovered by the fantasy beast hunter. To be exact, it doesn't belong to our world. Ilmi's usually lifeless eyes rarely revealed a hint of surprise. So, you have the confidence to challenge Crollo to a duel because of this little guy? Hisoka smiled and looked at Quarren Wang and shook his head, not just because of it. After leaving Emolin's blind box store, Hisoka once again thought about competing with Captain Crollo. He joined the Phantom Troop just to compete with the leader. This is Hisoka. Finding prey is his life goal and the basis for his survival. Unfortunately, there are always at least 2 members around the leader, so he spent a lot of money to invite Illumi to drag the rest of the brigade for him, so as to create an opportunity for a decisive battle with Crollo. But this time, seeing Ilmi's expression, he knew that he might not have to pay. "Ilmi, do you see what's around you? I've gained a new ability." Hisoka raised his lips, and several almost transparent thin threads quietly shot out from his hands. The silk thread ran towards Ilmi and entangled Ilmi's limbs. This is... Suddenly, Ilmi found that he could not move his limbs, as if something was binding him. Stretchable love? But it doesn't look like it. Having known Hisoka for a long time, Illumi is very familiar with Hisoka's abilities. Stretchable love and flirty illusion have made the Hisoka who he is today. However, Illumi was very confused. Why didn't he feel Hisoka's telekinesis just now? Boom boom boom. Illumi activated his telekinesis, wrapped his body, and allowed Hisoka's ability to control his body. Then, he activated the condensation technique and gathered the energy in his eyes. Ilmi must have something like a thread wrapped around his limbs to control his movements. Sure enough, after injecting telekinesis into his eyes, he saw several thin threads in the air shooting out from Hisoka's hands and controlling his limbs. Once you find the cause, it's easy to solve the problem. Illumi then released his own thoughts and wrapped them around a piece of gravel at his feet. This was the technique of Jo. By wrapping the stone with Jo, the hardness of the stone could be increased. He raised his right foot and kicked lightly, and the stone flew onto the thin line in the air. Bang! The stone flew towards the thin wire at an extremely fast speed. Ilmi wanted to cut the thin wire, but unexpectedly, the stone was cut into 2 pieces by the thin wire when it hit the thin wire. What a sharp, thin line! It's not nin, but it has a thin line as sharp as steel. What kind of power is this? Hisoka's unique ability aroused Illumi's curiosity, and he began to release the telekinesis in his body in an attempt to break free from Hisoka's control. Stop it! Ilmi, I didn't invite you to a duel. Hisoka removed the thin ropes that bound Ilmi's limbs and sat cross-legged next to Rangoon again. The move just now was a test of Illumi, and also a plan by Hisoka to arouse Illumi's inner curiosity. Make an offer. Hisoka, tell me how to obtain this ability. Hisoka succeeded. This simple test made Ilmi curious about the secrets of Hisoka. In this world, apart from work and Killua, perhaps only the exploration of the unknown can arouse his interest. Illumi, sit down. The price is that you help me hold back the Phantom Troop people around Crollo this time. After that, I will tell you how to obtain this ability. Good. In the Wanja blind box store, Emolin looked at Hisoka, who was very good at fooling people, and thought to himself. What a profiteer! After Hisoka gone and the others left, the blind box store returned to peace again. In the small blind box store, every day there was only the sound of wa law, and the human language. The daily joy of life is to see how the old customers of the blind box store live. Apparently, our Emperor Hisoka has already mastered the art of deceiving people. He just took advantage of the fact that when Netero was showing his power at Kukolo Mountain, Illumi was working away from home and didn't know what was happening at home, so he just created an information chasm. From Hisoka's actions over the past few days, Emolin knew that Hisoka was going to find Crollo for a decisive battle. In the original work, Hisoka has always wanted to find an opportunity to duel with Crollo, but he has never found a suitable opportunity. Later, the captain's name was sealed by Kurapika. Hisoka's decisive battle with the leader has been delayed again and again. And now the newly born Donquixote Hisoka, with Goranin and Illumi, is going to fight Crollo in a strong duel. It's really exciting. As more and more people become aware of the abilities of blind box openings gained by old customers of blind box stores, the existence of blind box stores will sooner or later come into the sight of interested people. Emolin has made plans for the future. First, maintain the number of customers, at least before the blind box store is upgraded. The issuance of purchase cards also needs to be considered appropriately, otherwise this small blind box store will be crowded sooner or later. Besides, customers are more important than quantity, so there is no need to be so anxious. Second, improve your strength. According to the system prompts, it takes time to upgrade the blind box store. During this period, the blind box store is in a closed state and the time is unknown. Emolin needs to enhance his strength and live in the hunter world. Third, open up a new model of blind box stores and try out the possibilities of blind box stores. Emolin already has a new idea. He will auction some of the items he owns, learn the hunger marketing model, and make some preparations for the opening of the second-level blind box store. Alright. Charmander, we can't fall this low anymore. Emolin picked up the little Charmander beside him, lifted him up high and shouted loudly. We have to work hard together. You have to grow up quickly and evolve into a Charizard. Then I'll buy you a Mega Evolution Stone and take you out to find a female Charizard native to the hunter world. Hearing the mother dragon, the little dragon seemed very excited. The image of the little dragon pulling the big dragon emerged in his mind, and his claws flew in the air excitedly. Wow! Wow! Okay, let's start practicing. On Hisoka's side, after 2 days of trekking, he finally found Crollo's trace in the ancient Ganyu kingdom. In a hotel somewhere in Dori port of the ancient Ganyu kingdom. Hisoka and Illumi, who had just arrived, found a hotel to rest. Hisoka, are you sure Crollo will be here? Illumi picked up Quaranweng and let him lie on his legs, rubbing Quaranweng's little head with his white hands. The end. After a few days of getting along, the relationship between Ong and Illumi gradually became closer, and they were not averse to this person who was like a good friend to their trainer. Swish, swish, swish. Hisoka walked to the window in the house, closed all the curtains, and then took out a parchment paper scroll from his pocket. Pointing to Crollo's handwritten letter on the parchment. 2 days ago, Crollo summoned all the Phantom Troop members to Port Dori, and the meeting place was Saba City in Port Dori. Hisoka and Illumi are both very familiar with this city. This city is where Hisoka and Illumi took the hunter exam before. Tonight, Crollo will meet in the old town south of Saba City, the famous abandoned residential area of Shibuya. Rest for a while now, and take action tonight. Chapter 26. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Tonight is destined to be a restless night for Hisoka. Saba, Shibuya abandoned residential area. In an abandoned corridor. Hisoka walked into the corridor alone and went up the stairs to the 4th floor. We arrived at the door of room 401, which is where the phantom troop will gather tonight. Boom boom boom. Bang. Hisoka knocked on the door, and 2 or 3 seconds later, a soft female voice came from the door. Hisoka, you're late. The person who came was the 3rd member of Phantom Troop, Maki. Long time no see, Maki. Hisoka greeted Shizuku enthusiastically. In Phantom Troop, Hisoka rarely communicates with other members, except Maki. As a support member of the Phantom Troop, her role is even greater than that of the leader Killua. Maki's nin is to transform thoughts into thin and long threads. The means of attack is to strangle the opponent with a thread, and the main function of the thread is to suture wounds for treatment and fix dislocated joints. Maki can even suture blood vessels, bones, nerves and muscles 100% perfectly at super fast speeds. Who wouldn't love such a beautiful and powerful auxiliary doctor? Hisoka is of course no exception. Come in quickly. Hisoka. You are already half an hour late. The meeting is over. The leader wants to assign you a task individually. Maki led Hisoka through the cluttered living room and into the innermost bedroom of the house. Because this building has been vacant for a long time and due to the humid coastal climate, the wooden floor has become moldy and leaking. Every time Hisoka took a step, the worn-out floor creaked. Before coming, Hisoka deliberately delayed and did not arrive at the designated time. Based on his understanding of Killua, every time all members are called together, tasks are assigned to each member, and these tasks are unknown to each other. Therefore, the phenomenon occurs that those who come first take on the task and leave. Hisoka seized this opportunity and created a time difference with Illumi, waiting for the other members to leave Killua before finding an opportunity to take action. Now, Hisoka's heart can no longer be restrained, and the desire to fight Killua has reached its peak. Hisoka laughed secretly. Bang! Maki opened the bedroom door, and Hisoka entered the room, looking at everything inside. In the small room, Killua sat on an old sofa in the middle of the room, with Nobunaga and Uvajin standing on his left and right. Really? Killua must have at least 2 members following him. Long time no see, everyone. Hisoka raised his right hand and greeted the people in the room. As he raised his hand, the 5 fingers of his left hand shook flexibly. Hisoka, you are late. You are half an hour late. Do you know how angry I am that you made us wait for you for half an hour longer? Uvajin clenched his right fist and punched it twice in the air at Hisoka, venting his dissatisfaction. The swinging fist created a gust of wind in the air, which brushed across Hisoka's cheek and blew his fiery red curly hair. Don't be angry. Uvajin, I don't want to be late, but you can't guarantee that every day will go smoothly, right? Hisoka said with a smile. Okay, Uvajin, you, Nobunaga, and Maki go out first. I'll give Hisoka a task alone. After receiving Krillo's instructions, the 3 of them left the room. When the room returned to silence, Krillo spoke slowly. Hisoka, we will meet at Yokiksen City in a week. I want you to arrive on time. Then, you will meet Nobunaga. Okay, Captain. Krillo's style of issuing tasks is so concise, and the entire content of the task is contained in one sentence. Hisoka was obviously familiar with Krillo's style, and he nodded in tacit approval. Still standing there, staring at Krillo with a smile. Anything else? Hisoka. Krillo asked. Of course, Captain. What about the decisive battle you promised me before? Oh. Krillo sneered when he heard this. As expected, Hisoka was still the same Hisoka. When he was alone with him, he would always find opportunities to challenge him to a decisive battle. Krillo knew that Hisoka's purpose in joining the Phantom Troop was to fight him. But he didn't want to fight Hisoka right now. This is meaningless to Krillo. Nobunaga, Uvajin, come in. At this moment, Krillo doesn't want to discuss the duel with Hisoka, and the best way now is to let Nobunaga and Yuvajin deal with Hisoka. This is how we did it before. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuvajin's angry voice came from outside the door, Nobunaga, what are you doing? Boom. As Chrollo looked puzzled, the bedroom door opened with a sword energy. Maki, get out of the way, I can't control myself. Nobunaga held the long knife in his hand and slashed at Maki, who was standing next to him. Maki's body was already cut by Nobunaga's sword, leaving a long bloody wound. The wound was like a small fountain, spraying blood into the air. At this moment, Maki was looking at Nobunaga in disbelief as he swung the knife at him again. She didn't understand why her former friend attacked her. Hisoka, who was standing in the middle of the room, had a smile on his face, and his expression changed from a smile to a gloomy look. His eyes were fixed on Chrollo, as if he was looking at his prey, full of a perverted desire to destroy his prey. He stretched out his hands and turned them gracefully in the air. His nimble fingers danced in the air like fluttering butterflies. Ha ha ha! At this moment, Hisoka was dominated by desire and instinct, and every laugh sounded like a low moan from the devil. Breathtaking! As Hisoka waved his hands, Maki and Yuvajin behind him began to attack each other uncontrollably, and the three of them started a melee mode. Maki, get out of the way! What the hell is going on? My body, is out of control. It's Hisoka, it's stretchable love, he's controlling our bodies. Damn it, Hisoka, what the hell are you going to do? The change happened so fast, it all happened in an instant, and Chrollo had no time to react. Nobunaga and the other two have completed the first wave of attacks on each other. At this time, Chrollo's face was dark and the anger in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Hisoka, do you want to die? In the Phantom Troop, killing each other is prohibited. Moreover, the most important thing is that the three Nobunaga were brought out from Meteor City by Chrollo. The importance of these three people in Chrollo's heart far exceeds that of the outsider Hisoka. There is no doubt that Hisoka's actions today have touched Chrollo's sore spot. However, Hisoka didn't care at all. Chapter 27. Chrollo, please me as much as you can. Ha ha ha. Hisoka is almost insane, and is completely obsessed with the idea of defeating Chrollo. His goal in life is to find prey, and his interest is to cultivate strong enemies and then defeat them. This is what Hisoka life is all about. He has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Chrollo, who was standing not far from Hisoka, had already activated his Nin Thief's ultimate intention. Chrollo is a special type Nin user. In addition to his super combat ability, his Nin is also very powerful. Thief's Ultimate, this is a materialized book that can be used to steal other people's Nin. The side whose Nin is stolen cannot use that Nin again. However, such a powerful Nin also has many limitations. This world is very fair. While gaining great power, you will also gain corresponding restrictions. This is also the essence of vows and constraints. Thief's Ultimate, stealing and using must meet the following conditions. To successfully steal Nin, the following 4 conditions must be met, otherwise it will fail. See the other person's strength with your own eyes. Ask questions related to the other person's Nin and get their answers. Have the other person place his or her hand on the handprint on the book cover. All conditions 1 to 3 must be completed within 1 hour. To use the stolen power, materialize the book in your right hand and turn to the page where you want to use the Nin. See, the stolen Nin will be automatically erased from the book when the stolen party dies, and it can no longer be used. As the pages of the book in his hand turned, Chrollo had already begun to attack Hisoka. Call out! Chrollo moved quickly and rushed to Hisoka in one step. He swung his fist wrapped in telekinesis towards Hisoka's head, venting his dissatisfaction. Ka! When the fist was about to hit Hisoka's face, it stopped in mid-air. Not only that, Chrollo was also frozen in mid-air, like a controlled puppet. Chrollo, who was frozen in the air, narrowed his eyes slightly, and the telekinesis in his body moved quietly and concentrated in his eyes. From the attacks between Nobunaga and the other two just now to the fact that he was being controlled now, Killua knew that there must be something invisible controlling himself and Nobunaga and the others. When condensation was activated, transparent threads in the air slowly appeared in Krillo's sight. He saw. Seeing that Nobunaga, Uvajin, and Maki were tied with several silk threads, and the threads extended all the way to the roof, Krillo's eyes finally fixed on Hisoka's knuckles. As expected, it was Hisoka who was controlling everything in the house. Was it elastic love? Krillo said to himself. Now that he had discovered the truth that he, Nobunaga and the others were being controlled, the next step was to find a solution. As the leader of the Phantom Troop, Krillo has a calm personality, unfathomable strength, and can manage his facial expressions even when facing any powerful enemy. He always has a poker face and will never let others read any of his thoughts from his expression. But today, Hisoka's abnormal behavior caused a ripple in Krillo's heart. If there is a ranking of the most unpredictable people in the Phantom Troop, Hisoka would definitely be at the top. But from what Krillo knows about Hisoka, he is an extremely stable person. The stable here means that as long as Hisoka's requirements are met, he will abide by all the rules you set. Therefore, even though Krillo knew that Hisoka joined the brigade to fight him, he still tolerated him in the brigade. He used the excuse of a duel between him and himself to keep Hisoka hanging, and borrowed his powerful fighting power to work for the brigade. However, today this balance was broken by Hisoka. What exactly is he relying on? Krillo was puzzled, but the pages of the book in his hand had already begun to flip in the wind. Swish! Swish, swish. Nangekko with broken tail. Launch. A layer of light blue telekinesis began to adhere to the surface of Krillo's black coat wrapped in silk threads, and the light blue telekinesis clung to the silk threads that bound him. Call out. Krillo shook his limbs and slid out of the silk strings that bound him. Gecko with broken tail, a special nin that attaches its telekinesis to the object that controls it, forming a layer of blue oil film, which not only achieves a smooth effect but also facilitates the nin's escape. The price is that every time it is used, hair on a certain part of the body will disappear for a week. Krillo escaped from Hisoka's control and felt that the hair somewhere on his body had disappeared, which was like a breeze blowing on his balls. Fortunately, we can start counterattacking next. Call out. Krillo raised his right hand and activated hard. The energy in his body began to gather on the index and middle fingers of his right hand. 100% of the mind in his body gathered on his fingertips, turning into a sharp blade. It chopped straight at the transparent silk thread that controlled Nobunaga and the other two. Thump, thump, thump. There was a crackling sound of a taut rope breaking in the air, and Nobunaga and the other two instantly stopped attacking each other. It's really abominable, Hisoka, you deserve to die. Uvajin, who was freed from the control of the silk thread, had a ferocious face, gnashed his teeth, and wished he could tear Hisoka to pieces immediately. His face flushed, his muscles tensed, he swung his fists with anger and roared. Super Destruction Punch! Boom! Before the fist was thrown, the accumulated aura made the surrounding air begin to emit an explosive sound, causing pain in everyone's eardrums. This punch was as powerful as a small missile, and it represented Uvajin's endless hatred for Hisoka. The damn guy actually controlled Nobunaga and injured Maki. Hisoka turned his back to Uvajin and faced his fierce punches. Even though the punches scratched his cheek, he still didn't move a step. Uvajin, you should also taste your own fist. Sure enough, return the fist. Hisoka raised the corners of his mouth and laughed arrogantly, making his gloomy face look even more terrifying. A small red and white ball flew out of Hisoka's waist pocket, and a white light flashed. Crash! There was a loud bang in the sky, and the fruit god made a brilliant appearance. When Uvajin's fist was about to hit Hisoka, sure enough, Ong flew out of the poke ball, stood in front of Hisoka, opened his arms, and shouted, Sona si. Return punch launch. The blue jelly-like figure flashes with colorful light, and the eyes express the determination to protect the trainer to the death. When Yuvajan's fist hit the body of the old man like a missile. Boom! A loud noise like an explosion suddenly sounded in the small room. The collision between the two people caused gusts of air in the house, and even blew Maki to the ground. Bun! Yuvajan lost. Chapter 28. Return fist, rebound all physical attacks and cause double damage. Yuvajan's super destroyer punch is more powerful than a small missile. In addition, several people are currently in a small bedroom, and the super destruction fist condenses all the power, condenses and condenses again. All the strength is concentrated in one fist. But the turnaround happened too fast. Guo Shen's return fist will be a super destruction fist, all the power will be returned with double the damage. The deafening explosion sounded into the ears of everyone present. Yuvajan, who was at the center of the sound, felt a pool of blood burst out of his ears. Boom boom boom. The damage caused by return fist knocked Yuvajan's huge body away and shattered one wall after another. The dong dong sound lasted for nearly 10 seconds before it finally stopped. The end. Sure enough, Ong stood behind Hisoka, with his arms open, protecting the trainer behind him. Quarren Wing, the strongest shield. What is this? Nobunaga exclaimed. He held Maki in his arms, stood a few meters away from Quarren Wing, and did not dare to move. Nobunaga, take Maki to find Yuvajan, I'm here. But, Captain. Nobunaga wanted to say something but was immediately interrupted by Crollo. Let's go. I'm the leader, listen to me. Hisoka, don't you want to fight me one-on-one? Let Nobunaga and the others leave. The current situation does not allow Crollo to think too much, as Hisoka's strength is beyond his imagination. After not seeing each other for a month, Crollo could no longer see through Hisoka's methods. Crollo understood that Hisoka's idea was simple, he just wanted to fight him one-on-one, and if Nobunaga and the others stayed here, he would only be restricted. Besides, this pervert Hisoka is likely to kill Nobunaga and the other two and then fight with me. Hisoka stood there, looking at the ruined hut, and squatted on the ground. Give them 3 minutes to leave here. And, Ilmi, why don't you come out? Call out. Ilmi jumped into the house from the tree outside and stood next to Hisoka. Don't worry. Don't worry. I will help you keep an eye on Nobunaga and the other two. After the task is completed, I want to know the answer I came up with. Certainly. A minute later, Hisoka and Crollo were the only ones left in the cabin. Hisoka's long-awaited one-on-one showdown with Crollo is finally about to begin. At this time, Crollo took a small step back, creating some distance between himself and Hisoka, and used the condensation technique all the time. The fight just now made Crollo realize that Hisoka's ability was still within the realm of mind. Condensation could still see the transparent threads released by Hisoka. Crollo was shocked by Hisoka's change, but his calm personality allowed him to keep a poker face. I started analyzing Hisoka's abilities in my heart. Hisoka's ability is called Stretchable Love, which allows him to turn his energy into chewing gum and stick it to his enemies, thereby restricting their movements. The longer the chi is stretched, the greater the force with which it can be retracted, but if the chi leaves Hisoka's body and stretches more than 10 meters, it will break. This room is too small. Crollo thought to himself. Airtight chamber activated. Swish, swish, swish. Crollo flipped the pages of the book in his hand, and a dark purple thought surged out of his body, slowly enveloping the surrounding walls. Oh! What ability is that? Hisoka narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the changes around him. Even though Hisoka has obtained the ability of the string fruit, he still doesn't dare to relax. He is well aware of Crollo's power. The leader of the Phantom Troop is calm and thoughtful. With Nen, Thief's ultimate, he can steal other people's Nen. Hisoka also doesn't know how many types of nin Crollo has mastered. It is better to be careful. Airtight chamber. Manipulator nin materializes an airtight telekinetic chamber, which is a 20-20-20 m rectangular box. The telekinetic chamber exists independently of the external space and can trap enemies and oneself. In the telekinetic chamber, the caster's telekinesis will be doubled. The chamber cannot be broken from the inside and lasts for 10 minutes. This move can be said to have the advantage of the first move in a one-on-one duel. The caster's mental power is directly increased by 2 times, and the secret room cannot be broken from the inside. This eliminates the possibility of Hisoka escaping. However, powerful abilities also come at a price. Airtight secret room not only traps the opponent, but also traps oneself. If the caster cannot defeat the opponent, he is like a lamb caught in a wolf's den. Moreover, the cooling time of this move is as long as 24 hours, or 1 day. Hisoka also felt the existence of the telekinetic chamber at this time, but this made him even more excited. 5-colored thread. Call out. Hisoka raised his right hand and spread out his 5 fingers, creating a nearly transparent thin thread from each of his 5 fingers, and made a beast claw gesture to let the 5 threads grab Crollo. The transparent thread, which is as hard as steel, will cut Crollo's body into 8 pieces like cutting melons and vegetables once it touches his body. He Hisoka laughed secretly. But how could Crollo just sit there and wait for death? The reason he was able to survive to this day, besides his great strength, was his smart brain. The nin he collected are also complementary to each other. When airtight secret room is activated, fish swimming in secret room will follow. Fish swimming in a closed room, the materialized mind fish can only survive in a closed space. People bitten by the mind fish will not feel pain, bleed, or die until the mind fish disappears. Nyanyu plays as a support, Crollo is the main attacker. The blessing of double mental power doubles his combat power. With the power of telekinesis, he rushed to Hisoka in 1 step, clenched his right fist, and with double the power of telekinesis, smashed it hard into Hisoka's face. Captain Crollo, you are really amazing. With double the telekinesis, even I have to retreat 3 points. Hisoka goes all out and starts fighting with Crollo. Super whip. Dozens of nearly transparent thin threads spurted out from the palm of his hand, and then these threads were twisted together to form a thick thread column like hair. Then stretch this line back as far as possible. When it stretches back and hits the enemy in front, it can cut the opponent's body in half, and even cut a high-rise building in half in an instant. The string. Raise your index finger and put away the other fingers, and let the thin wire created from the fingertips shoot out at high speed like a gun. Its destructive power is strong enough to penetrate human bones with 1 shot, and it can easily hit the target even if the opponent is far away. Foot shaving line. 8 nearly transparent thin threads are created from the toes, and the straight kicks released by the sharp threads are enough to send the opponent flying with 1 blow. Chapter 29. On the other side, Ilmi was leading Ranranong and dragging Nobunaga and the other 2. Sure enough, use the counter punch. The end. While Illumi was holding back the attacks of Nobunaga and Maki, he also directed Ranran to use return fist to counter Yuvijan's attack. After receiving his own super destruction punch which had double the damage, most of Yuvijan's ribs were broken. The strong body and internal organs were shifted in the abdomen due to this blow. However, as an enhancer nin, Yuvijan has forged his body into the best weapon. A few broken ribs, what's the big deal? The blessing of mental power makes your body as strong as a rock. Yuvijan is the main attacker, Nobunaga is the feint attacker, Maki is the assister, and they roam around and harass continuously. Nobunaga is also an enhancer nin, but his nin application skill is to strengthen the blade. The long sword in his hand is Nobunaga's reliance. If you accidentally enter Nobunaga's attack range, his IAI slash will be so fast that it will chop off your head before you have any reaction. Buzz. Nobunaga swings his blade, and the sword energy is everywhere. Countless blades swept towards Ilmi from all directions. The end. Mirror reflection is activated. Nobunaga's sword energy is an external special attack move condensed by Nen. As expected, Ongo God is born with the ability to distinguish between special attacks and normal attacks. Therefore, his cooperation with Ilmi can be said to complement each other. Maki, are you still unable to contact the other members? Nobunaga shouted. Ever since the two men found Uvajin, Maki has been trying to use electronic devices to notify the departing Phantom Troop members. But there is no signal at all in this place. Nobunaga, there is no signal in this place. Hisoka did something hateful. Nobunaga swung the knife in his hand faster, his heart was full of urgency, he wanted to get back to Krollo as soon as possible. In the hearts of the Phantom Troop members, the leader was above everything else. It's really. Damn it. Uvajin, who was standing aside, looked at Quarren Wang who was standing in front of him, gnashed his teeth and roared helplessly. No matter how many punches he threw, even if his fists were already flying sparks. But I just can't break Guoran Wang's defense. This was the first time that the stubborn Uvajin encountered such a strange creature, which not only blocked his attacks but also doubled the damage. The more this happened, the faster he swung his fists. Boom boom boom. During Ilmi's defense, a thought butterfly appeared before his eyes. This was one of the Zaldik family's means of transmitting information. Every member of the Zaldik family, no matter where they are, can be found by the message delivering Niandi. While dodging Nobunaga's attack, Illumi crushed the mind butterfly and information began to flow into his brain. According to reliable information, a merchant selling blind boxes appeared at the Sky Arena. The blind boxes he sold could reveal items from all the heavens and worlds. President Netero got an item from there that could restore his peak physical strength. The message was very brief, but Ilmi immediately connected some recent events from the message. Sky Arena. Blind box merchant. A blind box that can reveal all the heavens and worlds. And Hisoka's abilities. It turns out that Hisoka got her ability from a blind box store. Then the person who could stop time that she met at the beginning might have also obtained a supernatural item from a blind box store. Ilmi said secretly. Everything is in place. Now that we know the source of Hisoka's abilities, the family must know the location of the blind box store. Even if they don't, I can go to the Sky Arena and find it sooner or later. There is no need to continue this procrastination war any longer. Ilmi grabbed Quarren Wang's slender blue waist, held it in his arms, and ran towards the distance. He had persisted in this delaying war for nearly 30 minutes, and doing so for free was already a very professional act. With a whoosh, Ilmi and Quarrenong disappeared into the dark night. On the other side, Nobunaga and the other two looked at Ilmi leaving without asking too much questions. The three of them quickened their pace and ran towards the gathering place. When the three of them arrived at the residential building, the scene before them made them tremble with shock. Where are the residential buildings? The 6-story residential building had now been destroyed into countless small pieces. The wreckage of the building scattered on the ground had smooth surfaces at the breaks, just like a watermelon cut with a knife. Where's the captain? Where's Hisoka? What on earth just happened here? The leader wouldn't be killed by Hisoka. Shut up, the leader is so powerful, how could he be killed by Hisoka? As they were talking, a black shadow appeared at the feet of Nobunaga and the other two, and a blood-stained hand stretched out from the shadow. Grab Uvajin's ankles. Uvajin felt the cold touch on his ankle, his whole body tensed up, and he jumped straight into the air. Nobunaga, look at what's on my ankle. Following Uvajin's shout, Nobunaga looked at Uvajin's ankle and saw a bloody man being carried into the air by Uvajin. Nobunaga, that's the leader. Captain. Inside a clinic in Saba City. This is a secret gathering place for the Phantom Troop. The bloody Krollo has been rescued by Maki and is lying on the hospital bed with his body bandaged. The eyebrows on his face and the hair on his head were gone. Uvajin, Nobunaga, and Maki sat next to Crollo and listened to him describe what had just happened. Crollo still underestimated Hisoka's strength, and finally escaped from Hisoka's attack with the help of Nin Dark Shadow in the Dark Night. However, he also caused unpredictable damage to Hisoka. Dark Shadow in the Dark Night, a special knowledge type Nin that can only be activated in the dark. Before activation, you must first continuously infuse Nin with telekinesis for a month to create a shadow substitute for yourself. Only one can be stored at a time. When shadow substitute is activated, the caster can dive into the shadow and let the shadow substitute take his place and bear the damage. He then went into the shadow, and the shadow substitute blocked 70% of the damage for the original body. In this duel with Hisoka, Crollo used all of his combined Nin. Gecko with broken tail, airtight chamber, fish swimming in chamber, double rings passing through time and space, dark shadows in the dark night. Control, attack, defense, escape, every aspect of the skills is comprehensive. However, even so, Hisoka's silk thread still has endless moves, forcing him into a desperate situation. Captain, Hisoka's sudden attack this time, I don't think that ability is like stretchable love. Maki said. She has more contact with Hisoka than other members. This time, the transparent silk thread in the air clearly did not conform to the two characteristics of stretchable love, chewing gum and rubber. Yes, that kind of silk thread is harder than steel and more resilient than rubber. Chapter 30. Crollo, lying on the hospital bed, recalled the scene when he fought with Hisoka. From the beginning to the end of this battle, it seemed that the opponent did not use stretchable love, and he did not feel the existence of telekinesis on those transparent threads. A power that transcends telekinesis. What on earth has Hisoka been experiencing during this period of time? And the blue creature was actually able to hit back at Uvajin's fist. Captain, what are you thinking about? Maki, who was sitting beside Crollo's bed, asked the captain who had dazed eyes. Nobunaga and Uvajin were also attracted by Maki's words and looked at Crollo. I was thinking about today's battle with Hisoka, and that blue creature. Speaking of blue creatures, Uvajin and Nobunaga's faces changed. Captain, that creature is too weird. It doesn't have strong attack power, but it can rebound the attacks from me and Nobunaga and hit back twice as hard. With that guy Ilmi getting in the way, we can't support you at all. Uvajin said angrily. Captain, it's strange. When Ilmi and the blue creature were trying to stop us, a mind butterfly suddenly appeared, as if conveying some information. After that, he cursed Hisoka and left. Nobunaga added. While speaking, Crollo suddenly thought of something, changed the subject and looked at Maki. Maki, have you treated Hisoka's injuries in the Sky Arena before? Maki nodded, yes, what's the matter, Captain? Did Hisoka stay in the Sky Arena for a long time? Crollo already had some guess in his mind. Maki nodded again. At this time, Nobunaga seemed to understand something and spoke. Captain, do you mean that Hisoka's transformation, that powerful ability was obtained in the Sky Arena? It's very likely. Wait for 2 days, and when I recover, we'll go to the Sky Arena together. On the other side, Hisoka, dragging his seriously injured body, meets Ilmi at a gathering point in Saba City. Inside the safe house. Hisoka leaned against the wall of the safe house, the threads in his body moving slowly, mending the wounds inside. This is another application of the thread fruit he developed, repairing thread. It can be said that Hisoka developed these skills of the string fruit, most likely influenced by the remaining memories of Dover in the devil fruit. The development direction is based on the ideas of Flamingo. Look, you're anxious again. Hisoka said, panting and looking at Illumi with a cold face in front of him. After he returned to the safe house, he learned that Illumi already knew about the existence of the Wanja blind box shop. So, it doesn't matter much if he gives up blocking. After all, he had already finished the battle with Crollo in just 20 minutes. Krollo is worthy of being the leader of the Phantom Troop. A few simple nen combined with each other can create miraculous effects. Even with the help of the string fruit, he only repelled Krollo but did not truly defeat him. Hisoka, I'm leaving and going to the blind box shop. Ilmi said goodbye to Hisoka. Now he just wanted to hurry to the Sky Arena to see the magical blind box shop. Hisoka nodded but said nothing. The next second, Ilmi turned around and disappeared into the house. In the small safe house, only Hisoka, Quarren, and his elf were left. Number. Sure enough, when Wang saw the injured Hisoka, his little eyes drooped instantly. It felt very frustrated because it couldn't help its trainer Hisoka because it didn't master any healing moves. At this moment, all he could do was open his arms and hug the injured Hisoka, hoping to comfort him. Sure enough, the embrace of Mr. Wang made Hisoka feel warm. Looking at the chubby blue elf in front of him, Hisoka smiled. Sure enough, Wang, I will be back to normal in 2 days. Then I will take you to buy some delicious food. The end. That night, Hisoka's heart underwent some changes because of the presence of Ranran Wang. Here, Emolin finished a day of hard training. Now he strictly follows his training schedule to practice Nen in the hunter world. 7 o'clock, get up. 7 to 7:20, brush your teeth. 7:20 to 8 o'clock, have breakfast. 8 to 8:30, take Charmander for a walk and do some light exercise. 8:30 to 8:35, practice Nen. 8:35 to 1 am, play for a while. 1 to 7 o'clock, sleep. Looking back on his daily life, Emolin feels distressed. He cannot sustain such a high-intensity life for more than 3 days. Sour. Emolin grabbed the little Charmander that was rolling on the ground, held it in front of him, and shouted loudly. Charmander, how could you be so depraved? If you do nothing every day like this, when will you be able to evolve into a Charizard? Charmander? W.A. Law. W.A. Law. You farted. You actually said that to me. That's how you treat your trainer. As a punishment, you won't have any chicken legs to eat today. After spending a long time with Charmander, Emolin can already understand the meaning of Verwella from its words. After playing with Charmander, Emolin began to call up the host panel to check his gains. Recently, Emolin has used up all of his 2000 blind box points. It's a pity that the gods can't save the innocent, and money can't change fate. I don't know what's going on recently, but the things that come out of blind boxes are getting worse and worse, so bad that Emolin even doubts whether the developer of this blind box system is the Gokha Group. The drop rate must be 65,000 to produce a golden legend? Emolin checked the 2 purple items he had recently obtained, both of which were opened from high-end blind boxes. Emperor Engine, from the world of One Punch Man, it is the best weapon to scare the enemy, but be careful not to show off, because you don't know the great summoning technique, summon the bald demon king. God's Alibi, from the hunter world, also known as the breath-holding disappearance method. As long as I hold my breath long enough, others won't be able to detect me. Bite. Owner of Wanja Blind Box Store, Emolin. None. Personal skills, Nen's 4 basic skills, World Stand, God's Alibi, Emperor Engine. Own blind box? No. Items, 3 fairy beans, a bamboo dragonfly, a small fire dragon, a rainbow fruit, a primary fairy body. Blind box points 0. The current total revenue of the blind box store is 4.501 billion yuan. After checking his host panel, Emolin lay back on his recliner. He crossed his legs, rocked in the recliner, and thought about the current situation of the customers. Emolin's top priority now is to earn 10 billion jin. When the blind box store earns 10 billion jin, it will be upgraded to the 2nd level. The upgraded blind box store will unlock more new features. The main returning customers of the blind box store are Gon, Killua, Netero, Hisoka. Gon and Killua are currently in their hometown, Whale Island. Netero is working with Zeno in the Kajin Empire. The last time we saw that guy Hisoka, he was with Illumi. My golden leeks. When can you come to my house again? Chapter 31. Today, the sun is shining and the sky is cloudless. Wanja Blind Box store opened on time at 8 o'clock in the morning. Emolyn brought Charmander to the store to perform the second set of National Primary School Students' Radio Gymnastics, The Rising Sun. Ready, get up. Stepping exercise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Charmander follows Emolyn's rhythm with his short legs and swings his arms. He was still shouting wow. Wow. It's important to stay healthy, Charmander, get moving. WA Law. WA Law? You forced me to wake up before I even woke up. When doing full body exercise. Bang. The door of the blind box store was pushed open. Emolyn and Charmander's morning exercises were also interrupted by this sudden change. Boss Emolyn, long time no see. I'm here to bother you again. A steady and low voice came from outside the door. Oh. Our Golden League President Netero is here. Oh my god. He also brought new leaks. There were two people following Netero into the store, one was a hunched old man with his hands behind his back, and the other was a sturdy middle-aged man with disheveled hair. As soon as the two entered the blind box store, information about the two appeared in Emolyn's mind. Bent over old man. Name, Zeno Zaldik. Race, human. Identity, member of the Zaldik family, Killua's grandfather. Strength, hard to beat. Emitting middle-aged people. Name, Silva Zaldik. Race, human. Identity, member of the Zaldik family, Killua's father. Strength, hard to beat. Someone from the Zaldik family. Emolyn said secretly. Emolyn didn't know much about the Zaldik family. He only knew that it was the world's #1 assassin family, and that the family was located in the Dentora region of the Republic of Batokia, Kukulu Mountain. There is also a terrifying creature from the Dark Continent in the family, Nanaga, who shares a body with Aluka Zaldik. However, what Emolyn cares most about is the identity of the world's #1 killer family, which proves that the Zaldik family must be very rich. Big customer. Emolyn's originally sleepy eyes suddenly shot out two rays of light, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Welcome, Mr. Zeno and Mr. Silva of the Zaldik family. The Wanja Blind Box store has just opened. The rules of the store are all on the whiteboard on the wall. Just tell me when you buy. After Emolyn pointed to the whiteboard on the wall, he returned to Charmander and held him on the bench. On the other hand, Silva and Zeno were shocked when Emolyn revealed his origins and name. The two looked at Netero beside them, wanting to know something from him. Pa! Netero slapped his head. Oh! I forgot to tell you that as long as you enter the blind box store, Manager Emolyn will know the customer's information. In Emolyn's blind box store, the most shocking thing is the items that come out of the blind boxes. I heard from Boss Emolyn that the items in this blind box come from all over the world. As he spoke, Netero looked at Emolyn, who was sitting at the counter and playing with Charmander, with an unusual depth in his eyes. Netero was very concerned about Emolyn's existence. During this period, he was not idle and used his power as the president of the Hunter Association. After investigating Emolyn's identity, it turned out that there was no such person as Emolyn in the official records. If there is someone in this world who has no official record, he or she can only appear in Meteor Street, a place abandoned by the whole world. But there was another possibility, which Netero had always kept in his heart. Is Emolyn, the owner of the blind box shop, from the Dark Continent? Human society is only a small part of this world. Netero once traveled to the Dark Continent when he was young. Knowing more about the taboos of the Dark Continent, it is simply a forbidden area for humans. Even the strongest human being like Netero does not dare to go too deep. However, the existence of Omni-Realm Blind Box Store makes Netero's heart restless to go to the Dark Continent again. Here, you can gain power that does not belong to this world. Maybe, Boss Omni-Realm doesn't belong to this world at all. Boss Omni-Realm, give me 20 high-end blind boxes first. Let me try them first. After Zeno checked the rules written on the whiteboard on the wall, he already had a general impression of the blind box store. In a blind box store, as long as you abide by the rules of the blind box store, there will be no problems. Here, as long as you have money you can buy blind boxes. The higher the level of the blind box, the higher the probability of getting good things. And this was exactly what Zeno wanted. The Zaldik family didn't have much, but a lot of money. As the world's #1 assassin family, the wealth accumulated by the Zaldik family through generations of assassination missions is unimaginable. If you don't take action, you won't know. Once you take action, it will cost 2 billion GNI. Hearing about 20 high-end blind boxes, the smile on Omni-Realm's face became even brighter. You are so rich. The first time I bought blind boxes, I bought 20 high-end blind boxes to test the waters. The world's #1 killer family is different. So handsome. Ding, spending 2 billion ringgits. As the sound of the pose machine sounded, 20 high-end blind boxes appeared on the small counter table. Zeno and Silva looked at the high-end blind boxes on the table that were as smooth as jade and exclaimed. Advanced. Zeno and Silva looked at each other, and they divided the 20 high-end blind boxes into 2. Testing the waters begins. 10 consecutive draws, start. The moment the blind box was opened, Netero also walked to the counter and joined in the fun. The most exciting and thrilling thing about opening a blind box is the moment the blind box is opened, a golden light shines out from the small blind box. The moment I saw the golden light, the adrenaline in my body began to surge. Cool. White light continued to shine from the blind box, 1, 2, 3. Seeing this, Zeno's face became gloomy. This explosion rate seems a bit low. Why is it all white? Until the last blind box in front of Zeno was opened, a golden light shot out from it. Golden Legend. Netero, who was standing aside watching the fun, shouted. Everyone who sees others opening blind boxes will be curious about what the Golden Legend Daxia contains. It's no surprise that someone as strong as Netero is. On Silva's side, only a purple light appeared. With 9 white and 1 purple, the explosion rate was so low that it was heartbreaking. The golden light dissipated, and a broken blade floated in the air, with a black handle and half a blade. The surface of the blade was covered with blue stripes and broken patterns, like pieces of a puzzle, and the purple light of the blade flickered in the house. Information about it also appeared in Omni-Realm's mind. Demon Knife 1000 Blades, from the Assassin's 5, 6, and 7 worlds, it only attacks and does not defend. It is unparalleled in the world. Chapter 32. Boss Omni-Realm, what is this? Looking at the demonic sword 1000 blades floating in the air, Zeno was attracted by the mysterious aura it exuded. Just from the breath, one can feel the terrifying aura of this broken blade. It's called the demonic blade 1000 blades. It's a powerful weapon. The blade is made up of thousands of fragments. Only a truly powerful person can tame it. Interestingly, the previous owner of this knife was the chief shadow assassin in their world. And there is only one comment about this sword, the magic sword with 1000 blades, it can only attack but not defend, it is unparalleled in the world. As long as you hold this knife, you can make him recognize you as your master. Buzz. Only attack, no defense, unrivaled in the world. When Omni-Realm read out these 8 words kept echoing in the minds of Zeno and Silva. An indescribable shock surged from my heart to the top of my head. Only attack, no defense, unrivaled in the world. Only attack, no defense, unrivaled in the world. Zeno kept repeating these 8 words as he looked at the knife, as if he had an innate sense of familiarity with it. That is the mutual respect between the strong and the divine weapons. This old man. Just as Zeno was about to reach out to grab the knife, a strong and thick hand rose up and knocked Zeno's right hand away. The magic sword has 1,000 blades, it can only attack but not defend, it is unmatched in the world. Good. 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 Silva looked at Zeno and laughed. Father, when I saw this knife, I felt an innate sense of familiarity in my heart. This knife is meant for me, so I... Pa. Before Silva could finish his words, a dry, thin hand hit Silva's right hand heavily. You little brat, do you know how to respect the elderly and love the young? I'm your father. I got this knife from a blind box. It is reasonable that this knife should belong to me. Zeno snapped. Father, you are old. I am now the head of the Zaldik family. With this, I will become stronger and it will be easier to complete missions. Boy, you are so powerful now that you don't even listen to me. Father. Boy. When everyone's eyes in the blind box store were focused on the father and son fighting for the demonic sword 1,000 blades, a green figure appeared in the blind box store. The 2 people quarreled in the blind box store over the ownership of the demon sword 1,000 blades, but due to the blind box store rules set by Emolin, fighting and loud noises were prohibited in the store. The conversation between the 2 was gentle and soft, and the physical contact was limited to knocking away the other's hand that was about to hold the knife. Pa! Suddenly, a slender hand grasped the handle of the demonic sword 1,000 blades. The moment he grasped it, the magic knife, which originally had only half of the blade, flashed a strange purple light, the blade began to vibrate, and a crisp humming sound rang out in the blind box store. Countless broken blades emerged from the air and flew towards the joint of the broken blade. Pieces of fragments were pieced together to form a complete blade. Demon Blade 1,000 Blades, is this your name? The owner of the hand murmured. Ilmi, why are you here? Grandson, you actually took my magic sword 1,000 blades. Hateful. The new owner of the Demon Blade 1,000 Blades is Ilmi, who arrived late. After parting with Hisoka, he rushed to the Sky Arena without stopping. However, he did not know the exact location of the Wanja blind box store. But when Silva and Zeno appeared here, Ilmi sensed their presence and came over. I sneaked into the store just now and Silva and Zeno didn't notice. Grandpa, the demonic blade Kyunran has recognized its master, so I'm taking the blade. Boss Emolin, give me 20 high-end blind boxes. Grandpa, I'll compensate you with 20 high-end blind boxes. The moment he held the demonic sword 1,000 blades, Ilmi learned all the information about the sword. The extreme sword energy penetrated into his body, and the destructive breath made Ilmi lose himself for a moment. Is this how Hisoka felt when he first gained his new powers? Different from the familiar ability of telekinesis, the 1,000 blades of the demon sword brings a completely new experience to Ilmi. That power from another world is so fascinating. Ilmi waved his hand and gave out another 20 high-end blind boxes. Emolin, who had been watching the show, felt a tightness in his heart. It looks like we can complete the 10 billion genie mission today. Okay. Sit here and take a rest. Wait, Boss Emolin, I want another 20 high-end blind boxes. Silva, who was standing aside, also waved his hand, and the appearance of the magic sword 1,000 blades ignited the fire in his heart. Golden Legend. It's really addictive. Oh. Emolin, who was about to enter the warehouse to pick up the blind box, stopped. There are also unexpected gains. 6 billion GNI. Once this order is completed, the mission is completed, and the blind box store can be upgraded to level 2. Ding! Spend 2 billion. Ding! Spend 2 billion. 2 reminder sounds rang out, and Emolin's heart finally settled down. The mission of 10 billion GNI has been completed. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll go get the blind boxes for you too. Emolin waved his hand and a soft sofa appeared in the blind box store. Then he turned and entered the warehouse of the blind box store. Emolin's move shocked the 3 generations of Zaldik, who were visiting the blind box store for the first time. Transform things out of thin air. President Netero, I've heard you say that Boss Emolin has great power. I didn't expect that he could create something out of thin air with just a wave of his hand. It's terrifying, really terrifying. Zeno sighed. Zeno had heard about Emolin's deeds from Netero a long time ago, but hearing about it and seeing it with one's own eyes are 2 different concepts. If there is not even a trace of fluctuation of telekinesis, then it does not belong to Nen. What kind of ability is this? Zeno's worldview is shocked and he can't understand this. Netero, who was standing by, saw what Zeno was thinking and spoke slowly. Not only that, Boss Emolin also has the ability to turn back time. Moreover, I think Boss Emolin's strength is probably beyond your and my imagination. He stroked his long grey beard and looked in the direction of the warehouse. As the ceiling of humanity, he has seen more than Zeno. There is no need to delve too much into the existence of Emolin. In a blind box store, just follow the rules and no need to ask anything else. This is the wisdom of Netero. 2 minutes later, Emolin took out 40 high-end blind boxes and placed them on the counter. The blind boxes piled up on the small counter table were so high that they even touched the roof. Everyone! Let's get started! Blind boxes appeared, and the Zaldik family was not polite and opened all 40 high-end blind boxes in one go. Buzz! 40 blind boxes were opened one by one, and rays of light rose from them, white, purple, and gold, echoing each other. The wealthy temperament of the Zaldik family shines brilliantly under the golden light. Chapter 33 6 billion genie, 60 high-end blind boxes, and 60 strange lights of various colors rising in the blind box store. The Zaldik family's most prosperous moment is revealed at this moment. After a moment, the light faded away. 60 premium blind boxes start with a total of 1 gold item and 3 purple items. This explosion rate can be said to be very normal. Together with the 1 gold and 1 purple that Zeno had previously obtained by spending 2 billion ringtones, this time the Zaldik family spent a total of 2 billion ringtones and obtained a good result of 2 golds and 4 purples. Golden Legend. Okay, okay. You can't snatch it from me this time. Zeno said, pointing at 2 golden objects floating in the air. Father, this golden item was opened by Ilmi. This is probably not appropriate. Silva was still trying to struggle. Bang! Zeno hit Silva on the head with a big bang. You are an unfilial son. Zeno said angrily. It takes 6 billion to get a golden legend. It can be said that the explosion rate is really terribly low. However, according to the rules on the whiteboard of the blind box store, the explosion rate of blind boxes is so low, but there is a tip behind this rule. The explosion rate is likely to be slightly higher when a newcomer opens a blind box for the first time. As expected, Ilmi made money the first time he opened 20 high-end blind boxes. If you miss this opportunity, you still don't know when you can withdraw money next time? Therefore, Zeno did not hesitate to compete with his son for this golden legend. Father, giving the golden legend to anyone will only enhance the strength of our Zaldik family. Besides, I am young and in good health. In terms of youth, Ilmi is younger. If you say so, the golden legend should be given to Ilmi. At this time, Ilmi, who was watching from the sidelines, was suddenly cued and said, "Give it to me? It's not impossible." "No, Zaya-san, you have no right to speak here." Zeno scolded sternly. Ahem, ahem. Emolin, who had been watching the show, coughed twice to attract the attention of several people and spoke. Be quiet, everyone. Let me first explain the effects of these items. Emolin's intervention finally calmed the 3 generations of people down. In this blind box store, several people knew very well that Emolin's rules were the only rules. Gold items. Piercing ring, from the Doraemon world, it can pass through walls and appear and disappear mysteriously. Purple items. Wallpaper room, from the Doraemon world, who would buy a house if they have it? Any door, from the Doraemon world, the world is so big, I can travel freely, can be used dozens of times. Swimming powder, from the Doraemon world, it ignores the magic of terrain. But please be careful, once the time limit is over, you can only eat the banquet, 20 people. Is this a poke at Doraemon's nest? Why are all of them babies from the world of Doraemon? After a brief shock, Emolyn began to explain the effects of several items to the three people from the Zaldik family. First is this golden item, called the penetration ring, which is a magical item from a blue fat man, a permanent item. As long as you put it on the wall, the whole person can easily pass through the wall like a ghost and come out of the wall. Not only can it go in a straight line, it can even bend according to the shape of the wall and come out on the other side of the wall or even on the ground. Emolyn paused and continued. You may not think it's a big deal, but this item is conceptual. As long as it's in the shape of a wall, it can pass through it. No matter how thick or hard the material is, or whether it's a barrier similar to none, it can pass through it. Yes, that's why the penetrating ring can appear as a golden item. There are many heaven-defying props among the blue fat man's props, such as a telephone booth, a time machine, etc. However, the crossing ring is definitely an underestimated existence. In the hunter world, there are walls made of various strange materials and thicknesses, and there is also none that can create a barrier-like effect. It can be said that in this world, the crossing ring can definitely shine. Good stuff. I'll gladly accept it. Silva and Ilmi. After listening to Emolyn's story, Zeno had a clear understanding of the time travel ring in his mind. It was indeed a prop of heaven-defying level. He knew very well that there were all kinds of ruins in this world, but how to go deeper into them without destroying the buildings became a big problem. The emergence of the crossing ring solves this problem. In an instant, Zeno thought of various uses for the time travel ring, and even thought of the Dark Continent. Maybe, after I get enough golden items from Boss Emolyn, I can go to the Dark Continent and take a look. Zeno thought to himself. What about the remaining 3 purple items of Boss Emolyn? Zeno asked, pointing at the other 3 items. Emolyn first pointed to the wallpaper room. These 4 items are all props in the hands of the blue fat man from another world. This poster-like thing is called the wallpaper room. If you stick it on the wall, it will become a real room. Open the door and go in. There is an empty space inside. This pink door is called the Anywhere door. It can take you to any place in the world. Wherever you want to go, that's where you'll go. But it can only be used 10 times. The last thing is called swimming powder. This jar contains a powdery substance similar to prickly heat powder. Apply it on your body and everything around your body will become like water. At the same time, the water here makes it easier for people to float than in real water. Even landlubbers can swim. Just be careful. If you feel like you are drowning, please get ashore as soon as possible, otherwise you can only dig the soil to save people. This can of powder is enough for 20 people. Oh! After hearing about the effects of these 3 items, even Netero's eyes lit up. What magical props! These things and my own Momotaro dumplings are all from the same world. What kind of person could create such a fantastic item? After hearing about the Anywhere door, Zeno's eyes gleamed with a sharp light and he spoke slowly. President Netero, this is the Anywhere door you mentioned. It can take you to wherever you want in an instant. What a good baby! The $6 billion spent was worth it, and he could make his money back with just 1 portal. Even though he could only use it 10 times, it would produce miraculous effects as long as it was used properly. Zeno can't wait to try out these newly acquired treasures. Boss Emolyn, we'll take our leave today. Silva, Ilmi, let's go. After saying that, he turned to Netero and invited him. President Netero, would you please come with me to see these magical items? Of course, I would love to. Netero, like an old naughty boy, can't wait to see the magic of these props. After saying goodbye to Emolin, I left the blind box store with the Zaldik family. The crowd dispersed, and only Emolin and Charmander were left in the store. Looking at the backs of the people walking away, he murmured. I wonder what the blind box store will look like next time we meet. Chapter 34. After leaving Emolin's blind box store, Zeno and his group arrived at the pre-arranged place to stay, a villa. In the living room of the villa, the items that had just been opened from the Emolin blind box store were now all placed on the table. Crossing ring, anywhere door, wallpaper house and swimming powder. Father, let me try first. Silva volunteered. As he spoke, he picked up the crossing ring from the table and placed it on the wall inside the room. The moment the crossing ring was attached to the wall, it became one with the wall. A circle as big as the crossing ring appeared on the wall. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen inside the circle. Silva took a look, said nothing, and plunged his head into the dark circle. A few seconds later, Silva entered the circle and disappeared. When the onlookers were puzzled, they heard Silva's voice coming from outside the house. I'm here. Looking out the window, Silva, who had just entered the circle, appeared by the pool outside the house and was waving towards the inside. Netero took one look and chuckled, everyone, let me try it too. As he spoke, he also entered the circle. Soon after, Zeno and Illumi followed their actions and entered the circle as well. After crawling in the dark passage for 2 seconds, a bright light came from deep in the tunnel. Netero took the lead and went out first. In front of him, the scene in the courtyard came into view, and Silva stood by the pool and looked in the direction of the exit. At this time, Netero and others realized that they had actually crossed a distance of dozens of meters and appeared next to the landscape wall next to the courtyard pool through several walls. It's incredible. It is truly a magical artifact that spans space, completely ignoring the terrain and crossing such a long distance so effortlessly. Zeno came out of the circle and looked at Silva and asked. Silva, can you tell me how it feels to use this crossing ring? Father, the effect of this crossing ring is almost the same as what Boss Emolin said, but in actual use, I can control where the exit is with my own thoughts. In the tunnel just now, I thought of several exits, the wall outside the living room, the wall where the bedroom is located, and the landscape wall, etc. The farthest exit is the landscape wall. The restriction is that the walls of the entrance and exit must be connected by a wall or other object in the middle. Only in this way can a hole be opened in the desired exit wall. After Silva finished speaking, Zeno looked at the ring on the wall, wondering what he was thinking. After a while, he spoke. President Netero, may I have a word with you? Suddenly cued by Zeno, Netero looked at Zeno in confusion, without saying anything, followed him into the house. Zeno, what do you want from me? Netero got straight to the point and asked directly. Zeno chuckled, bowed with both hands, and said respectfully, President Netero, I have an unwelcome request that I would like to discuss with you. Zeno's attitude reminded Netero of something, and his expression became serious. Explain. President Netero, you and the Zaldik family are old acquaintances. My father once followed you to the Dark Continent. If it were in the past, I believe that with the dangers of the Dark Continent and the restrictions imposed by various countries, going to the Dark Continent would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. But with the emergence of the blind box store of all worlds, more and more incredible items will surely appear. The existence of the Anywhere door alone will make it very easy for us to travel back and forth between the Dark Continent and the human kingdom. Not to mention, there will be more heaven-defying props in the future, so I want to apply for an opportunity for the Zaldik family, using the items from the blind boxes of the Zaldik family in the future as capital for the investment, in exchange for a place to go to the Dark Continent with you. Zeno said this to President Netero after careful consideration. However, I only came to the blind box store for the first time and got several props that are beyond human common sense. When I gain more in the future, there will inevitably be a problem. That is, once human beings become powerful, the desire to conquer the Dark Continent will become stronger. Driven by human greed, people have long coveted the treasures in the Dark Continent, even though there are all kinds of disasters and dangerous creatures there. This is an issue that the major powers will definitely consider. At that time, the strongest human being will be pushed to the forefront and become a leader, leading even more powerful humans to the Dark Continent. The Zaldiq family has taken the lead, and Zeno must consider the Zaldiq family and keep up with the times. Zeno's words made Netero fall silent. He was thinking about something he had already considered. It's just that the existence of blind box stores is still uncertain whether it is good or bad. If this thing is to be promoted, the problem he is worried about is that the leaders of major countries will have bad intentions towards blind box stores. However, Netero is not worried about Emolin. What he is worried about is what consequences these people will bring to human society if they anger Emolin. However, Zeno's words today reminded Netero that any force with a bit of strength would want to join this journey and get a piece of the pie. For those who want to join this journey in the future, the qualification for entry must be the treasures opened by the Wanja blind box store. Whoever has more treasures has more say. Netero never thought that he would live to be 120 years old and encounter something that could change the world. He was in the midst of a wave called the blind box era. If you don't make progress, you will be eliminated. Therefore, having one more ally means one more guarantee. Netero spoke slowly, yes. The word yes made Zeno's heart sink completely. With Netero's guarantee, the Zaldiq family finally boarded the train heading for a new era. Ding ding! What's that noise? While the two were talking, a beeping sound continued to be heard. Netero and Zeno rummaged through their bodies and took out the purchase card of the Wanja blind box store. The purchase card was flashing red light, and after a few beeps, a few lines of small words appeared on the purchase card. Wanja blind box store announcement. In the next few days, the blind box store will carry out interior decoration upgrades. During this period, the blind box store will be closed and the function of purchasing cards to and from the blind box store will also be temporarily closed. We are very sorry for the bad experience brought to all customers. The upgraded blind box store will launch more advanced blind boxes and update many new functions, so stay tuned. In an instant, all customers holding purchasing cards received the message. Whale Island, Mito's house. Killua, the Wanja blind box store is closed for renovation. Let's go together when it opens. Okay. At Dori Port, Hisoka, who was boarding the ship with Renran, also received the message. Is the blind box store upgrading? I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 35. Here, in the Wanja blind box store. Emolin closed the door of the blind box store and called up the system panel. Now that the revenue of 10 billion yuan has been achieved for Jin's blind box store, the blind box store can be upgraded. System, bring up my dashboard. Byte. Owner of Wanja blind box store, Emolin. None. Personal skills, Nan's 4 basic skills, World Stand, God's Alibi, Emperor Engine. Own blind box, no. Items, 3 fairy beans, a bamboo dragonfly, a small fire dragon, a rainbow fruit, a primary fairy body. Blind box .6000. The current total revenue of the blind box store is 1001 million yuan. System, spend 10 billion genie to upgrade the blind box store. Byte. 10 billion GNI, spent. The blind box store will be upgraded in 2 hours. Before that, please pack up and leave the blind box store. The estimated upgrade time is 1 week. The exact completion time is subject to the system prompt. System suggestion, this time the blind box store is upgraded to level 2, which will open up many new functions, but these functions all need to be upgraded by GNI. The system suggests that you prepare at least 10 billion GNI. Come on, young man. Use these few days to make a lot of money. This is a crazy upgrade. All functions after upgrading to level 2 require monks to unlock, and a lot of them. This blind box system is such a rip-off. Emolyn thought secretly. Other people's systems start with the arrival of the tree world and the conquest of the world, but with yours, I have to be a salesperson and make money, and I'm still worried. Don't you know that the hunter world is very dangerous? After calming down, Emolyn looked at the host panel and began to think about how to solve the problem of making a huge amount of money. It is impossible to work part-time. What kind of job can make a person earn at least 10 billion yen in a week? While thinking, Emolyn shifted his gaze to the Charmander who was eating fruit, and the corners of his mouth rose. The little fire dragon who was eating fruit suddenly felt a chill on his spine and slowly turned his head to look at Emolyn. A pair of wolf-like eyes turned green. "Wa law? Wa law? What do you want to do? Do you want to sell me out?" The little dragon said angrily with his claws on his waist. "What are you thinking? I mean, let's go sell the junk we got from the blind boxes during this period, maybe we can make a lot of money." That's right, Emolyn thought of one thing. The items in the blind box are of no use to him, but for the unsophisticated people in the hunter world, it can be said to be very advanced. Especially the rainbow fruit, which is completely useless to him, but to those wealthy food hunters and gourmets, it is a top-notch delicacy that cannot be bought no matter how much money is spent. There are also senzu beans. As long as you have breath left, they can save you and bring you back to health as before. Having this thing is like having an extra life. A life. How much is it worth? Seeing that Emolyn was not going to attack him, Charmander patted his chest and spoke. "Wow, wow. Be careful next time, you gave me a scare." The little dragon no longer paid attention to Emolyn and turned around to continue eating the fruit in its claws. Emolyn looked at his 6,000 blind box points and made up his mind to buy all high-end blind boxes. If there is anything that cannot improve your strength, sell it all. As long as the blind box store is upgraded, it will attract more customers. By that time, the blind box spot will be easily accessible. System: buy 60 high-level blind boxes. I want to go all in. Ding, spend 6,000 blind box points and buy 60 blind boxes. As soon as the voice fell, 60 high-end blind boxes appeared in front of Emolyn, all floating in the air. Emolyn thought, "Open it for me." All the high-end blind boxes were opened at the same time, and rays of light shot out from them. Looking at the rising white light, Emolyn kept muttering, "Please give me the money. Please give me the money. Please." After a moment, the light faded away, and all the high-end blind boxes were opened. Emolyn had a crazy smile on his face. He pointed at the roof and shouted, "Look! What is the child of destiny? What is a time traveler? 60 high-end blind boxes. 3 golds and 3 purples." With this explosion rate, even the dog card would have to kneel down and sing conquer. After a moment of ecstasy, Emolyn checked the items he had obtained this time. Gold items. Imperial weapon guaranteed hit, bow, brilliant wing, from the world of Akame no Kill. Call out the target's name before shooting and the arrow will follow the target. 3-color domineering mastery, from the world of pirates, as long as you don't waste time, you can get good things in the new world. Time burden. From the Doraemon world, when an object is covered with the front side, red, facing outward, the time of the covered object will be reversed, showing the past state. If it is covered with the back side, black, facing outward, the time of the covered object will be accelerated, showing the future state. When used on a person, the maximum time span is 50 years, and on an object, the time span is 500 years. Used 3 times. Purple items. Universal capsule, from the Dragon Ball world, it contains 100 cubic meters of space. What brand of capsule is this? It can hold so much. 3 senzu beans, from the Dragon Ball world, dead stuff. Get a senzu bean, sweep away death, and be yourself again. Slippery fruit, from the pirate world, superhuman, eating it will make your skin smooth and radiant. This fruit has multiple effects such as plastic surgery, weight loss, and acne removal. No side effects. Okay, okay. The needle won't poke. Emolin's good luck brought out these things that can definitely shock the hunter world. 3-color domineering mastery is of course for your own use. Emolin crushed the ball of light, and the shattered light particles began to flow into Emolin's body, and some kind of power began to surge out of his body. The observation haki was activated, and everything around him appeared in Emolin's perception. The armament haki was activated, and his entire body began to be covered with a layer of black substance. His entire body was black except for his face. The final domineering aura greatly enhanced Emolin's mental strength. 3 colors of domineering, a skill that every master in the world of pirates must master, is somewhat similar to the application of telekinesis. However, this is not a problem for Emolin. He discovered that the power of mind is more fundamental. It can amplify the abilities and items of these other worlds. Now Emolin uses the primary immortal body as his foundation. The thoughts it generates continuously supply the whole body. He mainly cultivates Nen, which is the original power of the hunter world. The 3 colors of haki and Nen complement each other, and practicing any one of them can enhance the power of the other. The alternate world as a means of attack. Emolin is now very powerful. On the other hand, the remaining items are not very useful to Emolin. The system has its own space, and the items that Emolin opens from the blind box are placed in the system's space. And things like the Imperial Tool and the Universal Capsule will definitely sell for a good price. The 2 hours were up quickly. Emolin packed up simply, picked up Charmander and left the blind box store. Next stop, Yukixan City. Chapter 36. On the continent of Olivia, along the coastline of the continent, the westernmost city is Yukixan City. This is a paradise for the rich and criminals, but in Yukixan City, there is nothing you can't buy. The catalogue of collections at the underground auction house in Yukixan City could fill up a book, and the admission fee was as high as 12 million ninjas. Ordinary people could not even enter the door of the venue. Emolin's goal this time is to attend the annual Yukixan Fantasy Auction. In early September every year. The world's largest annual auction market. In just 10 days, tens of trillions of funds will flow through the public auction alone. What you bought for 10,000 yuan yesterday may be worth 100 million yuan in a few years. It is a dream market where you can spend a lot of money. Among the tens of thousands of auctions, there will be many that only auction crime-related items. On a street somewhere in Yukixan City, sheds of all sizes are lined up next to each other to form a long dragon, and in the square next to the street, long dragon-like sheds like this are arranged in an orderly manner. There is a straight line shape and there is a zigzag shape. Emolin stood at the edge of the open-air market, looking at the huge crowds of people, and marveled at the lively atmosphere of the Yukixan auction market. Look! There are so many people! Emolin gently patted the head of the little fire dragon in his arms twice and looked at the crowd with excitement. This was the first time he had seen so many people. If there were 3 or 5 people gathered around a blind box store, it would be considered a sea of people. Duan duan! Emolin slapped Charmander's head, causing it to make a loud noise. Wa law, wa law! Tell my mother I'm not a coward. The little Charmander held by Emolin struggled to escape from Emolin's arms. However, the little creature had no strength to break free and could only shout in protest. All right, all right. Be quiet, there are a lot of people here, you can't run around, what if you get lost? If you get lost, the bad guys will catch you and stew you. Emolin threatened with a grin. Wow, Papa, Charmander said aggrievedly. Emolin kept moving forward along the main road, and his target this time was the largest underground auction house in Yokixan City. The underground auction is hosted by the Mafia, and the leaders who are in charge of the 10 districts in the 6 continents. 10 old men are their top leaders. This is also the reason why Emolin chose to ship here. Emolin currently only knows that this place has the ability to eat the props that can control time. The largest underground auction house in Yokixan City. Emolin stood at the entrance of the auction venue, looking at the male waiter in front of him with a wry smile on his face. So embarrassing. The owner of the prestigious Wanja blind box store was turned away because he couldn't afford the 12 million yuan entrance fee. Now Emolin is standing at the entrance of the venue in a dilemma. Sir, I'm sorry, according to the rules of the venue, you need to pay an entrance fee of 12 million ringgits, otherwise you will not be able to enter the venue. The waiter at the entrance of the venue raised his hand to block Emolin and explained politely. Every year, countless people hold up the items in their hands and want to enter this underground auction house to auction their so-called treasures. However, these people can't even afford the 12 million yen entrance fee, so how could they have any treasures on them? One of the duties of the waiters at the entrance of the venue is to stop these poor people who try to sneak into the auction hall. Emolin, one of the poor ones, thought quickly and came up with a plan. The world starts, time stops. Emolin said secretly. Buzz. The substitute world appeared from behind Emolin, and a strange purple light spread outward from the world. The originally noisy world became quiet in an instant. Unexpectedly, I was able to sneak into the venue by relying on time stop. The 9-second time stop is over. Time began to flow again, everything that was still around began to move again, and noisy sounds filled the entire venue. The waiter who had just raised his hand to stop Emolin looked at the empty space in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. Hey? Where are the people? Inside the venue appraisal room. Emolin sneaked into the venue and followed the waiter's instructions to find the auction appraiser at the venue. This is the largest underground auction house in Yokixan City and has strict appraisal and auction levels. People like Emolin, who are auctioning for the first time and have no proof of assets, can only find junior appraisers to appraise their items. Emolin followed the waiter and was led into a spacious hall. At first glance, there were dozens of small tents standing in the hall, with a long line in front of each tent. Looking closely, everyone had something wrapped in black cloth in their hands. The waitress at the side pointed at the crowd and spoke. Sir, this is the primary appraisal room. Since you cannot provide proof of assets and this is your first appraisal auction, your items can only be appraised here. Of course, if your item is valuable, a mid-level or even senior appraiser will contact you immediately. You can find an appraisal room at will and wait in line. The waitress's words made Emolin understand the rules of the auction venue. He glanced at all the appraisal rooms and found an appraisal room in the corner of the hall with no one in line. Excuse me, why is there no one in the appraisal room in the far corner? The waitress looked in the direction of Emolin's finger, and saw a big word hanging in front of the door of the tent. After seeing this word, a wry smile appeared on her face. Sir, that appraiser is called Sai Li. He is a very strong appraiser among the appraisers at the auction venue. He was a senior appraiser before. Senior appraiser! Emolin exclaimed. On the way here, Emolin also learned about the auction venue's hierarchy for appraisers. Senior appraisers must first obtain a senior appraiser certificate, and the value of this certificate can be said to be comparable to a hunter license. Every senior appraiser can be said to be well versed in the world of literature and knowledgeable, and can be said to be a leading figure in a certain field of object appraisal. Why is he here? Emolin asked curiously. Sir, the appraiser Sari has a strange temper. If he sees something is fake, he will smash it. Many customers' collections have been smashed by this appraiser Seri before. His behavior caused dissatisfaction among many auctioneers who came for appraisal, and they jointly complained against him, so he was demoted to the primary appraisal venue. "Sir, I will take you here. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. If you have any other questions, there are other waiters in the venue who will serve you. I'm leaving now." Emolin nodded and looked towards the appraisal room where no one was queuing. "Go there." Chapter 37. Wow! Outside the appraiser's tent in the corner of the primary appraisal venue, a slender white hand lifted the curtain. The person who came was Emolineer. Based on the principle of absolute confidence in the auction items, he went directly to find the senior appraiser who the waitress said would smash things if he was not satisfied, Seri. Inside the tent, next to a shabby wooden table in the middle, an old man with disheveled white hair was staring at the book in his hands and reading seriously, completely unaware that someone had come in. "Hello, I'm here for an appraisal." Before the old man could react, Emolin took out the universal capsule he had prepared in advance from his pocket and threw it onto the table in front of the old man. Bang! The moment the universal capsule touched the table, several props appeared on the table. Seri, who was still immersed in the plot of the book, was confused by the sudden change. But the scene before him was enough to make the picky him take it seriously. "Interesting." Seri laughed. He picked up the glasses on the table with his right hand and put them on. His originally gentle eyes suddenly became serious. "Hello, sir. Senior Appraiser Seri, at your service." 10 minutes later, after Emolin had finished introducing the effects of several items to Seri. Seri, who is already over 70 years old, was as excited as a 200-pound child, and kept muttering. "What an incredible prop! A universal capsule for storing items. A time capsule that reverses time." As he spoke, Seri's tone was a little agitated, and he was a little breathless with each sentence. "Mr. Emolin, these will be the top items this year. Each of your items must be rated at least grade A. At the auction venue, the auction items are simply divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. In this primary appraisal venue, only a few grade C items are produced in a year. The primary appraisal field no longer has the conditions to appraise this item. Please wait for me for 2 minutes." Seri walked to a corner of the tent and made a phone call. "Hey! Freeman, I have identified at least 5 grade A items here." Seri's voice trembled a little. Since he came to the primary appraisal site for some business, he had not appraised a decent auction item in almost a whole year. This time, these items will surely set off the entire auction venue. "Seri, there are grade A items in the primary appraisal venue. Are you still asleep? Tell me, what is the value of this grade A item you identified?" Freeman said casually. As the person in charge of the auction venue, he is very busy every day. If it weren't for Seri's identity as a senior appraiser, he would not have answered Seri's call. If this old stubborn person had listened to him and changed his bad temper, he would never have gone to the primary identification site. Besides, he didn't believe that a primary appraisal venue could produce grade A items. The items that can be rated as grade A are either those with a long history, or those with unique effects, or those found in ruins. However, Seri's next words made him stunned. "Freeman, isn't the item that can reverse time considered a grade A item?" Buzz. Freeman's head seemed to explode. It was probably true that Seri, the old scholar, would not joke about his quality as a senior appraiser. "Seri, if this is true, then I will personally invite you back to the advanced appraisal venue." 10 minutes later, in the advanced appraisal venue, inside the comprehensive appraisal room. This is an empty warehouse at the auction venue. Since there are often props with lethal functions to be identified, the pool, archery targets, sand. Everything you need. Emolin sat on the leather sofa at the door of the warehouse, drinking the hot tea that had just been served and watching the lively scene in front of him. 3 old men about the same age as Sari, wearing glasses and white gloves, carefully placed the props brought by Emolin in their hands and examined them carefully. Freeman stood aside and looked at Emolin and asked, "Mr. Emolin, these are the 3 senior appraisers from our appraisal field. They will work with appraiser Sari to appraise your items. Because, according to the preliminary judgment of appraiser Sari, several of your lots are at least grade A lots, so we need to conduct a comprehensive appraisal of several items. Please understand." After receiving Sari's call, Freeman quickly invited Emolin and several props to the high-level appraisal site. Then it was time for Emolin's performance. This little thing is called the Universal Capsule. As the name suggests, it is very versatile. It has a storage space of 100 cubic meters inside, but it cannot store living things. As he spoke, Emolin threw the universal capsule into a reservoir in front of him. Plop! The capsule fell into the water, and the originally bottomless water reservoir was instantly emptied of more than half its volume. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that this tiny capsule could store 100 cubic meters? Freeman! Universal capsule, at least a Class A item. One of the bald old appraisers was so emotional that his voice trembled. He is a senior appraiser specializing in the field of prop identification, and his main focus is on identifying magical props in ruins. However, there are very few opportunities to identify a prop with such incredible functions. Next, this bow belongs to the Imperial weapon. It is called the bow that guarantees a hit, HxH. Call out the name of the target before shooting, and the arrow will always chase the target. HxH is a bow that is half the length of a body, and it exudes a metallic color all over. Emolin pointed at HxH and said, "I don't know how to play with a bow and arrow, you can try." "Let me do it." Freeman, who had been watching from the sidelines, volunteered. He picked up the HxH and looked at Sari, smiling, "Sari, I'll draw the bow, and you defend. You are just taking revenge on someone else, right? When you smile I feel like you are holding back your fart. This is also for identification. Who says you are the strongest?" Freeman didn't waste any time. He picked up an arrow that he had prepared in advance, swung his arm, pulled the bow, and shot the arrow outside the warehouse, muttering Sari's name. "Call out!" After the arrow flew forward 5 or 6 meters, it suddenly turned around, drew a perfect arc in the air, and flew towards Sari behind it. Seeing this, Sari mobilized his mental power, jumped into the air and dodged the arrows. However, no matter where he ran, the arrows would always be able to smell his location and give chase. In the end, it was Sari who broke the arrow with one punch and escaped from his pursuit. Pa, pa, pa! Freeman, who was watching the show, applauded repeatedly. HxH's performance was exactly as he said. He would not stop until he caught the enemy. Unless you have the power to destroy it, the arrows it shoots will chase you to the ends of the earth. Amazing, so amazing. I have been appraising bows all my life, but I have never seen such an amazing bow. How old are you? Only 52. When I was an expert, you were still wearing crotchless pants. Mr. Emolin, the value of this brilliant wing is definitely above Class A. Chapter 38. Grade A? Too low. Emolin just wants to say that you really haven't seen the world. When my blind box store is upgraded, these things will be small karami. However, Emolin's main task this time is to earn the money for the Buddhist nun's vows. Who told him that this is the only skill he has? Emolin then introduced the other objects on the table. This thing is called senzu beans. It has a very strong effect. As long as you are still alive, it can revive you and restore you to your healthiest state. It has another magical effect, regeneration of severed limbs. As long as your people are alive, even if only a head is left, it can be restored to its original state. Buzz. After hearing about the effects of senzu beans, several people's heads seemed to explode. What do you mean as long as there is a head left, even as long as there is a breath left, it can be restored to its original state? Miracle medicine? No. Miracle medicine is not enough to describe this little green bean. It is a magic pill. Mr. Emolin, the value of your senzu beans is too high. We cannot give you an evaluation. If the effect is real, its value will be auctioned at a sky-high price. Freeman's voice trembled. The value of senzu beans is immeasurable, it's like having an extra life. In this world, some people's lives are so valuable. If one of these things is wasted for appraisal, the auction house won't be able to afford its price. Emolin frowned when he heard Freeman's words. This was indeed a difficult matter. One less bean would mean a lot of money lost. Mr. Emolin, do you think this will work? The first pill can be auctioned on the spot and taken on the spot so that other people can see its efficacy. The price may not be high, but if you do this, the next 2 pills are likely to be sold at sky-high prices, said Sari. Okay. Emolin doesn't want to get involved in these things. These props are only a part of the props he owns. In the future, with the upgrade of the blind box store, he will also have more amazing props. At the auction, taking the money and leaving is what you should do. Then, Emolin continued to introduce the next items to the group. After eating the slippery fruit, your skin will become as smooth as a newborn baby's. It has the effect of making you more beautiful, and it also has the effects of plastic surgery, weight loss, and acne removal. Not only that, smooth skin can also rebound attacks. Appraisers comment, this item is enough to drive women all over the world crazy. The bamboo dragonfly can be worn on the head and can fly at a speed of 80 km per hour, but the flight time is only 4 to 8 hours. It charges while stationary and is a prop that ignores terrain. Appraiser's evaluation, a magical little prop, barely a grade A item. Next comes the last and most anticipated item on the table. Time baggage, when covering an object with the front side, red, facing outward, the time of the covered object will be reversed and appear in the past. If the reverse side, black, is covered outward, the time of the covered object will be accelerated, presenting a future state. When used on a person, the maximum time span is 50 years. When used on an object, the time span is 500 years. It can be used 3 times. Crazy. After hearing the complete information from Time Burden, several appraisers became obviously insane. Is this really a prop that should exist in this world? Reverse time and return to youth. Go back to the past and look forward to the future. Several elderly senior appraisers revealed greedy desires in their eyes when they looked at the Time Burden. However, this prop is not something that only a few people can use. After today, when the news about the Time Burden is released, people all over the world will probably go crazy about it. Just ask, who can refuse to return to youth? Mr. Emolin, after the senzu beans prove the effectiveness of this item, I'm afraid everyone will believe in its effectiveness. The price of your item is unimaginable. Even without a starting price, its price will soar to an unimaginable level. In Freeman's 30 years of career, he had never encountered a prop related to time. He had even encountered a storage prop before, but the storage space of that item was only 3 cubic meters. Very good. Very open. Then, Mr. Emolin, how about the auction of your items in 3 days? The auction house will promote your items and try to maximize the profits. Wait, I have another item, but it's bigger and sweeter. Emolin suddenly remembered that he still had a rainbow fruit. I have kept it in my system space and almost forgot about it. When the other people heard the word sweet, a big question mark appeared in their minds. Pa! Emolin waved his hand, and the fruit in the system space fell heavily on the floor of the warehouse, shaking the floor. A rainbow fruit that was 2 people tall sat on the floor, sparkling with colorful light, making the entire warehouse sparkle. In an instant, the air began to be filled with an alluring fragrance, as sweet as first love, making people intoxicated. These are ingredients. Freeman exclaimed. A look of disbelief. How could there be such dazzling ingredients? It exudes an alluring aroma that makes you want to stop after just one sniff. What on earth is this? Emolyn walked up to the rainbow fruit and patted its large, plump body. It's called the rainbow fruit. It's a dream fruit that changes its flavor to 7 colors depending on the temperature and humidity. The sweet scent it emits can arouse the desire of living things to eat it. As he spoke, Emolyn ran his fingertips across the surface of the rainbow fruit, and a drop of colorful juice oozed out of a tiny cut. Emolyn took out the juice and dropped it into the pool. When the colorful juice touches the pool water, the originally clear pool water instantly changes into colorful colors. The shimmering water surface created a burst of colorful light, which was reflected on the ceiling of the warehouse, looking extremely beautiful. Try it, Emolyn said, pointing at the colorful pool water. Freeman and several appraisers walked over to the pool of water, dipped a drop with their fingertips, and placed it on their tongues. Wow! The rich and mellow fruity aroma exploded on the tips of several people's tongues, and then filled the entire cavity. They closed their eyes and savored the fragrance carefully. It's so delicious! Just a small drop can turn the whole pool of water into delicious juice. This is truly a dream ingredient. If those food hunters knew about its existence, they would go crazy. In this world, there is a profession called food hunter. They are a branch of the hunter profession. They search for delicious ingredients all over the world, set foot in unknown areas, and discover dream ingredients. Today, Freeman and several senior appraisers tasted the legendary dream ingredients that even the gourmet hunters have not discovered. It can really be said that I am so lucky. Mr. Emolyn, our auction house will definitely give you the highest price for these items. You choose to trust us, and we will serve you diligently. During these 3 days, please take a rest in our auction house. Chapter 39. The next day. On September 1st, a blanket of flyers swept across the entire Yukixan city. In the air, on the ground, among the crowd, as long as you walk on the streets of Yukixan city, you can see a flyer issued by an underground auction house. The slogan was printed with a few big words: Special auction of Grade A items. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The top 3 items on this list are: Senzu beans that can regenerate severed limbs. The time burden of returning to youth. The most incredible fantasy ingredient in the world, rainbow fruit. Other auction items simply had the image of the item printed on a flyer. Walking down the street, no matter where you are, you can hear discussions about this Grade A auction. What's going on? A special auction for Class A items? I've been working in Yukixan City for 10 years and this is the first time I've heard of it. 10 years? I've lived in Yukixan City all my life, and this is the first time I've seen so many Grade A items being auctioned together. Hey! Shouldn't you be focusing on the effects of these items? Regeneration of severed limbs. Return to youth. Are you kidding me? Everyone felt that the underground auction house had gone crazy, as they dared to put such fake items up for auction. The function of this item has broken people's cognition, so everyone's first thought is, it must be fake. On a street somewhere in the urban area of Yukixan, 2 small figures, one green and one purple, were walking aimlessly in the market. The purple figure seemed to have a yellow rat hanging on his shoulder. The 2 were Gon and Killua, who rushed from Whale Island to Yukixan City to bid for the Greed Island game. The yellow mouse is Pikachu, who is unwilling to enter the Pokeball. Killua, look at this little capsule at the bottom of the flyer. Does it look like my universal capsule? As soon as he entered the street, a leaflet flying in the air flew towards Gon's face, and the picture at the bottom of the leaflet attracted Gon's attention. Pa! Killua also intercepted a flyer from the air. Hey! It really is! Is someone auctioning off the items in the blind box? Do you think it might be owner Emolin himself who is auctioning? The purchase card shows that the blind box store is under renovation recently, so he shouldn't be in the store. Gon said. I really want to go to this auction to take a look. This item that can reverse time and return to youth, what kind of sky-high price do you think it will fetch? Killua imagined as he stared at the time burden in the middle of the flyer. Hey, hey, hey! Killua, I can control time too, okay. Upon hearing about reversing time, Star Platinum flew out of Gon's body and said with his hands on his hips. Come on! Others can return to their youth, but you can only pause time. It's totally different. Killua said unhappily. You are so short-sighted. You're just jealous that their props are better than yours. You are not worthy of being consulted. You're still talking about literature. What a pity, you're using it in the wrong way. Illiterate. Seeing his trainer being bullied, Pikachu on his shoulder looked at Star Platinum viciously, with its lightning-shaped tail standing up and electricity crackling on the surface of its body. Pikachu, shut up you weirdo. You yellow-skinned rat, you're getting excited with me. Star Platinum raised his fist in a punching gesture to scare Pikachu. Pikachu. Come on. Okay, stop arguing. Seeing the two arguing, Gon smiled helplessly. On the way to Whale Island, the substitute and the mouse had been arguing. As Gon was trying to calm the two, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Gon, Killua. Long time no see. Swish. Leorio. They both turned to look at Leorio. Hey! Are you also interested in this auction? Leorio asked curiously when he saw Gon and Killua both holding flyers. Are you talking about this? Yes. But I also have one of the items on the flyer. Gon said, pointing at the image of the universal capsule. What? Leorio was confused. 10 minutes later, in a private room of a tea house. After Leorio learned about the blind box store from Gon and Killua, he became confused. Pools. You mean, you also got magical props like the ones at the auction house? Leorio said excitedly, pointing at the items on the flyer. That's not all. Leorio. I also gained a powerful partner like Star Platinum. Star Platinum revealed itself, a massive purple giant floating in the air. After a period of study, Gon can actively let others see the image of Star Platinum. Looking at Star Platinum's muscles exploding in the air, Leorio was so excited that he couldn't speak. Leorio, I got the same devil fruit as the one on the flyer, but mine is the natural thunder fruit. After I eat it, I can transform into lightning. Sizzle. In an instant, Killua's arm turned into lightning particles, the color of daylight, crackling. Leorio could feel the breath of death just by looking at Killua's arm transformed into lightning. Horrible. It's so horrible. What about this yellow mouse? He pointed at the Pikachu on Killua's shoulder and asked carefully. Hearing the yellow-skinned mouse, Pikachu got angry. He bared his teeth and was about to release 100,000 volts to teach the uncle in front of him a lesson. Pikachu, 100,000 volts. Boom. Be quiet. Killua used his right hand that turned into lightning to give Pikachu a big slap. Pikachu, feeling pain, stretched out his little yellow hands to hold the big bump on his head, and said with a wronged and crying voice. Pikachu, you are all bad guys, ... I've only been separated from you two for a while, and I didn't expect you to have such an adventure. I really envy your good luck. Leorio exclaimed. However, I'm afraid that your plan to attend this auction is impossible. Because the minimum entry requirement is to verify a capital of 10 billion. 10 billion ringtones. Yes, but you can auction off the magical items in your hands, but not now. Aren't you going to auction off the Greed Island game? Wait a few days before auctioning it. Leorio knew the purpose of Gon's trip. Before that, he was still worried about whether the two could film Greed Island. But now there is no need to worry at all. Okay, then I'll take you two around Yokkiksen city first. At the same time, in a house somewhere in Yokkiksen city, the phantom troupe who just gathered here received a promotional poster for the underground auction. Captain, let's change our target this time. Look at the props on this flyer, they are amazing, too amazing. Shulnark said excitedly while holding up the flyer. The other members also stared at Krollo with expectant eyes. The phantom troupe gather here for the treasure in the vault. But now there is something more valuable. Krollo sat on the ground, looking at the props on the flyer, silent. He thought of someone, Hisoka. Could Hisoka's abilities come from the same place as the items on the list? Krollo thought to himself. After a while, there's a change of plan. Tomorrow I'll lead a team to steal the items on the flyers. Chapter 40. In Yokkiksen City, inside a luxury house. An old man in elegant clothes sat on the sofa, staring at the crumpled underground auction house flyer in his hand. There's help. There's help. The corners of his mouth trembled slightly and he choked with excitement. There are 2 lines of tear marks on the old face. This person is the wealthy man, Batra. He originally wanted to bid for the Greed Island game, but he actually encountered a special auction for Class A items. It stands to reason that a wealthy man like him would have a large collection of Grade A items at home. However, this time, the effects of the senzu beans and time baggage on the promotional list can be said to have a fatal attraction to him. His lover fell into a coma due to a traffic accident. In order to save her, he spent a lot of money to collect games of Greedy Island and cultivated a large number of players. I just hope to bring out the treasures in the game, Archangel's Breath and Witch's Rejuvenation Potion, to save my lover. God bless you. The auction hasn't even started yet, but we've come across such a treasure being auctioned. Looking at the items on the list, Batra's eyes were solemn, and his deep eyes were filled with the belief that he would win the treasure. Then, he made a phone call. Hey! Stop the work on Greed Island and gather all the liquid funds together. I need them in 3 days. Also, secretly transport my lover to Yokkiksen City. After arranging everything, Bharat sat back on the sofa and stared at the ceiling in a daze. His heart couldn't stop pounding. The items in this auction are enough to drive the whole world crazy. Although he is rich, he can't guarantee that other forces may also want these treasures. Bharat didn't dare to think about the time burden. I just hope I can get a senzu bean. Please. Bharat muttered. As soon as the news of the auction's A-level special session came out, all major forces got the news. President Netero, who was visiting Kukuru Mountain, also received the news. In the Zaldik family's living room, Netero answered a phone call. Okay. I understand. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, Zeno on the other side of Netero asked curiously. What's wrong? President Netero, is there something wrong? Zeno. Many incredible items appeared at the auction in Yokkiksen City, including items that can regenerate severed limbs and restore youth. One of them is a universal capsule. Universal capsule. The two are very familiar with this thing. It is a relatively practical prop opened from Emolin's blind box shop. I didn't expect him to appear at the auction. President Netero, let's go take a look together. It will be faster to use the anywhere door. Good. Look at me. Anywhere door. In an instant, tens of thousands of miles are crossed. That night, when everyone was immersed in the carnival of this great special auction, Phantom Troop sent 6 people to sneak into the auction venue under the cover of night. Shizuku, Franklin, and Phaeton worked as a team to knock down the security guards outside the auction venue to attract attention. The other team, led by Krollo, Nobunaga, and Yuvajin, went straight to the vault where the items were stored. Outside the vault, countless security personnel stood at the entrance of the vault to form a human wall to prevent the enemy's attack. In order to protect these priceless items, the 10 old men sent out their own yin beast troops to specifically protect Emolin's props. The 4 yin beasts, earthworm, sick dog, porcupine, and leech, stood in 4 directions and looked at Killua and the other 2 in front of them. As expected, someone came to steal these treasures on the first night. But unfortunately, this time it's us yin beasts who are here to protect. Kill him! Yin Beast the sick dog didn't waste any time and directly called the crowd to beat up the opponent. Earthworm burrows directly into the ground, sneaks up to Killua, and wraps around Uvajin who is standing next to him. The porcupine on the side was not to be outdone, and as it rushed towards Nobunaga, its hair stood up all over its body. Porcupines can manipulate their hair to turn it into very strong needles. The teeth of sick dog have such bite force and hardness that they can even break steel. There are also neurotoxins in his teeth that can paralyze the opponent's entire body while biting him. The ability of Leech is even more terrifying. He climbed onto Uvajin's back and stretched out his mouthparts. Countless leeches crawled out of his mouthparts and drilled into Uvajin's flesh along the wound. His ability is to raise countless leeches in his body, of various types, some of which can cure diseases, while others can make people sick. Leeches crawl into the body through wounds and lay eggs in the kidneys. The most exciting thing is that newborn leeches will be excreted in urine. The ability of Yin Beast can be said to be very terrifying. However, their opponent is Killua, the leader of the Phantom Troop. Do it! Nobunaga, Uvajin. Call out! II/. Nobunaga mobilized the telekinesis in his body, concentrated it on the blade, and with one move of II/, he swept through the enemy. The sword energy swept through the air, and countless blood flowers sprayed into the air like fountains. The entire entrance of the vault looked like it was covered with a red cassock. Super Destruction Fist. Boom! Uvajin, the enhancer, focused his telekinesis on his right fist, and like a cannonball fired from a gun, he smashed the door of the vault into pieces with one punch. Waves of air swept over everyone present. Boom boom boom! One after another, ordinary security guards fell to the ground. In an instant, the Yin Beast and all the security forces were wiped out. This is the power of Phantom Troop. At the same time, Shizuku and the other 2 who were handling the outer security also met up with Killua and the others. This farce caused a sensation in the entire venue. But none of the powerful nin who came here joined in the fun. After all, after Phantom stole these props, it became easy, just snatch them away. Who still spends money? And there was one person who was very angry at this time. Emolin stepped into the air and rushed from his residence to the vault door within 5 minutes. At this moment, he was standing in front of the 6 members of the Phantom Troop, watching all this angrily. I was woken up from my sleep and was in a bad mood. He told me that my things were about to be stolen. The blind box store is still waiting for this money to open. Emolin is very angry now. The consequences are serious. With a grudge, Emolin said coldly, "You guys are here to steal my things." From Emolin's tone, Killua knew that this was the seller of these items, which made things easier. Catch him and find out where these items came from. Wow! Uvajin took the lead and ran towards Emolin, wanting to take him down. At this moment, Emolin couldn't bear it anymore. You know what? I'm very irritable when I wake up. Buzz! Powerful domineering aura was released from Emolin's body, radiating throughout the auction venue with him as the center. The tangible golden domineering aura shocked the nerves of the people in front. Boom! Uvajin, who was closest to Emolin, fell first. Next up is Shizuku, Franklin. In the end, only Phaeton and Killua were able to hold on and look at Emolin. Oops! Kicking the titanium alloy plate. You like stealing things, don't you? Emolin clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Once you get up, you need to move around. Chapter 41. The world time stops. Emolin directly activated the world stand, and a golden time stand appeared behind Emolin. The moment the stand appeared, Krollo and Phaeton, who were in the telekinetic state, also saw this sturdy humanoid stand. "What is that?" Krollo exclaimed. Before he could think of the next sentence, the world stopped. The 9-second time stop became Emolin's home court. The powerful Krollo had very sharp 5 senses and felt the crisis 1 second before. He activated his non-broken tail gecko. The ink-like substance protected his entire body and freed his consciousness from the control of time stop. It was not until this time that he realized what a terrible person he had offended. A man who can stop time. Boom boom boom. Emolin commanded the world, and fists rained down on the 6 phantom troop members present. "Be gentle, don't kill them all. Come back after time is paused." Emolin yawned, turned around and walked into the vault to put several props back into his system space. "It's safest to keep it on yourself. God's alibi activate." Emolin's figure and breath disappeared from Krollo's sight and walked towards his bedroom. While waving his fists, the world kept shouting motivational slogans. As a close-range power stand, the world could swing so many fists in 1 second that it was impossible to count. Franklin, Yuvajin, Shizuku. He kept flying in the air, punching several people with one punch after another until they could no longer be seen as human forms. Bruises accumulated, teeth flew, and blood flowed. This is what happens when you want to anger the blind box store owner, Emolin. "If I don't give it to you, you can't ask for it. Do you understand?" Click. 9 seconds to go. The world stopped, and the 6 people flying in the air fell heavily to the ground. There was a loud bang, and a large amount of blood splattered on the ground. Krollo, the only one still conscious lying on the ground, untied the broken-tailed gecko after seeing the world disappear, and quickly carried the 5 people away from here. On the way to escape, Krollo, who usually kept a calm face, felt a wave of fear in his heart. It was almost there, just a little bit. If not, with his keen 5 senses, he would have sensed the danger in advance and activated Broken Tail Gecko to protect himself. "I'm afraid we'll all have to give up here today." Too careless. He was so dazzled by the power of the item that he did not investigate the seller's ability and identity beforehand. Completely underestimated the other party. "It's so scary, who on earth is he?" Here, in the auction venue, Emolin used his domineering style to knock down almost everyone in the venue. Bang, 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 the sound is continuous, and the one who falls to the ground with a crisp sound is a good start. Inside the venue, the powerful Nin was watching all this. On the corridor on the 3rd floor, Netero and Zeno looked at everything in front of them. "President Netero, it seems that the person auctioning the items might actually be Manager Emolinier," Zeno said. "Manager Emolin still didn't kill me, but I think his attack shows that he has a bad temper. Judging from the performance of the previous attack, the attacker must be at least as powerful as Netero." The random release of the mind caused almost everyone in the venue to lose consciousness. It was terrifying. Considering the items being auctioned, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could fit the bill except store manager Emolin. "With manager Emolin here, I'm afraid no one can play tricks at this auction. Not only Netero." In a luxuriously decorated high-end room in the auction house, the 4th prince from the Kakan Empire, Chelidanish, sat on the sofa and looked at the servant who fell in his room with an indifferent expression. "Your Highness, the 4th prince, the owner of that attack just now should be the provider of this auction item. His strength is truly terrifying." A stern-faced middle-aged man next to the 4th prince, Kelly Dunish, reported to him what had happened during his recent investigation. "This is Hill, a highly skilled warrior sent by the Kajin Empire to protect the 4th prince. This time, it was because the 4th prince was traveling around Yokiksen city that he encountered the incident at the auction. It can be said that I was really lucky. Otherwise, considering the distance between the Empire and Yokiksen city, it would be impossible to get there in 3 days. Siri, how is the money raising going? What does father say? Your Highness, time is of the essence and we only have 70 billion in cash. However, we still have 2 days to raise more than 100 billion. Hearing Siri's words, the fourth prince, Kelly Dunish, felt a heavy weight fall from his heart. This is an opportunity, and only among all the princes can he get first-hand contact with these magical props. The battle for the throne among the 14 princes is about to begin, and I need to prepare more bargaining chips for myself. Siri, please. On the other side, many powerful non-players in the venue were also watching all this in the dark. The vice president of the Hunter Association Paristan. A man and a little elf who just arrived here from Dory Gang, Hisoka and Ranran Wing. The guard of the gangster Nasra family, Karapika. The nun collected by the tycoon Bharat Jwais Jwala. Emolin's move completely stunned the bidders who had other ideas. Raising money honestly is the best choice. After Emolin left the vault, Freeman, the person in charge of the leather store, went straight to Emolin's residence. From the surveillance video, Freeman saw that Emolin defeated all the people who came to steal items in an instant. These people killed the Yin Beast troops almost instantly. And Emolin defeated his opponent in an instant. So strong. It's so powerful. Freeman did not dare to delay and immediately reported the situation at the auction to the 10 old men. After learning about Emolin's strength, the auction house showed even more respect for Emolin. From today on, Mr. Emolin is the most distinguished guest of the auction house. Ding dong! Freeman came to Emolin's residence and rang the doorbell carefully, fearing that his visit in the middle of the night would disturb Emolin. Enter. Only when a voice of tacit consent came from the room did Freeman push open the door in dismay. Mr. Emolin, I'm so sorry about what happened tonight. I had to ask you to help me fight off the thieves who came to steal. I'm so sorry. But you look so handsome, defeating those people with just one blow. In order to make up for your losses, after discussing with the top management, we will not charge any commission for all the items auctioned this time. I hope you can forgive us. Freeman received instructions from the 10 old men to calm Emolin's anger by not charging any commission. He was also afraid that Emolin would get angry and take the items back to another auction house. If this happens, the consequences will be too serious. However, Emolin didn't care about this at all. He was just in a bad mood after waking up. But even without the commission, I still made a lot of money. You are so sensible. It's okay, leave the things here with me and I'll give them to you before the auction. By the way, remember to close the door when you leave. I'm going to sleep. Chapter 42. Time passed quietly and 3 days went by quickly. The special auction of Grade A items has officially begun. Inside the auction hall, the host Roy held up the microphone and introduced the rules of the auction to the bidders. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's special auction of Grade A items. As everyone knows, this is the first time that this auction house has gathered so many Grade A items in the same auction. I believe everyone has been waiting for a long time, so let me reiterate the rules of the auction again. There is no reserve price for this auction. The minimum bid is 100 million Genie each time, and there is no upper limit. The highest bidder wins. This auction has a total of 200 seats and 10 boxes, numbered from 1 to 10. The bidders for each seat are worth at least 10 billion genies, and the bidders in the box are worth at least 100 billion genies. Even though many people know that they cannot bid for the Class A items this time, they still want to come and see this auction. In box number 3. President Netero and Zeno sat on the leather sofa in the box, looking at the situation in the venue on the big screen in the box. Zeno, many people came prepared this time. Netero looked at Zeno and spoke softly. This auction is of such high standard that it is rarely seen in the world. Coupled with the incredible props and the move from the previous 2 days, everyone participated in the auction obediently. Zeno, who was standing by, picked up a cup of tea from the table in front of him, took a sip, and let out a long sigh. President Netero, This auction is urgent, and people are skeptical about the items, so only a few people came. Otherwise, the Zaldik family wouldn't be able to enter this box with their wealth. Zeno was very lucky that he had the magical prop of the Anywhere door, otherwise he would not be able to reach Yokiksen city within 3 days. If you miss out on incredible items like senzu beans and time baggage, you don't know how long you'll have to wait until you see them again. Even if there is a blind box store owned by Emolin, it is probably difficult to get props like time reversal. While the two were talking, the door of the box was slowly pushed open. The sound of squeak attracted the attention of the two people in the room. Silva is back. Father, this is all the money the family can gather in 3 days. The tall Silva was holding a small black leather suitcase in his hands. He walked in front of Zeno and placed the small black leather suitcase on the coffee table in front of him. Ka. The suitcase opened and Silva took out a yellow manila folder and several sheets of paper with the word bank printed on them. Father, the total is 140 billion ringgits. Due to time constraints, many of the jewelry left over from the family were sold at prices below the market price. Silva was not idle during these 3 days. During the 3 days that Zeno and Netero were waiting, he contacted the housekeeper at home and cashed out all the assets that could be quickly converted into cash. 3 days is still too tight. You did a great job, Silva. Zeno nodded. It is not easy to collect so much cash in 3 days. He is very satisfied with Silva's performance. On the auction table. Ladies and gentlemen, our first lot is about to go up for bidding. As the radio sounded, the big screen in the box began to turn the picture to the stage where the host was. Netero and the other two also shifted their gaze to the big screen. At the display stand at the auction venue, a waitress walked up to the host Roy holding a black box. Roy held up the black box and said, "Dear buyers who came to bid, at the request of the seller, the order of appearance of the items in this auction will be determined by lottery." This is also a funny idea of Emolin. In the past, the order of bidding on items at auctions was that the more valuable the item, the closer it would be to the end of the bidding. But today, the first item to be auctioned is likely to be a time burden. As he spoke, Roy reached into the box and took out a small note. When he saw the item on the note, his pupils dilated. Then, he spoke in a brisk tone. "Everyone, I'm sure you all want to know what the first lot is. This is what you're most looking forward to, the time baggage." As soon as the words fell, behind the curtain on the side, a graceful little girl slowly entered the venue pushing a covered cart. With the arrival of time burden, the whole place started to boil. Unexpectedly, the auction house went against its norm and the first item to be auctioned was a time baggage that could reverse time. What a fun thing! I didn't expect that the first lot I auctioned would be a time burden. Yet. I don't know if I can win a single item by bidding. The time baggage is out of our reach. Only those in the box have a chance to bid for it. It is exactly as discussed by those in the ordinary seats. In the box. The faces of those big shots changed when they heard that the first item to be auctioned was a time burden. But Roy's next words made them completely crazy. Time baggage, when you cover an object with the front side, red side, facing outward, the time of the covered object will reverse and appear in the past. If the reverse side, that is, the black side, is covered outward, the speed of time passing for the covered object will be accelerated, and it will appear in the future. When this item is used on a person, the maximum time span is 50 years, while the time span on the item is 500 years. It can only be used 3 times. But this item is definitely the most precious item in the history of this auction house. Just think about it. An old man becomes young again, and you become a child. It only takes a moment to gain the power of the future. Buzz. Everyone in the box felt as if their heads were about to explode. My mind is full of thoughts of wanting to get it. No one can resist the temptation of returning to youth and regaining their peak strength. Even Netero was moved at this moment. In box number 4, the wealthy man Bharat burst into tears after listening to the introduction of time burden. There is salvation. We can all return to our youth. We have a healthy future and time to waste. In box number 7, the face of the fourth prince of the Khajan Empire, Killua, began to become ferocious. Reversing time and restoring youth, this trip was really worth it. Ha ha ha. Siri, father can regain his youth. In box number 5, Paristan frowned and muttered. This is incredible. Where did you find such a prop? And President Netero, how did you get from Kukolo Mountain to Yukiksan City in just half a day? How did you disappear in the Hunter Association's office before? There have been too many mysteries recently, and Paristan is a little confused. Today, this prop that can reverse time appears. This further confirmed an idea in his mind. Something incomprehensible had appeared. Chapter 43. 80 billion. This buyer bid 80 billion. Is there anyone who can bid higher? Roy's tone was so excited that his hand holding the hammer couldn't stop shaking. In just 3 minutes, the starting price of 1 ringgit was raised to 80 billion ringgit. Time burden. So terrifying. However, the offer of 80 billion ringgits only shocked the audience for 3 seconds, and a new bid board was raised again. 90 billion. The price of box 8 has been raised by a full 10 billion. This gentleman is really a man who would make a big splash if he didn't make a move. When the price reached 90 billion, people in the ordinary seats no longer had the strength to compete with it. Next comes the battle for power in the box. When the people in the box left the stage, all the buyers in the venue became excited again. Holy shit, it's finally started. The big guys are about to start taking action. What will be the ultimate price of time baggage? Is there anyone who offers a higher price? Roy was very excited, while Emolin in the backcourt was smiling happily. The more lively the atmosphere, the better. In box number 4. Bharat stared at the time package on the screen, thinking about the next bidding strategy in his mind. For this auction, he raised a total of 150 billion yen, which is liquid cash. Time is still too short. Even if you add up the money that was originally intended to be used to bid for the Greed Island game, it's still only this much. 90 billion? It's definitely more than that. The final transaction price should be more than 120 billion. Bharat murmured. As he spoke, he raised his bid for the first time, 95 billion. The price has to be added little by little. Box number 4, the bid for box number 4 is 95 billion. Is there anyone with a higher bid? As Bharat raised the price, the bidding war between the boxes officially began. 100 billion. 105 billion. 110 billion. 130 billion. When the price was raised to 130 billion, the whole audience was in an uproar, and then fell silent again, falling into a brief stalemate. How can you raise the price like this? Everyone raises the price from 5 billion to above. You raised the price by 20 billion in one go. How can we play this? The bid of 13,000 crore was raised by Bharat in box number 4. Even if someone offered again, he would increase the price by 10 billion at a time. Money means nothing to him. As long as his lover can wake up and come back to life, he would rather sacrifice his entire fortune. Bharat's bid made everyone in the box unsure whether to follow up. Box 7. The fourth prince of the Khajan Empire, Killua, had a ferocious look on his face and looked viciously in the direction of box number 4. Siri, can't you really get more out of it? Your Highness, we only have 120 billion. We can't have any more. Siri explained. Besides, this time they only want cash, no assets to pledge, there's really no other way. Hearing these words, Killua's heart finally died. How abominable! How abominable! Box 3. Silva looked at Zeno beside him. Father, should we still make an offer? Bid? Zeno shook his head and said, you can't compete with an aging rich man in terms of financial resources. Bharat is an ordinary person. When financial resources can be converted into lifespan, he becomes a madman. Zeno knew very well that it was meaningless to compare financially with Bharat, and although the effect of the time burden was incredible, with the existence of Omni-Realm's blind box store, there was still a chance to obtain such props. Silva, let's give up this opportunity. The auction venue fell into a brief silence. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 60 seconds. Roy spoke slowly, 130 billion. Box 4 bids 130 billion. If no one bids, this time baggage will be obtained by Box 4. This is a chance to return to youth. Seeing that no one in the audience made another bid, Roy began the final countdown. The most exciting moment is coming at this time. 130 billion, first time. 130 billion, second time. 130 billion, the third time. Pa! The hammer hit the table, and the crisp sound echoed throughout the auction venue. The time burden finally went to box number 4. The highest priced item in auction history has finally been sold. Let's congratulate box number 4 and congratulate him for winning this time baggage. Due to the special nature of this auction item, the auction house has specially allowed on-site inspection in order to enhance the credibility of the auction. I wonder if box 4 agrees to this. The burden of time is, after all, still too overwhelming. This rule was added specifically to convince those who come to bid. Of course, if the buyer is unwilling, then it doesn't matter. Agree. Bharat made his voice heard throughout the auction hall through the microphone in the room. It was actually safer for him to inspect the goods on site, and his lover had already been sent to the auction lounge to wait. Bharat came out of the box. When he appeared on stage, the whole audience was in an uproar. It's him. The rich man Bharat. No wonder he's so rich. It wouldn't be surprising if it was him. But hasn't he always been interested in Greed Island? How can he use the money to bid for the time burden? Amidst the discussions, Bharat slowly came on stage. Roy also knew this wealthy man. Every year at the auction, this gentleman only went for the Greed Island game. Mr. Bharat, would you like me to operate it for you? Roy asked. Everyone. Please wait for me for a few minutes. I want to invite my lover up. Spouse? Didn't Bharat's lover die long ago? Found another one? But there has been no news for so many years. It was not until a bed was pushed next to the shopkeeper that Bharat told his story. Everyone, she is my love. On the hospital bed, a blonde woman wearing a ventilator was lying quietly. Her young and beautiful face made it easy to mistake her for Bharat's granddaughter. Bharat looked at the woman on the hospital bed with deep affection, his eyes full of tenderness. I'm sure you've all heard some rumors about me. My lover and I have been subject to controversy due to our age gap. But then there was no news because my lover became a vegetable due to a traffic accident. I bought Greed Island and hired players for her. Rumor has it that there are runes in the game that can cure any disease, Archangel's breath, and witch's rejuvenation that can make people rejuvenate. Now, at this moment, I am very excited. It's been 5 years. She has been sleeping for 5 years. At this point, 2 lines of tears appeared on Bharat's face. He doesn't care about the world's eyes or his own assets. I only care about whether the lover in the hospital bed can wake up. Thank you, Roy. He looked at Roy beside him, full of expectation. Roy didn't say anything, but just walked towards the beauty on the hospital bed with the time bag. Mr. Bharat, how old is this lady now? How old do you want her to be? The ability of time baggage is to present objects in the past state. Every minute of coverage represents the flow rate of 1 year. She is already 30 years old this year. I hope she can go back to when we first met, when she was 20. Bharat thought to himself as he looked at his lover's haggard face. I hope the time burden is useful. A miracle must happen. After Roy learned of Bharat's request, he covered the woman's face with the red side of the time baggage. 10 minutes later, under the gaze of everyone, the woman on the hospital bed spoke. Where is this? Chapter 44. When 10 minutes were up, Roy took off the time bag and saw that the woman on the bed had lost her haggard look. An exquisite and beautiful face, full of collagen. The rosy and attractive lips murmured with a hint of surprise. When a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes slowly opened, what came into view was Bharat's old face and hair. You are Bharat? My dear Bharat, you are old. Wow! Bharat could no longer control his emotions and tears welled up in his eyes like a tide. My love, Ganya, you finally woke up. A miracle is born. Ganya, who has regained her youthful face, and the elderly Bharat hugged each other tightly. The lovers who have overcome the age difference finally embraced each other again. Mr. Bharat, although I don't want to disturb you in your lover's embrace, I think you can also become as young as Ms. Gania first. Roy reminded. Yes. 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 Gania, please wait for me. After Bharat explained the time burden to Gania, the lovely little beauty couldn't stop crying. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old rich man Bharat returns to his youth. Miracle. The miracle of time baggage. This pair of lovers who were almost separated by death, because of the existence of the time burden, not only returned to their youth, but were able to enjoy love for decades to come. Let us congratulate Mr. Bharat and his lover, Ms. Ganiya, for their rejuvenation. Time has done a great job in making this couple meet again. Okay, everyone, this is just a small episode in the auction process, let's move on to the next auction. The entire auction lasted for 3 hours. During these 3 hours, all the bidders fell into a state of frenzy. With the on-site witness of the time burden, the enthusiasm of the bidders was pushed to the peak. So-called. If you take the photo, you earn money. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After this time, I don't know when the next opportunity like this will come. After 3 hours of intense bidding at home. In the end, the total transaction price of all the lots was 300 billion ringgit. In the VLP room of the auction house. When Emolin saw this number, he couldn't help but tremble, and his thoughts were immersed in the ocean of money. 300 billion is too much to spend in a lifetime. After the auction is over, there were many unfamiliar faces inside and outside the entire auction venue. All forces were at the auction venue, and they all wanted to see Emolin's lineup. For this reason, people from all walks of life gathered here and blocked the place for a day and a night. But no one found any trace of Emolin. What's going on? It's impossible that we can't even find a single person. Are you sure that person never left the room after entering it? What class are you, questioning me? When I was blocking someone, you were still wearing open crotch pants. However, our comrade Emolin had already activated the god's alibi and left the auction venue with a breath taken. He has more important things to do now. Because the upgrade of the blind box store is over. Sky Arena, the blind box store of all worlds. After a few days of separation, Emolin returned to his base, the Wanja blind box store. The world outside is still too dangerous. Even the 9-second time stop wasn't enough to knock Krollo and his gang unconscious. From the surveillance at the auction house, Emolin learned that Krollo was not knocked down by the world stand. After the time stop ended, he took a few people away from the scene. As expected of the villain of the Hunter world. I'm still too unstable. It's safer to go back to the blind box store. Emolin walked towards the blind box store. The moment he stepped into the store, he seemed to hear a faint sound in his ears. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty is invincibility. Alone at the top. The cold wind keeps blowing. Plan. When Emolin was immersed in his fantasy, a cute little paw gave him a big slap. Hiss. He gasped, looked at the little fire dragon in front of him in pain, and said angrily. Why did you hit me? Wow, wow! Stop dreaming, your house has been robbed. Charmander pointed at the empty blind box shop and was so anxious that he almost spoke. Only then did Emolyn see the scene in the blind box store clearly. There is nothing in the entire blind box store except the walls painted with white latex paint. I have such a big counter. And my comfy recliner. Why is there no bedroom door? What's the fuss? System! Get out here! Emolyn shouted into the air. The upgraded blind box store really overwhelmed him. If the blind box store's facade had not changed, he would have really suspected that he had walked into the wrong store. Host, please calm down. This is the second-level blind box store. This upgrade has turned the old, dilapidated, and small store into a fully renovated one. This is a big improvement. The system explained. Fine decoration? Do you think I've never done it? I studied environmental design in college, and you just painted it with latex paint and told me it's fine decoration. Are you kidding me? What Emolyn hates most is being cheated on by others about decoration, which is an insult to his profession. Host, don't be impatient. Take a look, isn't the space in the blind box store much larger than before? The original warehouse and bedroom were simply changed to a hidden door design. They did not disappear. I will explain the details of this upgrade to you. Second-level blind box shop. 1 new blind box varieties. Primary blind box, 1 million yuan. Intermediate blind box, 1000 WGNI. Premium blind box, 100 million genie. Legend blind box, 1000 blind box points. Epic blind box, 10,000 blind box points. Note, the rarer and more valuable the item, the higher the blind box points you can redeem in a blind box store. 2 added new item level classification and upgrade. Current item levels, white, purple, gold, and colorful. 3 new mall sections, discount section, home section. Discount section. The original blind box mall could only purchase designated items, and they were very expensive. Now, the blind box mall has launched a discount section. Many items are discounted every week. There's even a colorful item on sale this week, colorful hex, compound interest. Colored items. Color hexly compound interest. The blind box points in the blind box store every day have a daily interest rate of 2 points. 100 blind box points you can have 102 blind box points the next day, and so on. However, the price of this colorful hex is still frighteningly high even at a 30% discount. 50W blind box points. It won't be complete without eating or drinking. Another point is that the mall is now open to customers who hold blind box store purchase cards. Home section. All the decoration facilities in the blind box store must be purchased in the home mall. From a box of toothbrushes to a refrigerator, they must be purchased at the place designated by the system. The currency used is genie. This is still very Ginkgo-like. 4 new business segments. In order to give customers a better blind box purchasing experience, the blind box store has specially launched a business section. System issues tasks. Every customer who holds a blind box store purchase card can accept the task. There are corresponding blind box points for completing tasks. The business segment is also divided into 2 parts, customer tasks and host tasks. This means that Emolyn can also earn blind box points by working. Not humane at all. These are the upgrades for this blind box store, a total of 4 items. To sum up. 1. There are 2 more types of blind boxes, Legendary Blind Box and Epic Blind Box, but they can only be purchased with blind box points. 2. There is 1 more level of blind box items, Color level. 3. The mall has 2 more sections, the discount section and the home section. The mall is open to customers with purchase cards and can be purchased using blind box points. 4. You can issue tasks to hosts and customers to earn blind box points. Emolin has somewhat seen through the routine of the blind box store system. Isn't this forcing the customers of the blind box store to take action to earn blind box points? Because of the upgrade of the blind box store, the system also released the first task. Chapter 45. Mission: The True Appearance of Greed Island. There is a magical game in this world, Greedy Island. The blind box store is very curious about the true face of the Greedy Island game. Participate in the Greedy Island game, discover the secrets, organize them into materials, and hand them over to the blind box store. The rewards are divided according to each person's task completion. The blind box store reward is 100,000 blind box points. 1 million GNI is worth 1 blind box point and cannot be redeemed. The task is to form a team and the current number of registered people is 0/4. Mission time: 7 days. Task attributes: Customer task and Host task. This item is only visible to Emolin. Buzz. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the system released the task. When Emolin saw this task, he was overwhelmed. 7 days? What a joke! No one has cleared Greed Island for years. Emolin knew clearly that as a famous Greed Island game in Hunter World, even the protagonists Killua and Gon took several months to complete it. But, to be honest, even though the task was difficult, Emolin was still very tempted. 10W blind box points. If this is converted into monks, that would be 100 billion monks. Even if 4 people have to share 100,000 blind box points, he is willing to do so. After all, completing it is a huge profit. And, most importantly, Emolin does not participate in the cashback when customers purchase blind box items. This forced Emolin to participate in the mission. There is something special about this blind box system. Emolin in the blind box store used his hand speed, which had lasted for 20 years as a single man, to quickly click the accept button with a time difference of 0.01 second. He was the first to bear the brunt of the task force. Mission: The True Appearance of Greed Island. Mission personnel: 1/4, Emolin. Because you are the first person to join the mission, you will automatically be appointed as the team leader. You can create your own group for easy communication. Oh? You can create groups now. Create a group, Qinglong Study Group. Ding Qinglong Study Group has been established. 5 minutes later, you will be forcibly teleported to the entrance scene of Greedy Island, and you will enter the game as a player of Greedy Island. Come on, young man. On the other hand, old customers who hold purchase cards all over the world have received the latest information released by the blind box store system. Gon Killua, Zeno, Silva, and Ilmi from the Zaldik family. The president of the Hunter Association, Netero. And Hisoka, who is having dinner with Ran. These are all the people who currently have purchase cards for the blind box store. When the announcement was made, everyone's purchase card made a buzzing sound. Yukiksen City. Hisoka was sitting in a kebab shop eating skewers with his friend when he felt a vibration in his pocket. Being sensitive, he immediately took out the purchase card from his pocket. Because of the system upgrade, the card that was originally just an ordinary plastic texture has become a smooth glass screen. However, this screen is really thinner than a 1 yuan coin, far ahead. On the screen, announcements about blind box stores poured out like a tide. Ding, the latest announcement from Wanja Blind Box Store. Ding, the Wanja Blind Box Store has been upgraded, and more services are waiting for you to choose. Ding, the Wanja Blind Box Store mission has been updated, first come first served. The 3 pinned messages flashed by at an extremely fast speed and were drowned out by the subsequent messages, but the sharp-eyed Hisoka still saw the word mission. What are the tasks issued by the blind box store? First come first served? Where there are tasks, there should be rewards. First come, first served means the quantity is limited. Hisoka immediately thought of the blind boxes in the blind box store. Plus, a big red accept box in the lower right corner of the purchase card caught his attention. Click. Mission, the true appearance of Greed Island. Mission crew, 2/4, Emolin, Hisoka. When entering the task interface, Hisoka was really shocked by the task reward of 100,000 blind box points. After the blind box store was upgraded, 2 new types of blind boxes appeared. Legendary blind box and epic blind box. These 2 types of blind boxes can only be redeemed with blind box points. According to the information in the announcement, 1 million GNI is only worth 1 blind box point. And you can't use Genie to redeem blind box points. From this point of view, the value of these 100,000 blind box points is extremely high. 10 minutes left. Hisoka had an idea and used the purchase card to meet Emolin in the blind box store. Another group of people who are also in Yokiksen City. Gon and Killua, who were staying in the hotel room at the moment, received the news at the same time. The slight vibration in his pocket immediately alerted him. Take out the purchase card from your pocket. Gon, the blind box store has updated a new announcement, it's so long. Killua's eyes became blurry as he looked at the long string of text on the purchase card. A big red accept box in the lower right corner of the purchase card caught his attention. Killua, what is this thing? Accept. Gon had already taken out his purchase card at this time, and he looked at the word accept in the lower right corner of the purchase card. The red accept button seemed to have infinite magic, attracting him, and a ruthless little hand clicked on the accept button. Congratulations, you have accepted the new task of the system. The current team consists of 3/4 people, Emolin, Hisoka, G-Freaks, Ding, you have been added to the group, Greedy Exploration Team. Please reunite with your team as soon as possible. Good luck with your mission. A series of words appeared on the purchase card, leaving Gon a little confused. He raised his purchase card and looked at Killua, and asked, Killua, I seem to have accepted a mission. Killua? Because the update announcement of the blind box store and the release information of the task are close to each other. However, the red box for accepting the task is in the corner of the purchase card, which is extremely conspicuous, causing many people to be curious about this button. Gon, you have to hurry to the blind box store. Among the mission personnel is Boss Emolin. You can go to the blind box store to meet him. The careful Killua immediately realized the key. A place that everyone knows and can go to right away is Emolin's Wanja blind box store. Buzz. Gon thought and disappeared in front of Killua. Our final mission member is President Netero, who just parted ways with the Zaldik family. When the old man has nothing to do, he likes to hold the purchase card and swipe it between his fingers. When the blind box store announcement for purchasing cards was updated, he took some time to read all the information. Click Accept. Mission, the true appearance of Greed Island. Mission personnel, 4/4, Emolin, Hisoka, J-Freaks, Isaac Netero. Yahoo! Boss Emolin is leading the team. It looks like this mission is going to be very interesting. In a flash, Netero disappeared from the spot. Chapter 46. Sky Arena. Inside the Wanja blind box store. The 4 people participating in this mission are now gathering in the blind box store. After the 4 of them pressed the accept button, they immediately went to Emolin's blind box store. Looking at the 3 people present, Emolin spoke. Everyone, I believe everyone already knows the content of this mission. This is a new way of playing opened by the Wanja blind box store. In order to allow customers to enjoy better blind box services, our latest legendary blind boxes and epic blind boxes are all available for purchase with blind box points. This is also to encourage everyone to discover more strange and bizarre things in the world. If it is an unknown item that has never been recorded in the human world, you can redeem more blind box points in the blind box store. I will lead the team for this mission. After entering the game, we can communicate using the Qinglong Study Group in the purchase card. Emolin briefly introduced to the three people some key contents about blind boxes in the blind box store. From this update, Emolin realized a problem. The blind box system seemed to intentionally guide him and his customers to explore the unknown. In this hunter world, for humans, there is only one place where unknown things exist, that is the Dark Continent. Judging from the map of Hunter's world, the human continent is just located on the huge Lake Mobius in the center of the Dark Continent. Moreover, it's just a small island in the lake. Exploring the Dark Continent also became an idea in Emolin's mind. When Emolin was still thinking about the Dark Continent and the blind box store, in the crowd, President Netero frowned slightly. Boss Emolin, can we understand the judging criteria for this mission as clearing Greed Island? Submit the information about Greed Island to the blind box store for evaluation, and divide the rewarded blind box points according to the completion of the task. Yes. Emolin nodded. Wait, Boss Emolin, I have a question. Who will judge the completion of the task? Hisoka asked with a smile. This question has actually been in Hisoka's mind since the moment he accepted the task. The task was issued by the blind box store, and Emolin, as the owner of the blind box store, also joined the task. But this feels very unreasonable. The only explanation is that Boss Emolin just wanted to find a reason to give these blind boxes to these customers. Let them go to the blind box consumption points and buy blind boxes. Is this the thinking of the strong? Hisoka is puzzled. Emolin shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Should I tell you that I am actually a worker as well? I also have to work hard to complete tasks in order to earn blind box points. That's too low a standard. As the owner of a blind box store, I can't fall off the horse. No answer is the best answer. In the eyes of Hisoka and the other two, Emolin's shaking head was very meaningful. In the perception of several people, there are many incredible items opened from the blind boxes in the blind box store, similar to a time burden that reverses time. This existence beyond common sense makes all customers hold Emolin's image very high in their hearts. In their opinion, since Emolin is the owner of the blind box store, he is also the provider of these blind boxes. When Hisoka asked this question, he was also very nervous. After all, Boss Emolin's strength is obvious to all, and this question seems to be somewhat offensive to Emolin. This question was forgotten in silence. 10 minutes are up. The screen flashed, and the four people appeared in the starting scene of the game. Several high walls with strange patterns like circuit boards tightly form a decagonal pattern. Emolin, who had just arrived here, looked at the high walls curiously. The blue light flashing with strange patterns brought a great visual impact to Emolin, and the sense of déjà vu like a science fiction movie made him immersed in it. Is this an immersive reality VR game? So cool! Emolin exclaimed. Emolin walked along the passage that appeared on the wall and came to a room that was also covered with circuit board patterns. As soon as I entered the room, a mechanical girl floating in the air looked at Emolin with a smile. Welcome to the world of one Guarani. Squeak! A silver-white ring appeared on the index finger of Emolin's right hand. The sudden change made Emolin look at the ring in his hand. The silver-white ring exudes a faint white glow. Is this the prop for the Greed Island game? Emolin thought to himself. At this time, the voice of the mechanical girl reached Emolin's ears. Hello. Mr. Emolin. Now let me explain to you how to play the game. In this game, anyone who wears the ring can use two kinds of magic. That is book and gain. Please stretch out the hand with the ring and shout book. Under the guidance of the mechanical girl, Emolin raised his right hand and shouted, book. Then, a puff of smoke floated out of the ring, and an ancient book with layers of circles printed on the cover floated in the air. In the game, you can turn all the props you get into cards. This is the book for organizing cards. The purpose of this game is to finish the book. Please open the first page of the book. Opening the first page of the book, the card slot numbered 000 is clearly visible on the paper. Starting from the second page, there are card slots numbered from 001 to 009. No cards have been put into the book yet, and each box has a number printed in it. Only cards with the same number can be put into the grid. This is called a designated pocket. Please continue to flip back to the card slot without a number. Wow! Turn the pages. This kind of grid without numbers is called a free pocket. There are 100 designated pockets from no 000 to no 099, and 45 free pockets. Matching the 100 cards to the correct positions is the condition for passing the level. Is it enough to collect 100 cards? Emolin asked. Yes, strictly speaking, you have to collect 100 items, turn them into cards and put them in the book. Once the item is in hand, it will turn into a card. For example, if you get a sword, while holding it, it will turn into a card. This way, you can put the card in the book, but you can't use it as a weapon. To weaponize the cards, we need to use the magic of gain. Once a card is gain, it cannot be restored to a card. Please pay special attention to this. To turn the sword into a card again, you must obtain the same sword again. Emolin listened carefully to the rules of the Greed Island game. The mechanical girl continued. In addition, there are two situations where it cannot be transformed into a card. Chapter 47. One is when the item's cardization limit reaches its limit. Emolin, who was in the Greed Island game for the first time, listened carefully. All items on this island have a card limit. Some have a limit of up to 100 tickets, while others only have 3. Emolin, hi? The mechanical girl continued. Take 3 cards as an example. If 3 players turn their respective items into cards, there will be 3 cards in total. At this point, even if other players discover that item, they can no longer turn it into a card. This is called the card number reaching the limit. There is one more circumstance: the cards must be included in the book. 60 seconds after the card leaves the book, it will turn back into a prop. It can no longer be carded again at this point. Please keep this in mind and work hard to finish this book. Finally, there is one most important issue: once the player dies in the game, the book and ring will be destroyed, and all the cards inside will disappear. Please be sure to pay attention. The above is the most basic description of the game rules. Please find the specific information yourself after entering the game. Good luck to you. Go down that staircase, please. Following the direction of the mechanical girl's finger, a staircase leading downwards appeared on the wall. Emolin walked along the wall of the cylinder and down the spiral staircase. In the passage, mosses crawl on the mottled and cracked walls, and the load-bearing stone pillars supporting the building reveal an ancient atmosphere. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a blinding light shone from the end of the passage. Buzz! The endless grassland came into Emolin's sight. Is this the world inside the game? It's so real! Emolin's tone revealed a hint of excitement. Being familiar with the original work, he knew that this game was actually an in-game using a certain place in the real world as a game scene. There are so many people. As soon as he entered the grassland, Emolin felt that there were several pairs of eyes watching him on the endless grassland. Boss Emolin! Gon's voice sounded from behind. Gon, slow down. Netero looked at the energetic Gon and said with concern. Hisoka stood at the back, looking at everything around him with a pair of snake-like eyes. Everyone! I believe you all know the rules of the game, right? The task of the blind box store is to submit information about Greed Island. My suggestion is to finish it quickly. As soon as he entered the game, the word speed attack came to Emolin's mind. Hello, hey. The members of this 4-member team can be called the most luxurious 4-member team in the Hunter world. Time traveler and owner of the Wanja blind box store, Emolin. The protagonist of the Hunter world, a 12-year-old elementary school student with top talent, J. Freaks. Isaac Netero, the strongest man in the human race and the president of the Hunter Association. One of the most popular villains, a pervert with infinite personality charm, Hisoka. Good, good, good. Netero alone can sweep the game. Quick attack. Netero twirled his graying beard and frowned. The conditions for clearing the game are simple. Just collect all the cards. There should be no one in this world who is stronger than me and Netero. Whoever has more cards will get theirs. Emolin said with a smile. Everyone, split up. Bounty City, Andakaba. The first step in the game Greed Island is to find a city with people and obtain useful information. Halfway through, Netero and Hisoka left the team and scattered to different parts of the game. Emolin took Gon and followed the city's instructions to find the town known as the Bounty City in the game, Andakaba. The most interesting setting of this game is using the card magic in the game. Daddy once said, only magic can defeat magic. Boss Emolin, there's a town ahead. We're here. Gon shouted excitedly when he saw a magenta building not far away. Entering the streets of Andakaba, Emolin looked around curiously. The town style here is very similar to that of some small Western European countries, with houses 3 or 2 stories high. The first floor is used for business, and tourists sitting in groups of 3 or 4 drinking coffee on the roadside. Walking on the roadside. Various reward notices are posted on the walls of every store. Even notices like looking for your beloved dog are posted there. Looking for your dog. The dog owner is willing to reward anyone who finds his beloved dog with the cursed statue of the goddess of luck. Boss Emolin, are we going to do this mission? We can get a card. Doing a mission? What mission? That's so slow. Emolin pointed at the crowd gathering around him. Find the person with the most cards, have a friendly conversation with him, and ask him to give us the cards on his own initiative. Gone, The busy streets of Andanibal. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the newlyweds who had just arrived in town. The appearance of new faces also made many old people in Andakaba have strange thoughts. At a roadside stall, a bunch of middle-aged people were drinking coffee. Hey, hey, hey! Look, another rookie who just entered the game. Just look at their silly faces, with curiosity written all over their faces. Let's go and tease him. Boom! Before the 2 men could react, a pair of huge hands grabbed their heads and slammed them hard on the table in front of them. Finally, embed the head into the stone slab on the ground. The 2 of them instantly lost their ability to resist, their teeth shattered, and blood flowed along the stone slabs. Hey, hey, hey! Being young is great, why are you falling asleep right away? I'll give you a chance. It's game over, or just hand over the cards to me. A kind young man is communicating with others in a friendly manner. After a conversation, Emolin obtained some more useful information. The means of attack in the game rely on spell cards, and only spell cards can be used to defend against spell cards. In this game, there are no spells that can kill people. There are a total of 40 spells, including attack, movement, defense, investigation. Emolin learned from the 2 people just now that they used investigative spells to attack him and obtained his information, new players. In the game, there are roughly 3 ways to get item cards. The first one, find it yourself. The second method, exchange with other players. The third method, snatch it from other players. With the system of difficulty of obtaining and the limited number of cards that can be turned into cards, sometimes even if you get the card, you cannot turn it into a card because the number of cards that can be turned into cards has been reached. Moreover, it is too difficult to obtain them, and some cards can never be obtained by yourself. This vicious cycle lasted for several years, like a taut string that was about to break. As a result, the number of people scrambling for the cards increased rapidly. Use violence to snatch, intimidate, or beat other players, forcing them to hand over their card collection books and take away the cards. Kill those who refuse to hand over the card collection book no matter how hard you fight them. You won't get any cards just by killing your opponent. But Emolin doesn't plan to use this method, he has a better way. Chapter 48. On the other hand, Hisoka, who left the team, chose the easiest way. Violently snatch other people's cards. In a forest, Hisoka stood on the top of a tree, looking at 4 players who were beating up others in the forest. Give it to me or not. Hand it over. Bang. Fists like raindrops kept falling on the man who was curled up on the ground. He shouted loudly, "You bunch of robbers, I will never give you the card." Boom. A stick hit the fallen man's ankle hard. Kara. The crisp sound of bones breaking pierced Hisoka's ears. Ah! A pig-slaughtering howl came out of the man's mouth, and the pain in his ankle almost made him faint. "Kill him," said the bearded man among the 4 viciously. His eyes were bloodshot. The man in front of him had been fighting for almost half an hour but refused to hand over the card. "Since I can't get the card, I won't waste my time." A cold knife flashed across the neck, and blood gushed out like a small fountain. After 2 or 3 seconds, the corpses on the ground slowly dissipated like broken data. Game over. Another player has ended his life in the game. Hisoka, standing on the thick tree trunk, licked his lips and looked at everything in front of him with amusement. It's really gross and not pretty at all. At the beginning of the game, Hisoka chose to separate from Emolin and others. He didn't know Emolin's character very well, but he knew his own character very well. Collecting cards was a very simple thing. Parasite line. Tang. Several transparent threads shot out from Hisoka's hands and entangled the 4 people on the ground. Boom. The skinny man who was holding the stick hit the bearded man on the back of his head with the stick. The bearded man felt a burst of pain and looked at the thin man angrily. "Callan, you dare to hit me, do you want to die?" Yes, I'm sorry, boss. I can't control myself." The sudden change made Karen's originally cunning look turn into one full of fear. He felt like a controlled puppet and began to attack his teammates uncontrollably. Rub. There was a flash of knife light, and another man with a big belly chopped off his beard with a machete. Fortunately, the bearded man was alert and dodged the sword. "Burs, are you going to rebel?" 1, then 2, began to turn against him and attack him. The bearded man looked at the 3rd teammate, a gentle man wearing glasses. "Kaiser, have you been planning to rebel for a long time? You even persuaded my 2 brothers to rebel. Call out." Bulls, holding the machete, took the opportunity to chop at the gentle Kaiser. The scene became chaotic because of Burs's knife. "I can't control myself. Boss, help. Why, who is behind this?" Ah! Hisoka's expression on the tree trunk became more and more ferocious. He loved watching the scene of killing each other. The expression was filled with fear and confusion, and death was filled with reluctance and confusion. Even the controlled torso can't even take out the book. Ordinary people can't even resist at this moment. He. Until the moment the 4 men fell to the ground and died, their eyes were still full of confusion and unwillingness. "Why would my good brother kill me? Who is controlling us?" Bang! 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 4 consecutive explosions were heard, and the 4 brothers who were fighting each other suddenly had a flash of light in their waists and abdomens, and were blown into 2. Died on the spot. Hisoka's mouth curled up. "Ah! I was having so much fun that I forgot to force them to hand over the cards in the book. And you, snatching my prey, do you want to die?" Hiss! A pair of cold eyes shot towards a bush in the west, and vigorous mental power surged out of his body, and a black aura lingered around Hisoka. Hisoka is angry now. From the very beginning, he felt that someone was staring at him all the time. He wanted to play with his prey and then deal with it, but he ended up killing his prey. Super Whip! Hisoka leaped into the air, leaped towards the bushes, and thrust his right palm towards them. Dozens of nearly transparent thin silk threads spurted out from the palm of the hand, and the threads intertwined together to form a thick thread column as thick as hair. Leave! In the bushes, a man with blonde hair, a long face, a square chin and glasses jumped into the air. Use spell card, leave to escape from here. Run away? Hisoka looked at the man with glasses who was leaving, a chill in his eyes. Interesting, is he the bomb maniac? So interesting. New prey. Here, Netero, who was searching for cards, found an interesting old acquaintance. Biscuit Kruger. Collecting cards is easy if you have acquaintances. In the alleys of the streets, a little blonde girl with blue eyes looked at the two wretched men blocking her way with tears in her eyes. There was even some crying in her tone. What are you going to do? The delicate little hands covered her mouth helplessly, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Netero stood on the roof, looking at Biscuit Kruger in front of him and scratched his head. If he wasn't very familiar with the other person's telekinesis, he really wouldn't have recognized him. She's almost 60, and still so unstable. But wasn't she a muscular girl before? In the alley, two wretched men were getting closer and closer to Bisji. Little sister, why are you here alone? Would you like to take a look at Big Brother's big goldfish? The wretched, greasy fat man with broken and yellow teeth laughed, hee hee. There is undisguised obscene desire in his eyes. No, don't. Brother, what are you going to do? I'm so scared. Rough voice after transformation. Wow. The delicate and thin Bisji freed herself from her restraints and pushed her explosive muscles in front of the two men. Big brother, do you want to play some games with me? Bisky raised her big muscular arms and taught the two wretched men a lesson. In the alley, miserable screams kept echoing. After a moment, Bisji clapped her hands and turned back into a little loli, walking out of the alley. Two wretched men. How dare you target me? Tisk. Bisji, who had nothing to do, was strolling on the street, and just now, she discovered an interesting pair. A young man with a small child and two novices collecting cards. She planned to take a look. Bisji. A familiar voice came into Bisji's ears. She stopped and looked behind her. A street with no one on it. Is it an illusion? Why do I hear President Netero's voice? When she turned around again, an old man with white beard waved at her with a smile. President Netero. Chapter 49. Meet President Netero in the Greed Island game? Biscuit thought her eyes were blurry. She couldn't stop rubbing her eyes with both hands. Her small hands couldn't help but gently stroke President Netero in front of her. Warm touch. Familiar voice. And tight muscles. President Netero, it's really you. Bisky exclaimed loudly. Why are you here? Because of a mission. Little Bisky. When Netero saw Bisky, he had a new idea in his mind. The best way to find out the truth about Greed Island within a week is to obtain all the cards and clear the level. The best way to get cards is of course, snatch them. However, Netero didn't want to use this method. How many cards will Biscuit have in her hand? Mission. Bisky looked at Netero in confusion. Task? How can you be so high-ranking that my President Netero can do it personally? Netero simply told Bisky the purpose of his coming to Greedy Island and expressed his thoughts. Bisky, is there any famous murderer in Greed Island? That's right. Netero didn't really want to steal the cards, but time was limited, so the final compromise was to steal the cards from the murderers. A murderer. Bisky lowered her head in thought. The three words Bomber appeared in Bisky's mind. There is a very famous serial killer named Bomber. His identity was revealed a few days ago. He was originally a game player hired by the wealthy Bharat. Just 2 days ago, for some reason, Bharat revoked the 50 billion ringgit reward for clearing the game. Several waves of gamers hired by Bharat also chose to quit the game one after another. However, one of the hired guns named Ganshu suddenly revealed his identity as a bomb maniac and threatened everyone to hand over the cards. I heard that he ended up killing quite a few people. If you want to find a murderer, he's the first person that comes to mind, and his cards are almost the most complete. After listening to Bisji's words, Netero suddenly remembered the time when Bharat and his lover returned to their youth at the auction house in Yokiksan city. I do know the reason why Bharat gave up the reward for clearing the game. A few days ago, at the auction in Yokiksan city, several incredible items appeared. Among them is a time bag that can reverse time. Bharat used the time bag to reverse the time of his unconscious lover and return her to a healthy 20-year-old state. He himself also reversed 50 years of time and returned to youth. Netero explained. Biscuit looked at Netero with a puzzled look on his face, but the determined expression on Netero's face made him realize that this must be true. Ah! What's going on? I've only been in the game for a month. How come such incredible items appeared in the outside world? Bisji didn't want to believe it. That's a chance to turn back time and return to youth. Let me ask you, which woman in her 60s doesn't want to regain her youth? Master, what happened in the outside world? Well. Netero groaned and told the story of Emolin's blind box store. Netero has always been troubled by the existence of blind box stores, simply because the existence of blind box stores is something that the human world cannot control. At present, only a small number of people know about the existence of blind box stores. Moreover, the blind box store's purchasing method of purchasing magical blind boxes with money does not limit any customer. That is to say, anyone can come to the blind box store to buy blind boxes. Anyone can come to the blind box store, including good people and bad people, and even non-human beings. Moreover, blind box stores always intentionally or unintentionally push buyers on a journey to the dark continent. Why is that? Netero shook his head and put his messy thoughts behind him. Once people get older, they start to think too much. You cannot control the changes in the future by yourself. The only way to realize it is to continuously earn blind box points and enhance your strength. After learning about the existence of the blind box store, all of Bisji's doubts were dispelled in an instant. I became even more excited when I learned that Emolin, the owner of the blind box store, was taking Netero on tasks to earn blind box points. President Netero, I'm taking you to find the bomb demon Ganshu. Let's go this way. At the same time, Emolin and Gon, who were wandering in Andakaba, also found a new target. After a day of thinking, Emolin persuaded Gon to snatch the cards from the murderers. In the square in the center of Andakaba town. On a huge billboard standing on the roadside, 2 people tall. The bounty notice for the 3 members of the bomb demon group was posted in the most conspicuous position on the notice board. The bomb trio. Ganshu, Shabu, Bala. The 3 men behaved badly, killed countless people, and were good at scheming. A few days ago, after Bharat revoked the 50 billion reward, Ganshu and the other 2 performed human body separation surgery on the players who were hired together. Intimidation, beatings, explosions. This made these players hate him, so they collected all the cards in the team as a bounty. We want to make the bomb trio suffer a fate worse than death. Emolin and Gon stood in front of the sign. Boss Emolin, this bomb demon is so abominable. Seeing the description of the bomb demon on the bounty, Gon felt a surge of anger towards this murderous maniac. Plus a high card reward. He was moved. Sila. Emolin tore off the reward notice and put it in his pocket. Let's go. Gon, notify the group, target, the bomb maniac. Buy the card. King Glong study group. Gon, boss Emolin took the bounty of the bomber Ganshu, and his bounty includes many cards. Emolin, everyone, next up, our target, the bomber. Hisoka, he boss Emolin's idea coincides with mine. Netero, hey? I was just about to go find him. Emolin, out. In an instant, the members of the Qinglong study group who received the news began to look for the trace of the bomb maniac Ganshu. Here, Ganshu, Shabu and Bala were squatting in the forest watching the passers-by. He has gone crazy ever since Bharat revoked all the bounties. Without the reward target of 50 billion Genie, Ganshu only had perverted thoughts in his mind. Keep hunting and keep killing. On the one hand, I want to collect cards to pass the level, and on the other hand, it also satisfies the despicable and perverted thoughts in my heart. Boss, you said before that we found a new prey, a guy named Hisoka. Are we still going? Bala asked. He. Ganshu's face was ferocious. Go. Why not? Kill him. I'll be happier. When he met Hisoka, he felt a sense of mutual understanding. A strong desire arose in my mind, to kill him. A two-way run between perverts. Chapter 50. People say it's hard to find someone, but Emolin doesn't think it's that hard. Finding Kane. At 11 o'clock in the evening. Emolin was lying on the bed in the hotel, and Gon beside him was already breathing evenly. Fell asleep. I really envy children who can fall asleep the moment they lie down on the bed. Sai Emolin put his hands under his head and sighed. After searching for Ganshu for a whole day, he didn't see even a single hair. With his observation haki fully activated, he searched for Ganshu in several surrounding towns for a long time but couldn't sense his presence. Master Mo, who was tired after a day's work, lay on the bed, mumbling, "How can I find someone?" Today, he originally wanted to go to the system mall to see if there were any items for humans, but he suddenly remembered that he didn't have any blind box points at all. Just put this matter behind you. But now, a bold idea popped into his mind: loan. Emolin, who wanted to complete tasks to earn blind box points, opened the system mall. Search, missing Kane. Missing Kane, 10,000 blind box points. Emolin? Hey. This price is too expensive. System. Can I buy it only once? Emolin discussed. System? Yes, you can, 1,000 blind box points at a time, but I checked your account and it seems that you don't have any blind box points. You are a profiteer. The original price is only 10,000 blind box points, and you can get 1,000 blind box points by using it once. Emolin exclaimed excitedly. Fake businessman. Absolutely a profiteer. Can I buy it on credit? Emolin said angrily. After all, it is a second-level blind box store. According to the previous settings at the first level, the system will not tell you what other functions it has unless you ask. There's no harm in asking. Sure. The interest is calculated on a daily basis. 10% every day. Emolin, hey? 10% a day? Do you want to hear what you're talking about? System, are you drifting away, or am I unable to lift the knife anymore? Those usurers are not even worthy to carry shoes in your presence. After a round of bargaining, Emolin finally gave in and borrowed 1,000 blind box points with an interest rate of 10%. After purchasing the missing person Kane, Emolin's heart was broken, but when he thought of the task reward of 100,000 blind box points, he felt a little better. Gone, get ready to go, find the bomber. Emolin jumped onto Gon's bed and shook him. Not awake. Pa. A minute later, Gon woke up from the bed, covering his face. Boss Emolin, why do I feel a little pain in my face after sleeping? It's right that my face hurts. Waking up in the middle of the night, when I was a kid I also woke up in the middle of the night in the summer and my face hurt too. Okay, no more nonsense. I have a way to find Ganshu. Emolin conjured up a searching staff from space. This thing is called a searching staff. It will lead us to Ganshu. Since we have limited time to use it, let's set off immediately. Ah? Then Boss Emolin, why didn't you take it out during the day? Gon asked puzzledly. Don't dwell on this issue, just get going now. Can I tell you that I just bought this with a loan? Why does the child talk so much? Emolin thought to himself. He ignored the sleepy Gon and placed the searching stick in his hand on the ground, muttering to himself. Looking for Ganshu. Pa. The searching stick received the signal from the owner and fell straight to the ground in the direction of the south. Let's go. South. The next day, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Ganshu, who was wandering in the forest with his companions in search of Hisoka, and the other 2 members of the bomb demon group sat on a fallen dead tree to rest. Ganshu, will that person be here? Asked Shabu, who was sweating all over. I have been searching for a whole day, but still haven't seen any trace of that person. Shabu, you don't understand. The first time I saw that guy, I thought he was a pervert. He looked at me like he was prey. I just don't know who the prey is. Ganshu laughed grimly. The soft are afraid of the hard, and the hard are afraid of those who are not afraid of death. This is the synonym of Ganshu. Sweet and soothing. The leader of the bomb demon trio. He has a long face, a square chin, wears glasses, is forbearing and cruel, acts cautiously but quite meanly, but is very loyal to his companions. Manipulators are people who train with the goal of killing their opponents and have excellent physical skills. Attributes: Best Actor. Lurking in the Pogwan group for 5 years. After the Pogwan group was disbanded, everyone received a severance pay, but compared with the 50 billion genie, this severance pay was a drop in the bucket. Now Ganshu just wants to release the depression in this game world. Having lost his goal of making money, his psychology has gradually become distorted. Killing is fun here. Looking at the eyes of those people who died inexplicably, he felt extremely satisfied in his heart. His courage to take Hisoka as prey stems from his Nen, manipulator / a pinch of gunpowder, the sound of life. A pinch of gunpowder, an instant version of the sound of life, covering your hands with powerful thoughts to protect your hands, and then touching the opponent's body to explode. Although the power is not as strong as the sound of life, it still has a strong lethality, opponents with weaker thoughts than your own. The sound of life, touch the other person's body and say the keyword, bomb demon to install the bomb. The person who is installed must touch Ganshu and say I caught the bomb demon to disarm the bomb. Explaining one's Nen in detail to the installer is a condition for activating the voice of life. The bomb countdown is 6000, and the countdown speed is the heart rate of the person being installed. When the number reaches 0, the bomb will automatically explode. In addition, when you and your 2 partners put your thumbs together and shout the keyword, liberation, all previously installed bombs can be detonated immediately, and there seems to be no distance limit. He wanted to blow Hisoka's body apart. He wanted to see the look of fear and confusion on the pervert's face. He. The more Ganshu thought about it, the more excited he became. Crash! Crash! There was a sound of leaves rubbing against each other in the bushes not far away, and the sudden sound caught Ganshu's attention. Someone is coming. Shabu, Bara, before we find Hisoka, let's teach this sudden person a lesson. Ganshu could no longer suppress the desire to kill. Sizzle. The grass in front of Ganshu was pushed aside by a hand, and 2 young faces, one tall and one short, appeared in front of Ganshu. The actor Ganshu's originally ferocious face immediately became kind. He smiled and looked at the 2 young men in front of him. Hello, you. Boom. The tall young man's pupils dilated when he saw Ganshu for the first time. The corners of his mouth first rose, and then his eyes widened and glared. He took a bow step and rushed towards Ganshu. His white and smooth arms were covered with a layer of black substance, and he hit Ganshu with a powerful blow. Your name is Ganshu, right? You're asking for death. Chapter 51. It hurts so much. Ganshu spun 2.5 circles in the air, then lay on the ground, covering his swollen cheek in pain. After being hit by Emolin's big CT with a hardened armament color. His whole head is buzzing now. So strong. Hit a wall. Shabu, Bala, come on. Kill these two little brats. The pain in his cheek made Ganshu angry and embarrassed. He actually took advantage of my carelessness and attacked me. No moral ethics. He wanted to use his nin to teach Emolin a lesson. Book. When Ganshu stood up and prepared to teach Emolin a lesson, Shabu and Bala had already summoned the card book. In Greed Island, the way ordinary players attack each other is to use spell cards to attack the target. Perspective. ×2. The first step in the battle is to check what types of cards are in your opponent's book. Empty. Ganshu, there's not a single card in either of their book. Empty. Ganshu became even more excited when he heard this information. The other party didn't even have a chance to escape. He, I'll kill you two first. Ganshu laughed ferociously. Looking at Ganshu's expression, Emolin frowned slightly, turned around and said to Gon. Gon, notify Hisoka and Netero in the group to join us. The battle will be over in 5 minutes. Time is very urgent now, and Emolin makes sure that he can kill his opponent with one blow. But how can we make the opponent hand over the cards in his hand? This is a technical job. Bomb Demon, hey? I wonder how many cards you have on you. Emolin murmured. Emolin's nonchalant attitude made Ganshu feel very unhappy. Since you know he is the Bomb Demon, why do you still look indifferent? Get started. Ganshu and the other two mobilized their mental power, concentrated it on the soles of their feet, and created wind with their steps. In the game of Greed Island, there are no cards that can directly cause damage to the players. The most primitive method is to use hand-to-hand combat. Nen has an absolute upper hand in this game. Among the three, Ganshu was the first to bear the brunt, with telekinesis wrapped around his body, and the Nen skill leaped out from his hands. Nen is an advanced usage technique of Nen. A pinch of gunpowder to start. Bang! When Ganshu punched Emolin's chest, his fist was covered with powerful thoughts to protect himself, and it exploded the moment it touched Emolin. Bomb Demon! A voice as light as a fly sounded. At the moment of the explosion, Ganshu stepped back, raised the corners of his mouth, and looked at his masterpiece with a grim face. What a perfect explosion! I wonder what shape this will create on my body. Although this move is an instant version of the sound of life, it is still fatal to the weak human body. Swoosh, swoosh. A breeze blew by, and the smoke from the explosion on Emolin dissipated. How is this possible? Ganshu looked at Emolin in front of him, and his originally ferocious face changed into one of confusion and fear. Emolin in front of me was dark all over, but he was still shining under the sunlight. There wasn't a single tear on his clothes. The explosion just now didn't cause any damage at all. Oh no! Hurry up! When Ganshu realized that the other party might be a dark iron plate, his first reaction was to escape. In the game of Greed Island, escaping is a very simple thing. Magnetism, migration, original intention in the spell cards. Escape from dangerous situations. However, the prerequisite for escape is to take out the spell card from the book. How could Emolin give his opponent such an opportunity? The world time stops. The 9-second time stop was enough to make the three people in front of him die in regret. Boom boom boom. Fists like raindrops kept bombarding the three motionless people in front of him. The fists with the armed color were harder than steel. Bang! The 9-second time stop is over. Ganshu and the other two, who had been hit by countless punches, fell heavily to the ground. Emolin still had a trick up his sleeve. He only made the three people lose their ability to move, but their consciousness was still retained. Pain. The piercing pain spread throughout Ganshu's body. The pain was like waves that continuously hit Ganshu's nerves. Who is this person? What just happened? This is really a hit or miss. Ganshu, lying on the ground covered in blood, looked at Emolin in horror. The sudden change made him a little confused. It seemed like in an instant, I was defeated. Hand over all the cards you have. The bomb maniac, Ganshu. Emolin looked at Ganshu and said. You don't want to stay awake and have your bones broken one by me. Emolin threatened Ganshu using standard Japanese language. He didn't really want to kill Ganshu, that would be too easy for him. The most urgent task is to collect all the cards and pay back the loan sharks. 10% interest a day, the thought of it makes me scared. Ganshu sneered in his heart when he heard Emolin's words. If you want my card, you have to be alive to get it. Okay, please wait. As he spoke, Ganshu stretched out his hands with all his strength and touched the thumbs of Shabu and Bala. Liberate. Die. The bomb maniac, Ganshu, installed the sound of life on Emolin the moment he touched Emolin. The sound of life, besides the countdown explosion method, there is another way to detonate. When you put the wooden blocks of two partners together and shout the keyword liberation, you can immediately detonate all the previously installed bombs. In an instant, in the game of Greed Island, there were explosions everywhere. Bang! The strength of the sound of life is several times that of a pinch of gunpowder, and it is so powerful that it can easily blow down a building. When the little bomb exploded behind Emolin, the aftermath of the explosion caused pain on the cheeks of several people around him, and Ganshu, who was awake, couldn't even open his eyes. Do you have any other tricks? Use them all. Emolin stood there, his whole body dark, without a single injury on his body. Are you a monster? Shabu howled in pain. Bala looked at Emolin with despair. Only Ganshu lay flat on the ground, staring at the sky with lifeless eyes. He had never seen someone like Emolin, who could withstand a bomb without any damage. How can we play this? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Two figures flew from the sky and landed beside Emolin. Boss Emolin, is this the bomb demon? Netero looked at the three people on the ground curiously. Hisoka also noticed the prey with blood on its face and smiled playfully. Ganshu, who was lying on the ground, looked at the two people who arrived late with an expression of disbelief. Hisoka, he knows him. President Netero, he knows better. My heart was hanging in the air, and finally died the moment I saw Netero. The president of the Hunter Association, Isaac Netero, appeared before him. The huge disparity in strength between the two sides made Ganshu feel deeply desperate. What kind of monsters are those that I am targeting? Here. Our cards are all here. Chapter 52. So complete. You are worthy of being called the bomb demon. Emolin flipped through the book in his hand. He became really rich after defeating the bomb demon. We are still short of an SS level item card 1 square meter of coastline, said Hisoka. Emolin remembers this photo of 1 square meter of coastline very clearly. The condition for obtaining this card is to defeat the game producer of Greed Island, Liza. The condition for obtaining it is to play a volleyball game against Liza's 14 demons. Thinking of this, Emolin sneered. Playing volleyball with Mr. Netero from Bai Shiguanyin? According to the information, the location where the One Ping coastline prop card appears is in the coastal city of Xiaofurubi. Netero said. This news was learned from Biscuit. Biscuit, who has been immersed in the Greed Island game for many years, has obtained a lot of information. Then let's head to Xiaofurubi. Road sign start. Traveling start. In the game of Greed Island, the most practical are the spell cards that can directly reach the destination. As night falls, the lights of the coastal city of Xiaofurubi come on. It is like a bright pearl in the dark earth. After Emolin and his three companions arrived at Xiaofurubi, they began to look for clues to the cards according to the game strategy. The general process of obtaining SS level items is as follows. 1. Use 1 square meter of coastline as the keyword and inquire from house to house. 2. An intelligence provider emerges who is willing to exchange information for conditions. 3. Meet his conditions and verify the authenticity of the information. 4. When you get true information, the conditions for obtaining it are met and you get the item. Otherwise, you get false information and return to step 1 to continue investigating. The method is simple, but a bit cumbersome. However, Greed Island is still strictly in accordance with the game design mode. The information providers basically stay in a fixed place and do not run around. Based on this feature, the Child of Destiny, Gon, found the beautiful NPC setting up a stall in less than 5 minutes. This city is ruled by pirates. It is said that somewhere in this sea area, there is an underwater cave called Sea Cucumber's Residence, and the entrance to it is 1 ping coastline. A few years ago, 15 pirates came to this city after hearing the legend of various treasures hidden in that underwater cave. Liza and the 14 demons. They tortured to death all the fishermen in the city and anyone who knew the location of the 1 square meter of coastline, including my father and brother. At this point, a hint of sadness flashed across the beautiful NPC's face. I heard my brother mention that the location of 1 square meter of coastline is. After learning the location of 1 square meter of coastline from the beautiful NPC, Emolin and his group of 4 took advantage of the night and flew to a tavern on the shore. Squeak! Pushing the door open, 4 men wearing hats in the tavern stopped drinking and looked at Emolin and his group. Who are you? We have booked this place today. Emolin looked at the fat man who had spoken, took out a piece of paper from his pocket and read it. We have something to discuss with you. Can you please leave this city? Emolin read the trigger words in a mechanical voice and expressionless face. Then, the 4 people in front of him burst into laughter. I've heard this for a long time. The last person who said this has long been a pile of bones on the seashore of the city. The fat man in the lead walked towards Emolin and smiled contemptuously. I really want to crush you right now, but all the decisions are up to the captain. What are you discussing? Try using your strength. The fat man took out a lighter from his pocket. A flash of fire flashed, and a circular circle of fire appeared on the wooden floor. The fat man was in the circle of fire, squatting on his knees, and said with a playful look on his face. If any of you can get me out of this wrestling ring, I'll take you to see the captain. Once you enter this wrestling ring surrounded by fire, the match begins. It's okay for several of you to attack together. As long as you can push me out of this wrestling ring, I will let you meet our boss. Buzz. As soon as the fat man finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of Emolin and his group of 4 were very interesting. 4 against 1? Wouldn't that be too bullying? You choose. We'll pick one at random from the 4 of us, and if he loses, we'll just turn around and leave. Emolin said. Become the host? The fat guy was a little confused, but when he thought about not having to deal with 4 people and being able to drink immediately after the game, he nodded in agreement. He glanced at the 4 people in front of him. A child, an old man, and 2 young men. But why are their faces full of expectations? An expression that says pick me, pick me. But it doesn't matter. I just want to drink now. The fat man muttered a few words, looked at Netero and said. As the saying goes, young and strong are better than young ones. Let's take that old man with white beard. I don't mean to bully you. After all, you were the one who set the rules. Wait, why are they looking at me with such sympathy? The fat man looked at Netero in confusion as he walked towards him. Da-da-da. My name is Isaac Netero. Please teach me. Netero clasped his hands together and said in a deep voice. Isaac Netero, what a familiar name. The fat man ignored him and just half crouched on the ground to lower his center of gravity. In a wrestling match, a large body weight is very advantageous. The game begins. Netero looked at the fat man in front of him with an amused expression. Avalokitesvara of the 100 Worlds. Boom boom boom. A golden, multi-armed Guanyin figure appeared behind Netero, and a terrifying aura began to spread across the entire tavern from the Guanyin figure. The rising air waves blew away all the tables, chairs, and benches in the tavern. When the fat man saw the golden statue of Guanyin, he finally remembered who the old man with white beard in front of him was. The president of the Hunter Association, Isaac Netero. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the giant palm of Avalokitesvara gave a light push, and the fat man fell into the wooden drunkard behind him. Thank you. We lost. I'll take you to see our boss. The tall, thin man wearing a hat standing nearby looked at Netero in front of him with an incredible expression. The strongest man in the human world is here, how can we play? I didn't expect that President Netero would also form a team to play the game of Greed Island. The tall and thin man shook his head and looked at the fat man lying on the ground with a wry smile. He was unlucky. He chose you, the strongest among the four of you. The strongest? Not necessarily. Netero shook his head in denial and looked at Emolin beside him. The four-hatted men in the tavern looked at Emolin after hearing what Netero said. Is this person stronger than President Netero? No, buddy. Chapter 53. Seaside Cliff, Lighthouse Fortress. Led by the tall and thin man and the fat man, Emolin and his group entered the lighthouse fortress and entered a bright stadium. In the empty stadium, there were a few people wearing the same hats as the fat man standing here and there. Playing volleyball, shooting hoops, lifting weights. When Emolin and his team entered the stadium, Lei Jia, who was exercising his muscles in the corner, looked at the old man with white beard and his pupils dilated. President Netero. He would be here too? Boss, these four are the ones who claim to drive us away. The tall and thin man went straight to the point after seeing Lei Jia. Lei Jia understood what he meant. He came here to play the game, but he kept his eyes on Netero as he spoke slowly. Then let's get straight to the point and start the game. There are only 4 of you, so each side will send 3 representatives to play, and it will be best of 3 games. President Netero, I'm sorry, but you are too powerful to participate in the competition. It will affect the balance of the competition. Liza nodded to Netero. Hey? I can't participate? What a pity. Netero looked at Emolin beside him with regret. Yes, President Netero, your presence affects the balance of the game too much. Liza said with a hint of apology. He had previously learned from Jin about the strength of President Netero, the #1 human nin. How to fight this? Even though this is a game I created, I still can't necessarily beat him even if I cheat. Okay then. Netero looked at Liza with some sympathy, seeming to be hesitant to speak. Boss, the tall and thin man at the side gently nudged Lei Jia with his elbow, just about to remind him. He was interrupted by Lei Jia. Let's talk about it later, let's compete first. Boss, what I want to say is, the tall and thin man wanted to continue reminding. Pa. We'll talk later. President Netero is here. Lei Jia raised his hand and nodded lightly, signaling the tall and thin man to wait a moment, and he walked in front of Emolin and his group. All right, these 3, let's officially start the game. For now, we still need to leave a good impression on President Netero. Thinking about it, he began to introduce the rules of the game. I will decide the rules of the game. If you win, we will leave this island. If you lose, just leave. When talking about losing, the fat guy who had just brought Emolin here, the tall and thin guy, and Netero who was traveling with Emolin all looked at Emolin who was standing in the center. Liza also noticed this strange behavior. Why are they all looking at this young man? Lei Jia thought to himself. But he didn't care, the strongest Netero had been asked to leave the competition, leaving only these 3. A child, King's son. A young man named Emolin, who looks easy to bully. One is called Hisoka, and he looks like a pervert. This game is in our hands. The way to play is to exercise. We will compete with you in the sports that each team member is good at. To show my respect to you, I will play in the first game. Lei Zha's face darkened, and there was still a black aura lingering around him. Strong energy surged out of his body, suppressing people so much that they couldn't even breathe. Liza, one of the producers of the Greed Island game. A determined face, muscles bulging out of his t-shirt, and a majestic aura emanating from his body. Lei Zha, who is right in front of everyone, is a powerful and unfathomable opponent. His appearance made his teammates change color. This shows how powerful Reza is in their hearts. The boss goes first. They are in trouble. Yeah. Hey! Why do you two look so worried? In the crowd, the fat man and the tall and thin man who had just brought Emolin and the other four here had worried expressions on their faces. Faced with other people's doubts, he did not say anything and remained silent. After saying this, Lei Zha walked slowly to the boxing ring in the stadium. This sport is not his best, so he chose this game in order to give Emolin and the other two a chance. After all, his telekinesis is very strong. In a one-on-one boxing match, all you have to do is knock out your opponent. Attention, you can use Nen in this game. Not only that, you can also use items created with Nen. Okay, who are you going to send out? Lei Zha stood in a corner of the boxing ring, looking at Emolin and the other two, waiting for their response. Manager Emolin, you are the strongest among the three of us, so please go up. Hisoka looked at Emolin and said. Gon on the side didn't say anything, just looked at Emolin. Okay, I'll be the first one to go. The first game, Emolin vs Lei Zha. Start soon. Each round lasts 3 minutes, there is no judgment, and the match ends only when one side is knocked down. Lei Zha sent a referee to the field, a tall and thin guy. The game is about to begin. By the way, what did you want to tell me just now? Lei Zha asked the tall and thin man. Boss, this guy is stronger than President Netero, the tall and thin man replied in a low voice. Then, the competition officially began. Fight. After hearing the tall and thin man's words, Lei Zha's heart was filled with waves. Stronger than President Netero? Are you kidding me? Boom. When Lei Zha looked at Emolin again, a black fist came towards him with lightning speed. Quick. Too fast. Armament Haki, Ryasakura. Even though Lei Zha saw the fist, he didn't have time to dodge, so he could only cross his arms to block Emolin's attack. Bang! When the fist hit Lei Zha's arms, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. So heavy. Tut! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Lei Zha's mouth, drawing a perfect red arc in the air. Boom boom boom! The fence of the boxing ring was broken by the flying Lei Zha, and then it kept flying backwards and finally embedded in the wall of the stadium. The sudden change made Lei Zha's brothers confused. My brain is totally shut down. Boss, he was knocked away by that guy's punch. I'm not dazzled, am I? Dizzy? The house shook just now. What are you still standing there for? Go and save the boss. Da-da-da. The brothers wearing hats all ran towards Lei Zha. Tut! A mouthful of black blood spurted out of Lei Zha's mouth again. He raised his arms with all his strength, signaling his younger brothers not to come over. Ouch! It hurts so much. Even though Lei Zha felt like his body was about to fall apart, he still forced himself to stand up. He underestimated the man in front of him. Who is he? It's so terrifying. Chapter 54. Come again. Lei Zha endured the pain in his body and dragged himself towards the boxing ring step by step. He was too careless just now. He attacked a middle-aged man like me while I wasn't paying attention. How unsportsmanlike. I advise you to learn your lesson. Lei Jia recalled the moment when Emolin threw the punch just now. He was indeed a little careless. It was because of this carelessness that he failed to mobilize all the energy in his body to defend himself. Thoughts are the root of the wise. Lei Jia's thoughts are very powerful. Besides, I still have none that I haven't used yet. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 14 strange men wearing black hats that covered half of their faces poured out from Liza's hands. Liza, transmuter Nen. Nen, 14 demons. A kind of mind beast. This is my Nen, 14 demons, belonging to the Nen beast. Liza is in the boxing ring again. This time, there were 16 people standing on the small boxing ring, and even the guardrails of the boxing ring were covered with mental beasts, demons. Lei Jia stood in front of Emolin and looked at him confidently. He is very terrifying at his full strength. He has absolute confidence in his own strength. But Emolin on the opposite side had an indifferent look on his face. There was no change on his face. Why doesn't he show any change in emotion? Lei Jia thought to himself. Until now, he still didn't believe what the tall and thin man said just now, that this young man was stronger than President Netero. Joke. Who is he to compare with President Netero? It's no wonder that Liza thinks this way, because President Netero's reputation is so great in the hearts of the Nen. In his middle age, Netero was already recognized as the best Nen in the world. Until decades later, no one dared to challenge Netero. This time, Lei Jia concentrated his mind, and the energy in his body was transformed into a sharp sense that could be perceived under the technique of circle. Circle is an advanced combined application technique of entanglement and training, and can be said to be an ultra-high performance radar. Lei Jia covered the entire boxing ring with his energy, ready to go. The boss is serious. He even sent out 14 demons. That kid is in trouble. Just now, you actually took advantage of the boss's carelessness and attacked him. That's really unethical. By the way, what did you just say to the boss on the stage? The tall and thin man looked at Lei Jia, who was in full condition, and said slowly, "This young man is stronger than President Netero." Stronger? Are you stupid? That's President Netero. Yet, you've only been training for a few years. How can you possibly understand how powerful President Netero is? But President Netero said it himself. What? In an instant, the hearts of everyone around the tall and thin man were surging like waves. In the boxing ring, Emolin murmured softly, "The world time stops." Buzz. A world sparkling with golden light emerged from behind Emolin. What is that? Lei Jia focused his eyes on the energy as he watched a golden humanoid giant rise up from behind Emolin. The Emperor's engine starts up. Emolin's heart began to beat faster, and Teacher King's pretentious skills were perfectly applied at this moment. Bang bang bang! The strong heartbeat like the roar of an engine made everyone present change their expression. Lei Jia swallowed hard. An invisible feeling of oppression surged into my heart. Superior. There was no time to hesitate. Lei Jia gave an order and 14 demons rushed towards Emolin. Lei Jia wanted to use human wave tactics to knock down Emolin. Time stop. A strange light flashed from the world, and with Emolin as the center, the world began to turn grey. Ah. The world began to punch, and countless fists rained down on the 14 demons and on Lei Jia. One after another, figures flew into the sky. 9 seconds. I don't know how many punches he threw. 10 punches? 100 punches? 10,000 punches? Too many to count, too many to count. In a world where time has stopped, there are two pairs of eyes spinning around, watching everything. Netero and Gon, at this moment they truly felt the power of Emolin. Gon, that's the world, a stand like me, but now he's much more powerful than me. Star Platinum reminded Gon. As for Netero, due to his great strength, he was able to wrap himself in thoughts at the moment before time stopped. But Emolin was so powerful that he couldn't move at will. 9 seconds are up. Bang! The 14 demons and Lei Jia who were suspended in the air suddenly fell from the air and landed heavily on the ground. Lei Jia lay on the ground, trying hard to hold back the pain, and looked at Emolin. What exactly happened just now? I was defeated in an instant. Lei Jia felt pain all over his body and felt as if he had been punched 10,000 times. Lei Jia didn't want to believe it. He had tried his best but didn't even touch his opponent's collar, yet he was defeated. Is he really more powerful than President Netero? Lei Jia's heart wavered at this moment. Even in Jin's hands, he could hold out for 10 minutes without being defeated, but he was beaten within a minute without any ability to fight back. I lost. He sighed and accepted the reality. You lose. Let's start the next game. Emolin walked up to Lei Jia and said. No, there is no need to play the next game. I'll get out of here. Lei Jia shook his head. Even he, the strongest one, didn't understand how he lost. How could these half-baked brothers of his win the game? It's better to suffer less. Before that, I want to talk to Gon alone. I'm his father, Gon's friend. After Lei Jia chatted with Gon alone for half an hour, he took everyone away. Emolin and his team got the last card as they wished, 1 square meter of coastline. When all the cards were collected, the final person to complete the game, Emolin, ended the journey. He also picked out 3 cards. Witch's Rejuvenation Potion. Breath of the Archangel. Spring Lake. Mission completed. Mankai Blind Box Store. After summarizing the report of this task and entering it into the task publishing page on the purchase page, the final settlement begins. Purchase on card. Mission, the true appearance of Greed Island. Task progress, completed. Emolin's task progress percentage, 30%, reward 30,000 blind box points. Isaac Netero's progress percentage, 20%, reward, 20,000 blind box points. Hisoka progress percentage, 20%, reward 20,000 blind box points. J Freaks' progress percentage, 30%, reward, 30,000 blind box points. All blind box points have been stored on the purchase card and can be used for in-store purchases. When they heard that the final reward had arrived, smiles appeared on their faces. If you have money, you can spend it. Boss Emolin, give me 2 legendary blind boxes. Netero stared at Emolin and said. Chapter 55. Legend Blind Box. The 4th level blind box can only be purchased with blind box points. Each blind box is sold at 1000 blind box points, which is equivalent to 1 billion genie. And most importantly, it is said that blind boxes are likely to contain colorful items. Although the chance is very small. However, the probability of withdrawing money will be greatly increased. I just returned to the store and the first customer couldn't wait to buy the blind box. Emolin was a little excited. Okay, you need to pay with a purchase card to purchase a legendary level or higher blind box. President Netero, the probability of getting good stuff in 10 consecutive draws is higher. Emolin kindly reminded. Netero stroked his grey beard, groaned, and then spoke. 10 of them. Okay. Ding consume 10,000 blind box points. As 10,000 blind box points were deducted from the Netero purchase card, the 2 at the beginning of the account balance also changed to 1. 10 legendary blind boxes are placed on the counter in the store. Emolin looked at the legend blind box and sighed in his heart, it is really worthy of being called the legend blind box. Unlike the high-end blind box which is made of jade and has a warm feeling, the legend blind box is made of crystal clear gems. It really blinded the faces of several people present. Netero walked towards the counter, staring at the legend blind box in front of him, mumbling to himself. Open. Buzz. 10 legendary blind boxes floated into the air and formed a circle. Then, one by one, the blind boxes began to emit dazzling light. White and purple echo each other. Emolyn stared at the blind box, hoping for something special. The legendary blind box has a chance to win. If you convert it, the probability of a legendary blind box winning is 1 in 1,000, and the probability of an epic blind box winning is 1 in 100. Moreover, colored items are either extremely powerful or have incredible functions. You can directly gain powerful combat power without practicing. Another point is that the quality of the gold items opened from the legendary blind boxes is higher than that of mid to high level gold items. The range of gold items is really huge. As strong as the 3-color domineering mastery, it directly grants powerful combat power, and all of them belong to the top of the gold level. As weak as the universal capsule, these limited time items also belong to the gold category. What will the golden item from the legendary blind box look like? Emolyn was a little curious. Buzz! A golden light flashed, illuminating the faces of several people present with a dazzling golden glow. It's so dazzling! Golden legend! Netero exclaimed in a low voice. Unexpectedly, the 4th of the 10 blind boxes turned out to be gold. My luck is still very good today. Emolyn couldn't help but sigh that it was still the legendary blind box, it was easy to get gold. Before Emolyn could sigh any more. Then there was another flash of golden light. This time, his brows furrowed as he turned his gaze towards Netero. The corners of his mouth turned up. The old man was trying not to laugh. Is this old man so lucky today? How about I try it later? After a few flashes of white light, Emolyn looked at the last legendary blind box with some anticipation. Buzz! Colorful lights, flashing continuously. Lights up the entire blind box store. It's too dazzling. It's so bright that it's blinding the eyes of everyone present. This time, Emolyn couldn't hold it back any longer. He opened his eyes wide and looked carefully, and there were a few bloodshot streaks in his eyes. Eyes red. He looked at the colorful light in front of him with an incredible look on his face. What a joke! Color. Netero's 10 legendary blind boxes can be opened in color. If this blind box is a box drawing mechanism for dog cards, then all players must share these 1000 blind boxes. Netero was drawn out of the first 10 blind boxes, so who else has a chance to shine? Ha ha ha! Netero's upturned mouth corners stretched all the way to the back of his head, and the grey beard on his lips trembled violently. Old man, this luck is incredible. Boss Emolyn, are you taking care of me because the legend blind box has just been put on the shelves? Emolyn tried hard to suppress the urge of the galloping creature in his heart, the alpaca. He smiled and said, President Netero is really lucky. It seems that you are very lucky today. The probability of a blind box being a success has also increased. Then please, Boss Emolyn, introduce these things to me. Netero said, looking at the objects floating in the air. The information about the item instantly appeared in Emolyn's mind. 10 legendary blind boxes, 1 color, 2 gold, and 1 purple. Colored items. Wolf Castle Spaceship, from the world of Zui, the culmination of the black technology of the great scientist Grey Wolf, unmanned driving, anti-gravity suspension, beam traction, energy shield, space-based weapons. Gold items. Universal Capsule Plus, from the Dragon Ball world, an enhanced version of the Universal Glue, containing 10,000 cubic meters of space. Food Tablecloth, from the world of Doraemon, all kinds of food appear out of thin air. Just say the name of the food you want to eat, and the food is completely free. You can create food 10 times a day, filling up the tablecloth. With it, my parents no longer have to worry about me starving in the wild. Purple items. Camping Capsule, from the Doraemon world, a spherical living space with several meters long pillars at the bottom, suitable for living in the wild. In addition to the bed, there are also toilets, showers, and other facilities. One can accommodate about 1 to 2 people. Wow! Wolfberg spaceship? The Wolf Castle spaceship that is equal to the aerospace aircraft carrier. Emolin looked at the purple Wolf Castle spaceship the size of a figurine floating in the air, with a look of astonishment on his face. He really didn't expect that he could come up with this thing. It's outrageous. President Netero, congratulations. The colorful object is called the Wolf Castle spaceship. It is an airship invented by a great scientist named Grey Wolf. If you put your hand on this small thing, you will learn all about its uses. Following Emolin's instructions, Netero reached out and touched. Hwalalal. All kinds of information flooded into Netero's mind. This small spaceship, which is about 90 meters long, can not only fly in the sky, but also has a matching energy shield, and can even convert various energy sources into power for the spacecraft. That's awesome! While Netero was still immersed in the joy of the Wolf Castle spaceship, Emolin continued, these two golden items, one is an enhanced version of the Universal Capsule, which contains 10,000 cubic meters of space. The other one is called Gourmet Tablecloth. As long as you say the name of the food you want to eat to it, it will conjure up a table of food. However, it can only be used 10 times a day. The purple item is called a camping capsule. If you throw it on the ground, it will create a tube several meters high with a semicircular camping site on top. It can accommodate 1 or 2 people. After Emolin finished his introduction, Netero looked at the 4 items in front of him. Transportation. Storage tools. Create something to eat. Wild camping. Isn't it obvious that this is asking me to go to the Dark Continent? At this moment, Netero wants to go to the Dark Continent and reach the top. Chapter 56. Netero is gone. He put the Wolfberg spaceship into the Universal Capsule Plus, put it in his pocket, and left the blind box store. When I left, I was talking excitedly. Dark Continent, Dark Continent. Hisoka and Gon did not choose to buy the blind box, but left the blind box store first. After all, as long as you want, you can rely on the transmission function of the purchase card to go to the blind box store instantly every day. Of course, there is one more thing. Even if Netero has performed well today, the probability of it performing well again if you continue to buy it will be very small. The realization of the old blind box traders is that when they see others winning the jackpot, they should wait a little longer. Hisoka disappeared into the city alone. Gon used the anywhere door and went directly to Yukiksen City. Because, just now Leorio sent a message. He and Killua have already joined up with Kurapika. Kurapika seems to be making a big move against Phantom Troop. Now, inside the World Blind Box store, only Emolin was left, lying on a recliner in the store. In this mission, he obtained a total of 30,000 blind box points, a number he had never dared to imagine before. However, 30,000 blind box points cannot satisfy him. He wants to upgrade the blind box store and wants to see a more advanced blind box store. I want to become stronger and explore the unknown and dangerous Dark Continent. Blind box store. Level 1 to Level 2, total income, 10 billion Janani. From Level 2 to Level 3, total revenue must reach 1 million blind box points. This condition really made Emolin's eyes go dark. 1 million blind box points. System, do you want to listen to what you are saying? The key is to get customers to spend 1 million blind box points. Emolin's own consumption does not count. This will have to wait until the year of the monkey and the horse. After reading this abnormal condition, Emolin calmed down and checked his recent gains. System, call up the host panel. Byte. Owner of Wanja Blind Box Store, Emolin. None. Personal skills, Nan's 4 basic skills, World Substitute, God's Alibi, Emperor Engine, 3 Color Domineering Mastery. Own Blind Box? No. Items, 3 Fairy Beans, Charmander, Primary Fairy Body. Blind Box .28950. Very good and powerful. In this Greed Island mission, Emolin borrowed 1000 blind box points from the system to buy a missing person cane. After deducting the loan for 5 days, there were still 28,950 blind box points left. 1% interest every day, that's really dark. Plus the 300 billion rings he owns. That is all the property that Emolin currently owns. Don't worry about the lucky draw. Emolin plans to make a big splash when he gets enough blind box points. And, most importantly, pay more attention to the system tasks. After all, it is faster to earn blind box points by completing tasks. Wait, there's one more thing. Emolin suddenly thought of something and felt a chill down his spine. Come out. Charmander. He pulled the pokeball out of his pocket and threw it on the ground. Wow! Wow! You finally remembered me. I was dying of holding it in. WA. Charmander said angrily, with his paws on his hips. Okay. Don't hate me. I was on a mission before. Don't be angry. Emolin hugged Charmander and comforted him. I'm out here to earn money for you. If you get angry again, your tight skin will get wrinkled. Wow, wow. Okay, I forgive you then. Wah. What are we going to do? Charmander folded his paws across his chest and said with a hint of Sundara. Emolin sighed in his heart. Communicating with Charmander is harder than communicating with my girlfriend. No, I don't seem to have a girlfriend. Let's decorate the house. Let's go to the system mall to buy some things. Here, Gon used the magic door and arrived at Yukixin City in a short while. In Yukixin City, inside a hotel somewhere. In Killua's room. Killua, Leorio, and Kurapika sat together, discussing something. Kurapika, have you decided? Leorio asked Kurapika, who had a serious face. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I can't wait, Leorio. The Phantom Troop is currently in Yukixin City, and most of the brigade's combat power is in a state of disuse. As he spoke, Kurapika suddenly choked up, his eyes widened with anger and bloodshot. Lately, he has been working as a bodyguard for a gang, waiting for his encounter with the Phantom Troop. According to the intelligence we received and the original plan, we should encounter the Phantom Troop on September 1st. Only. Unexpectedly, a special auction of Grade A items was suddenly held in the auction hall. Most importantly, the leader of the Phantom Troop and his members were seriously injured by a mysterious man. Kurapika's revenge plan was temporarily put on hold. From Nian's words, Kurapika learned about the current situation of Phantom Troop. Its combat power was halved and it was hiding in a corner of Yukixin City. This time, it was Leorio and Killua who took the initiative to find him after learning about the experiences of Gon and Killua. He saw the dawn of annihilating the Phantom Troop in one fell swoop. Bang! During the conversation, a pink door appeared in front of the three people. Gon is back! Killua exclaimed in joy when he saw the anywhere door. Everyone, I'm back! The door was pushed open, and Gon saw his three best friends and happily rushed directly to the center of the three. Gon, how was the mission? Leorio asked with concern. It's like this. Gon told the three of them every word about his mission experience during this period. From the meeting to learning about Jin in the game, and the final blind box event. After listening to Gon's story, Kurapika looked at Gon in amazement. Complete quests in the Greed Island game with President Netero, Hisoka, and the owner of the blind box store. How many days did I speedrun the game Greed Island? Gon's description gave Kurapika a clear understanding of the blind box store and Emolin. This magical little shop can sell many incredible items. Perhaps, I can also gain great strength from it. Kurapika made up her mind and spoke. Gon, I would like to trouble you to take me to the blind box store. I also need powerful strength. Phantom Troop, their combat power is now reduced to half, and they are recovering somewhere in Yukixin City. I need you to help me find their location. Kurapika's desire for revenge completely occupied his mind at this moment. Gon and the other two didn't say anything, but just nodded silently. The operation began, and the four people planned to spend 2 days searching for the location of the phantom troop. 2 days later, use Gon's anywhere door to go to the Wanja blind box store. Go! 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 On the other side, a blonde boy with a spider tattoo on his shoulder was wandering around the sky arena. He is getting closer and closer to Emolin's blind box store. Chapter 57. I've been looking for it here for 3 days. I've searched all around the sky arena. Where on earth could it be? Shulnark, a blonde, baby-faced man, stood on the side of the road, staring at the towering buildings of the sky arena in a daze. A week ago, Leader Krollo assigns him a mission to go to the sky arena to find out why Hisoka has gained such great power. It's been 3 days since we arrived at the sky arena. He almost walked around the 1 kilometer area around the sky arena. Just when he was worried about this, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. That is, wearing a plain grey dress and with a smiling face. It was the man who almost beat the leader and his men to death. As one of the few highly intelligent members of the Phantom Troop, he is responsible for the processing and intelligence work within the brigade, and naturally takes on the role of the brigade's military advisor. Once there is any new situation in Phantom Troop, he will be notified immediately. A few days ago, Leader Krollo and a few others wanted to steal the treasure that was being auctioned by the powerful man in front of them. This man beat 6 of them at once and almost killed them on the spot. Information about this person's appearance was immediately passed to Shulnark, who was warned to avoid him as he was extremely dangerous. Da-da-da. Shulnark took a step forward and followed not far behind Emolin. Go around? He doesn't think so. Judging from the power Hisoka obtained and the items that this person auctioned in Yokiksen City last time, these things that have never appeared before are likely to come from the same place. He wants to take a gamble. The bet is whether following Emolin can find clues to the source of the items. Shulnark followed Emolin, passing through the busy streets and secluded alleys, heading farther and farther away from the sky arena. Finally, at the end of a small alley, Shulnark stopped and watched Emolin enter a rather shabby storefront. The damaged sign hanging diagonally on the storefront attracted Shulnark's attention. Wanja blind box store. A store? Shulnark stopped for a while, taking in the surroundings, deserted and very desolate. There is a store in this place? Is this the shop opened by that powerful man? Shulnark felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth of the matter. He took the most important step in his life. The most important step that can change his life. Pa! Pushing open the door, Shulnark entered. The minimalist atmosphere that came to his face gave him a refreshing feeling. There is a vending machine, a glass counter, a wooden lounge chair next to the glass counter, and a soft sofa against the wall. That's all there is to the store. What are you trying to do after following me for so long? Shulnark. Emolin, standing behind the counter, squinted his eyes and looked at the baby-faced Shulnark in front of him. Information about him also appeared in my mind. Name, Shulnark. Race, human. Identity, member of Phantom Troop number 6. Strength, newcomer. You know me. Shulnark felt a ripple in his heart. Oops. This guy is so powerful, and he almost beat the leader and the others to death. I'm afraid I won't be able to escape today. Shulnark activated his telekinesis and prepared to turn around and run out the door. Calm down, this is the Wanja blind box store. I'm the owner of this store, Emolin. The rules are on the whiteboard on the wall. Emolin said unhappily. In this store, there are only customers and the boss. Am I that scary? Click. Hearing Emolin's words, Shulnark stopped. The other party did not take any action and asked him to look at the whiteboard on the wall. Shulnark followed his gaze and carefully read the contents of the whiteboard in his mind. Wanja Blind Box Store Rules. Article 1. It works. It works. Shulnark suddenly realized, his pupils dilated slightly, and his mouth opened in surprise. Why did Hisoka gain powerful abilities? Why can the man in front of me bring out so many amazing items? It's all because he is the owner of this magical blind box shop. It is incredible that there is a magical blind box that can open any item in the universe. Shulnark used his clever little brain and immediately understood the value of this store to customers. 1. The Wanja Blind Box Store does not screen customers, and anyone can come here to buy blind boxes. 2. There are 2 currencies for purchasing blind boxes, genie or blind box points. 3. You can also gain powerful combat power like Hisoka. There has always been a regret in Shulnark's heart, that is his non-puppet phone, which is an ability that brings no sense of accomplishment to him. After understanding the rules, Shulnark walked to the vending machine and inserted his bank card. After the blind box store is updated, primary, intermediate and advanced blind boxes can be automatically purchased in the vending machines. The probability of getting a gold item in a high-level blind box is higher. I still have 2 billion ringgits left in my card. As the brigade's chief of staff and steward, after the phantom troops' money was distributed, the remaining money was almost always kept by Shulnark. Premium blind box, 20. Buy. Swish, swish, swish. 20 high-end blind boxes were drawn out along the internal channel of the vending machine. Turn on, shine brightly. Ding 2 golds and 1 purple. Gold items. Super Saiyan Transformation Super Low Profile Version, from the Dragon Ball world, after transformation, long golden hair, combat power increased tenfold, can be trained, the longer the hair, the stronger the combat power, the highest combat power increase of 30 times. Senzu Beans *5, from the Dragon Ball world. As long as you are not dead, you can be alive and kicking after eating them. Purple items. The Scroll of Super Strength, from the Naruto world. After learning it, one can precisely control the telekinesis in the body and concentrate it on any part of the body, which will produce a powerful airflow with amazing power. Oh, this kid is lucky. If you see 2 billion genie, you can draw 2 gold and 1 purple items. One of the gold items is the top combat power enhancer among the gold items. You are lucky. The moment Shulnark received the item information, the Super Saiyan transformation had already been integrated into his body. A steady stream of power surged out of the body. I have to go back quickly and give the senzu beans to the captain and the others. Shulnark turned and left, heading for Yukiksen City. This way, Yukiksen City. Gon and his 3 companions have been searching in Yukiksen City for almost 2 days, but still haven't found it. Among them, Kurapika and Leorio worked as a team to conduct a carpet search in the urban area. Hard work pays off. On a street, Kurapika met 3 members of the Phantom Troop. Maki, Fingus, and Pakunoda. 3 people were walking on the street, buying daily necessities. The moment Kurapika saw the 3 people, anger immediately surged out of his eyes, and his pupil color changed from black to fiery red. I finally found it. It was so easy for me to find it. You all must die, not one of you will survive. Da-da-da. Kurapika, whose mind was completely occupied by anger, walked towards Maki and the other 2 step by step. On the right hand, chains appeared quietly. Chapter 58. Boom. A large, strong hand tightly grasped Kurapika's arm. Kurapika, calm down. Our plan is to find the other party's hiding place first. Leorio beside him shouted sharply. Yes, Leorio, hold me like this, or I will lose control and want to kill you. Kurapika's eyes have changed from light red at the beginning to dark red. There was a chill in his tone. Moment. Only then did he calm down. I'm sorry, Leorio, I just... It's okay, let's continue to follow each other and find each other's residence. Phantom troop is indeed phantom troop, and caution is their byword. If Leorio and Kurapika hadn't discovered each other by accident, they would never have imagined that the other party had a safe house hidden in the water supply center on the edge of the city. Kurapika looked at Maki and the other two who entered the safe house from a distance. He now wished he could rush in immediately and use the contract chain in his hand to pierce the heart of every member of the brigade. Use their blood to commemorate the tragic deaths of the Kurita tribe members. Crack! Crack! The fists were clenched and the knuckles were crackling. Okay, Kurapika, calm down. Mark this place immediately, then meet up with Gon and the others immediately, and then go to the Sky Arena to increase the last wave of combat power. Leorio marked the target and took away the enraged Kurapika. He now can't wait to see the rumored Wanja blind box store. Will it be mysterious or magnificent? Next stop, destination Sky Arena. According to the original plan, the location of the Phantom Troop must be found within 2 days. Afterwards, go to the Wanja blind box store immediately to buy blind boxes and enhance your combat power. Finally, the 4 of them went out and killed all members of the Phantom Troop. Sky Arena, the entrance of Wanja blind box store. A pink door suddenly appeared at the door, and Gon and his 4 companions walked out. This is it, the Wanja blind box shop, where Killua and I buy blind boxes. Gon said, pointing to the damaged sign. Hey? Are you sure it's here? It looks very shabby. Leorio exclaimed. The facade of the Wanja blind box store completely shattered Leorio's beautiful fantasy. Okay, Leorio, let's get in there. Kurapika pushed the door open and walked in. All he wanted now was to draw the blind box and improve his strength. He doesn't care about anything else. Bang! The shop door opened. Emolin, who was playing with Charmander, saw the person coming and a smile appeared on his face. Welcome! Gon, Killua, and Kurapika, Leorio. The information about the 2 people flooded into Emolin's mind. Name, Kurapika. Race, human. Identity, member of the Kurita tribe. Strength, the backbone. The backbone is still very strong. Name, Leorio. Race, human. Occupation, doctor. Strength, newcomer. Hello, Boss Emolin. Kurapika greeted Emolin. He had already learned most of the information about the Wanja blind box store from Gon and Killua. As soon as he entered the store, he kept his eyes on the whiteboard on the wall. He read every rule of the store carefully. Only valuable items can be exchanged for blind box points. Blind box points are really precious. Kurapika stroked Gon's purchase card in her hand. He borrowed this card from Gon. It contained 30,000 blind box points, which could be used to purchase 30 legendary blind boxes. Boss Emolin, give me 20 legendary blind boxes. He and Leorio each had 10, which was agreed upon before they came. They each owed Gon 10,000 blind box points. Gon didn't want it at first, but the 2 of them felt bad about it. Especially Kurapika. Wow! Gon's purchase card, marked with 20,000 blind box points. 20 legendary blind boxes were neatly placed on the counter. Are you ready? Leorio looked at Kurapika. Let's start. Kurapika said firmly. Recite silently in your heart to start. Light began to flicker in the small blind box shop. Kurapika's heart seemed to be pulled in suspense, and she felt extremely nervous. White. 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 Please help me get items that increase my combat power, please. Kurapika thought to himself, he didn't have much money, and he didn't want to owe Gon too much. White. White. Purple. Here it comes. His fists were clenched, trembling slightly. White. 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 Gold. Wow. It's done. It's done. The Golden Legend! Kurapika shouted excitedly. He was usually calm and composed, but he lost his composure when he saw the Golden Legend. 2 golds. I released 2 gold legendaries. Leorio was extremely lucky as he got 2 golden legendaries and he was jumping up and down with excitement. Leorio, Kurapika, congratulations! Gon congratulated excitedly. Boss Emolin, please explain these items to us. Kurapika calmed down and looked at Emolin and asked. Gold items. Kurapika opens it. 1 Megatama Sharingan, from the Naruto world, the stronger the emotion, the faster the upgrade, no side effects, upgrading to the Manjiki Sharingan will not reduce pupil power. Leorio opens. The Operation Fruit, from the world of One Piece, a superhuman devil fruit that can create a hemispherical/global specific space, in which any object can be freely divided and combined. Yin Seal Scroll. From the Naruto world, S-level medical sealing technique, a diamond-shaped mark appears on the forehead, fine-tuning the telekinesis to achieve the effect of instant healing and strengthening the attack and increasing the speed. Skilled users can achieve the effect of maintaining youthfulness, improving body functions, and keeping body functions in peak condition by using the low output and micro-adjustment of the chakra in the seal of the 100 healings. Purple items. Palm Immortal Technique Scroll, from the Naruto world, advanced medical ninjutsu, no matter internal or external injuries, can achieve amazing recovery speed by releasing telekinesis. Kurapika opens Susanoo. Leorio becomes a big medical complex? This is outrageous. Emolin looked at the introduction of the items and was shocked beyond words. The golden items opened from this legendary blind box could directly increase combat power. Emolin said to Kurapika, pointing at the Sharingan. These eyes are called Sharingan. After you touch them, they will become your eyes. These eyes can evolve. The stronger your emotions are, the faster they will evolve. The highest level of Manjiki Sharingan can obtain earth-shattering eye techniques. Following Emolin's instructions, Kurapika reached out and touched the jade Sharingan floating in the air. Wow! The Sharingan penetrated into Kurapika's eyes, and the originally pure and flawless eyes now had a pair of Megatama. When I put on these glasses... Kurapika thought of the emotions that Emolin said, and he recalled the scene when the Kuruda tribe was slaughtered by the phantom troop. Flames were raging in every corner of the garrison and corpses were everywhere. His own people had their eyes gouged out, and their dead faces still showed fear and unwillingness. Thinking of this, Kurapika's eyes turned blood red. I swear, I'm going to kill all the phantom troop members. Anger filled Kurapika's mind. The Megatama in his eyes began to spin rapidly. 2 Megatama. 3 Megatama. As well as. Chapter 59. Ka. The 3 Megatama that were originally rotating have stopped rotating. Kurapika's emotions also came to an abrupt end at this moment. The groans and wails of the dead tribesmen in his mind caused such anger that the Sharingan could only evolve to 3 Megatama. Wow! When Kurapika looked up at the 3 Gons in front of him, he was surprised to find that the other party's every move seemed to slow down. Every subtle movement is under your sight. Kurapika, your eyes. Leorio pointed at Kurapika's eyes, and as a doctor, he couldn't help but keep staring at the 3 Megatama Sharingan. These eyes are called Sharingan, and they can evolve based on emotions. Kurapika must have thought of something just now, causing great fluctuations in emotions. Emolin stared at the gem-like, clear Sharingan and marveled at Kurapika's extraordinary talent. The ultimate form of the Sharingan is the Manjiki Sharingan. That form of the eye can grant you powerful skills. Powerful skills? Somehow, Kurapika could feel that the Sharingan that had just turned was about to break through some restraints. Maybe I need a stronger emotional stimulus. I need more powerful strength. In Kurapika's heart, every member of the phantom troop was like a spell, circling in his ears day and night. He clenched his right fist, his eyes gloomy. Gon and the other two fell silent when they saw Kurapika's expression. Emolin, who was standing by, saw what Kurapika was thinking. This last member of the Kuruda tribe in the original novel seemed to be a bit like Zukoji. Okay, everyone, is there anything else you need? Emolin interrupted the silence of several people. The atmosphere seemed a little too solemn, and the little fire dragon in his arms was made a little depressed by this depressing environment. By the way, this is the purchase card for Kurapika and Leorio. With this card, you can go back and forth to the blind box store. It's very convenient. Thank you, Mr. Emolin. We won't bother you for now. Kurapika and Leorio took the cards, turned around and left with Gon Killua. Looking at the four people's receding backs, Emolin sneered. It's going to be a good show. It looks like Phantom Troop and Kurapika are going to have a big fight soon. Tisk tisk. This way, Yukixin City. Shulnark traveled non-stop for 3 days, changing 5 modes of transportation, and finally rushed back to the Phantom Troop's lair. Inside the Phantom Troop safe house next to the reservoir in the suburbs of Yukixin City, the 8 members of the brigade sat together, listening to Shulnark's experiences over the past few days, staring intently at the 5 senzu beans in his hand. Captain, this thing is exactly the same as the senzu bean in the previous auction brochure. Yes. After eating it, your injuries will be healed. Maki, the brigade's part-time doctor, couldn't wait to grab the senzu beans from Shulnark and handed them to the 5 injured people lying on the ground. Maki, feed the senzu beans to the 5 of them. Krollo looked downcast as he looked at the 5 men, who were weak, wrapped in bandages, and whose bodies were somewhat out of shape after being beaten. He was always cautious, and he and 5 other members of his team were almost killed in front of the vault door. All the responsibility lies with him. No in-depth identity research was conducted on the providers before the items were stolen. I had collided with an unfathomable strong man. If it weren't for Minun, otherwise. Thinking of this, Krollo's wrist trembled slightly. Until now, he still couldn't get over the memory of being bloodbathed when time stopped. He relied on his Nen to allow his consciousness to flow through time. However, he also saw with his own eyes that his team members were hit countless times in the air, and in the end they were beaten beyond recognition. Wow! Captain, Captain, they! Maki's exclamation pulled Krollo out of his feelings of self-blame and fear. In Krollo's sight, the bodies of the people who fell to the ground began to return to their original shapes, and the bandages wrapped around their bodies began to break one by one. Ha 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 ha, alive! Yuvajan's hearty laughter echoed in the small safe house. Yuvajan, keep your voice down. Pa, pa, pa. Nobunaga untied the bandages all over his body and looked at his hands that had regained consciousness. This is incredible, so magical. I thought I would be a useless person with a vague consciousness for the rest of my life. Hey, hey, hey! Nobunaga, you stepped on my hand. Phaeton, who was still lying on the ground, said unhappily. Recovered. These are incredible senzu beans. I want to go to that blind box store. Maki looked at the 4 people who had transformed from disabled people into lively people in an instant, and had endless fantasies about the blind box store that Shulnark mentioned. Everyone! Let's be careful. Yuvajan was about to speak when he tightened his right fist and knocked away the incoming blade. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In an instant, the 9 people present tensed their spirits, spread out and took defensive postures. Room! A faint voice came from the air. With a bang! With the safe house as the center, a light blue semicircular barrier wraps around the entire safe house. Sniff sniff! Of the 9 people who were originally there, only Krollo, Yuvajan, Shulnark, and some small stones floating in the air remained. What's going on? Where are they? Yuvajan shouted in confusion. Careful! Call out! An invisible mental bullet attack came towards the 3 people. Yuvajan, the Enhancernan with extremely fast reaction speed, turned his strong body and protected Killua and Shulnark. Boom! There was a loud bang like an explosion, shattering all the windows in the safe house. Two figures slowly appeared in the safe house. The people who came were Kurapika and Leorio. A day ago, the four people who returned from the Omni-Realm Blind Box store used the items they received on themselves as soon as possible. After Leorio ate the Operation Fruit, based on the information he obtained, he learned to use the ability of the Operation Fruit in just one day. You can freely divide and combine any objects in the hemispherical/global operating room you create. And as a doctor, Leorio quickly developed more practical skills by relying on the power of the surgery fruit. Able to sense any object in space, freely cut, assemble, exchange, manipulate or combine targets in space. People and creatures whose bodies are cut by the person with special abilities in space will not die, nor will they bleed or even feel pain, just like a surgical operation. This can even be used to remove harmful toxic substances from the body of the target being cut off, and even eliminate the sound in the space. Kurapika also mastered the use of the 3 Magatama Sharingan. He can now not only rely on the Sharingan to perform powerful abilities such as observation, copying, and hypnosis. He also possesses extraordinary insight and can observe the flow of chi in the body. After the four of them discussed, they launched a surprise attack on the phantom troop. Kurapika stared at Killua in front of him, wishing she could kill him right away. Killua, are you ready to die? Chapter 60. Anger. Kurapika was completely consumed by the emotion of revenge. In his eyes, the 3 Krillos in front of him were already 3 living corpses. Nan, manipulator, the chain of contract is activated. In an instant, Kurapika made a chain that wrapped around his 5 fingers, which was his weapon. It represents his own contract, and his determination to drag the phantom troop into hell. Boy, who are you? How dare you come to our phantom troop to cause trouble? A shrill laugh echoed throughout the safe house, and Yuvajin looked at Kurapika and Leorio in front of him with a mocking expression. Boy, you don't even ask about us phantom troop, how dare you come here? Yuvajin, take care of the opponent and we'll go find the others. Killua keenly perceived that the other parties seemed to be well prepared, with the intention of separating the members of the brigade and defeating them one by one. Who could it be? He turned around and was about to leave with Shulnark. Bang! A punch came through the air, shattering the wall behind Killua, and in an instant, it was a ruin. You want to leave, have you asked me? Kurapika stopped talking nonsense and immediately launched an attack. Boom boom boom! Leorio activated the room space to coordinate with Kurapika's attack, and he was creating opportunities for Kurapika. The feeling of anger reached its peak in an instant. The originally black eyes turned into fiery red gems. Bondage middle finger chain. Ta ta ta. The chain on the middle finger of Kurapika's right hand stretched out, like a nimble colorful snake, swimming in a graceful arc in the air. Binding middle finger chain, a special effect that can only be activated when in the red eyes state. There is a small hook tied to the end of the ring finger. It is an ability created specifically for Phantom Troop. Due to restrictions and oaths, this ability can only be used on members of the brigade. The bound members of the brigade will be forced into a state of absolute. Boom! Super Destruction Punch. Yuvajin was ready to strike, gathering strength in his right hand, and in an instant, concentrating all the energy in his body into his right fist. The roar, like a cannonball exploding, pierced into everyone's ears along with the wind from the fist. The small safe house was completely shattered. The horizon has been broadened. The war is about to begin. Killua then recognized the true identity of the Kurapika in front of him. Her fiery red eyes reminded him of one of the 7 beauties of the world, the fiery red eyes of the Kurita tribe. You are a survivor of the Kurita tribe. Captain, no wonder he wants to kill us, it turns out we killed his entire clan before, ha ha ha. Yuvajin laughed wildly. To him, these blood feuds were the most boring. Since you want to come to Phantom Troop for revenge, then leave your life here. Boy, after today, there will be no more Kuritas in the world, and your eyes are worth a lot of money. The Kurita tribe. You bunch of scum, you are not qualified to even mention 4 words. Leorio, assist me from the side and keep harassing the opponent. I will give the opponent a fatal blow. Good. According to the predetermined plan, Leorio continuously used room to create opportunities for Kurapika to kill with one blow. A light blue semicircular sphere emerged from Leorio's hand, and the room space created by the power of the op fruit completely enveloped the few people. Krollo wanted to leave, but he found that he couldn't leave. Shulnark, attack from the side and cooperate with me to kill the opponent. Krollo concentrated his mind and started to activate Broken Tail Gecko to add an extra layer of protection to his attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 people from both sides engaged in a melee. Super Destruction Fist. A double loop through time and space. Room Slaughterhouse. Sharingan. Various abilities emerged one after another, and Kurapika was determined to kill the opponent, releasing all the nin in his body. With the blessing of constraints and oaths, his ability to face the members of Phantom Troop has been unprecedentedly enhanced. The 2 sides were evenly matched. Shulnark, who had been slacking off on the side, could no longer hold back. His nin emitter's puppet phone couldn't join the battle at all. Puppet phone, operating a self-made mobile phone to manipulate humans. The mobile phone has 2 antennas, one for other people and one for oneself. However, by inserting himself, his telekinesis was enhanced, which was equivalent to turning on the automatic mode and directly entering the battle until he killed the enemy in front of him. During this time, he will be unconscious. In the past, this ability would not qualify one to join a battle of the leaders in Uvajan's level. However, he just acquired a new ability from Emolin's blind box shop. Super Scion Transform. Buzz. A majestic aura gushed out from Shulnark, and the golden flame swept over his body. His originally mushroom-shaped golden hair slowly grew along with the golden flame. The angular Scion hairstyle soars into the sky. Super Scion Transformation, Super Low Profile Version. Make Shulnark instantly 10 times stronger. Waves of terrifying air hit the 4 people who were fighting. Puppet Phone Automatic Operation Mode, Start. The 10-fold increased mental power was strengthened again, and another layer of golden air waves enveloped the original golden flame. The terrifying aura from Shulnark attracted the 4 people in the melee. That's Shulnark. Uvajan looked in disbelief at Shulnark, whose aura was stronger than his own. Uvajan, get out of the way, Shulnark is coming. Krollo stepped back on tiptoe, giving the unconscious Shulnark a place to fight. Hunter version of Super Scion, Shulnark joins the battle. Speed, extremely fast. The power shatters the mind. At this moment, Shulnark demonstrated what it meant to break all obstacles with one force. In just 2 minutes of fighting, he made Leorio and Kurapika spit blood. Hey, hey, hey! Boy, you are not going to die. You just kept shouting that you wanted to kill us. Now, he was beaten to the point of spitting blood by the weakest one in our brigade. While fighting, Uvajan did not forget to taunt the 2 opponents. Shulnark's performance was stronger than both of them. It was quite interesting to watch the show from the sidelines and deal a heavy psychological blow to the opponent. Boy, now I remember, your name is Kurapika. When I was in the Kurita tribe, I killed a little red-haired boy. Before he died, he kept saying that his brother Kurapika would avenge him. You don't know, I crushed his head with one palm. What an annoying little brat. Ha ha ha. Buzz. Kurapika's mind seemed to explode. His younger brother, his dearest younger brother, was still thinking about him before he died. And he actually had his head crushed by Uvajan. Uvajan, I'm going to crush your head. This moment. The blood-red eyes began to spin rapidly, and the three Magatama Sharingan began to evolve under the stimulation of extreme emotions. In Kurapika's mind, images of the Kuruta region began to emerge, with blood flowing and corpses of her tribesmen scattered all over the mountains. When he saw everything, he had a pair of empty eye sockets, like a walking corpse. Heart. It hurts. Wow. The three Magatama disappeared from his eyes, and 4 small swords were evenly distributed around his eyeballs in his deep eyes. Manjaki Sharingan, evolution complete. Susanoo. A giant skeleton burning with purple flames rose from the ground, and a huge hand rushed straight to Yuvajan's head. Chapter 61. Susanoo no Hui. A power that can only be unlocked by a kaleidoscope, known as the power of God. The gifted Kurapika can jump directly to the first stage of Susanoo when he activates Susanoo for the first time, transforming into a complete skeleton. Red flames rose slowly on the skeleton. Everything around was illuminated red by the blazing flames. The giant skeleton's palm tightly grasped Yuvajan's head and pressed him into the dirt. Sudden changes. Yuvajan was unable to react in time, lost his balance and was completely controlled by Kurapika. The red skull has a terrifying aura. The red skull burning with flames made the usually calm Krollo lose his composure at this moment. Another ability that does not belong to telekinesis. Krollo is a powerful Nen user, and he has done extensive research on this magical ability of Nen. This power that originates from living organisms is the root of power. Everything in the world cannot escape the scope of thought. Only the giant skeleton in front of him made him lose his mind for a moment. Captain, be careful. Shulnark, in Super Saiyan state, rushed forward, leaped into the air, and used both palms to support the giant skeleton palm that was about to smash towards Krollo. It's so heavy. Captain, go and rescue Yuvajan. The fighter plane is fleeting. During Kurapika's main attack, Leorio, who was assisting, quietly activated room, exchanging Krollo's position with a small stone next to Kurapika. It was not until then that Krollo realized that he might be in trouble this time. The opponent's ability was too strange and completely out of the scope of Nen, but he could clearly feel that telekinesis could strengthen this skeleton giant. Got to do something to save myself. The double ring that travels through time and space is activated. A golden ring the size of a bowl appeared next to Krollo's hand, and another ring quietly appeared behind Kurapika. He punched into the ring. Boom! Kurapika was caught off guard and was sent flying by the punch. The Susanoo state was temporarily released because of this punch. Yuvajan, embedded in the ground, got a temporary respite. Kurapika Leorio asked about Kurapika's status. I'm fine. Leorio, get out of here, or I might hurt you next. Kurapika stood up, his eyes turned a gloomy dark red, and he looked like a roasted shrimp. Leorio glanced at Kurapika and without saying anything, he left the scene with a room and observed the battle from the edge of the room. Yuvajan, I'm going to crush your head right now. The dark red blood eyes began to rotate rapidly, and the Manjaki Sharingan belonging to Kurapika released his exclusive eye technique. Heaven-given chains binding. The Manjaki Sharingan's eye technique is a reflection of the soul. Kurapika, who witnessed the tragic death of his tribe members, has always wanted to arrest the members of the Phantom Troop and kill them with his own hands. Heavenly chains is an absolutely effective magical skill bestowed by God. The stronger the opponent's telekinesis, the harder the chain will be, and conversely the shorter the duration of the bondage. The absolute principle is that the minimum restraint time is 3 seconds. Only one target can be bound at a time. No matter how strong the opponent is, even someone as strong as President Netero, he can be restrained for 3 seconds. Several dark red chains attacked from all directions, binding Yuvajan who had just struggled to stand up from the ground. Swish, swish, swish. The burning dark red chain, the moment it touched Yuvajan's body. The crackling sound continues. A faint aroma of burnt meat wafted through the air. Kurapika, your chains can't even seem to break my defenses. Yuvajin, the strongest enhancernan in the phantom troop, was so beaten up that even rockets had no effect on him. Seeing Yuvajin's expression, Kurapika felt relieved. He raised the corners of his mouth and sneered. 3 seconds is a very tight time, so take advantage of the opponent before he has time to react. The chain that bound the middle finger quietly reacted, and the small hook tied to the end of the ring finger began to extend outwards. Several chains were like swimming water snakes, tightly wrapping around Yuvajin's scorched body. Due to the constraints and oaths, this move can only be used on brigade members. Once activated, the bound brigade members will be forced into a Jew state and will be unable to use thoughts. Without the blessing of mind, Yuvajin, the enhancernan, is like a lamb to be slaughtered. Shulnark, Yuvajin's mind can no longer be sensed. Quick! Krolo rushed towards Yuvajin who was bound by chains. Shulnark beside him, with golden aura shining all over his body, also ran towards Yuvajin. Susanoo. Kurapika would never give them this opportunity. He had calculated that Captain Krolo had absolute confidence in Yuvajin's ability, and did not launch a rescue the moment Yuvajin was bound by the heavenly chains. The giant skeleton with dark red flames burning all over its body rose from Kurapika's body again, and its wide bone claws once again tightly grasped Yuvajin's head. Completion. In an instant, Yuvajin's head was crushed by the bone claws, and red blood and white brain matter mixed together and sprayed all around from the gaps in the bone claws. Yuvajin. At this time, Nobunaga and Maki, who came from the north, saw Yuvajin's head being crushed and screamed in grief. Da-da-day! Da-da-day! Nobunaga was extremely fast, his feet were like the wind, and he rushed straight towards Kurapika, with the long sword in his hand ready to go. I/slash! Bang! The sword energy passed through Susanoo's body, making only a crisp sound. More and more people are gathering on the chaotic battlefield. The original 9-member phantom troop was reduced to 6 members, dragging their seriously injured bodies. They gathered in the direction of leader Krolo, and the elemental Killua followed closely behind him, holding 2 corpses in his hands, Pakunoda and Finks Magyukup. Nobunaga, Maki, run away. There are others. Don't look back, the enemy before us is no longer someone we can handle. Krolo was heartbroken. Krolo, who always valued emotions and reason, witnessed the members who had followed him from Meteor City die one by one. But he could do nothing. My orders, scatter and escape. Leave me alone. Krolo yelled. No one noticed that tears flowed from the eyes of this usually rational and serious leader. Krolo Lucifer is the leader of the Phantom Troop and has the absolute trust and obedience of his fellow members. In the eyes of the members, he is an important part of the brigade, just like the brain. Although the limbs can move without the command of the brain, they are just zombies. Although it has been emphasized since the establishment of the brigade that I am also a part of the brigade, it is not the individual who should survive, but the brigade. And my orders are the top priority, but my life is not the top priority, but most members will still put the leader's life first. Run! Everyone! In Krolo's heart, the survival of the brigade is more important than his own life. Chapter 62. Escape. After giving the final order, Krolo rushed towards Kurapika's position alone without hesitation. Nobunaga looked at the captain who was fighting the skeleton giant alone, and tears came out of his eyes. Walk. In Phantom Troop, apart from the leader, Nobunaga, who has been with the brigade since its inception, has the second in command within the brigade. When the leader is not around, he is in charge of most things. He followed the commander's orders and escaped with the remaining members. Nobunaga, hurry up, I'll stay behind to cover your retreat. Shulnark, glowing with golden light, rushed directly towards Kurapika. Currently, he and the captain are the only ones in the brigade who still have fighting power. The aura he releases seems to be even more powerful than Krolo. Boom! Thinking of Yuvajin's death and the escaped members of the brigade, Shulnark felt extremely determined. I will protect the captain and the members of the brigade. The long golden hair continued to grow, and the originally sky-high golden hair began to spread to the back of the head. Under tremendous pressure, Shulnark transformed into a Super Saiyan and evolved to the second stage. The combat power is 20 times stronger. The overflowing mental power formed a white beam and rushed towards Kurapika and others. Boom boom! At the reservoir on the edge of Yokiksen city, a beam of white light shot up into the sky. The aftermath of the explosion even affected the city. Pala! The glass is broken. All the strong men in Yokiksen city also sensed the explosion on the edge of the city at this moment and rushed here. When the men arrived at the explosion, the dust raised made visibility extremely low. There were 3 corpses with only half of their bodies left, and the faces of 2 of them could be clearly seen. This is the thief from the phantom troop that attacked the auction house last time. One of the auction house's resident and strong men recognized the body on the ground. The phantom troop's men were killed. Who was it? Phantom troop. This notorious criminal gang is extremely well known in Yokiksen city, and these guys are so powerful that it is almost impossible to guard against them. Wait, you look there. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and not far away, 4 figures slowly walked out. It was the 4 Kurapikas who had just hunted down the phantom troop. Kurapika, did you kill these phantom troop members? Right. Nisla, the leader of the Leeds family in the underworld, pointed at the bodies on the ground with a look of disbelief. Kurapika said nothing, but nodded silently. Buzz. The non-players present all looked at the 4 people in surprise. These half-grown children actually killed 3 members of the phantom troop. Judging from the scene, there might be more phantom troop members here just now. Starting today, these 4 people will probably become famous throughout the entire continent. Extra! Extra! Kurapika, a member of the Nisla group of the Leeds family in the underworld, led a group to hunt down the phantom troop, killing 3 and injuring 6. The record can be checked. 4 teenage licensed hunters, creating another success. Kurapika. The pride of the Naka Leeds family. Team Nisra is invincible. In a short time, the news about the hunting of phantom troop spread throughout the streets and alleys of Yokiksen city. On the newspaper headlines, the photos of the mutilated bodies of Yuvajin, Pakunoda, and Finks Magyakub stood out. Today, the biggest topic of discussion is the hunting down of the Class A criminal, the phantom troop. It's incredible. These teenagers killed 3 members of the phantom troop. Hey, hey, hey! Can't you see? These 4 kids are licensed hunters. He has a bright future ahead of him. A child in his early teens has accomplished such a great thing. In this era of extremely fast information dissemination, it was really impossible to conceal even the slightest bit of information, let alone such explosive news as 4 hunters in their early teens hunting down members of the A-class criminal phantom troop. Hunter Association, inside the lobby. Vice President Perry Stone was looking at the front page news on the big screen when a photo of 4 young faces suddenly caught his eye. It's amazing, these kids were able to kill 3 members of the phantom troop. Perry Stone looked at Yorkshire beside him and said, Yorkshire, these 4 are new hunters. The association needs to promote them well. Okay, President Perry Stone. Call out. An old figure stood quietly behind the 2 of them. Oh. It's these 4 children. Come to think of it, I have some connection with them. Hey. President Netero, showing up unexpectedly is not a good move. Perry Stone said unhappily. However, there was a question that he had been unable to figure out, and he seemed to have found a close answer. Are President Netero's recent changes related to these 4 children? Perry Stone narrowed his eyes and stared at the green figure of Gon in the picture. Why does this child look so much like someone? Kajin Empire, Kajin Port City. Hisoka was traveling, walking on the street while reading the newspaper in his hand. Tisk tisk, is Little Apple so strong now? Looking at the tragic deaths of Yuvajin and his 3 companions, this battle must have been quite intense. Staring at the picture of Gon on the front page, Hisoka grinned. The little apples became sweeter. I'll come find you in a while. He. Kurulu Mountain, within the Zaldik family. It's incredible that Killua and his friends hunted down members of the Phantom Troop. Old man Zeno looked with great interest at the photo of his grandson in the newspaper, who was smiling brightly. Father, these kids were able to hunt down the Phantom Troop probably because of the items in the blind box store. Silva added. Blind box store. It really can change this era. Silva, speed up the search for unique items. We need to earn more blind box points. If necessary, bring back the things we brought out from the Dark Continent that year. As for Kurapika hunting the Phantom Troop, Emolin, who was far away in the Sky Arena, watched the whole process. Growing so fast. The stronger the customers of blind box stores are, the more people will realize the power of blind box stores, thereby increasing the sales of blind box stores. Thinking of this, Emolin called up his own strength panel. System, call up the host panel. Byte. Owner of Wanja Blind Box Store, Emolin. None. Personal skills, Nan's 4 basic skills, World Substitute, God's Alibi, Emperor Engine, 3-color Domineering Mastery. Own blind box? No. Items, 3 fairy beans, Charmander, primary fairy body. Blind box .30950. I ordered a blind box worth about 31,000 yuan. Emolin murmured. Just when Emolin was still thinking about how and when he could earn more blind box points, the door of the blind box store was pushed open. A man with a blue hat and long white hair walked in. Hey? Why is it him? Chapter 63. Name, Kate. Race, human. Identity, 1-star biological investigation hunter. Strength, the backbone. The information about the visitor immediately appeared in Emolin's mind. How did Kate end up here? With doubts in his heart, Emolin looked at him. As the owner of the blind box shop, he welcomed any customer. Hello, Mr. Kate, what can I do for you? I'm Emolin, the owner of this blind box store. You can look at the whiteboard on the wall first. There are rules about the blind box store on it. Call me if you need anything. Emolin was already familiar with this standard opening line for dealing with newcomers. After saying this, he sat back in the chair at the counter. Little did they know. The words just now caused great waves in the heart of Kate, who was always calm and composed. How does he know my name? With doubts in her mind, Kate looked at the whiteboard on the wall. The whiteboard is densely packed with more than a dozen rules about the blind box store and how to buy blind boxes. A blind box that can contain anything? From the universe. These few short lines gave him a great shock. Is this the guidance the crazy clown gave me? Kate thought to herself. My luck has improved a lot. I found this store right after I arrived. Kate, a 1-star hunter, specializes in biological investigations. 3 days ago, while he was conducting a biological survey on a commission from the Kaken Empire, he unexpectedly encountered a strange blue creature following a red-haired man in the city of Kaken Port. He witnessed the battle scene of the blue creature with his own eyes, a strange ability to return double damage. Under the guidance of the crazy clown, the blue creature was born in this small shop in the Sky Arena. It's connected. All connected. That blue creature should have come out of the blind box. Boss, can you get a blue creature from this blind box? One with 4 little legs and a black tail, and can also return double damage. Double damage return? You should be talking about Quarren Wing. That is the elf that a customer got from a blind box before. Emolin explained. Elf. Is that his name? Kate murmured, stroking her chin. He mentally calculated how many blind boxes he could buy with the money in his pocket. All he had on him was about 1.8 billion yuan. This is the money I saved after working as a biological investigator for so many years by living frugally. Working in biology really doesn't make much money. It's decided. After some inner struggle, Kate made up her mind, inserted her bank card into the blind box vending machine, and entered 10 billion ringgits. The explosion rate of 10 consecutive draws is a little higher. This line of words on the whiteboard is highlighted in red. 10 high-end blind boxes were floating in the air, and Emolyn watched Kate draw the blind boxes with interest. The probability of a newcomer making a profit is always high. He will. FK. While Emolyn was still wondering which blind box would produce gold, a series of golden lights began to illuminate the entire blind box store. The first blind box, gold. Emolyn looked incredulous. The second blind box, gold. Emolyn gritted his teeth. The third blind box, gold. Emolyn's eyes almost popped out. It wasn't until the fourth blind box, which was purple, that Emolyn's excitement calmed down a little. The final result, 3 golds and 1 purple. God-given European emperor. He is worthy of being the one who can publish a book alone among hunter. I got reincarnated as a red-haired Lolita with a crazy clown. Oh! Is the drop rate of this blind box so high? Kate looked at the 3 golds and 1 purple floating in the air and couldn't believe it. At this moment, he completely forgot about the lucky attribute that the crazy clown brought to him. Crazy clown, this time he becomes a real clown. Information about the 3 gold and 1 purple items began to flood into Kate's mind. After the upgrade of the blind box store, the blind box vending machines are still very user-friendly. When the customer takes out the items from the blind box, the information about the items will directly enter the customer's mind. Generally, there is no need for Emolyn to explain to customers one by one. Unless it is a very sexy introduction. Gold items. Rainbow stone, from the Star Travels world, it is a very rare gem in the universe, indestructible. It can give the holder superpowers that suit their personality. Have you ever fantasized about superpowers? Young man. 6 paths of reincarnation, from the Star Travels world, the characters on the umbrella handle represent the names of different points, corresponding to the names of the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper. The function of the umbrella is to induce rain, and the greater the number of points, the greater the rainfall. Dawnwood's superpowers, from the Star Travels world, derived from Dawnwood's personality and the superpowers derived from the Rainbow Stone, changing the form of the water element, and the solar terms correspond to different elemental effects. Purple items. Lucky sieve, from the supernatural world, a 6-sided sieve, your luck will multiply according to the number of lucky sieves you throw. Wow! Emolyn exclaimed. Is this a disturbance in the Star Travel world? Why are all of them items from the Star Travel world? And it was obvious that this was to give Kate an additional ability of Dawnwood, a low-level law enforcement officer with very mysterious strength. What Emolyn envies most is the Rainbow Stone. It can be described as a treasure of the universe, stimulating superpowers according to the user's personality, and most importantly, the upper limit is extremely high. Emolyn smacked his lips. Congratulations, 3 golds and 1 purple, you are really lucky. Of all the customers, you definitely have the best luck. Thank you, boss. Your blind box store is really amazing. Kate had a calm face, but her heart was already in turmoil. These 3 golden items could greatly enhance combat power when combined together. The 6 paths of reincarnation and Dawnwood's superpowers seem to be complementary. The Rainbow Stone can also stimulate a new superpower, which really maximizes the combat power. Beep beep. Beep beep. Kate's cell phone rang. This is a message from a companion who was conducting a biological survey in the Kajin Empire. Kate, the employer has already paid us and asked us to work quickly. Please come back soon. We will try to finish it within half a month. After reading the message, Kate said goodbye to Emolyn. Boss Emolin, your blind box store is really amazing. I have something else to do, so I have to leave first. Okay. Kate, you're lucky too. Also, this is the purchase card for the blind box store. The function of the card can be found on the purchase card. After taking the purchase card of the blind box store handed over by Emolin, Kate immediately went to the Kajin Empire. Looking at Kate's receding back, Emolin narrowed his eyes. It looks like the ant incident isn't far away. On the other side. On Kate's way to the Kajin Empire. The southern tip of the Balusa Islands in the European continent. On a dark night, the blue sea reflects the stars in the sky. On the deserted beach, wave after wave of waves hit the golden sand. Sizzle. A creature was washed ashore by the shore. Chapter 64. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. A humanoid ant creature, dragging its broken and bleeding body, walks step by step towards the cliff beside the beach. The injury is too severe. Ka. Sizzle. While walking, one of the humanoid ant's arms broke off in half and remained on the sofa. We have to find a way to recover. I can't die here yet. I still have a mission to fulfill. The humanoid ant found a cave on the edge of the cliff to hide in, and its bleeding broken limbs were leaning against the cliff. His eyes were fixed on the full moon in the sky. In the direction of the full moon is its home, the dark continent. I want to give birth to a king. In order to survive, this chimera ant queen from the dark continent began to hunt and absorb nutrients frantically. Sea fish, crabs, clams. Everything in the ocean that contains energy goes into its belly. But this is still not enough. It's not enough. This food is not enough no matter how much you eat. But I can't move. I can't be impatient. I need to let my body recover better. Let your body heal first, then catch a bigger prey. Aegean continent, the interior of the Kajin Empire. Kate has arrived at the destination that needs to be investigated according to the information provided by her teammates. Stuck in the primeval forest east of the Empire. It was Kate's job to conduct biological surveys, new species discovery and ecological surveys at the request of the Kajin Empire. In the heart of the primeval forest, next to the cliff waterfall. Kate takes a short break. During these 2 days on the road, it has had a clearer understanding of the 3 golden items it has obtained. He looked at the rainbow stone on his wrist. The dazzling blue rainbow stone exuded a sense of oppression that made Kate lose her mind for a moment. According to the explanation of the items given in the blind box store, it can give the holder superpowers that suit his or her personality. These days, I can vaguely feel that a force seems to be surging out. But every time at this time, it would shrink back. Why exactly? Are there any conditions required? Kate muttered. Sudden. Boom boom boom. A strong vibration came from the soles of Kate's feet, and the surrounding trees were also rustling. Is the ground shaking? This was the vibration that could only be produced by a large creature running, and Kate suddenly realized something. He looked towards the source of the tremor. Several people in outdoor climbing clothes were running towards Kate. Kate, run, we accidentally provoked a sleeping giant beast. The people who came were members of Kate's biological investigation team. The little ones ran to Kate at a very fast speed, grabbed Kate's hand and ran into the depths of the jungle. Calm down, Wenta. Kate, what are you waiting for? The crazy clown can't fight now, and we can't defeat the behemoth. Wentai looked at the compass in Kate's hand with a nervous look on his face. Yes. Boss Kate, why don't you throw away the umbrella on your back? It will delay your escape. Kate is the leader of the biological investigation team and the only capable person in the entire team. The most urgent task is to run away. Throw the umbrella? Run away? What a joke. Kate looked behind them and saw a giant beast that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, with a red body and covered with scales, chasing the people who were fleeing with its bloody mouth wide open. Really? Kate held onto her blue hat and shook her head helplessly. What a bunch of careless guys. The crazy clown is currently in a mode where he cannot attack because he had drawn number 6, the compass, for the purpose of investigation. He looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation on his back. This umbrella carried from the sky arena all the way to the Kajin Empire. He tried it once during the process. The 6 paths of reincarnation combined with Dawnwood's superpowers can unleash tremendous power. Ability is related to the solar terms, but it also requires a bit of luck. We can only give it a try. You guys stand behind me. The members of the investigation team, who were in a daze, watched Kate pull out the 6 paths of reincarnation from behind and hold it high in the air. The blue umbrella opened and spun rapidly in the air. Boss Kate, it's already this hour, why are you still trying to act cool? The next second when the team members wanted to persuade Kate to run away, they saw a scene that they would never forget. Swish, swish, swish. 6 paths of reincarnation. The umbrella began to rotate, the dark blue umbrella and the red dots echoed each other. Stop. 5 o'clock, the sky. Seeing the sky sign on the umbrella handle screen, Kate smiled slightly. Click right. Ziohan. Call out. Bits of ice fell from the sky, and bowl-sized chunks of ice kept smashing towards the beast's body. 1, 2, 3. The temperature in the humid and hot jungle began to drop. The grass and trees were gradually covered by a layer of frost, and the whole world seemed like a milky white snowball. Boom! A loud thunder. A giant ice dragon with ice spikes all over its body appeared in the sky, emitting a low dragon roar. Circling above the giant beast again and again. Ziohan, the giant ice dragon. A snow-white dragon's breath rushed towards the giant beast, and in just a moment, the still-running giant beast was frozen into a huge ice sculpture. That's Ice Dragon. Kate's biological investigation team member, Wenta Uras, opened his mouth in surprise. Is this still our team leader Kate? How come it feels like decades have passed since we last saw each other for a few days? Boss Kate, this. Another team member, Lin Kexi, was so excited that he was speechless. The other team members were deeply shocked when they saw the giant beast that looked like an ice sculpture. Is the person in front of me really Boss Kate? It must be fake. Okay, everyone, get ready and collect data on this giant beast. Beep beep. Beep beep. What's that sound? Several beeping sounds came from Kate's pocket. A second later, Kate immediately realized that it was the notification tone coming from the purchase card. He immediately took out the purchase card from his pocket. Sure enough, it was a new task. Kate didn't even look at it, but just clicked the accept button in the lower right corner of the purchase card. Meanwhile, purchasing card holders around the world are clicking like crazy. NGL, somewhere in a cave. The queen ant looked at the rows of insect eggs hanging on the ceiling of the cave and waited quietly. For several days, it ate all the way from the southern end of the Sand Islands, searching for prey in one area after another, and the south pike was ravaged by the queen ant. The eggs in this area are almost ripe. The queen ant stared at a few cracked eggs and murmured. Sizzle. Badong. Dongsha. The 3 eggs seemed to have heard the queen ant's call, and the ants inside broke out. 3 chimera ant soldiers shaped like crabs, fish, and bats stood in front of the queen ant. Soon more and more eggs burst open, and an army of chimera ants was formed. Soldiers. To give birth to a stronger king. I have to eat more foods that have nutritional value. Go find better food. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Groups of chimera ant soldiers rushed out of the cave. The queen ant looked at the soldiers going out and touched her belly with her right claw. Hurry up, I need more food, and the ant king needs to become stronger, otherwise he will never escape the clutches of those guys. The chimera ants must survive. The queen ant remembered the truth about why she wandered here, and also remembered the pair of claws filled with the blood of chimera ants in the darkness. Chapter 65. New tasks for Blind Box Store. Investigation on invasive alien species. A certain creature from the Dark Continent accidentally came to the human world. According to reliable information, it landed on the coast of a certain continent. Task requirements: investigate the types of alien species, collect relevant information, and submit it to the Blind Box Store. Task reward: 2W Blind Box points. PS. After completing the task, it is possible to trigger subsequent tasks. Mission members: 0/3. 20,000 blind box points. When customers holding the purchase cards saw the tasks pop up on the purchase cards, their fingers were so excited that sparks were about to come out. Ding ding ding. The red button of accept was ruthlessly RD. 1 second later, the mission ended and the 3 members who would participate in the mission were confirmed. Kate. Gone. Killua. The system automatically creates a group chat, exploration team. Kate was stunned when she saw the information of other members displayed on the purchase card. There was an old acquaintance. J Freaks. Gone. Is that kid also a customer of the Blind Box Store? No wonder he was able to hunt down the Phantom Troop. Beep beep. Group chat exploration team. Gone. Kate, you're here too. Kate, yes, Gone, we better reunite as soon as possible. Gone, where are you? Give us the coordinates. Kate, okay. Kate sent her coordinates to Gone and looked at the content of the mission again. Creatures from the Dark Continent? What a trouble! The Dark Continent, in the minds of those who know of its existence, is definitely a terrifying forbidden land. Just the 5 major disasters that flowed from the Dark Continent to the human world are enough to make people shudder. An unknown creature drifted into the human world, God knows how much disaster it would bring. An invisible fear crept into Kate's heart. We must hurry up and meet up with Gone and the others to find out the true identity of this creature. Kate, long time no see. Gone's voice? Kate looked in the direction of the sound and saw a pink door appear in front of her. Gone and Killua walked out. You guys are too fast! Kate exclaimed, and without saying anything extra, she took Gone and Killua to the employer who commissioned this biological research. After submitting the task to the biological research team, start the investigation as soon as possible. On the way. Kate, what is the Dark Continent? This was the first time Gone had heard of the Dark Continent, and Killua on the side fell silent. Dark Continent? Kate hadn't heard this word for a long time. The last time she heard it was when she met Kim and talked about this place. The human world we live in is made up of 6 continents and 10 regions. I call it the human continent. The human continent is located on the huge Lake Mobius in the center of the Dark Continent. It can be said that the so-called human continent is actually composed of several small islands in the Dark Continent. Small island? When Gone heard the information about the Dark Continent for the first time, he was completely shocked and speechless. Kate's words brought a great shock to Gone's young mind. Wait, then why is there no information about the Dark Continent? The blind student Gone discovered the bright spot. That's because V5 wants to prevent accidents from the Dark Continent, and also to prevent someone from enjoying the Dark Continent privately, which could bring huge benefits. 200 years ago, an agreement was signed to blockade the Dark Continent, and no one or any organization is allowed to go to the Dark Continent. The Dark Continent is a place full of unknowns and dangers. It is also the area that your father Jin has always wanted to explore. As they were talking, Kate and the other 2 had already arrived at the Kajin Empire to submit their mission. The team members were also waiting for him here. After handing over all tasks, the staff member stopped Kate and said, "By the way, Mr. Kate, there is one thing. This is just my personal opinion. Someone sent some strange creature's body parts to South Pies. Since it might be an unregistered creature that violates the law, it cannot be included in the list. Oh? Parts of a strange creature. Wait, a strange creature. Kate suddenly thought of the mission posted on the card she had just purchased. This unknown creature was most likely the creature from the Dark Continent. Gone, Killua. Kate looked at the two of them and their eyes met. We thought of the same thing. After saying goodbye to the team members, the three of them immediately headed to South Pies. Here, Isaac Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, went to the V5 United Nations alone. V5 inside the office of the President of the United Nations. President Netero, your information does not come from a reliable source at all. V5 has no right to assist you in investigating this matter. UN President Saleen narrowed his eyes and smiled. Pa! A big hand slammed heavily on the table. Netero really didn't want to waste time talking to Saleen. All he could think about now was that unknown creature. Chairman Saleen, you should know how terrifying the creatures in the Dark Continent are. Any one of them could bring about a devastating disaster. Calm down, President Netero. We are talking about you producing evidence to prove that creatures from the Dark Continent have landed in the human world. Otherwise, V5 will be in trouble. Saleen waved his hands, looking embarrassed. There is nothing I can do. Netero held the purchase card in his pocket and recalled the information on it. An unknown creature from the Dark Continent has entered the human world. That's too bad. Netero, a top human being, once explored the Dark Continent and knew that any one of the creatures there could bring great disaster to the entire human world. If it's a creature on the level of the 5 disasters, the human world will be in trouble. Netero thought to himself. 5 major disasters. Desire-dependent body, gas life form, E. Weapons, gold and silver rings. Papu the nurturing beast. Two-tailed snake, the sound of hell's bells. Immortal disease, Zubei disease. Each one of them is a near-devastating disaster to the human world. Thinking of this, Netero felt a wave of fear, as he had witnessed the tragedy caused by these disasters with his own eyes. If Netero knew the exact location, he would have set out on his own long ago, instead of arguing with Saleen. Looking at Saleen's indifferent face, Nit felt helpless. The top management of V5 doesn't care about the lives of ordinary people. Even dogs wouldn't do such a thankless job. And, most importantly, V5 is intentionally suppressing the Hunter Association and suppressing him. Saleen in front of us is a good example. Saleen, if there really are creatures from the Dark Continent and they cause a disaster, you cannot bear the responsibility. President Netero, you don't have to worry about this. Saleen still had a smile on his face. It stands to reason that a strong man like Netero would not receive such treatment, but the top management of V5 has made it clear that they want to suppress Netero, which involves a struggle at the top. The little chairman can only do as he is told. Beep beep. Beep beep. As Netero was in distress, the purchase card in his hand made a beeping sound. After the 2nd generation upgrade, the purchased cards can also be used for communication between holders. Netero looked at the purchase card and saw that the window with Gon's portrait showed an unread message. Gon's message. After reading it, Netero snorted. Saleen, you will regret your decision today. President Netero, then you don't have to worry about it. Chapter 66. South Pies. Inside the Institute of Biology. Kate stared at the remains of the creature in the glass case in front of her and looked at it carefully. The phone that was currently on the line was receiving information about the biological limbs that the biological investigation team had just discovered. It's me, Kate. The results are out, and I'll tell you the conclusion first. It looks a lot like the queen of the chimera ants. Hearing the message on the other end of the phone, Kate recalled the information about the chimera ants in her mind. Chimera ant. Chimera ant, what kind of insect is that? Killua asked on the side. It's a kind of ant, an insect that is listed as a first-level quarantine designated species. Level 1 quarantine, Is it dangerous? Gon wondered. Kate sighed after searching her mind for information about all the chimera ants. It is very greedy and uses a special egg-laying method called feeding mating. Eating and laying eggs is a process in which the queen of the chimera ant eats other organisms and passes on the characteristics of those organisms to the next generation. It uses stronger genetics to preserve its own species, and will often continue to eat its favorite species until it becomes extinct. And they have a voracious appetite. One bite of the ant's food is equivalent to several times their body weight. The most important thing is that the queen ant is about 10 centimeters long. 10 centimeters long! Killua exclaimed, looking at the limbs inside the glass cover, which must be at least 30 centimeters. This guy is at least 2 meters long, and he can eat humans. Killua said, and the three of them felt their hearts sink. This should be the dark continent creature mentioned in Emolin's blind box store. How can a chimera ant be 2 meters long? It's connected. Kate's eyes lit up. She didn't expect to find the species of the creature so quickly. The most important thing next was to find the creature. Gon, report to President Netero again that the creature from the Dark Continent is most likely the Chimera Ant Queen. As a message was sent, Kate packed her luggage and prepared to immediately look for traces of the Chimera Ant Queen. We have to meet up with my biological investigation team first. Some of them are experts in using computers. If I had known, I would have brought them here together. Looking for someone. Wait, Kate, I think there's a quicker way. Gon suddenly remembered the searching stick used by Boss Emolin in the Greed Island game. Wait for me for a moment. I'm going to see Boss Emolinier. Buy the card. Start. Call out. In an instant, Gon arrived at Boss Emolin's store with the purchase card. Gon? Gon, you look so anxious, do you need anything? Boss Emolin, is the searching tool you used on Greed Island, the searching cane, available for sale in the mall. Missing cane? Yes, if you pay in full, you get 10,000 blind box points, and 1,000 blind box points for a single use. When he heard the 10,000 blind box point, Gon took out his purchase card. Boss Emolin, get the full amount. Emolin was stunned for a moment, then gave a thumbs up, so generous. Kids nowadays are really rich. They can spend 10,000 yuan on a blind box without blinking an eye. Swipe your card, pick up the goods, and leave. All in one go. Gon got the searching stick and immediately returned to Kate. Looking at the disappearing figure, Emolin chuckled. It seems that the Chimera Ant Queen has been found. How quick! Here, in less than 5 minutes, Gon returned to Kate with a searching stick in hand. This is? Killua asked, pointing at the cane in Gon's hand. This is the quicker method I just thought of, the searching cane. The direction this cane points to is the direction of the target. After that, Gon followed the instructions for the finding stick, stood the stick up, and muttered the target he was looking for. Pa! The cane fell to the ground, pointing southeast. Let's go. We'll go there according to the instructions of the cane. Kate and Killua followed Gon half believing and half doubting, following the direction indicated by the cane. NGL Domestic. In this country where there are no mechanical products at all, the people live a life of men farming and women weaving. This world, completely isolated from the outside world, is the best breeding ground for chimera ants. In a farmland somewhere, villagers are working hard on the farm. Whether this year's harvest will be good or not depends entirely on now. Kelly, you plowed your land so well, the harvest this year will surely be very good. Sorry, I promised Ji Yan that your skill in weaving rattan baskets is getting better and better. When the harvest comes this year, I will make up the money for the rattan baskets for you. There's no rush. NGL is like a paradise, and the people living here lead a simple daily life. Farm, work, eat, and sleep. The pace is very slow. But all this beauty is about to be broken. What is that? All I saw was a dark mass in the sky, covering the entire sky. Is that a bug? A really big bug. Ah! The mosquito-like flying insect in the lead stretched out its long mouth parts and penetrated directly into the villagers' brains. Hurry, hurry, run! It was an army of chimera ants led by the birdman chimera ant Corridor who began to capture humans frantically to provide nutrients for the expectant queen ant. Countless flying chimera ants, each holding a human, rushed towards the nest where the queen ant was. The queen of the chimera ant will continue to migrate until she finds a place that satisfies her. During migration, the number of soldier ants will slowly increase to guard the residence. Once the location is determined, a large number of construction ants will remain and build the city at an astonishing speed. The queen will then live in the city until she dies. At this time, the queen's appetite reaches its peak, and the soldier ants have to supply a large amount of food to the queen. Throughout the NGL region, the population is disappearing madly in villages. Here, after 2 days of searching, the searching stick pointed us to a relatively specific place. NGL Nation. Kate, Gon, and Killua followed the driver's instructions and arrived at the entrance to the NGL border. There is a huge river about 100 meters wide between NGL and the neighboring country, and the two adjacent lands are connected by 2 giant trees with a chest diameter of dozens of meters. Kate was no stranger to such spectacular sights. This is the NGL border. That's their checkpoint and embassy. The driver pointed to 2 huge trees and said, "The residents here are very strange, and your visit to this place is also very strange. What could possibly be in such a remote place? Today alone, I've picked up 10 groups of guests like you." 10 groups. We seem to be late. The driver's simple conversation made Kate realize the seriousness of the matter. In the territory of NGL, the chimera ant from the Dark Continent was probably madly preying on humans. This situation has been noticed by so many people. Gon, Killua, keep up, we need to speed up the trip. Send a message to President Netero. The target has been found. It's in NGL. Chapter 67. In the heart of NGL, inside the queen ant's nest. There were piles of human corpses, forming several small hills in the huge nest. Blood was flowing everywhere and the death was miserable. These are the number of prey captured for the queen ant by her soldiers in one day. All division commanders, assemble. All division commanders, assemble. Her Majesty the Queen summons us. Deep in the cave, a chimera ant with an octopus head and a human body delivered a message to the waiting division commanders. Oh oh oh! After a moment, all the division commanders stood in front of the queen ant, waiting for orders. The weak queen ant laid on the couch, raised her arms, and gave the order. From today on, I will concentrate on giving birth. 50 per day. Send the humans to me. 50 items. Just the current need. The queen ant looked up at the dense rows of ant eggs hanging on the top of the cave and gently stroked her belly. It can sense that the king in its stomach is in urgent need of nutrition, and the mission of the chimera queen ant is to give birth to the most powerful ant king. After seeing off these division commanders, the queen ant came to the deepest nest alone. The longer she stayed in the human world, the more strange feeling she had. As it ate more humans, a small amount of human blood also mixed into its body. It produced a definite premonition, as if wanting to go back in time, with the image of the unborn child emerging in the mind's eye. Da-da-da. Not long after, the queen ant walked into another cave. Inside the cave, 3 huge ant eggs were hanging high in the air. Within the chimera ants, there is a strict and clear hierarchy, from low to high: combat soldier/manual soldier, army commander, division commander, direct guard, and queen. But once the king is born, the direct guard will be directly responsible to the ant king. The king's personal guard. I will personally name you. For the queen ant, its mission is to give birth to the king ant, and its love for the king ant transcends everything. Here, Kate, Gon, and Killua entered NGL. Following the guidance of the searching stick, we searched along the coastline of NGL. According to the characteristics of chimera ants, they would build huge nests, which must be very conspicuous. The three people on horseback were constantly exchanging the information they had obtained. There have been no reports of sightings of giant insects, and even if there were, no one in this country would make a fuss about it. They believe that even if they are attacked and killed by animals, it is the fate of being a natural creature. As Kate spoke, she looked at the two guides sent by NGL following behind her. This country is very strange, full of mysteries, as if it is deliberately hiding something. From the diplomatic visa checkpoint at the beginning to the so-called guides for negotiations with special language areas and undeveloped tribes behind them, they were actually here to monitor Kate and the other two. Let's go. Let's keep moving forward. A faint wailing sound came from the interior of the forest, and Gon, who had sharp ears, raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Scream! Gon exclaimed. What's going on, Gon? There's no screaming. Killua looked at Gon in confusion. I have had sharp five senses since I was a child. I seemed to hear a faint scream just now. Let's go and take a look. Kate jumped off her horse and ran straight into the depths of the dense forest. At this time, running was more convenient and faster than running on horseback. And he had a hunch that this scream must be related to the target this time, the chimera ant. The guide who was watching from the side saw Kate and the other two running straight into the dense forest, and immediately followed them on horseback. Deep in the forest, several chimera ant soldiers surrounded several hunters who came to investigate. It can be said that there are so many such creatures. Hunter Baoker felt his scalp tingling when he saw several strange creatures surrounding him. A few days ago, I came here at the request of my employer to investigate why people frequently disappear in NGL. There are 5 hunter teams in total, and none of them have been contacted until now. Moreover, since the past 2 days, these strange-looking insects have been constantly attacking their team. Very powerful and difficult to deal with. Baokur, help! One of the companions screamed loudly when he saw the mantis chimera ant appearing behind him, and his legs became unable to move. The strength of this creature has already frightened him. Get out of the way! Baokur activated his telekinesis all over his body, leaping towards the mantis chimera ant. 7-colored bow and arrow. Baokur, a transmuternan, gathered a telekinetic bow and arrow in his right hand. With a whoosh sound, the arrow pierced through the mantis chimera ant's head. Run! When they turned around, the underground, the jungle, the sky. A dozen chimera ants of different styles suddenly appeared and surrounded the few people again. After killing one, more than 10 came and it was impossible to kill them all. Ka! A mosquito chimera ant hanging in the air stretched out its mouth parts and pierced directly through the head of its companion next to Baokur. White brain juice mixed with blood spurted into the sky as the mouth parts were pulled out. Ha ha ha! I can see clearly that you humans are different from other humans. There is a kind of energy in your body. This energy is the highest level of nutritional food for the queen. To these chimera ants, thoughts are full of danger, but also sweet and tempting. The chimera ants rushed forward. 1, 2, 3 fell one by one. Baokur watched his companions die one by one with his own eyes, and his heart was broken. He mobilized all his mental power and ran desperately towards the depths of the forest. Pence is dead too, all dead. I must stay alive, I must get the news out of NGL. Dead legs, move. Among the chimera ants, there is a scorpion-shaped female chimera ant with purple hair. She is the division leader chimera ant Zazan. She looked at the fleeing Baokur with amusement. Humans are really interesting. Their expressions of fear make people's blood boil. It's so interesting. Let's go and hunt that human. After receiving the order, the lower-level chimera ants chased after Baokur. Baokur, who was trying desperately to escape, suddenly saw three figures appear in front of him. It was Kate and the other two who came to check out the situation. That is, Gon and Killua exclaimed as they looked at Bakur, who was running wildly and covered in blood. Exploding cure. Gon, Killua. Bakur also recognized the person. One of the three greatest joys in life is meeting an old friend in a foreign place, although the three of us are not considered old friends. But for Bakur, who was in a life and death situation, seeing someone he knew always made him feel warm in his heart. Gon Killua. Before Bakur could finish his words, a huge scorpion tail dropped from the sky and seemed to pierce through his body. Oops! Gon saw this and immediately shouted. Star Platinum. Chapter 68. The situation is urgent. Before anyone could react, Gon watched the scorpion tail falling from the sky and activated Star Platinum at the moment when it was about to pierce Bakur's body. Time stops. Now, under Gon's training, Star Platinum can stop time for 6 seconds. In 6 seconds, you can do a lot. Call out. Gon rushed in front of Bakur in one step, and the Star Platinum floated in the air, and his powerful fists rained down on the scorpion tail. Boom boom boom. 6 seconds are up. The world starts to turn. Gon rescued Bakur and brought him behind Kate. The owner of the scorpion tail was the division commander Zazan, who looked at Gon and the other three with a pained look. A dozen chimera ants led by division commander Zazan confronted Kate and the other four. The atmosphere between the two sides was very tense. Bakur, are you okay? Gon comforted the trembling Bakur. HxH. Bakur grabbed Gon's hands and said with a trembling voice. Gon, run. Those creatures are too powerful. Get the news about NGL out. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket, which contained what their team had seen and heard in the past few days. Calm down, Bakur, trust us. Killua snorted. His whole body was elementalized, ready for battle. There was a faint sense of pressure coming from the creatures across from them, especially the woman with the scorpion tail. On the other hand, Zazan on the opposite side still felt a trace of pain in his tail. But his eyes had begun to shine, as Zazan sensed stronger abilities than Bakur from the three people in front of him. Ah! Such a sweet smell, really intoxicating. The telekinesis in the human body is comparable to the sweetest food to the chimera ants, and Zazan showed an intoxicated expression. Lord Zazan, shall we attack? Nonsense. Of course we have to attack. I will definitely be praised for presenting these sweet treats to Her Majesty the Queen. Boom. A yellow figure appeared on the tree trunk next to Zazan at an extremely fast speed with a swish. Hey, hey, hey. Zazan, eating alone is not a good habit. Slurp. A leopard chimera ant licks its paw gently. Kiju, you have a really good nose. Zazan looked at Kiju who was standing on the tree trunk and snorted coldly. Kido and she are both chimera ants at the same level of division commander. They are competitors and have some conflicts between them. Now I feel even more unhappy when I see him. Zazan, you are not going to secretly eat such sweet food without telling the queen, are you? Bullshit. How dare you slander me? Zazan started cursing, saying that Kido was trying to kill him by throwing dirty water on him in front of so many chimera ants. Within the chimera ants, there is a strict hierarchy. The queen is the supreme ruler and the division commander is responsible to the queen. If he embezzled the queen's sweet food and the queen heard about it, his life as the division commander would be in danger. Hehe, why are you so anxious, Zazan? I didn't say it right, did I? Kido looked at Zazan's frustrated look with great interest, he just wanted to see Zazan suffer a setback. Well, let's kill these people in front of us and quickly present them to the queen. In Gio's eyes, all human beings are nothing more than lambs to be slaughtered. Humans with telekinesis are even sweeter lambs. Besides, the energy in the bodies of the three people in front of him is not very strong. Look at me, the king of speed, Kido, who can take down these humans directly. Zazan, whoever kills it will be the prey. Let's compete fairly. Call out. Kido's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of Gon the next second. And Zazan behind him was not willing to be outdone. If he was all killed by Kiju, all his great achievements would be wasted. This was the first time she had seen prey of this level. Bang! Zazan leaped into the air, and the scorpion tail behind him pierced Killua straight away like a broken arrow. The dozen or so captains of the troops behind him were not willing to be outdone and also wanted to compete for the credit. The credit is easy to come by. Zavarado. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Gon activated the time stop again and combined with Star Platinum to break the Chimera Ant's attack. What level are you? You can catch it easily. Have you asked me if I have Star Platinum? When time started to turn again, Zazan and Kiju had already flown dozens of meters away. It hurts so much. Kido covered his painful cheek and looked at Zazan beside him. I feel like I got slapped in the face. Me too. Zazan covered his cheeks in the same way. Looking at the fallen Chimera Ant, the two were bewildered. What exactly happened just now? Why didn't the four people on the opposite side move and still stand there? I don't know what's going on, but keep attacking. Kido didn't care what happened. All he wanted to do now was to kill the four people in front of him and send them to the queen. He wanted to gain the queen's attention. Kiju, the leopard-shaped Chimera Ant, is the fastest among all the division commanders, and he just acted out of righteousness. With a light tap of his feet, he jumped in front of Gon. But this time, an equally fast blue lightning blocked Kido's attack. Killua, the user of the Thunder Fruit, is here. Pikachu, come out. Huangpi Rat makes a grand appearance. Pikachu, 100,000 volts. Thick yellow lightning struck from the sky and landed on several Chimera Ant soldiers. Everyone is here. The battle is about to begin. Gon, Killua, and Pikachu launched an attack, while Kate stood still to protect the injured Bakugu. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Pikachu. Jawalyado. More and more Chimera Ants joined the battle, and the scene was chaotic for a while. The sounds of fighting here attracted more Chimera Ant soldiers nearby. The black and overwhelming army of Chimera Ants attacked Gon and his four companions. Hey, hey, hey! You two are really tenacious. Kido no longer chooses to engage in a head-on confrontation, but instead waits for more and more Chimera Ants to gather, intending to use human wave tactics to kill the three people in front of him. Kiju, is this your prey? How tempting! The leader of the lion-shaped Chimera Ant Lion, Lialu, looked at Gon and the other two with a sly expression. The vigorous mental power emanating from the body is like sweet honey. So tempting. Her Majesty will be very pleased. Yet. Zazan agreed. She had a smile on her face, but she was actually cursing in her heart. With the addition of this lion, I don't know if I can grab the credit. Zazan, you are so lucky to find such prey. The credit belongs to me. Soldiers, attack! Huff, huff, huff. Densely packed, countless hordes of Chimera Ants began to pounce on Kate and her companions. Gon, Killua! Get behind me! 6 paths of reincarnation. Kate pulled out the umbrella from behind her, held it above her head, and opened it. Unexpectedly, the number of the Chimera Ant army is so large that even Crazy Clown cannot cope with the current situation. Umbrella turning. Tianxiang 5 o'clock. Point right. Summer solstice. Chapter 69. The 6 realms of reincarnation turn. The clear sky was suddenly dyed with a strong red color. Directly above the 6 paths of reincarnation, the clouds gradually became dyed red and turned into a swirling vortex. So red that it's breathtaking. That's Leolu was completely stunned as he stared at the red vortex, and spots of fiery red light gradually appeared in his eyes. Run! The division commander is very vigilant. If there is anything wrong on the battlefield, he will run away quickly. When the other Chimera Ant soldiers had not yet reacted, Leolu had already run dozens of meters. Boom boom boom! The ball of light wrapped in flames dripped onto the Chimera Ant soldiers like a rain of magma, corroding their bodies. Ah! The Chimera Ants who reacted retreated one after another. Escape from this world-destroying natural disaster. Why are you panicking? It's just lava rain, isn't it? Zazen stepped forward and organized the chaotic Chimera Ant army. A small amount of lava rain scared the Chimera Ant army into a state of disarray. How shameful! If the queen knew about this, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of Zazen? Bring it to me. That's nutritious food. If you offer it to the queen, you will definitely be rewarded. After hearing the queen's commendation, the originally chaotic Chimera Ant army began to stop and take shelter in an orderly manner from the lava rain falling from the sky. There is a strict hierarchy within the Chimera Ants. The queen reigns absolutely. For the queen. I don't know which Chimera Ant shouted first, but soon more and more Chimera Ants began to wave their claws and shout. For the queen! For the queen! With the spiritual slogan, the Chimera Ants began to organize the next wave of attack in an orderly manner. The army captain led his combat squad and started the charge. The division commander stood in the center of the team, looking at Kate and the other three in front of him, looking for an opportunity to kill them with one blow. Zazen, you are really capable of bewitching the hearts of these soldiers. Kido looked at Zazen playfully. Kido, watch your words. For the queen. Okay, okay. For the queen. Then I will present these prey to the queen. With the sound of whoosh, Geo disappeared on the spot. Here, Kate frowned as she looked at the sky where lava rain was continuously falling. Kate, what are you looking at? Killua asked. 5 o'clock. That shouldn't be the case. Why is there only one wave of lava rain? There's nothing we can do but fight. Kate couldn't hesitate too much. In front of him, swarms of Chimera Ants were rushing towards him. Kiju, who was in the lead, looked even more excited. He. What a sweet prey! Boom! Before Kid could finish his words, he felt as if he had been hit hard in the face and flew dozens of meters away. It hurts so much. Who gave me a big bag? Kido, who had fallen to the ground, stood up quickly, covering his swollen cheeks, and his whole head felt dizzy. Moo! A huge bull roar made its eardrums buzz. That's... Kido, who was awakened by the roar of the bull, saw a huge monster that he would never forget in his life. A giant red bull as tall as a hill, with flames burning all over its body, was staring at it with glowing eyes. 5 o'clock, celestial sign, summer solstice. Officially here. Moo! The flaming bull started a war and trampled on the enemy. Da-da-da! Every step created a half-meter deep pit on the ground, and in the pit were 3 or 5 corpses of Chimera Ants. Calm down, why are you running? It's for the queen. Zazen still wanted to fly over the hill of fire bulls and bring the prey to the queen. However, in the face of the absolute disparity in size between the two sides, the Chimera Ant soldiers sent out greetings from the soul. Why the hell, why don't you go by yourself? Big. Boom. Yanyu found the right opportunity, picked out the most conspicuous Zazen, and gave him a 1,000,000-ton blow. Both hooves are raised high in the air. Tread. Moo. The next second, Zazen felt a black screen in front of his eyes. There's not even enough time to feel the pain. I received a box lunch on the spot. Big BD, you're dead. Brothers, run. The division commander is dead, I am the acting commander of our division, retreat. Only by living can we better serve the queen. For the queen. Escape. For the queen. For a moment, the army of chimera ants fled in all directions and was completely defeated. At this moment, seeing the appearance of the fire demon bull, Bakur's jaw dropped to the ground in shock. "No, buddy. If you have such strength, why didn't you show it earlier? You made me worry for most of the day." After escaping death, Baokul's back was soaked with sweat. Kate, on the other hand, said calmly. "Right. This is the strength that 5 points should have. The combination of the 6 paths of reincarnation and Dawnwood's abilities can summon the solar terms to attack. The 5-point celestial attack usually summons a powerful beast with different attributes based on the solar terms." The strength was beyond Kate's imagination. At this time, when Gon and Killua saw the appearance of the fire monster, there was only a hint of shock in their eyes. "This look. These are the items from Emolin's blind box shop. Gon, Killua, aren't you shocked?" Bakur looked at his old acquaintance who was equally calm. "Obviously, we all took the hunter exam together. How come only a few months have passed and I can't even see your tail lights anymore? What happened between Gon and Killua during this time?" The purple giant behind Gon and Killua can transform into lightning bodies. "No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like Nen. Alright. Let's contact President Netero as soon as possible and report the situation here." As expected of a veteran hunter, his thinking is clear. The most urgent task is to find a place with a signal and pass the information to President Netero. After settling Bakur, continue exploring the creature's situation. The blind box store's mission has not been completed yet. After realizing the powerful strength of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Kate became curious about the legendary blind boxes and epic blind boxes. Over here, inside the Queen Ant's nest. In front of the Queen Ant, all the division commanders gathered here. Gio and Lialo told the Queen what had happened today in an exaggerated way. "What? There is such a strong human, Kido, you are not lying to the Queen because you failed to catch the prey." The bull-shaped chimera ant, Division Commander Bai Hong expressed doubt about what Kido said. "Kiju, what do you mean by discrediting me in front of the Queen? Ask Laolu yourself, what happened at that time? Zazan died on the spot. The chimera ant army saw it with their own eyes." Kido pointed at Baiyong and shouted in an excited tone. "I'm working so hard on the front line to find food for the Queen, and you old cow, you still question me? All right. Be quiet. This matter is over now. Nephi Bito, you go and bring back the prey yourself." From the cave behind the Queen, a white-haired humanoid catwoman slowly walked out. She exuded a purple-black aura that suppressed all the division commanders present, making them unable to move. A blood pressure made all the division commanders begin to respect Catwoman from the bottom of their hearts. "My dear Queen, the King's personal guard, the Nephi Bits, will personally present the prey to you." Chapter 70. NGL Border Entrance. After Kate sent Bakur out of NGL, she immediately reported the news to President Netero. "President Netero, this is what we saw in NGL. The creature from the Dark Continent should be the Chimera Queen. And the most terrifying thing is that the entire NGL territory is probably overrun with Chimera ants. Gon, Killua, and I encountered a division commander level Chimera ant this time. Each one is much stronger than an ordinary hunter. What I'm worried about now is that the Chimera ants will capture Hunter and force him to tell me how to practice mindfulness. If that happens, then..." Kate reported everything she had seen and heard, as well as her concerns, to President Netero. As a biological hunter, he has collected enough information on Chimera ants. This horrible creature is multiplying and spreading at an incomprehensible speed. What he is most worried about now is the Chimera Ant King and the King's direct guards. Their strength is probably unmatched except for those few people. On the other end of the phone. After listening to Kate's report, Netero felt a sinking feeling in his heart. "Okay Kate, you guys stay safe. Wait till I get there. Then explore the Chimera Ant nest. Beep beep. After hanging up the phone, Netero fell into silence for a long time. A day ago, there was news from a hunter team. Regarding the news about chimera ants, after discussion, V5 gave the overall danger level of chimera ants a B. This also includes the Ant King and his 3 direct guards. Among the entire chimera ant colony, only these 4 are truly top fighters. Therefore, the initial plan to lead the 12 earthly branches to deal with the invading creatures in the Dark Continent was rejected by Netero after he learned that it was the Chimera Ant Queen. The B-level threat is not only not a threat in the eyes of V5's top management, but it is also an insignificant crisis for NIT. Netero, who had personally dealt with the 5 major disasters from the Dark Continent, didn't take B-level threats seriously. After all, any one of the 5 major disasters is rated A-level, and each of them has the potential to destroy human civilization. Now, he wants to have a 1v1 duel with the Ant King. Since his physical strength returned to its peak, he felt that he was now more than twice as strong as he was when he was younger. In addition to the Chimera Ant crisis, what he is most worried about now is that his son Bai Yang will secretly bring back disasters from the Dark Continent. No, I have to explain things before I leave. Da-da-da. Netero returned to his office. Dumianren, turn on the video recorder in the conference room, and notify Mo Lau to go to NGL with me. Here, in NGL territory. After reporting the information to President Netero, Kate and the other 2 decided to go back and find out more about the Chimera Ants. The task given by the blind box store shows that the progress has reached 80%. During the journey, the 3 of them were discussing what the last 20% was. For the remaining 20%, will it be necessary for us to collect information about the Queen Ant, the King Ant, and their direct guards? Killua said, pointing at the Chimera Ant level classification chart Kate had drawn. The Chimera Ants are a species with a strict hierarchy. We have already seen the lowest level combat soldiers and menial soldiers. I have also seen the army commanders and division commanders, and have a clear understanding of their strength levels and main duties. Yes. Gon slapped his head. Killua, you are smart. Okay, let's follow Killua's advice and continue collecting information on the Chimera Ants. After packing their luggage, the 3 set sail again to find the Chimera Ants' nest. On the other side, inside the Chimera Ants' nest, Nephibito, the Catwoman from the Direct Guard team, was using several needle-like objects to pierce the brain of a living hunter. This living hunter is one of the 5 exploration teams like Bakuer. But unfortunately, he was captured alive by Nephibit. As the King's Direct Guard, her bloodline is inherently at the top of the Chimera Ant pyramid. As soon as she was born, she felt this strange energy in the human body. Sweet and delicious, yet incredibly powerful. Hunter, who was already half dead, began to tell everything he knew about Nan's practice method. There are 6 systems in total, and everyone will spend most of their time increasing the amount of their own chi and using it. In Nan, in addition to basic abilities such as Jutsu and Ren, there are also abilities that reflect the personality of the ability user. Whether individual abilities fit with the system they belong to is very important. After listening to the information about the 6 systems, Nephibito continued. What are the 6 systems of judgment? Mizumi style is the simplest method, and the most commonly used method. The method of use is: the controlled hunter has begun to be unable to speak normally. This control method that directly destroys the brain has almost made him lose the ability to speak. After hearing all the information about Nan, the corners of Nephibito's mouth rose. Looking at the Chimera Ants beside him, everyone, give Mizumi Shiki a try. Wow! A Chimera Ant placed its hands on either side of a water cup, and the water in the cup overflowed. Enhancer. Nephibito saw the overflowing water, and his fingertips brushed across Hunter's neck in front of him, sending him away. Pass on the practice of Nian. Before the king is born, the Chimera Ant army must become even stronger. For a moment, in the Chimera ant nest. The news spread throughout the cave. Leader of the Corps, Nephibito, notifies all division commanders and army commanders that a training ceremony will be held in the first lecture hall. You will use a little pain to gain great power. You must make full use of this power to serve Her Majesty the Queen. Over here. After learning Nen, Nephibito feels more powerful than ever before. The already keen perception ability seems to have been unprecedentedly enhanced once again. Now she can even sense the tiny particles floating in the air. My mission as the Legion Commander is to protect the Queen and the King. In order for the King to be born smoothly, the Queen Ant needs more nutrition. It's time to capture the human who killed Zazan for the Queen. A strong human must have more nutrients in his body. Nephibito muttered. Moreover, she recently felt that there were always a few little mice hanging around the nest. Kiddo, Lialu, follow me and kill the little mouse. Call out. Nephibito jumped up and appeared outside the nest the next second. She leaped into the air and released all the thoughts in her body. The circle technique is the best Nen technique that Nephibito has mastered. With her innate keen senses, she has already discovered 3 little mice running around. Chapter 71. The dense forest near the Chimera ant nest. Kate and the other 2 moved quickly through the dense forest. The 3 had found this place a day ago. The strangely shaped mountains in front of them and the Chimera ants coming in and out further confirmed what they were thinking. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 of them passed through the leaves and stood on a giant tree several dozen meters high, looking at the nest in front of them. Kate, this should be it. All Chimera ants have to go in and out through these holes. Killua, who has the ability to fly, has a reconnaissance field of vision far beyond the other 2. Combined with the enhancement of perception by the Thunder Fruit, Killua can now be said to be a human radar. Get ready for battle. Call out. Killua suddenly sensed an extreme malice in the air. It seems like it wants to tear itself into pieces. The whole body is transformed into elements. The power of thunder and lightning is turned to maximum. Boom! Like a cannonball fired from a gun. He ran straight towards a petite black figure in the air. 30 million volts Lei Ying. In an instant, a flash of lightning flashed across the dark sky, illuminating the entire mountain range. The lightning and Nephibito's body collided for the first time. However, as Nephibito was a member of the direct guard team, the lightning only caused temporary paralysis to her body. Looking at Killua, who turned into a ball of blue and white lightning in mid-air, Nephibito's eyes were filled with curiosity. What kind of ability is this? Does it belong to Nen too? It can actually transform into lightning, as if it is pure element. After a round of fighting, Nephibito retreated to a cliff and looked at the 3 people opposite with interest. Nutrition. All nutrition. The mental power of Kate and the other 2 surged out of their bodies. In Nephibit's perception, it was like 3 flames in the darkness, clear and bright. The sweet scent emitted by the telekinesis intoxicated Nephibito. Chimera ants judge food based on its nutritional value. Compared with humans, the stronger you are, the sweeter it tastes. Call out. Nephibito flashed and launched a second round of attack. Next second, she appeared next to Kate and Gon, and with her claws focused, she attacked Gon's arm. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Nephibito's speed was so fast that Kate felt her scalp tingling. Gon, be careful. Kate was about to return to defense when she heard a dull groan in the air. Zawarado. Buzz. A purple giant appeared out of nowhere, and a strange light radiated in all directions with the platinum star as the center. Time stops. The absolute bug ability gave Gon a chance to breathe. Nephibito's eyes were rolling around as time stopped. Next second. Bang. Boom. Gon and Star Platinum punched at the same time, fists as big as casserole pots, attacking Nephibito's body like raindrops. Boom boom boom. Gon. The opponent's consciousness doesn't seem to be stopped in time, The sense of alienation coming from the surface of the fist, coupled with the movement of Nephobito's eyeballs. It made Star Platinum realize that the cat-like woman in front of him was much stronger than anyone he had ever met. This woman is very powerful, run away. Gone. Time stop ends. The fallen Nephibito stood up instantly, his whole body was filled with more malice than before, and his face became increasingly hideous. Interesting, very interesting. This little guy also has the ability to stop time. Is that purple giant also Yurnan? Nephibit walked towards Gon. With every step she took, the pressure from her grew stronger. Gon stood still. My heart couldn't stop beating wildly. So strong. It's so stressful that I can't breathe. Gon didn't dare to move, for fear that he would relax a little and reveal a flaw. He had a feeling that if he turned around and ran, he would be torn to pieces in the next second. Call. Call. The sounds of panting and heartbeats intertwined together, and the huge pressure coming from the Nephibitos made Gon and the other two unable to move. 4 people confront each other. The battle came to a stalemate at this moment. Kate's brain raced. Catwoman is very powerful, arguably stronger than the 3 of them combined. Whenever Star Platinum used Time Stop, she would seize the opportunity to wrap herself in energy and protect herself. There are almost no shortcomings. Is this the Chimera Ant's direct guard team? Kate's heart was in his throat. He didn't expect that he still underestimated the strength of the Chimera Ant. The direct guard and the division commander are simply 2 different species. Gon, Killua, back off. Activate Plan 1. Kate retreated, and Gon and Killua immediately took action after hearing Kate's words. Plan number 1. This was the escape plan the 3 of them had planned before they came. When you encounter an opponent you cannot handle, activate the purchase card from the blind box store to escape. Anyway, it's just a matter of thought. However, before that, Kate plans to do something big. Towards the Chimera Ant's nest, charge. I'd rather die than kill a few more Chimera Ants. Nephibito was a little confused as he looked at the 3 people running towards the Chimera Ant's nest. Are these 3 people willing to die? Humans are really interesting. How interesting? Nephibito laughed. She laughed at the weakness of Kate and the other 2, and at the fact that they wanted to kill a few more Chimera Ants before they died. Humans are so weak and pathetic. This time, Nephibito did not choose to attack Kate and the other 2 directly, but followed behind them like a hunter playing with his prey. She wanted to see her opponent in complete despair. However, Chimera Ants are Chimera Ants, and she had never anticipated the sinister intentions and endless malice of humans. The entrance to the Chimera Ant nest. Kate and the other 2 have arrived, and the leaders of the Chimera Ant division have been waiting here for a long time. It's really rare that the prey comes to your door. Kiju, look at those 3 humans, they are frightened by Lord Nephibito and are running towards us. Lialu, they are the direct guard team. Their bloodline is 1 level higher than ours, they are really powerful. Even though Kido was standing in the nest, he could still feel the pressure from Nephibito in the dense forest. So powerful. So powerful that there is no thought of resistance. After arriving at the Chimera Ant's nest, the situation changed. It was 4 against 1 just now, but now it has become 4 against 100. However, Kate and the other 2 were not panicked at all. Are you ready? Kate asked. Ready. ×2. Protect me. Kate said, and pulled out the 6 paths of reincarnation from behind. Hold the umbrella and turn. Hurry. Take the umbrella from that guy. Kido shouted. These 3 people are not here to die, they are here to cause trouble and die together. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A dozen Chimera Ants rushed forward, and Nephibito realized that something was wrong, so he quickened his pace and appeared in front of Kate. 30 million volts. Star Platinum. Gon and Killua are not just for show. The two realized something when Kate was about to head towards the Chimera Ant's nest. They wouldn't let anyone bother Kate. The 6 realms of reincarnation slowly turn. Kate rolled the lucky dice, 6 times lucky. 6 paths of reincarnation, 6 points, 7 killings. Point taken. Good luck. Chapter 72. 7 kills, Great Cold. The umbrella opened, 6 o'clock lit up, and the LCD screen on the umbrella handle also turned to the word 7 kills. Kate raised the 6 paths of reincarnation and stood still. Nephibito's claws were frozen by a gust of cold air just 2 centimeters away from his head. Start from your fingertips. Spreading to the arms little by little. What? Nephibito was stunned. She tried her best but couldn't move at all. How could this person possess such power? What's causing this extreme cold? However, the next scene let Nephibito doubt his own eyes. Kate tilted the umbrella that was covering her back slightly, revealing her face. He raised his right hand and waved at her. Bye. Enjoy yourself. Call out. Next second, Kate and the other 2 activated the ability to purchase cards, and the 3 dyed water disappeared in front of Nephibit and teleport to the Wanja blind box shop in the Sky Arena. In the cave, Nephibito looked at Kate and the other 2 who had disappeared, his teeth clenched in anger. I was tricked. Damn humans. Damn humans. Anger cannot solve the problem. Nephibito, who is in the center of the 7 killings, Great Cold, has his body freezing bit by bit. She immediately mobilized all her mental power, wrapped her entire body, and fought against the cold. With her as the center, the cold air corroded the surroundings, and most of the bodies of the Chimera Ant Division commanders had been frozen. The Chimera Ants below the division commander had already been frozen into ice sculptures. And the cold air is still spreading deeper into the cave. All Chimera Ants, those who are frozen, mobilize your telekinesis and wrap your whole body, and those who are not frozen, take the queen and retreat. Nephibito used telekinesis to strengthen her voice, and her words spread throughout the entire Chimera Ant cave. The cold air went deep into the cave, freezing everything it touched. Somewhere in a cave, 2 huge ant eggs hanging high on the top of the cave felt the invasion of cold air and cracked. Here, inside Emolin's Wanja blind box store, Kate and the other 2 sat on the floor of the Emolin blind box shop, gasping for breath. So thrilling. Kate, let's not play like this next time. It was really close. You were less than 2 centimeters away from that Catwoman's claws. Gon still felt a little scared. What are you afraid of? The Chimera Ant's nest is probably destroyed. Ha ha ha. Kate laughed. The 3 of them were completely oblivious to a small fiery red figure approaching quietly. W.A. Law, W.A. Law. Stop sitting on the floor. Emolin wants you to go in. Charmander. Long time no see. Gon picked up Charmander and was overjoyed to see his old acquaintance Charmander after escaping death. Everyone, don't sit on the floor, there are sofas there. Emolin, who was sitting at the counter, shouted to the 3 people, pointing to the sofa nearby. Emolin has seen the entire 2-day activities of the 3 people in the blind box store. Kate has to be the one who knows how to play. Pretend to die, let the opponent underestimate you, go deep behind enemy lines, use a big move, and then use the purchase card to escape back to yourself. This combo is not only smooth, but also very cool to operate. Boss Emolin. Excuse me. Kate saw Emolin and greeted him. Emolin nodded and prepared 3 cups of tea for the 3 of them. Kate, Gon, Killua, I'm sure you're exhausted, take a good rest here. Thank you, Boss Emolin. By the way, Boss Emolin, we have completed the mission. This time, we are here to submit the mission. Kate pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket and began writing and drawing on it. Then, Enter the contents of the paper into the task submission column of the purchase card. Task: Investigation on the invasion of alien species. A certain creature from the Dark Continent accidentally came to the human world. According to reliable information, it landed on the coast of a certain continent. Task requirements: investigate the types of alien species, collect relevant information, and submit it to the blind box store. Task reward: 2W blind box points. Task status: completed. Mission members: Kate, Gon, Killua. Mission evaluation: in this mission, the 3 people found out the race, structure, approximate strength, weaknesses, and threat level of the invading creatures. The information was very detailed. Reward distribution: Kate, 8,000 blind box points, Gon, 6,000 blind box points, Killua, 6,000 blind box points. Beep. The 3 people's purchase cards received news that their blind box orders had been received. Byte. Trigger subsequent tasks. When the task submission is completed, a new task follows the next moment. Before they even saw the mission information, the 3 began frantically clicking the red accept button on the purchase card. Da-da-da. In less than a second, the 6 personnel for this mission were full. Task: Eliminate the threat, investigate the cause. The invasive species from the Dark Continent has been investigated clearly. It is a low-level race from the Dark Continent, the Chimera Ants. How could the weak Chimera Ants travel across the ocean from the Dark Continent to the human world? There must be some ulterior motive. Mission requirements: eliminate the threat of Chimera Ants and investigate why Chimera Ants came to the human world. Task reward: 10W blind box points. Task status: not completed. Mission personnel: 6/6. Isaac Netero, Ilmi Zaldik, J Freaks, Hisoka, Killua Zaldik, Kate. New mission? So fast? Emolin had just handed over a task to the system when the system sent out a new task. Wait, why do I have a mission too? Only then did Emolin discover that there was a new task on his system panel. Task: 1. The true face of the Dark Continent. The Hunter world is a magical world, and the human world is only a small part of this big world. As a traverser and blind box store owner, it is your mission to explore unknown areas and obtain advanced items to upgrade the blind box store. Mission requirements: long-term mission: explore the Dark Continent, compile what you have seen and heard in the Dark Continent into a book and upload it to the system. Don't look at the process, only the results. Mission reward: task status: not completed. Mission personnel: Emolin. 2. Mystery of the Queen Ant. The arrival of the invasive species Queen Ant into the human world was an intentional act by someone with ulterior motives. Its appearance was not accidental, and there may be bigger secrets behind it. Mission requirements: short-term mission, 1 month limit, investigate the reason why the ants came to the human world. The more information about the Dark Continent, the higher the evaluation level. Task reward: 50,000 blind box points. Task status: not completed. Mission personnel: Emolin. 2 tasks? Now it was Emolin's turn to be confused. The system actually issued him 2 host-exclusive tasks at once. Both long-term and short-term. What exactly is in the Dark Continent? Is it worth your attention, Master System? Chapter 73. From the first day Emolin came to the Hunter world to now, he discovered that the system was intentionally guiding him to explore the Dark Continent. In the original novel, Lao Tse gave very little description of the Dark Continent. We only knew that it was a place that was countless times larger than the human world. Any random thing that comes out of there could very likely destroy the entire human civilization. Human beings are so insignificant in front of the behemoth that is the Dark Continent. After this Chimera Ant crisis, I will head to the Dark Continent to find out what's going on. Emolin thought to himself. Bang! The door of the blind box store was pushed open and a gust of wind blew into the house. President Netero, is this the blind box store you mentioned? Hey! Kate, you're here too. Behind Netero, a burly man with white shoulder-length hair and sunglasses walked into the blind box store carrying a big pipe. The person who came was none other than the calm and steady one-star ocean hunter in the Hunter Association Molau. Keep your voice down. There are so many people here. Netero nodded to Molau beside him. The carefree Molau can easily become familiar with people regardless of the occasion. President Netero, Mr. Molau, welcome to the Wanja Blind Box Store. Molin treats every customer who enters the store politely. This has become a habit for him. After entering the store, Netero exchanged greetings with Molau, Kate, and the others. Then get straight to the point. This time, President Netero secretly brought Molau here to open a wave of blind boxes before going to NGL to enhance his strength. As the saying goes, sharpen your sword before battle, even if it's not sharp it will shine. With 10,000 blind box points, Netero can be said to be a big saver. Boss Molin, 10 legendary blind boxes. Yes, President Netero. Swipe your card and pick up your goods, all in one go. After getting the 10 legendary blind boxes, Netero looked at Molau beside him and signaled him to open the blind boxes according to the instructions on the whiteboard. As an experienced box opener, Netero seems to have discovered a pattern. The probability of a novice opening a blind box and getting gold is extremely high. The next second, Molau's mind moved, and 10 legendary blind boxes floated into the air. In an instant, it was radiant. Thump thump thump. 2 golds and 1 purple. Netero muttered excitedly as he saw the flashing golden light. Okay, okay. My guess was correct. Molin also received the information about the items at the first time and told Netero and Molau the information. Gold items. Smoke fruit, from the world of pirates, a natural devil fruit that can turn the body into smoke and produce a large amount of milky white smoke from any part of the body. Do you want to be a white hunter? Chicken talisman, from Jackie Chan Adventure World, the little treasure of the Lord, which can make the holder levitate in the air with telekinesis and control objects to float and move. Purple items. A senzu bean, from the Dragon Ball world, it seems that the senzu beans of Karin are about to be stolen. Netero was very excited when he heard the news, and a smirk appeared on his face. These 10,000 blind box points are really not wasted. Take the Molau smoke fruit. With it, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Eat it while it's hot. Molau took the smoke fruit, and after listening to Molin's explanation, he felt delighted. The ability of this devil fruit is a perfect match for his nin. It can be said that since his entire body can be transformed into smoke, he can develop more new tricks. Okay, President Netero, I will definitely not let you down. I'll eat it right now. Then, swallow it in one gulp. When Killua saw this scene, he remembered the first time he ate the devil fruit. He was about to remind him, but before he could say anything, he saw Molau swallow the entire devil fruit. These people are really evil, everyone should be reminded. Well. Vomit. The sound of Molau's vomiting echoed throughout the blind box store. After a busy period, the blind box store returned to peace again. Netero took Gon and others and left the blind box store, preparing to go to NGL. This trip was a fruitful one. Molau obtained the smoke fruit, Netero got the chicken talisman, and there was also a senzu bean as a guarantee. I made a fortune. Gon and the other 2 saved the newly acquired blind box points and prepared to start a new mission. Molin was the only one there, lying on a recliner in the blind box shop, holding Charmander. Check your host panel. Owner of Wanja Blind Box Store, Molin. None. Personal skills, Nan's 4 basic skills, World Substitute, God's Alibi, Emperor Engine, and 3-color Domineering Mastery. Own Blind Box, No. Items, 3 fairy beans, Charmander, primary fairy body. Blind box point 31950. The blind box point has reached 31,950 points. Would you like to be extravagant? Emolin was thinking in his mind that this mission was to investigate the Dark Continent. What if he was not strong enough and died outside? There would not even be anyone to collect his body. Take a gamble. Bicycle turns into motorcycle. System, give me 2 epic blind boxes and 10 legendary blind boxes. Luxury. Too luxurious. Emolin felt a little regretful after buying it, as he was a little impulsive. People will panic when they have no money, and they will be even more panicked if they don't have any blind box points. However, when the epic blind box appeared in front of Emolin, all the panic was thrown behind him. Epic blind box, made entirely of bronze, the bronze blind box shows traces of time, and the light floating in the air emits bursts of chill. Holy crap! So cool! Emolin's mind moved, and the epic blind box opened. The dark bronze-green light flickered in the house. Color. The first epic blind box came out in color. So dazzling. Is this the color? Ah! Emolin waved his hands, covered his eyes, and dared not look directly. The 12 rays of light flickered away, and 12 objects floated in the air. 1 color and 2 golds. Colored items. Color hacks, tons of damage. From Cloud Top World, get 2 artifacts of Triforce, you get tons of stats. Artifact Trinity Force. Plus 25% attack speed. Plus 25 spell power. Plus 25 mana. Plus 25 armor. Plus 25 magic resistance. Plus 250 health. Tons of everything. Gold items. Dragon Talisman, from the world of Jackie Chan Adventures, the explosive power can make the talisman itself burst into flames. It is the natal talisman of the Holy Lord and can give the holder powerful explosive power. Pig Talisman, from the world of Jackie Chan Adventures, the power of laser, can make the holder's eyes emit lightning, which can destroy everything. Seeing the 3 items, Emolin exclaimed. Damn, it's so practical. The power of 3 phases adds tons of attributes, 2-3 phases double the tons of attributes. Fighting power is at full strength. The Dragon Talisman and the Pig Talisman are also items that directly enhance combat power, and can be given to Charmander when necessary. Exploding Cyclops Charmander, it's really take-o hot. After putting the items into the system space, Emolin put on his backpack and prepared to set off. Target, NGL. Chapter 74. Eliminate the threat, investigate the cause task force. Netero took the lead in creating a new group on the purchase card, the NGL Exploration Team. The other 2 members of the team, Hisoka and Ilmi, went to NGL on their own and contacted them on the purchase card. The other 3 people led by Netero went their separate ways after leaving the Sky Arena. He has something more important to do. Go to V5's headquarters to persuade the 5 major countries to send troops and discuss the plan to deal with the Chimera Ant incident. V5 headquarters. Inside the central conference room. The 5 major countries, the Bergrose United Nations, the Saherta United States, the Okima Federation, the Mingbo Republic, and the ancient Ganyo Kingdom. Representatives from various countries, plus V5 United Nations Chairman Saline and Netero, sat around a round table in the conference room. The topic was already half discussed and the atmosphere at the round table was already a little tense. V5 UN President Saline chuckled and looked towards Netero. President Netero, this is the United Nations, not the Hunter Association. Saline, you should be thankful that I didn't twist your head off. Saline's face changed when he heard Netero's words, and he remembered the last time Netero came to him for help. According to V5's instructions, he has to trip up Netero, the president of the Hunter Association. But who could have thought that this would actually happen? But Saleen is very confident that he has V5's protection, so there is no need to be afraid of Netero. Even if he is the strongest human being. But in front of the steel torrent, it could only be annihilated. Saleen ignored Netero and looked at the representative beside him. The representative of the Okima Federation looked at Netero with serious eyes, and there was a hint of warning in his tone. President Netero, Chimera ants are only a Class B threat. Threats of this level can be dealt with by the Hunter Association. Hunter Association? Netero frowned and stared at the representative of the Okima Federation. This guy is the worst among these 5 guys. I want the hunters from the Hunter Association to handle the Chimera Ant incident. Isn't this aimed at destroying the entire Hunter Association? Full of bad intentions. Although the Chimera Ants are a Class B threat, they are outnumbered. Without the help of the army and weapons, the Hunter Association may have to sacrifice most of its people to resolve this threat. Moreover, the Hunter Association is now in a very embarrassing situation. There are signs of division within the association, and the faction headed by Periston seems to be plotting something. In addition, Bai Yang has always wanted to challenge the New World again, but he was restrained because Netero did not allow him to go there before his death. Finally, it is also a feeling of Netero. Among humans, he is the only one with the most experience in traveling to the Dark Continent. Moreover, V5's proposal to go to the Dark Continent seems to have become quite frequent over the years. But he rejected them all. It seems that this Chimera Ant crisis is a fuse. Have Netero go to NGL to deal with the Chimera Ant world, preferably die there. So that the plan to go to the Dark Continent can go smoothly. The old man looked at the representatives of several countries in front of him and snorted in his heart. Bergro's UN representative, seeing Netero's expression, tried to smooth things over. President Netero, V5 has its own decisions, and this matter is not decided by just a few of us. From the very beginning of this conversation, the 5 representatives of V5 forced Netero to take on the task of going to NGL alone to resolve the Chimera Ant incident. They are certain that Netero, the strongest man in the human race, will accept this mission and fight against the soon-to-be-born king of the Chimera Ants. This is the loneliness of a master. The most direct purpose is to end Netero's prestige and domination in the Hunter Association, so as to take the lead in the subsequent Dark Continent exploration plan. The representative of the ancient Ganyu kingdom tried to smooth things over and said with a smile. President Netero, as long as you agree to the previous plan, V5 will still be a firm supporter of the Hunter Association. When he said this, a sneer flashed across the faces of the other representatives. It's useless. It's of no use at all. Netero had refused a dozen times. This stubborn old man always brings up the disasters in the Dark Continent. Several people sighed helplessly. President Netero won't agree to that. Let's talk about the Chimera Ant crisis. However, Netero's next words left the 5 representatives dumbfounded. I agree. After the Chimera Ant threat is resolved, I will personally lead the team to explore the Dark Continent. What's going on? Do you agree so readily? The sudden words left the 5 representatives confused for a moment. It would be best if the team heading to the Dark Continent was led by Guildmaster Netero. He was experienced, had explored the continent twice, and could respond calmly when faced with a crisis. But, what could make this old man change his mind? The 5 representatives knew that Netero had been refusing to go to the Dark Continent because he was afraid of bringing back disaster. However, corresponding to the disaster are the huge benefits brought by the Dark Continent. Human greed is the driving force. No matter how big the disaster is, as long as the top leaders are still alive, human society will continue to function as usual. Netero looked at the representatives in disbelief and continued. I said, I agree. But I have my conditions. Netero nodded. Everything became easier now, and the representatives of the 5 major countries immediately changed their expressions. He looked at Netero with a smile on his face and his tone was very kind. Only the UN representative, Saline, had a grim look on his face. President, please feel free to ask. We will report the truth to V5. First. Netero pointed at the livid-looking Saline and spoke. I don't think Saline is suitable for the position of UN President. Those who understand will understand. After Netero compromised, the 5 representatives of V5 looked at Saline in unison. His eyes are full of pity. President Netero has given a favor, and we V5 must return the favor. Who said the President of the United Nations is nothing in front of V5? In order to please the President, I have to trouble Lord Saline to move away and stay somewhere else for the rest of his life. Seeing V5's gaze, Saline's face immediately turned pale. I am just a victim. Leaving the position of UN President is more painful than killing him. Saline was taken away, and Netero stated the second condition. Secondly, I must decide who will go to the Dark Continent. I must review what V5 puts in there. Both parties can discuss it. Netero backed off and the V5 representative nodded. And the third and final one. In this expedition against the Chimera Ants, I will personally deal with the high-end combat power of the Chimera Ants. I don't need Rose. V5 only needs to deal with the Chimera Ant soldiers. Netero's last condition really surprised the 5 representatives of V5. Netero waved his hand and turned away. In response to Netero's words, the 5 representatives of V5 smiled contemptuously. Netero is old in their eyes. Without Rose, can you defeat the Ant King with just your old body? Chapter 75. NGL Territory. Eliminate the threat, investigate the cause. Members of the task force arrived in NGL one after another. Kate, Gon, and Killua are a group of 3, while Illumi and Hisoka are a separate group. All the information Kate and the other 2 had investigated about the Chimera Ant race was also uploaded to the purchase card, the NGL Exploration Team Group. NGL Exploration Team. Hisoka, everyone, I have arrived in NGL. Do we need to meet up? Kate, not for now, wait for President Netero to arrive. I'm with Gon and Killua now. Illumi, oh, Killua. Why don't you say anything? Gon, he pretended not to see it. And Hisoka and Killua's brother, long time no see. Netero, everyone. I have something to do now, I will be there later. The messages in the group are endless like mushrooms after rain. It can be said that the members of this team are all old acquaintances. Hisoka sat cross-legged on the trunk of a big tree, looking at the Chimera Ant nest in the distance with a playful smile on his face. Chimera Ants? These creatures are really interesting. On the other side, Illumi kept moving in the jungle, using the mana needle in his hand to kill one Chimera Ant soldier after another. He was getting closer and closer to the Chimera Ant's nest. Kate and the other 2 found a safe place to take a short rest. Buzz! Suddenly, a breathtaking and terrifying aura began to spread in the air. The aftermath caused everyone in the exploration team to feel a palpitation in their hearts. They all stood up, jumped to the top of the tree, and looked at the Chimera Ant nest in the distance. The Ant King is born. In the heart of NGL, a Chimera Ant nest. After a long wait, the king of the Chimera Ants was finally born. Inside the cave, on a large sickbed, the Queen Ant was lying there wailing in pain. Ah! The Queen Ant's thin body has a round belly that bulges high, as if something is about to burst out. At this moment, in front of the Queen Ant's window, all the Chimera Ant division commanders and the 3 guards of the direct escort team held their breath and stared nervously at the Queen Ant's constantly rolling abdomen. It's about to be born. The king of the Chimera Ants is about to be born. Nephibito looked at the king who was about to be born, and his eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Only with the existence of the king, the existence of the direct guard team would have meaning. In the eyes of the direct guards, the king ant is greater than the queen ant. However, there was a chimera ant that did not want the king ant to be born, and the queen ant lying on the sickbed endured the pain. Use a trembling voice to comfort the fetus in the belly, slow down. Slow down. It's too early. The Queen Ant's mission is to give birth to the King Ant. She doesn't want the King Ant in her belly to not reach the most perfect state due to premature birth. She loves the Ant King more than herself. Shut up. Boom. A punch burst out of the chest, and the Ant King in the Queen Ant's belly got angry. The King's majesty cannot be resisted. Immediately afterwards, the Ant King's other hand broke out of his chest, and his two hands stretched open the Queen Ant's abdomen. The king of the Chimera Ant tribe is officially born. The birth of a king means the death of the Queen Ant. What's more, the Queen Ant's lower body is smashed to pieces by the born King Ant. Blood, limbs, organs scattered on the floor of the cave. The Queen Ant who fed all the Chimera Ants came to the end of her life. The newborn Ant King exuded endless malice, which rushed out of the cave and rushed towards the entire NGL. For a time, none people in NGL. An unforgettable feeling of palpitations arose in my heart. Once the King Ant is born, the Queen Ant is no longer needed. The king left the Chimera Ant nest with his direct guard. Several division commanders within the Chimera Ant chose to follow the Ant King, while others left alone. For a moment, people left and the tea was forgotten. Only Corridor shed 2 lines of tears as he looked at the Queen wailing in pain on the ground. Queen, please hold on for a moment. I need someone to rescue you. Cordo, the king, how is the king? With every word the Queen uttered, she felt sharp pain all over her body. King, the king is fine. Queen, please don't say anything, I want to save you. Hearing that the king was fine, the Queen of the Chimera Ants felt relieved and stared at the empty ceiling of the cave, feeling relieved. Dimly, she recalled her days in the Dark Continent. The Chimera Ant colony has to struggle for food every day, and she is just one of thousands of Chimera Ant queens. The only mission of life is to give birth to the next Ant King. Now, the Ant King is born, and the Chimera Ant race is continued. Sooner or later, the Ant King will return to the Dark Continent with the Chimera Ant race. This side, inside the Hunter Association. Netero summoned the 12 earthly branches to start the meeting. However, in front of the big round table, only 8 of the 12 earthly branches were present. The 8 people stared at the seat in the center of the round table. Netero sat there, stroking his beard gently, watching the 8 people who arrived at the scene. 10 minutes had passed, and Netero just watched without saying anything. Netero's eyes were fixed on the 8 earthly branch members present, and he felt a little uneasy. It seems that the rest of the people can't come. Netero sighed softly, standing up and tapping his hands on the table. Everyone! Thank you for coming. Everyone's eyes are looking forward to it. I have an announcement. Announcing something? Does the announcement require our presence? Just let the beanflower man pass it to us directly. What's wrong with this old man? Pariston looked at Netero and raised his eyebrows slightly. What things require the collection of the 12 earthly branches? Nan is going to abdicate? Apart from Netero's abdication, no one seemed interested in what the old man was talking about. Everyone! After the Chimera Ant incident is resolved, I will personally lead the team to explore the Dark Continent. Bang! Pariston, who was still wondering whether Netero was going to abdicate, stood up in shock after hearing the old man's words. The chair under my butt also tripped me. President Netero, are you saying that you want to lead the team to explore the Dark Continent yourself? Chen Long's tone was also full of disbelief. The other earthly branches also looked at Netero in confusion. Is today April Fool's Day? How come President Netero, who had always been against going to the Dark Continent, changed his mind? However, Netero did not give them time to think and continued to release the bombs. Next, I will lead Mo Lao to NGL alone to solve the Chimera Ant problem. All remaining hunters stay where they are. If the news just now was a heavy blow to the 8 earthly branches. Now with this news, it seems that Netero is completely throwing his life away. Human power is limited. How dare you solo the Chimera Ant dungeon with just Molau, a 1-star ocean hunter? Can you defeat the Ant King? Can you handle all those Chimera Ants all over the mountains by yourself? Etc. All over the mountains and plains? Chapter 76. After explaining everything to the earthly branches, Netero took Molau to NGL. In less than half a day, we arrived in NGL. At this time, the NGL territory is already littered with corpses. All forces gathered here. Emolin packed his bags and headed to investigate. The hungry Ant King and his 3 guards. Cats are somewhere in Kate Trio. Hisoka and Illumi act alone. The division commanders who escaped from the control of the Chimera Ants. And finally, Netero and Molau arrived late. These forces, with their own purposes, continue to explore in the NGL area. At this time, Emolin carried his small backpack and ran towards the Chimera Ant's nest. After receiving the task, he set the blind box store to automatic harvesting mode. Every customer who wants to buy a blind box at the blind box store can only use the vending machine to purchase blind boxes below the legendary level. Of course, he still has a little selfish motive. These cheap customers must not be neglected. Here, there is no prop such as the magic door that can move against the will of heaven. Emolin took the plane, then the ship, and then the carriage, and finally arrived at the NGL area. In the dense forest, according to the information about the Chimera Ants provided by Kate, Emolin quickly moved towards the Chimera Ant's nest. Call out! A green bird flew across the sky, attracting Emolin's attention. That's Corridor. Emolin followed the direction where Corridor was flying and saw a cave entrance not far away with several Chimera Ants stationed there. That should be where the Queen Ant is. After entering the NGL area, Emolin discovered that many Chimera Ants gathered in groups of 2 or 3, attacking human cities and occupying territories. The Chimera Ants throughout the NGL are slaughtering humans in a completely unorganized and undisciplined manner. Plus, Corridor looked anxious just now. Emolin knows. The Ant King is born. The Queen Ant is dying. Everything is messed up because of his existence. Emolin quickened his pace. He wanted to find the Queen Ant and ask her the truth about the Chimera Ants coming to the human world. The Queen Ant must know something. Arriving at the entrance of the cave where Corridor had just flown out, Emolin activated God's alibi and sneaked into the cave. Inside the cave, the mutilated Queen Ant was lying on the ground, with 3 Chimera Ants standing beside her who were loyal to the Queen. Division Commander, Ox-shaped Chimera Ant, died in a flood. Division Commander Bear Chimera Ant. Captain of the troops, Koala Chimera Ant. The 3 of them guarded the Queen's body and waited for Corridor's return. Do you think the Queen will die? The little bear Chimera Ant couldn't bear to look at the Queen in front of him. For these Chimera Ants who are loyal to the Queen, staying by her side is their mission. I don't know. Corridor went to seek help from humans. I just hope the Queen can survive. Hong Bai sighed. The Ant King is not like the Queen and doesn't care about the lives of the Chimera Ants below. This is also the reason why these division commanders chose to leave. Emolin looked at the fallen Queen Ant, removed the God's alibi, and appeared in front of the 3 Chimera Ants. Everyone! I'm here to save your Queen. What's going on? A lively person appeared in front of the 3 ants. Hong Bai looked at Emolin warily, and the little bear beside him also took a fighting stance. Who are you? Where's Corridor? Hong Bai raised his hooves, ready to fight. Corridor did not come back, and a human appeared beside me silently. So weird. Emolin looked at the 3 Chimera Ants that were hostile to him and sighed helplessly. His eyes were fixed, and his domineering aura was activated. 3 terrifying spirits rushed towards the 3 Chimera Ants. Buzz! The oppressive feeling of death surged up from their hearts, and the 3 Chimera Ants stood there, unable to move. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on my forehead. A brief confrontation made the 3 chimera ants realize that the human in front of them could be crushed to death just like stepping on a small ant. Seeing that the 3 little ants were frightened, Emolyn walked straight towards the queen ant behind the 3 ants. The queen ant, with only half of her body left on the ground, was already breathing very weakly. Emolyn squatted beside the queen ant, took out a magic bean from the system space, and stuffed it into the queen ant's mouth parts. Ah! The queen ant, who was originally unconscious, suddenly let out a shrill wail. Seeing the queen ant's appearance, Hong Bai wanted to rush forward. What did you feed the queen ant? Calm down, Hong Bai, look at the lower half of the queen ant. A small claw blocked Hong Bai's body, and the little bear chimera ant watched helplessly as new flesh and blood began to grow on the queen's broken body. The vitality, like a candle in the wind, began to grow vigorously. In just a few breaths, the queen ant came back to life again. It's done. Emolyn sighed softly after seeing the queen ant open her eyes. The queen. Recovered. Oh my god. That's amazing. Emolyn's magic move made the 3 chimera ants present marvel at his moves. You, who are you? When the queen opened her eyes, she saw Emolyn at first sight. In her hazy consciousness, she knew that it was the human in front of her who saved her. However, the queen ant, who has lived in the dark continent since birth, understands one thing: there is no help without reason in this world. Moreover, the energy in the body of this human being in front of him was as turbulent as the waves on the sea. Powerful. There are no words to describe him anymore. It's so easy to pinch yourself to death. I came here to know only one thing. How did you get here from the other side of the sea? Emolyn went straight to the point. Hearing these words, the queen ant's body trembled slightly, and a hazy black shadow began to emerge in her mind. She looked at the 3 chimera ants and ordered, "Get out." After the queen ant learned of Emolyn's intention, she sent away a few chimera ants and told them how she came to the human world. She had always kept the matter of the dark continent in her heart. It was a vague black shadow that threw the injured me into the human sea. That day, I was in the nest of chimera ants, enjoying the food brought to me by soldier ants. Suddenly a fire demon bear found my nest and started to hunt the chimera ants like crazy. Speaking of this, the queen ant recalled the bloody history of the chimera ant race in the dark continent. Chimera ants, which are at the bottom of the food chain, are simply unable to hunt powerful creatures for genetic optimization. The chimera ant's only purpose is to serve as food. The queen ant continued. Just when I thought I was going to die, a strong wind came and blew up the entire ant nest. I was blown up by the strong wind, and in the dimness I saw a dark shadow guiding the strong wind. I clearly heard a voice coming from the shadow. The queen ant remembered the words that the black shadow kept repeating. Good material. Really good material. Chapter 77. Black Shadow? Good material? After listening to the queen ant's description, Emolyn couldn't help but frown. It seems that the water that the ants brought to the human world is much deeper than imagined. Bite. The system prompt sounded, and the task, the mystery of the ant queen, had been completed by 80%. We finally have a guess as to why the queen ant came to the human world from the dark continent. A mysterious being in the dark continent rescued the queen ant from the fire demon bear and sent her to the human world as an experimental subject. What will happen to the remaining 20%? The queen ant at the side saw Emolyn's confusion, and seemed to have thought of something, and spoke slowly. I left something I brought back from the dark continent to the ant king. It was given to me by the black shadow. That's a red scale, embedded in the back of the ant king's neck. The queen ant finally spoke out the secret that was buried in her heart. She could sense that Emolyn in front of her had a mysterious obsession with the affairs of the dark continent. Besides, he saved himself. Saved another fetus in the womb. Boom boom boom. Just as Emolyn was thinking. A dense and dull sound of footsteps came from outside the cave. Is Corridor back? Hong Bai saw the entrance of the cave and saw Corridor leading a group of humans running into the cave. Quick! The human medical team is here. Where's Her Majesty the Queen? Corridor. Be quiet, Her Majesty the Queen has recovered. Hong Bai reminded in a low voice. Recovered? Emolao and Netero, who were standing behind Corridor, couldn't help but frown when they heard that the Queen Ant had recovered. What's going on? It's a human. The Queen asked us to come out. She is chatting with that human. Human? After hearing the news, Emolao and Netero looked at each other, and then looked towards the cave together. A human saved the Queen Ant? Who could it be? Inside the cave, Emolin heard the noise and realized that it was Corridor who brought the human medical team to rescue the Queen. He didn't want to meet anyone else, so after saying goodbye to the Queen Ant, he flew out of the cave to look for the Ant King. Looking at Emolin's receding back, the Queen Ant still felt a palpitation in her heart. She had never seen a human with such vigorous vitality, even surpassing many creatures she had seen in the Dark Continent. Ant King, I hope you are safe. Here, in NGL territory. The chimera ants that left their queen began to run rampant in the human world. The dying queen was no longer worthy of their loyalty, and the cold-bloodedness of the Ant King made them choose to stay away. The chimera ants, who were once soldiers, now set out on their own journey to become kings. The king came to the Republic of East Goto. The first thing the king did when he arrived in the Republic of Dongguota was to clean up the entire country. Here, the king once again ate the delicious human beings, Nan. He opened his mouth wide and devoured the flesh and blood of the Nan piece by piece. He. Yes. That's the taste. The Ant King, who had eaten the flesh and blood, had blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, his face was ferocious, his arms were open, and his fists were clenched. The power in the body seemed to surge out. It's coming! It's coming! It's pouring out! Ha 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 ha, my whole body is filled with strength. Beside the Ant King, the king's most loyal guard, Nephi Beto, opened his eyes wide when he saw the power surging from the king. I see. This is the power of the king. Eat the special human's chi and turn it into your own chi. In other words, the more you eat, the stronger you become. Because of this ability, the Ant King is rated as a BN threat. For a time, the entire East Kyoto Republic became the Ant King's meal. Within just a few days after birth, the Ant King's strength increased like a rocket and was out of control. Outside the main hall of the royal palace of the kingdom of Dongguochuo, the Ant King stood in the place with the widest view in the entire country and overlooked the entire Dongguochuo. The three guards surrounded the Ant King, waiting quietly. What a beautiful view! The space is huge. I want to use this place as the Meat Tree Kingdom, as a human processing site. The biological instinct prompts the Ant King to devour human energy and become stronger. Dongguota was his first step. Dong Dong. Just as the Ant King was admiring the beauty of Dongguota, a human figure was walking towards him. The person who came was Emolin. He seemed to be getting closer. Boom! The Ant King jumped up and clenched his right fist to attack his opponent. What a level! Walking in the air in front of me, the Ant King. However, when he was fighting with the man in front of him, he actually retreated 3 points. The human in front of him had much stronger punching power than himself. Interesting. It's so interesting. The Ant King, who was at a disadvantage in the fight, retreated to the platform and looked at Emolin with an amused expression. This human's physical energy is 10,000 times stronger than the strongest human ever seen. The overwhelming vitality aroused the Ant King's desire to eat. It's delicious. The Ant King muttered. However, the king's 3 guards beside him looked at the newcomer warily, as their duty as guards was to protect the king. Who are you? After saying this, Nefibit charged forward and attacked Emolin. Boom! A green tail strike pushed Nephobito's head directly to the ground, and gravel flew everywhere where the impact occurred. What are you going to do with my food? The Ant King's voice was cold. Nephobito once again took action without his consent. Do you think I will be hurt by the other party? Ridiculous. Nephobito fell to the ground, smiling painfully and apologizing to the Ant King. I'm sorry, King. The Ant King looked at Emolyn again, and the coldness on his face turned into fanaticism. He licked his lips from time to time. Too powerful. There is actually someone like you among humans. After eating you, I will definitely become stronger. The scene before him made Emolyn a little confused. No, look at that Catwoman, she looks indifferent, but look at me, I look enthusiastic. I seriously doubt your sexual orientation. Emolyn. I just want to take away the scales from the Ant King. You will make me misunderstand me if you talk like this. Also, why are you fighting against your own people? Is the Chimera Ant so chaotic inside? Emolyn didn't want to get entangled with it. All he wanted to do now was to complete the task. It seems that we can't reach an agreement. Emolyn's life motto is to be able to do something but not save the baby. Besides, he also wanted to test the level of his own strength. World. Buzz. A golden humanoid muscular giant emerged from behind Emolyn. In the stand-in world, the time stop is activated first. Time stops at this moment. At the moment it stopped, a strange feeling surged into the Ant King's heart. Completion. Out of biological instinct. He mobilized all the energy in his body to protect his body. Time stop begins. What the Ant King imagined did not happen, but Emolyn walked behind him. A small hand quietly climbed up from the back to the neck. The Ant King felt his lower body tighten and a chill run down his spine. Chapter 78. Emolyn traced the Ant King's neck and felt a hard lump in the center. The scales, smaller than the little fingernail, were completely embedded in the Ant King's skin, with only a few spots of bloody red exposed in the air. Is this the scale? Emolyn thought to himself. Along the way, the index finger of his right hand turned black, and the sharp nails scratched the green skin. Ka! A spark passed by, but the skin was not hurt at all. What a tough skin! Emolyn exclaimed. While hesitating, the 9 seconds were up. The world started to function normally. The Ant King felt extremely insulted at this moment. As a king, he was actually being toyed with by a human so wantonly. It's an insult to the king's dignity. Boom! A black and majestic air surged out from the Ant King's body. The Ant King, who was at the top of the food chain, completely released the terrifying aura hidden in his body. Damn humans! Ant King, the supreme ruler of the Chimera Ant clan, the king of the Chimera Ants. At the top of the pyramid among the entire Chimera Ant tribe. His talent, racial value, and strength are all top-notch. At this moment, under Emolyn's humiliation, he fully revealed his resentment. Boom! One punch breaks the wind. The wind from his fist carried the surrounding air and shattered the hall behind him. A casual blow can have the power to destroy the world. This is the king of the Chimera Ants. The Ant King launched an attack, swinging his fists rapidly, with countless fists swinging towards Emolyn's face. Emolyn looked at the frustrated Ant King and sighed helplessly. He didn't expect that just scratching the back of the Ant King's neck would make him so furious. Facing the Ant King, Emolyn was also hiding. Strength. Full firepower. Wanja Blind Box Store Manager Emolyn is here. Armament Haki Ryu Sakura. World, attack. For a moment, Emolyn used Armament Haki to harden his fists, Ryuo Haki, an advanced application of Armament Haki. At the same time, it is given to the world's fists. The Ant King has one pair of fists against Emolyn's 4 hands. The power of the close-range power stand is fully demonstrated at this moment. The world has never punched so happily. The more fists the Ant King punches, the more excited the world becomes. The two sides fought fiercely for a while. The Ant King looked at the world substitute behind Emolyn with a troubled expression, looking for an opportunity to defeat the enemy. This battle is no longer something the three guards can intervene in. The three wanted to attack Emolyn, but they couldn't even break Emolyn's fist. Emolyn, who was able to fight the Ant King to a standstill, has transcended the human level. So strong. In the battles between top experts, fancy moves have been abandoned, and the attack is based entirely on finding flaws and attacking them. Boom boom boom. The Ant King was excited. I didn't expect there would be someone as strong as you among humans. Please me as much as you can. During the prolonged confrontation, the Ant King's mentality also changed. He forgot about Emolyn's offense, and now the hormones in his body have occupied his brain. This kind of battle between strong men made him feel extremely excited. From the moment he was born, the Ant King had a feeling of loneliness. He is so powerful. So powerful that he ignores everything around him. His talent is too strong. As long as you eat nutritious food, you can take his strength for yourself. The strong are lonely. But the appearance of Emolyn aroused his desire to fight. The strong people respect each other. On the other hand, Emolyn on the opposite side frowned and looked at the Ant King with a silly smile in confusion. Isn't he going to get stupid? Emolyn thought to himself. After 5 minutes of fighting, Emolyn had a rough idea of the Ant King's strength. With the support of primary immortal body and cultivated Nan and three-color domineering mastery and substitute world, he could only fight a tie with the current Ant King. How powerful! No wonder the old Netero was defeated by the King of Ants in one blow. The Ant King was a creature that made Emolyn realize for the first time how weak individual humans are. Even the strongest man like Netero was defeated by the Ant King. How terrifying is the Dark Continent? Emolyn doesn't know. He now urgently needs to remove the scales from the Ant King's neck to complete the task and obtain blind box points. This is the limit of my strength. Ant King, to show my respect to you, I am going to wear equipment, said Emolyn. 3-phase power, 2 bonuses. Boom. Multiplied attributes are bestowed upon Emolyn's body. 2 pieces of 3-phase power. Plus 50% attack speed. Plus 50 spell power. Plus 50 mana. Plus 50 armor. Plus 50 magic resistance. Plus 500 health. The strength is directly doubled. Bang! In an instant, Emolyn's punch doubled in strength. There was a click. The Ant King who was fighting with him broke his wrist bones. Ant King! Nefibit rushed forward, and the sharp claws in his hands were about to attack Emolyn's neck. The other 2 guards, Shiapoof flew to the Ant King, and Menthuthweopi moved behind Emolyn and swung his fists to attack Emolyn's chassis. Emolyn shouted coldly, "Get lost!" The red domineering aura materialized, and Emolyn's spirit turned into a sharp sword blade and slashed at the Nephibitos and Menthuthweopi who were besieging him. Wow! Blood sprayed in the air, and Nephibito looked at Emolyn in disbelief. The gap in strength is too big. Before the opponent even made a move, he had already lost his ability to fight. Who is he? There are actually strong people of this level among humans. Boom! The powerful domineering aura made the 3 guards lose their combat effectiveness. Only the Ant King, with his iron body, was able to withstand Emolyn's domineering aura. Ant King, I don't want to kill you, I just need the thing behind your neck. Emolyn looked at the Ant King indifferently and walked towards him slowly. The outcome of this battle was obvious, Emolyn was unilaterally crushing the Ant King. The Ant King, who once looked down upon the world with his dominance, remained silent under the crushing pressure of hard power. He let Emolyn dig out a piece of flesh from the back of his neck and didn't dare to say a word until he left. Emolyn is gone. The Ant King leaned against the pillar of the hall with a look of loss on his face. The feeling of being close to death when his life was threatened made his heart palpitate. This is the most intuitive manifestation of a living thing when facing death. After surviving the disaster, the shadow lingers. I want to eat more special humans. I want to become stronger. Eat more humans. The Ant King gritted his teeth and stared ferociously at the ordinary humans who were kept in captivity in a corner of the palace. Those humans whom he originally didn't want to eat. At this moment, biting like crazy. Blood, flesh, and bones were scattered everywhere on the ground. Power, I want power. Here, Emolyn after getting the scales. The pieces of meat covered with scales were removed. The scales, which were as big as a little finger, emitted a gem-red glow. Is this scale the scale of a mysterious creature? What is the significance of this scale on the Queen Ant's body? Emolyn tried to wrap the scales with chi, slowly penetrating into them. Boom! A huge mental force came from the scales, stinging Emolyn's brain. Many intermittent images appeared in Emolyn's mind. Chapter 79. A black shadow about a kilometer long. The whole body is covered with scarlet scales. And endless mountains. In the center of the mountains, a towering tree holds up the sky. On the trunks of the giant trees, there are actually buildings and some human figures. For a moment, Emolyn was completely immersed in the sporadic images that appeared in his mind. A world he had never seen before him stood completely before his eyes. After a while, Emolyn came out of the picture in his mind. The scales did not provide any useful information about the Queen Ant's arrival in the human world. However, Emolyn already had a guess in his mind. There may be humans in the Dark Continent. So what is the relationship between the human world we live in now and the humans in the Dark Continent? Is it a test of the human world by intelligent creatures? But what does that material mean? More and more information filled Emolyn's brain, but the messy information could not be strung together into a complete information chain, which made Emolyn very annoyed. He sighed softly. The only way to know the truth of this matter is to go to the Dark Continent. System, bring up the task panel. Unable to find more useful information, the only thing to do is to apply to the system for task settlement. Byte. Mystery of the Ant Queen mission completion rate is 90%. Task evaluation, congratulations to the host for completing the task brilliantly. You have done your best to string together all the information you could get to form a relatively clear answer. The arrival of the Queen Ants in the human world was an intentional act by some intelligent creatures on the Dark Continent. This incident seems to involve the human beings in the Dark Continent. Task status, completed. Task reward, 45,000 blind box points. Seeing the evaluation given by the system, Emolyn breathed a sigh of relief. This trip was not in vain. 45,000 blind box points are well worth the effort. Next step, go home. Emolyn's trip to NGL brought life back to the Queen Ant who was supposed to be dead. The arrogant Ant King also had a great change in his mood because of Emolyn's appearance. Inside the Queen Ant's nest, Netero, Emolau, the Queen Ant, and several Chimera Ant division leaders looked at each other in bewilderment. The lively Queen Ant can be a big trouble for Netero. Queen Ant, are you saying that a young human male fed you a pill and restored your health? Netero asked, looking at the Ant Queen's healthy and radiant body. Yes, President Netero. Since Emolyn left the cave, Netero has led people to control the Queen Ant and the leader of the Chimera Ant division. The Queen Ant was very afraid of the squinty-eyed old man with a grey beard in front of her. The aura that this human unintentionally exuded was no weaker than that of the young man just now. The Queen Ant can feel it. As long as you have the idea of resisting, killing the other person and escaping. In the next second, he might die on the spot. She didn't dare to act rashly and could only stay in front of Netero. Don't think about yourself, but also think about the baby in your belly. After listening to the Queen Ant's words, Netero thought of an object and a person. The pill that brings the Ant Queen back to life should be the magic bean. That young man is probably the store manager Emolin. What did manager Emolin just talk about with the Queen Ant in the cave? Netero was extremely curious. From the moment he met the Queen Ant, he tried to ask her questions intentionally or unintentionally, wanting to know what the conversation had just happened. However, the Queen Ant is very tight-lipped and keeps silent when it comes to this issue. This is such a difficult situation. Well. Netero sighed softly and looked at the Queen Ant's abdomen. He could feel that there was still a life beating there. Queen Ant. I'm afraid you have to come with me. We won't let you stay in NGL anymore. Please forgive me. As he spoke, Netero released a little bit of chi in his body. In an instant, several chimera ants, including the Queen Ant, felt the breath of death. They were breathing rapidly and their faces were flushed. The fear brought by Netero, the strongest man in the human race, was deeply imprinted in the minds of several people. The Queen Ant was about to say something more when she heard Netero speak slowly. Queen Ant, you don't want the other baby in your belly to die, do you? Another child? In addition to the Ant King, there is actually a child in the Queen Ant's belly? Emolao, who was wearing small sunglasses, couldn't help but frown and look at the Queen Ant. Corrido, who was beside him, took 2 steps back in surprise and stood in front of the Queen Ant to protect her. Buzz. On the other hand, the Queen Ant's head seemed to be about to explode. She slowly lowered her head and said something helplessly. Good. The Queen Ant didn't have the slightest thought of resisting. With Emolin in front and Netero behind, these two people give the Queen Ant a feeling that their strength is unfathomable. Even the energy in its body is several times that of a newborn Ant King. She gave in, lowered her head, and followed Netero to the human world. On the way to escort the Queen Ant, Netero left a message to the Group NGL Exploration Team on the purchase card. Group NGL Exploration Team. Netero, everyone, I have something to do and I have to leave NGL for a few days. If you are defeated, please leave immediately. Emolin's departure affected Netero and the Ant King. After the battle with Emolin, the proud Ant King felt greatly humiliated. As the king of the Chimera Ants, he was severely humiliated by a human in front of his own subordinates. He can't stand it. Face is one thing, but more importantly, the Ant King felt his life was threatened. The feeling of being close to death lingered in my mind for a long time. After Emolin left, the Ant King began to pray frantically. All humans, regardless of whether they have special energy in their bodies or not, become food in his mouth. In the royal palace of the kingdom of Donggudo, the Ant King was in the inner hall. In the spacious inner hall, there was a small mountain of human flesh made of flesh, bones and blood, which almost reached the roof of the hall. In front of the hill of human flesh, the Ant King squatted there, grabbing piece of flesh and blood after piece, stuffing it into his mouth, chewing it with big mouthfuls. High-end ingredients often only require simple processing. In a short while, the entire mountain of human flesh was eaten up by the Ant King. Then, Nephibito ordered the Chimera Ant soldiers to send in more and more humans. The door of the inner hall was filled with people coming in and out, never stopping. The king's 3 guards stood outside the hall, directing the Chimera Ant soldiers to slit the throats and let the blood out of rows of freshly captured humans. Wang has been eating for 2 days. Will there be any problems if this continues? Menthuthweopi has been busy for the past 2 days. He took the remaining Chimera Ant soldiers and swept through the country's towns one by one to capture the humans. The number is too numerous to count. Why worry? The more the king eats, the stronger he becomes. That human brought great changes to the king. Unlike Menthuthweopi's worries, Nephibito was excited to see the king was so motivated. As long as the king wants, she would even offer herself. While the 3 were chatting, the voice of the Ant King suddenly came from the hall. You 3, come in, I have something to say. The Ant King has been eating for 2 days without saying a word, and now he's asking the 3 of us to go in? What's the matter? Chapter 80. In the inner hall, the Ant King stopped eating and sat on a bench in the hall. The 3 guards of the direct escort team stood respectfully in front of the Ant King, waiting for the next instruction from the Ant King. The Ant King looked at the 3 guards in front of him, feeling the vigorous qi in his body. 2 days. He had eaten at least tens of thousands of human corpses, and the special energy contained in the flesh and blood of these humans was almost pitifully small. The qi in his body simply couldn't meet his requirements. There is still a big gap between the strength that Emolin showed before. I need lots of nutritious food. The Ant King thought to himself, staring at the 3 guards with a ferocious face. There are too few humans with special energy, and it takes too much time to capture such humans. There is one species that provides a large amount of nutritious flesh and blood. Those chimera ants who have learned to read. The 3 guards in front of him had much more powerful qi in their bodies than tens of thousands of ordinary humans combined. The 3 guards are his direct subordinates, and there are many things that still need them to do. Those chimera ant division captains are very nutritious food. The Queen Ant murmured. 2 days of eating made him think a lot. In this world, only powerful force can give him a sense of security. The obsession with power has taken over his mind. He has decided. By targeting all the chimera ant division leaders and eating them, you can achieve a qualitative leap in strength. Of course, there is also the Queen Ant's corpse, which is a very nutritious food. Nefibito, notify all the Chimera Ant Division commanders in NGL to capture humans and send them here. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed on the spot. I want to integrate all the Chimera Ants and attack the human world. I need more nutrition. Ha 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 ha. The Ant King opened his arms and laughed arrogantly. The qi that surged out of his body swept the entire hall crazily. The spirit of being a king is back. The 3 guards were excited when they saw the Ant King regain his spirits. This time it's the king of the Chimera Ants. This time it's the spirit of the Ant King. I am the only one in the world. Yes, sir. Nefibito and Menthuthweopi immediately rushed throughout the NGL area, relying on the Chimera Ants' sensing of the Chimera Ants' aura and the circle technique in Nen. Within 2 days, the 2 of them found most of the Chimera Ant Division leaders. At the NGL coastline. In a cave on a cliff facing the sea. Brabuta, the leader of the shrimp-shaped Chimera Ant Division, looked at the Nephi-Betos in front of him, his legs trembling slightly. The octopus Chimera Ant Queen Division leader who was kneeling on the ground beside her kept swallowing her saliva, while the alligator Chimera Ant Division leader had stiff limbs and didn't dare to breathe. And with a smile on his face, Nefibit had already placed his right hand on Brabuta's shoulder, and the pressure was increasing little by little. Brabuta, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. She exuded a terrifying black aura, and a feeling of death surged from Brabuta's body. Even if this pressure was not directed at the octopus and alligator division commanders. But I still feel waves of fear in my heart. Powerful. So strong. The 3 division commanders had only one feeling. It is easier for Nephi-Beto to crush himself than to crush an ant. Ka. Brobta's shoulder bone was crushed, and then Nephi-Beto slashed Brobta's head with his sharp claws. Boom! A lobster head fell quietly to the ground, and blue blood gushed out from its neck like a small fountain. If Brabuta had an inner monologue. Right. I really regret it now. When the Nephi-Beto Legion commander asked me whether I wanted freedom or loyalty to the Ant King, I actually hesitated. When the 2 old men beside me saw me hesitating, they suddenly knelt on the ground and shouted their allegiance to the Ant King. Brabuta, no, buddy. Act now. Who can outperform you 2? Goodbye. Queen Ant. Brabuta is offline. You 2, wrap up his body and have the other Chimera Ants deliver it to the Ant King. Your mission is to capture more humans and present them to the Ant King. Hurry up! After giving his instructions, Nephibito turned around and left, heading for the next camp of the Chimera Ant Division leader. Looking at the Nephibitos going away, the Octopus Division commander breathed a sigh of relief. It's so scary. We are so close to meeting the Queen Ant. Octopus, tell me, why did the Ant King suddenly change his mind? When he left, he didn't even bother to take any division commander with him. The alligator Chimera Ant is puzzled. Why bother with so much? Let's just go and catch the humans. The Ant King is not like the Queen Ant. He is moody. Let's just follow his will. There are many division commanders who are as sensible as the Octopus Division commander and the Alligator Division commander. What's more, he was as excited as Nephibito. After hearing the news that the Ant King wanted to reorganize the Chimera Ants to attack the human world, Lion Division Captain Laolu was in a completely excited state. He and his corps commanders immediately launched a plan to hunt humans. For a moment, except for the Eagle-type Division Commander Cordo, the Bull-type Chimera Ant Division Commander Hongbai, the Bear Chimera Ant Division Commander, and the dead Zazan and Brabuda. All the remaining division commanders began to hunt down humans in NGL in an organized and planned manner. This time, apart from the villages within NGL, we began to move towards the surrounding cities. In less than a day, towns were captured and division commanders hunted humans at will. Humans who practice mind and those who have mind in their bodies are given special attention. Catch him alive and bring him to the Ant King. A steady stream of human corpses and living people were sent to the royal palace of the East Gochuo Republic by the Chimera Ant Division commanders. For a moment, the territory of NGL was like hell on earth. Inside the palace, the Ant King sent humans with chi in their bodies into his stomach one by one. The power is pouring out continuously. Not enough. Not enough. Still not enough. I want more humans. Nephibito, go get me more nutritious humans. Because the Chimera Ant army purposefully hunts humans on a large scale, and even wants to cross the NGL border to attack neighboring countries. This behavior has touched V5's bottom line. A large number of troops began to press on, and several of the 12 earthly branches were also sent to NGL. In NGL territory, members of the NGL exploration team were secretly fighting guerrilla warfare and frantically hunting Chimera Ants. Hisoka and Illumi went completely crazy. Hunting low-level Chimera Ants was no longer enough for the two of them. Deep in the forest, Hisoka stood on the trunk of a big tree, looking at the Chimera Ants that were controlled by the 5 colored threads and killing each other. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked at the long army of Chimera Ants in the distance, led by 2 division commanders, Lialai and Geo. Chapter 81. Deep in the jungle, there is a large army of Chimera Ants. The mighty army of Chimera Ants escorted a large number of humans to the royal palace of the Republic of East Goto. Over the past few days, Lialu and Kido have led a large number of Chimera Ant soldiers to conduct a carpet-style capture of humans within the NGL territory. Great results, etc. Kido, who was at the lead of the large army, suddenly smelled a faint smell of blood. As a leopard-type Chimera Ant, Kido's 5 senses are quite sharp. The faint smell of blood in the air rushed straight into his nostrils. What is certain is that the smell of blood comes from the Chimera Ant soldiers. What's going on, Kido? Lialu asked puzzledly. There. Kido noticed something and pointed his finger at the woods not far away. Among them, there was a burst of dense footsteps, and even the weeds on the ground were shaken. Boom! Several dark shadows emerged from the bushes and rushed straight towards the large group of Chimera Ants led by Laolu. Lamato and Hollow. Geo and Lilo recognized the 2 figures at the head at a glance. The captain of the Corridor squad, a Chimera Ant that is a hybrid of a shrike and a rabbit, Raimuto. Captain of the Mir 1 squad, the owl-shaped Chimera Ant, Hollow. The two men had terrified expressions, their limbs were stiff, and they kept muttering, "Save me, save me." The several chimera ant soldiers following behind them were the same as the two of them. Boom boom boom. Kido looked at the chimera ants rushing towards him, and with a quick step, he flew behind them. The leopard claw on his right hand curled into a hand knife and chopped at the back of the necks of several chimera ants. Bang! After several consecutive knife strikes, Raimudo, Hollow, and several other chimera ants lost consciousness and fell asleep. Ka! Before Kido could breathe a sigh of relief, Yamato and Hollow, who had fainted, suddenly stood up, stretched out their sharp claws and headed for Kido's neck. "What's going on?" Gio muttered softly. The situation changed too quickly, and the several chimera ants that fell to the ground attacked Kido again at the same time. Kido looked at several chimera ants that were unconscious but attacked him out of character. He gathered energy in his right fist and mobilized the body's telekinesis, like a ghost. In an instant, the heads of several chimera ants were blown up. There is a strict hierarchy within the chimera ants. The level represents not only the difference in bloodline, but also the division of strength. It is easier for a division commander level chimera ant to kill captains and soldiers than to crush ants. Kiju, use condensation to wrap most of the chi in your body around your eyes, and you will be able to see what they have. Lilu, who was watching the battle from the side, noticed the unusual behavior of several chimera ants from Raimudo. It felt like they were being controlled by something. This ability is very similar to that of the Nephibito Legion leader, as he focuses more and more of his energy on his eyes. Sure enough, several thin transparent silk threads were seen on Raimudo's body. Following Lilu's instructions, Kido saw the transparent silk thread wrapped around the corpse. Interesting. Someone is hunting us. Kido followed the direction of the silk thread and looked towards a tall tree in the grass. Nan's circle skills, coupled with the cheetah's own keen perception. In Gio's perception, a vague human figure was standing on the main trunk of the tree. Lilu. Looks like we are being targeted. Keep an eye on him. This human is really brave. Lilu followed the direction of Gio's finger and also noticed the presence of a human figure on the tree trunk. Kiju, this human has the most chi in his body that I have ever seen. It is even more vigorous than the humans we met before. Laolu raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the figure high up with excitement. During this period of time, he secretly ate the captured humans who still had special energy in their bodies. Every time he eats such a human, the chi in his body becomes stronger. Now, among all the Chimera Ant Division commanders, perhaps none is as powerful as him. He had a feeling that if he ate some more humans with large amounts of chi in their bodies, he would be able to complete the evolution of his bloodline. It is only a matter of time before he evolves from a division commander to a corps commander. Gio, let's go catch that prey and present it to the Ant King. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Kido quickened his pace, his body turned into a shadow, and moved quickly towards the direction of the figure. Lilo bent his legs and leaped forward. The huge recoil force sent him in front of the tree. The two of them rushed towards the figure in the tree. Hisoka stood on the tree trunk, looking at everything in front of him with interest. From the soldiers who just controlled the Chimera Ants to attack the Chimera Ant troops, to now standing here waiting for the other side to attack. He was not panicked at all, but full of excitement. These powerful Chimera Ants are his best prey. This is a perfect world without any restraints, only blood and fighting. Sure enough, come out. Use the back fist. Hisoka calmly pulled out a red and white pokeball from his pocket and threw it into the air. A blue figure flew out, Sanasi. Counter punch launch. With his whole body shining with colorful light, Quaranong blocked the attacks of Kido and Lielu. Boom! The two attackers were knocked back several meters by the double attack from Guo Ranwing. Sure enough, Ong was standing at the bottom of the tree confronting Kido and Lielai, while Hisoka was standing on the top of the tree. Dozens of transparent parasitic threads were spread in the air, falling like a meteor shower and piercing into the army of chimera ants that had surrounded them. The battle is about to begin. Boom! Not far from the battlefield where Hisoka, Kido, and Leolul were fighting, there was a huge explosion. A large figure several meters tall threw an explosive punch towards the ground. Menthuthweopi, one of the 3 guards under the Chimera Ant King, is hunting Ilmi. Run! Run! Ilmi swung the blade in his hand continuously at the army of Chimera Ants following closely behind him. Be honest. Completely honest. Like Hisoka, Illumi has been hunting down hordes of Chimera Ants. As a killer, Ilmi is very proficient in the assassination business, and he follows the principle of running away if he can't win. He also earned the title of Night Ghost in the NGL area. However, no matter how skilled the assassination technique was, it could not defeat the deliberate encirclement of a huge army. Menthuthweopi led the team himself, with Nephibito assisting, and took melee on to guard Ilmi. God's alibi completely concealed his existence and finally found Ilmi. With the idea of running away if he couldn't win, Ilmi used all the items he brought from home. Move around the terrain, using the traversal rings to travel between the mountains. Swimming powder is used on the body and drilled into the ground. No matter how he escaped, the Nephibitos behind him could always sense the presence of Illumi. While running all the way, Ilmi suddenly heard a familiar voice. Date. Chapter 82. Ilmi, who was running all the way, suddenly stopped. A familiar voice reached my ears. It's really true. The 6 mission members of the NGL exploration team are scattered across NGL and have no contact with each other. The entire NGL has been completely occupied by Chimera Ant soldiers. The members of the team basically work on their own, hunting down Chimera Ants and completing the mission. I didn't expect to meet Hisoka and Renrenweng here. One of the 3 greatest joys in life is meeting an old friend in a foreign place. Although he and Hisoka may not be considered old friends, he and Renran are. He's there. A resounding voice pierced through the air and brought Ilmi's thoughts back to reality. Nephibito, who was standing on the treetop, pointed at the direction where Ilmi was and shouted. Ilmi looked behind him and saw countless Chimera Ant pursuers, some running on the ground and some flying in the sky, which had already covered most of the blue sky. It's too much. Run first. Illumi dived into the ground and swam towards Hisoka. Among this group of Chimera Ants, there was one Chimera Ant whose power completely exceeded his imagination. Menthuthweopi is a tall and sturdy man, and with just a single punch he could blow up a mountain. Emiternan's Ilmi really has no way to deal with Menthuthweopi. Even with the addition of the 1,000 blades of demonic Deo, it was impossible to cause any substantial damage to Menthuthweopi. He could clearly feel a sense of estrangement between himself and demonic 1,000 blades. This magical weapon clearly contains enormous energy, but Ilmi can mobilize less than 1% of it. As long as Quarrenweng can withstand Menthuthweopi's attack, he can harvest the remaining Chimera Ants. With this thought in mind, Illumi swam towards Hisoka and met up with him. Over here. With Hisoka and Goran, it is no problem for one of them to defeat a group of Chimera Ants. The most difficult ones among them are the division commanders, Geo and Leoru. This lion seems to be much stronger than the leopard next to it. Ever since fusing with the string fruit, Hisoka can clearly feel that his strength has achieved a qualitative leap. The string fruit, an object that does not belong to this world, is slowly merging with the chi in Hisoka's body. The two are in a state of complementing each other. He also developed a method to condense the chi and wrap it around a certain silk thread to increase the hardness of the silk thread. Achieve penetrating effect. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hisoka changed his strategy, retracted the puppet strings controlling the Chimera Ant soldiers, and shot out 5 transparent threads again, wrapping his own chi on the threads, especially at the ends of the threads. 5 silk threads, like bullets fired from a gun, pierced through one Chimera Ant soldier after another. Boom boom boom. Rows of chimera ants fell down like rice being harvested by a sickle. Oh no, Geo thought to himself that it was not good. Hisoka's strength may not be as simple as it seems. There is no chi in those shot threads. Lialu, this human has a power that is not telekinesis. Humans actually have this kind of power. You underestimated this human. The chimera ants judge the strength of humans based entirely on the amount of special energy, or chi, contained in the human body. Before, Lialu and Kido had encountered Kate and others, and had also tried the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. There are powers in humanity that we are unaware of. Retreat first. Lilo turned around and was about to run, but entrusting his life here is not the creed of me, Lord Lion. If he develops steadily, he will grow into the level of a 3rd guard sooner or later. Hisoka saw that Lialu was trying to escape, so he jumped down from the tree. Boom! A head just popped out of the soil. Why didn't it land? Hisoka looked at the bottom of his feet and saw Illumi staring at him angrily with big eyes. Ilmi. Hisoka hadn't finished speaking yet. Boom! A loud noise was heard from the sky, and Menthuthweopi in centaur form fell from a high altitude, kicking Hisoka in the middle of the face with its front hooves. Guo Ranwing, launch a counter-punch! Ilmi shouted. Hisoka, hey! The little blue figure opened his arms to protect Hisoka and Illumi, with colorful light flashing on his body. What a thing! How can you overestimate your own abilities? Menthuthweopi sneered at Quaranwang, who was about to be kicked down. As a monster-type chimera ant, he possesses the power of transformation, and his strongest form is that of a centaur. A powerful blow from his hooves could even drive through a mountain. Little thing, you can't even take the remains of the corpse. Boom! The 2 hooves landed on the fruit god, and the loud explosion-like sound created a gust of air, overturning all the surrounding trees. Menthuthweopi looked at Quaranwang in surprise. This little thing actually blocked his attack. The next second, he saw the determined eyes of the fruit god, and shouted, Sona si! The double force rebounded onto Menthuthweopi's body. Boom! It tumbled dozens of times in the air and finally embedded itself into a mountain. That little blue thing is so powerful. It can actually knock Master Menthuthweopi away. Knock it away, look at the sky. In the sky, Menthuthweopi, transformed into a birdman, was already hovering over the battlefield. He is very angry now. I was actually tricked by a little guy. Menthuthweopi, a pure fusion of Warcraft genes, anger is the source of power. He is terribly strong now. Bang! With a punch, he passed through Ranranwang and attacked Hisoka and Ilmi behind him. Completion. Facing Menthuthweopi's fist, Hisoka felt as if his life was threatened. If you don't do something, you might die on the spot if hit by this punch. There's nothing I can do. The birdcage. It was too late, and Guo Ranwang had the chance to counterattack. In an instant, countless silk threads shot out from Hisoka's body, pulling Renan to his side, and wrapped himself, Renan, and Ilmi under his feet with the tough threads. Hisoka transferred all the chi in his body into the silk thread. The semicircular silk thread creates a birdcage that can cover 3 people. Layer upon layer of silk threads, covering the previous layer of silk threads. Save yourself. Deadline, shoot quickly. Boom! He smashed the birdcage with his fist. A layer of silk thread. 2 layers of silk thread. 3-layer silk thread. Shattered by the aftermath of the fist. Hisoka, who was in the birdcage, took most of the damage. It's really over this time. Hisoka felt as if all his internal organs were shaken out of their original positions. Some organs have even ruptured and are bleeding. Stitches. Inside the body, transparent silk threads quietly emerge, pass through the injured internal organs, and suture. He wants to live. The desire to survive completely occupied Hisoka's mind. After one punch, Menthuthweopi stood in front of Hisoka with a look of disdain on his face. Humans are so weak. He turned to look at Gio and Lialo and ordered, escort these two humans back to the palace. Okay, Mengtu. Just as Laolu was about to agree, he saw that the land behind Menthuthweopi was slowly becoming linear. The trees, land, and weeds seemed to be turning into lines little by little.